Welcome to King Manhwa Recap, your go-to spot for diving deep into the vibrant world of manhwa. Whether you're a seasoned fan or just curious about this thrilling form of comics, you found the right place to get your fix. Join us as we explore inspiring manhwa stories where characters rise from humble beginnings to extraordinary success. From tales of overcoming poverty to achieving wealth and power, our videos highlight the most captivating journeys of personal growth and determination. If you love stories of triumph, resilience, and the path from rags to riches, this is the perfect channel for you. Subscribe now for engaging recaps and stay motivated on your own journey to success. So let's get ready, subscribe, sit back and enjoy.
Lee Yinchuan slowly opened his eyes. The air was filled with a sharp, stinging smell of alcohol. His head throbbed like it was about to split open. He was in a very old room. He was lying on a heated brick bedcane covered with a yellowed cotton quilt. The quilt had been used for years, patched here and there. Against the wall stood a traditional Kong Chin, a small wooden cabinet decorated with a painting of a child holding a golden fish. Old yellowed newspapers covered the ceiling, and the walls were stained and peeling. In front of the Kong sat a table, and on it stood an antique clock. In the corner across from the bed was a tall wardrobe with a mirror, its double doors slightly ajar. Still dazed, Lee Yinchuan got up and walked toward the mirror. The moment he saw his reflection, his youthful face, black hair, and smooth skin without a single age spot, his body froze. He remembered everything. He had received the greatest blessing in web novel. She had reborn. He realized where he was. This was the house he lived in before marriage. Just then, his gaze fell upon the calendar hanging next to the wardrobe. The date read, July 28th, 1983. Lee Yinchuan's entire body stiffened again. That date was etched into his memory. It was the day his nightmare began. Lee Yinchuan's father had 3 brothers, and they belonged to the second branch of the family. But the real matriarch of the entire Lee household was his grandmother, Manhwa. An elder should be fair, and just but Grandma Bi's favoritism ran deeper than the Pacific Ocean. Her beloved grandsons were her eldest son's 2 boys, and her youngest son Lee Changsho was also doted on. The eldest brother Lee Changfa's family had 2 cherished grandsons, Lee Yinlong and Lee Yin. The third uncle, Lee Changsho, was the baby of the family. Only the second branch, the one Lee Yinchuan belonged to, was constantly mistreated and looked down upon. After his father, Lee Changlu, was arrested and sentenced to 3 years in prison for picking up a bundle of stolen wires on his way to town, his mother was even labeled a curse bringer. From that point on, Grandma Bi's bias became even more blatant. In his previous life, when the eldest cousin Lee Yinlong needed money for a bride price and the second cousin Lee Yin needed tuition for university, Grandma Bi gave silent approval to a cruel scheme. Lee Yinlong invited Lee Yinchuan for drinks, got him drunk, and secretly stuffed 400 yuan in his pocket, falsely accusing him of stealing from Butcher Wong. Then Butcher Wong came to the house to catch the thief red-handed. Grandma Bi stepped in, pretending to apologize on Lee Yinchuan's behalf, begging Butcher Wong not to report him to the police. Finally, to appease Butcher Wong's anger, they forced Lee Yinchuan to become a Ruxu, son-in-law living at the bride's home, and marry Butcher Wong's daughter, Wang Ruhua. It was a chain of deception. In reality, the 400 yuan that Butcher Wong claimed to have lost was never returned. Instead, it became the dowry paid by Lee Yinchuan for marrying into the Wong family. Lee Yinchuan was forced into becoming a Ruxu. His younger siblings didn't fare any better. His younger brother, Lee Yinfeng, dropped out of high school and worked at a brick kiln, sweating blood and tears, most of which went straight into Grandma Bi's hands. His younger sister, Lee Qiao, only finished junior high before being married off in exchange for 300 yuan as a bride price, improving the eldest branch's finances. She ended up with an abusive husband and never had a single good day in her life. His mother, Zhou Suxian, worked like a beast of burden for the family, but died of illness within 10 years from overwork. And it didn't stop there. When his father's house was finally relocated, he suffered a sudden illness. At that time, none of the 3 siblings were with their father. They had all been manipulated by Grandma Bi. By the time they returned, their father was already dead and Hiswell had left the relocation compensation property to the eldest cousin, Lee Yinlong. Back then, Lee Yinlong had already risen to become deputy director of the industry bureau, while Lee Yin had become a professor at Shengjing University, far more successful than Lee Yinchuan's family. Yet they weren't satisfied. They shamelessly seized what was rightfully theirs and took the largest sum of money their father had ever earned. Thinking about it now, fury surged through Lee Yinchuan's veins. These beasts dared to call themselves his family. This life, they'll make sure to settle scores with every last one of them. Ding ding ding. The old clock struck 5. Lee Yinchuan suddenly snapped back to reality. If his memory served him right, in 5 minutes, they'd come to accuse him of theft. Time was running out. He reached into his pants pocket and, sure enough, there was an envelope. Inside was a thick stack of great Unity Yuan notes. Without counting, he knew 400 yuan. Seeing those bills made his heart pound. In his past life, this wad of money ruined his reputation and forced him into a life of humiliation. He took a deep breath, trying to calm himself. Yes, if he simply threw the money away, no evidence would remain. But he refused to do that. I've been reborn. If I let them off easily, I wouldn't deserve this second chance. He inhaled deeply, recalling the situation clearly. Right now, the Holy Family still lived together. Grandma and the eldest branch lived in the main forum house. Li Yinchuan's family occupied the west wing, and his third uncle's family lived in the east wing. He had been lying in his own room where was Li Yinlong, the one who had gotten him drunk. Now, Li Yinchuan quietly slipped out of the room. It was summer, and the door wasn't locked. He walked straight into main house and peeked into Li Yinlong's room. A smile crept onto his face. What a stroke of luck. Li Yinlong was lying flat on the Kong, snoring loudly. He even had a smug grin on his face, probably dreaming of how Head framed Li Yinchuan. Li Yinchuan clenched his teeth. You won't get away with it this time. Not anymore. Ha ha. With a quiet chuckle, Li Yinchuan wandered around the room, then tiptoed back to his own house. He took off his shoes, lay down on the Kong, and closed his eyes. Headache from drinking too much. Time to rest. The show was about to begin. Chapter 2. The women turn off the lights differently. 5 minutes later, a group of individuals approached old Li's home from a distance, led by Li Yinchuan's grandmother, by Manhwa, and butcher Wang Fuguwei. Following them were 7 or 8 curious villagers. Fuguwei, are you certain that after Yinchuan passed by your house with that bottle of wine, your 400 yuan vanished? Lady Bai inquired, casting a scrutinizing glance at Wang the butcher. At Lanhua, why would I deceive you? We are all from the same village. He replied earnestly. Very well, if it truly was Yinchuan, I shall see to it that justice is served today. Lady Bai declared, rolling up her sleeves with determination. Their performance was nothing short of theatrical. Upon entering the house and reaching Li Yinchuan's door, Bai Lanhua noticed it ajar and, without greeting anyone, she charged in with Wang Fuguwei in tow. They quickly spotted Li Yinchuan sprawled on the Kong, snoring softly. Wang Fuguwei smirked subtly before bellowing, Li Yinchuan. Huh? Yinchuan jolted awake, appearing startled. You've done a fine job. Wang Fuguwei continued, his voice booming. What have I done? Yinchuan asked, still groggy. Did you sneak into my house and steal my 400 yuan when you passed by? I didn't. Yinchuan stammered, instinctively clutching his pocket. The next moment, astonishment flickered across his face. Wang Fuguwei felt a surge of triumph. The boy had caught on, but it was too late. With a sinister grin, he taunted. Then what is in your pocket? I have nothing in my pocket. Yinchuan replied, his words increasingly faltering, which only solidified Wang Fuguwei's belief that the outcome was inevitable. Yinchuan was merely flailing in desperation. Heh, Li Yinchuan, you still have time to confess. If I find the money in 2 minutes, I will report you to the authorities, and then it will be too late. What have I done? Why should I confess? At this moment, Bai Lanhua interjected, Yinchuan, if it truly was you, you should quickly apologize to Uncle Fuguwei. You are still a child, and with your grandmother here. Uncle Fuguwei won't do anything too harsh. To an outsider, the first impression would undoubtedly be that this elderly lady was genuinely defending her grandson. Li Yinchuan's face flushed crimson as he inhaled deeply, hesitating for a moment before asserting, Grandmother, I did nothing wrong. What should I confess? Then tell me. What is in your pocket? My pocket? Yinchuan paused briefly, then quickly exclaimed, Nothing at all. Lady Bai smirked inwardly. Uncle Fuguwei suspects that you have his 400 yuan in your pocket. Upon hearing this, Yinchuan's gaze faltered, and he bit his lip, declaring, Impossible. Absolutely not. Wang Fuguwei chuckled derisively. What if you do? With a defiant posture, Yinchuan responded, Then I will submit to Uncle Fuguwei's judgment, whether it be punishment or penalty. I will accept it. Wang Fuguwei's grin widened ominously. Well said. If it truly belongs to you, then prepare yourself to accompany your father to the sewing machine. Now, let us see what you have in your pocket. All eyes were focused on Li Yinchuan. He took a deep breath, a cold smile gracing his lips as he said, Hold on. What if I do not possess what you seek? Not possible. How could that be? Wang Fuguwei retorted. If you do not, then I shall give you a severe reprimand to prove that your words are mere nonsense. A sense of foreboding washed over Wang Fuguwei, prompting a moment of hesitation. However, upon closer inspection of Li Yinchuan, he noticed the veins in the young man's right hand bulging, an indication of his exertion. Clearly, he harbored guilt. Wang Fugui laughed heartily and said, "All right, I shall take your word for it. If you do not have it, then prepare for my reprimand." Li Yinchuan gritted his teeth. Glaring at Wang Fugui, the tension in his hand intensifying, Wang Fugui felt a weight lift from his chest. It was evident that the young man had just attempted to deceive him. Manhwa spoke up once more. "Fugui, consider that this child is still young and has perhaps had a bit too much to drink, lacking in prudence. How about I apologize on his behalf? Let us step outside for a moment, and I shall bring you the money, all right? We are all neighbors. There is no need for hostility." Wang Fugui cast a sidelong glance at Bai Lanhua, a smile playing on his lips, yet he remained silent. The answer was clear. Li Yinchuan's pocket must be examined. Li Yinchuan glanced at Wang Fugui, and in the next moment, his entire demeanor slackened, the tension in his hand dissipating as if he had resigned to his fate. Slowly, he retrieved an envelope from his pocket. The envelope appeared substantial, resembling a stack of money. At that moment, Madame Bai suddenly grasped Wang Fugui's arm. "Fugui, I implore you, let this matter rest. Do not involve the authorities. Allow Yinchuan to return the money to you. And since Ru Hua has a fondness for Yinchuan, I can arrange for him to marry her. What do you think?" Wang Fugui pondered for a moment. "This young man is unworthy of being my son-in-law, due to his unscrupulous behavior. He is usually quite clean in his dealings, but I shall compromise. Let my Yinchuan become your family's son-in-law instead." Wang Fugui furrowed his brow, clearly caught in a dilemma. Upon hearing Ru Hua's name, Li Yinchuan's mind conjured her image. Two short, slender brows shaped like inverted verses, unusually large eyes, rosy cheeks, and a wide, vibrant mouth revealing a perfect set of teeth. A ring of delicate fuzz adorned her upper lip. She stood at a height of 5 feet, weighing 150 pounds, a truly peculiar woman. The calm facade of Li Yinchuan shattered in an instant. In his previous life, he had spent 8 years with this woman, marking the beginning of all his tribulations. As a young man filled with vigor, he suffered from a condition of diminished vitality for a full 8 years. He had experienced the symptoms of weakness and impotence long before. It was not that Li Yinchuan was incapable, rather. Each time he mustered the courage to gaze upon Ru Hua's visage, all desire would dissipate. It was truly unbearable. Even in darkness, it proved futile. They say that a woman looks the same in the dark, yet this was clearly not the case. Li Yinchuan, drawing upon his own experiences, responded with undeniable facts. Dismissing the absurdity of the situation, the prickly beard of Hua was truly bothersome. He could no longer afford to linger on these thoughts, initially. He intended to observe the disgraceful antics of the two individuals a little longer. However, his impatience took over as he eagerly opened the envelope, revealing its contents to Wang Fugui and Madame Bai before him. Upon seeing the items within the envelope, both Wang Fugui and Bai Lanhua were momentarily taken aback. Chapter 3. A Delightful Strike. The contents of the envelope were unveiled before all, revealing a letter, albeit folded several times to form a substantial size. Gazing at the letter, Wang Fugui incredulously inquired, "Impossible. How could it possibly contain a letter?" Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. "Uncle Fugui, what else would be inside the envelope but a letter?" Wang Fugui felt utterly confused, questioning his presence and what had transpired. Bai Lanhua was equally bewildered. Hadn't her grandson Li Yilong claimed that he would place the money in Li Yinchuan's pocket? Where, then, was the money? Had it sprouted wings and flown away? Li Yinchuan slowly descended from the bed, put on his shoes, and approached them deliberately. He glanced at the still-dazed Wang Fugui, flashed a grin, and a glint of menace flickered in his eyes. "Uncle Fugui, since the envelope contains no money, shall we proceed to fulfill our promise?" Wang Fugui momentarily failed to comprehend. What promise? He had just stated that if the envelope did not contain what he desired, he would receive a severe punishment, and he was now fully prepared for it. Wang Fugui's breath caught in his throat. How could he have forgotten this? Initially, he believed Li Yinchuan was attempting a trick, but now he realized that Li Yinchuan truly had no money. Was this a jest? Would he really allow Li Yinchuan to publicly humiliate him? Wang Fugui's eyes darted around, seeking assistance from Bai Lanhua. She quickly grasped the situation. He was asking her to intercede. "Yinchuan, it's all a misunderstanding. Just now, your uncle Fugui was upset about losing money and made a reckless bet with you. Surely, you wouldn't truly harm your uncle Fugui? Let's let this matter rest. Perhaps he has made an error." "An error?" Li Yinchuan's gaze fixed on Wang Fugui, who sheepishly chuckled. "Yes, an error." Li Yinchuan's smile turned icy, and in that moment, Wang Fugui felt an unsettling sensation, as though he were a prey cornered by a wolf ready to strike. Is it an error to falsely accuse me of stealing your money? If I had truly stolen it, I would be facing severe consequences. And now, upon realizing I have not stolen anything, you claim it was a mistake? That makes no sense whatsoever. Wouldn't everyone agree? Uncle Fugue, we, the men of Dake Mountain, hold our word as sacred. You are a respectable figure in Bayun village. Do you intend to be deceitful? Here is the arrangement. If you boldly declare before everyone that I, Wang Fugue, am nothing but a scoundrel, then I shall forego the punishment. This ultimatum cornered Wang Fugue completely, forcing him to grit his teeth as he replied, Rest assured, what your uncle Fugue has said holds true. I will not be deceitful. Now that is the spirit of a true man. Stand still, and I shall be with you momentarily. Li Yinchuan, while speaking, raised his hand. Wang Fugue inhaled deeply, his eyes widening as he glared fiercely at Li Yinchuan. In that fleeting moment, Li Yinchuan appeared somewhat overwhelmed, retreating a half-step under Wang Fugue's fierce gaze. A sinister smile crept onto Wang Fugue's lips. You little brat, you've been given a taste of respect. I am one of the most formidable figures in Bayun village. When I am enraged, few dare to approach. Look at you, Li Yinchuan, usually incapable of even a feeble retort. Here I stand. Do you dare to strike? Unexpectedly. In the next moment, Li Yinchuan offered a slight smile, abruptly lifting his arm and taking a step forward, delivering a powerful slap. Crack. Wang Fugue, who thought Li Yinchuan would not dare to hit him, was caught off guard as the slap landed squarely on his face. The force of it was astonishing. Li Yinchuan channeled every ounce of strength he possessed, pouring into that slap all the humiliation he had endured at Wang Fugue's hands in his previous life. Wang Fugue felt an overwhelming force strike his face, spinning him around twice, leaving him disoriented. He tried to steady himself, but ultimately collapsed onto the ground. Darkness clouded his vision, a ringing echoed in his ears, and warmth flooded his nose. Upon touching it, he discovered blood streaming down. Everything appeared slightly askew. The area where Li Yinchuan struck him first felt numb, then a searing pain followed. 5 distinct finger marks were evident on his face, rapidly swelling before the onlookers' astonished eyes. They gasped in disbelief. Who knew that the seemingly quiet and unassuming Li Yinchuan could unleash such ferocity? After a moment of recovery, Wang Fugue spat blood-tinged phlegm. Acutely aware that 2 of his left teeth felt loose, Li Yinchuan examined his palm, which had delivered the slap. It was exhilarating, an unparalleled satisfaction coursing through him. He had longed to slap that old scoundrel for ages, but had never realized that desire. To achieve it so swiftly in this new life was utterly exhilarating. However, a twinge of regret flickered in Li Yinchuan's heart. He thought he should have claimed to deliver 2 slaps instead of just 1. After all, he had only struck the left side of Wang Fugue's face, leaving the right untouched. Such an uneven outcome felt lacking, truly imperfect. Wang Fugue raised his head, glaring at Li Yinchuan with unbridled fury. He had never suffered such a humiliation in his life, and he vowed to seek retribution. Yet, Li Yinchuan, with a cheerful demeanor, responded, Uncle Fugue, I sincerely apologize. I lost control, and now my hand hurts a bit. Wang Fugue was left speechless with rage. However, he realized that in this situation, it was impossible to reclaim his dignity. That slap was a blow he could not recover from. Unexpectedly, at this moment, Li Yinchuan spoke again, with a sly grin. He inquired, By the way, Uncle Fugue, what leads you to believe that the money from your household has fallen into my possession? Do you think this matter concludes here? Certainly not. Today, it is insufficient for only Wang Fugue to endure the brunt of the punishment. There is another culprit in the room. Wang Fugue, shielding his face, muttered in frustration, Someone witnessed you passing by my home, and shortly thereafter, my money vanished. That individual saw me alone passing by. Li Yinchuan questioned, perplexed. What do you mean? Just moments ago, I was drinking with my cousin, Li Long, and after our revelry, we both strolled past your house. When we neared your vicinity, I urgently needed to relieve myself and stepped aside. At this juncture, even a fool like Wang Fugue grasped that Li Yinchuan was insinuating that it was Li Long who had taken the money. Yinchuan, what nonsense are you spouting? Long is your brother. How could he possibly commit such an act? Exclaimed the elderly matriarch, by Manhwa, in a fluster. Li Yinchuan cast a cold glance at the old woman, a smirk playing on his lips. Long is indeed my brother, and if he is incapable of such wrongdoing, then... Dear grandmother, what makes you so certain that I could? Bai Lanhua fell silent, momentarily at a loss for words. Wang Fugue, feeling the heat of Li Yinchuan's relentless accusations, found himself with nowhere to vent his fury. After all, it was indeed Li Yinlong who had orchestrated this mischief. And now it had unfolded in such a manner that he could not be absolved. With a furious shout, he demanded, "Where is Li Yinlong?" "Of course. He is in his own room, Uncle Fuguwei. Come, I shall lead you there." Chapter 4. I have horns on my head. Li Yinchuan swiftly guided everyone to Li Yinlong's quarters. In the midst of merriment, Li Yinlong had intoxicated Li Yinchuan and indulged himself as well. Upon returning, he placed the money into Li Yinchuan's pocket, intending to observe the outcome. However, the effects of his inebriation soon overtook him, and he fell into a deep slumber, sleeping soundly. Upon entering the room, Wang Fuguwei was met with the sight of Li Yinlong sprawled across the bed, snoring blissfully, which ignited a seething anger within him. "You little scoundrel! You promised to frame Li Yinchuan for me, so he would become my son-in-law. I entrusted you with $400, and in return, I received a beating that nearly knocked my teeth out, while you lie here, sound asleep. Am I to spare you today?" Wang Fuguwei strode purposefully to Li Yinlong, this time without shouting or creating a scene. He reached out and felt Li Yinlong's thigh, and indeed, it confirmed his suspicions. Something heavy was nestled within his pocket. Learning from past mistakes, Wang Fuguwei was determined not to fall into the same trap again. With a swift motion, he extracted the bulging item from Li Yinlong's pocket, a sealed envelope. Upon opening it, there was no mistaking it. It contained the very $400 that belonged to him. Wang Fuguwei's eyes widened in disbelief. "It seems this ire must be unleashed upon you today. Brace yourself." The onlookers, including the elderly matriarch Bai, stood in stunned silence. How could Yinlong be so foolish? Was Bai Lanhua's thought. Is Li Yinlong truly so brazenly pocketing stolen money while sound asleep, with such audacity? "Yinlong!" shouted Bai Lanhua, her voice piercing through the air. The commotion jolted Li Yinlong awake, and in his dazed state, he immediately spotted Wang Fuguwei glaring at him. The young man greeted Wang Fuguwei with a smile, saying, "Uncle Fuguwei, you're here. I had a bit to drink earlier and dozed off." The underlying implication was a question. Is everything settled? Upon seeing Li Yinlong's grin, Wang Fuguwei's annoyance intensified. In a sudden burst of fury, he leaped onto the bed and struck Li Yinlong. Slap, slap, slap. Several heavy blows landed on Li Yinlong's face. "This is for stealing my money. This is for stealing my money," he shouted while delivering the blows. Although Wang Fuguwei was fully aware that Li Yinlong had not pilfered from him, he thought, "I've already been struck. Why not take it out on you?" "Hey, Uncle Fuguwei, what are you doing? Is there a misunderstanding? Stop it, please." Li Yinlong's transformation from confusion to pleading vividly illustrated the typical reaction of someone unexpectedly assaulted. Li Yinchuan, observing his brother being mercilessly beaten by Wang Fuguwei, felt a sense of exhilaration akin to the refreshing relief of biting into a chilled watermelon on a sweltering summer day. "Serves you right for plotting against me. Give him a good thrashing. Don't just hit his face. Aim for his stomach too. Yes, kick there, even lower if possible. Make it so he can't walk properly." Li Yinchuan mentally cheered as he watched the scene unfold. Given her age, Bai Lanhua could not leap onto the bed as quickly. The onlookers merely stood by, arms crossed, unresponsive. It was evident to them that Li Yinlong had stolen money, and Wang Fuguwei's assault was justified. "Stop!" At that moment, a voice shouted from outside, and a figure rushed in. "Wang Fuguwei, what are you doing to my son?" It was none other than Li Yinlong's mother, Wang Yuzhen. Earlier that day, she had taken Li Yinchuan's mother and their siblings to the market to facilitate Li Yinlong's scheme, and she had just returned. Upon entering, she found her son being ruthlessly beaten by Wang Fuguwei, and her heart raced in alarm. Wasn't it agreed that Li Yinchuan would take the blame for the theft? How had it come to this? Wang Yuzhen charged forward, but no one noticed Li Yinchuan stealthily extend a foot, which perfectly obstructed her path. With a yelp, Wang Yuzhen stumbled and fell, colliding headfirst against the edge of the bed. The impact was jarring, the bed frame shook, and her forehead immediately swelled into a sizable bump. Resembling a horn, Li Yinchuan secretly hummed a tune in his mind. "I have horns upon my head, and a tail behind me." Wang Fuguwei had already delivered several powerful blows to Li Yinlong, 3 heavy slaps for rapid strikes, and 3 solid kicks when the sudden appearance of Wang Yuzhen startled him into halting his assault. "Are you all right, Aunt?" Li Yinchuan rushed over to help Wang Yuzhen to her feet. "Your fall was a consequence of your carelessness and lack of attention to the path ahead. And as a younger generation, I am genuinely concerned for your well-being." Wang Yuzhen was utterly bewildered by her tumble. She could not comprehend how it had happened, as if something had tripped her when she rushed out. However, The bond between mother and son is profound, and upon witnessing her son being struck, she quickly regained her composure and managed to rise unsteadily. With a fierce glare directed at Wang Fugue, she demanded, "Why did you strike my son? He stole 400 yuan from me." "What?" Wang Yuzhen's voice escalated in pitch. "When did he steal your money? Was it not Li Yinchuan who took your funds?" In an instant, the atmosphere grew still, and the onlookers cast peculiar glances toward the Li family, sensing the undercurrents of a deeper issue. "Aunt, you went to the market with my mother. How could you know that I stole Uncle Fu Gui's money?" Li Yinchuan remarked softly. Wang Yuzhen's face flushed crimson, her eyes darting around as she struggled to retract her words. I misspoke. I meant to say it wasn't you who stole the money. Aunt, why should it be assumed that I am the thief? You have no evidence to implicate me. Are you and Wang Fu Gui conspiring against me? Certainly not. How could that be? Then if you aren't colluding, it must be that Li Yinlong truly took the money, as it was found in his pocket, irrefutable evidence. Wang Yuzhen felt a tightness in her chest, her face flushed with indignation. Yinlong must have inadvertently taken it after drinking. As she spoke, her gaze turned venomous toward Wang Fu Gui. She wished nothing more than to strangle him. Wang Fu Gui, having vented his frustrations, cast a wary glance at Wang Yuzhen, aware that if he remained obstinate, she might lash out at him. Yes, it is likely that Li Yinlong was inebriated. The villagers would not resort to theft. Then why is it labeled as theft when it involves me? Wang Fu Gui was left speechless. I remember, grandmother mentioned a solution earlier. Uncle Fu Gui, how about this? Let Li Yinlong become your family as son-in-law. Before Li Yinchuan could finish, Bai Lanhua let out a cry. No, Yinlong is my beloved grandson. Li Yinlong echoed her sentiment with fury. My girlfriend is Chuyan, not Ruhua. Li Yinchuan shot a cold glance at Bai Lanhua. So, your implication is that I am not your true grandson. I did not say that. Then why can't he be a son-in-law? I could be one. Given that you just agreed with Uncle Fu Gui that whoever stole the money would marry into the family. Bai Lanhua's chest heaved with anger as she bit her lip, struggling to respond. After a long pause, she finally declared, "No, absolutely not." At this moment, the onlooking villagers began to murmur among themselves that old lady is so biased. Indeed, she has never regarded Li Yinchuan as her true grandson. Li Yinchuan chuckled. "Grandmother, it seems I can be bullied at will, while your precious grandson, Li Yinlong, is to be cherished above all. If I stole money, I must become a son-in-law, while he suffers no consequences." Bai Lanhua's face turned a deep shade of purple. Yet in front of so many witnesses, she found herself at a loss for words. Wang Fu Gui touched his face, growing increasingly irritated with each stroke. At this moment, he decided to abandon the pretense and directly stated, "Aunt Lan, my daughter Ruhua has set her sights on your son Yinchuan and wishes for him to become a son-in-law. What do you think about this matter? If you agree, we'll let the matter of Yinlong go." "All right, I concur." Both Wang Guilan and Bai Lanhua echoed in unison. "But the person involved hasn't agreed yet. On what grounds do you accept this?" Li Yinchuan protested. Bai Lanhua glanced at Wang Fugui and replied, "You should return home now. I assure you that Annie will provide you with clarity on today's events. Rest assured, this matter is settled." Upon hearing this, Wang Fugui ceased his protests and turned to leave, feeling that he had endured enough for one day. He walked away, covering his face. "All right, everyone disperse." Bai Lanhua began to usher people out. As the villagers noticed Wang Fugui's departure, they too decided to leave, no longer pursuing their grievances. At that moment, Li Yinchuan's mother, Zhou Sujing, entered the scene. Having briefly returned to her own home, she was surprised to see her son present. "Mother, you're back." "Yes, I am Chuaner. What has happened?" "They conspired against you, accusing your son of stealing and insisting that he become a son-in-law to Uncle Fugui's family." "Li Yinchuan, cease your nonsense." Wang Yuzhen was the first to speak up. "That is not how it happened." Li Yinlong interjected defensively. "Little rascal, be quiet." Mrs. Bai was utterly furious. Her usually timid grandson was surprisingly assertive today. "I'll tell you this, little rascal, whether you want to be a son-in-law to Wang Fugui or not, you shall become one. Want me to become a son-in-law to Wang Fugui? Dream on." Mrs. Bai's blood pressure soared. "Get out of my sight." "Fine. If you dislike me so much, I'll go fetch the village chief to assist us in splitting the family." Bai Lanhua completely lost her composure. "Go ahead and find him. Today we shall split the family, and you can leave this household. You wait, I will go find him right now." With that, Li Yinchuan pulled his mother away. Chapter 5. A family division is necessary. Bai Lanhua stomped and wept in the courtyard. You ungrateful little rascal, a wolf in sheep's clothing. Today, the Li family can no longer accommodate you. Let us see how long you can boast. Li Yinchuan, holding his mother, did not look back and directly returned to their home. Upon entering, two figures rushed out, his elder brother, Li Yinfeng, and his younger sister, Li Qiao. Seeing his siblings filled Li Yinchuan with a mix of emotions as he affectionately patted their heads and faces. You both have suffered so much in life. I promise to ensure you have a better future from now on. Chuaner, you aren't truly considering a family division, are you? Mother, I assure you, it is true. This cannot be allowed. Mother, have you grown accustomed to toiling for the Li family? This is no way for a human to live. If this continues, your son will end up as a son-in-law for someone else. Zhou Sujing, being timid, contemplated the situation and was reluctant to split the family, especially with her husband absent. She feared the village would mock her. Shall we wait a little longer? Wait for your grandmother to calm down, and then I will plead with her. Perhaps there is still a chance. Mother, after all these years, do you still fail to comprehend who Manhwa truly is? Her eyes are solely fixated on her eldest and second grandsons. When have our family members ever held significance to her? Can you not see the reality? Today, we shall separate our household. You are coming with us. Li Yinchuan's words resonated with logic, leaving Zhou Sujing in a state of hesitation. Is this truly feasible? It must be. Observing his son's resolute demeanor, the usually docile Zhou Sujing pondered for a long while, reflecting on the years of toil and mistreatment she had endured in the Li family, before finally mustering the courage to speak. Very well, my son. I shall heed your wish. As for younger brother Li Yinfeng and sister Li Qiao, with their elder brother and mother choosing to separate, they naturally expressed their unanimous support. They had all suffered enough within this household. Having made the decision, there was no turning back. To formalize their separation, they needed to consult the village chief, Li Baohua, who resided at the eastern edge of Baiyun village. Upon hearing that Li Yinchuan intended to separate, Li Baohua was taken aback. Is your grandmother truly amenable to this? Li Baohua was well aware of the Li family's dynamics. Old Madame Bai wielded considerable influence, with her sons and grandsons completely under her control. Typically, Li Yinchuan appeared rather lethargic, yet today he boldly proposed a separation. Indeed, it must be approved. Life is unbearable as it stands, if we do not separate. I shall be sold off. Li Baohua chuckled at the irony. Baiyun village was not vast, and he had heard rumors of old Madame Bai intending to marry Li Yinchuan off as a son-in-law. If they did not separate, would it not lead to his being sold? This situation was truly coercive. All right, I will accompany you, but let me make it clear, if your grandmother throws a fit, I am powerless to intervene. Old Madame Bai's formidable reputation for conflict was well known in the village. Ordinary folk rarely dared to provoke her. Rest assured, she will certainly acquiesce. Li Baohua nodded and followed Li Yinchuan back home. Upon learning that Li Yinchuan was genuinely intent on separating, old Madame Bai lost her composure immediately. Your grandfather passed away early. Our entire family has thrived on unity to reach this point. How dare you, this ungrateful wretch, suggest a separation? Do you not realize that strength lies in numbers? If we divide, the Li family will crumble, and henceforth we shall be vulnerable to all. Old Madame Bai's words reflected her true sentiments. She never perceived herself as biased. She believed that for the sake of the family, sacrifices must be made, and naturally, those sacrifices would never fall upon her grandsons or herself. If I do not separate and become a son-in-law, would I not still be subjected to bullying? Since you do not consider me part of your family, a separation would be quite advantageous. Li Yinchuan's retort rendered the old lady speechless. Yinchuan, it is not that auntie is admonishing you. Every matter can be negotiated. If you truly do not wish to become a son-in-law, we can discuss it. Why must we resort to separation? Auntie Wang Yuzhen was cunning, sensing the shifting tides and attempting to navigate the situation. Hearing Auntie Wang Yuzhen's words, Li Yinchuan scoffed coldly. Just moments ago, the old lady agreed to the separation. Am I to retract my words now? After casting a sidelong glance at the elderly matriarch, by Manhwa, it became evident that this remark was a clever counterstrike. Having lived 2 lives, Li Yinchuan understood this old crone all too well. Could she truly endure such indignity? As expected, upon noticing Li Yinchuan's disdainful gaze, Bai Lanhua erupted in fury. You little wretch. You can't even address me as grandmother anymore. If you wish to sever ties, then go ahead and leave this household with your mother, that harbinger of misfortune. And those 2 little brats. May you all starve. At that moment, Li Yinchuan's little uncle and his family returned from a visit to relatives. Upon hearing of Li Yinchuan's intention to split from the family, his aunt, Ma Guolian, delivered a mocking comment. Oh, so this grand household can no longer accommodate you? Must you insist on dividing the family? Li Yinchuan scrutinized his uncle's family, a quintessentially opportunistic bunch. From his uncle, Li Changshou, to his aunt, Ma Guolian, and their children. Li Yinsua, Li Yingang, and Li Bixia, each one exemplified a greater degree of avarice than the last. In a previous life, his uncle's family thrived by draining the resources of their own kin, particularly after their eldest cousin ascended to an official position and the second cousin became a professor at Xinjiang University. They fawned over the elder uncle's family like sycophants, while treating their own kin with the disdain reserved for beggars, utterly shameless in their contempt. Li Yinchuan smirked coldly. And I suggest you remember your words today. Should this household become unable to accommodate you in the future, do refrain from uttering anything about division. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's statement, Ma Guolian immediately pledged her loyalty, sensing the elder matriarch's watchful gaze. How could that be? We are thriving in this household. After her display of loyalty, it was clear that Old Bai nodded approvingly, which allowed Ma Guolian to breathe a sigh of relief. The old matriarch was not one to be trifled with. Li Yinchuan scoffed softly. Ah, you say you are thriving. But once you have separated from our family, the Li clan's main house will no longer be able to siphon from the second branch. Just wait and see what happens to you three. He was eager to witness whether the eldest grandson would be more effective or if the younger son would garner greater favor. Chapter 6. A promised prosperity. The division of the household commenced. The first order of business was to allocate the residences. Normally, Li Yinchuan's family would be entitled to the 2 side rooms. However, he graciously declared, we shall forego those 2 rooms. The rationale was simple, no matter where one lived. Why would he want to reside next to that old hag after being reborn? The very thought repulsed him. Furthermore, those side rooms were the western ones. Cold in winter and sweltering in summer, he had no desire to inhabit them and decisively relinquish them. Next came the division of assets. Old Bai resorted to her usual bullying tactics. Not a single penny shall you receive. Silver Tiger has incurred significant educational expenses, and Silver Dragon still needs a wife. Your family earns barely anything. Having grown up on my sustenance, you still dare to ask for money? If you possess the capability, find your own way. If not, then sleep under the open sky. This time, Li Yinchuan would not yield. As a reborn individual, he looked down upon such trifles. Not for any other reason but to provoke that stubborn old woman. Our family has contributed to this household as well. If you refuse to provide a house and not even a single coin, on what grounds do you deny us? Tell me, what grounds? There are none. Not a single penny. Or perhaps you wish to take a piece of me instead. All right. Are you trying to play tricks on me? Since there's no money. There are 4 geese at home. I will take 2 of them. As for the 10 rabbits, I will take 5. No, you cannot take them. I am determined to take them today. Let us see who can stop me. Li Yinchuan glared, his 2 lifetimes having exposed him to numerous storms. His fury made everyone feel a bit intimidated, and they helplessly allowed him to take away 2 geese and 5 rabbits. After the distribution, a small half bag of cornmeal and a sack of somewhat withered sweet potatoes were allocated. Once these were divided, it was time to allocate land. The Old Li family owned a total of 8 acres, 5 acres at the east end of the village and 3 acres at the west end. At this moment, Mrs. Bai unexpectedly spoke up, offering, you can have the 2 acres near the mountain at the west end of the village. Upon hearing this, even the village head shook his head. The 5 acres at the east end, close to the river, were incredibly fertile, while the 3 acres at the west end were strewn with stones, severely lacking in quality, which was likely why she was willing to give away 2 acres. In response, Li Yinchuan coldly smiled and said, the land at the west end is acceptable, but we will take all 3 acres. No way. Why should you get 3 acres? Our family didn't even take a house earlier. Shouldn't the land be divided more equitably? If you disagree, then give us the 2 rooms we currently inhabit. I may not live there, but I will daily fill it with manure and turn it into a latrine. You'll see who ends up suffering from the stench. Turning my house into a dung pit? Mrs. Bai was instantly enraged. Before she could explode, Aunt Wang Yuzhen next to her interjected, Mother, don't stoop to his level. Just give it to him. She simultaneously signaled the old lady with her eyes. The 3 acres at the west end were indeed too poor, merely labor without yield. No one wished to toil there, and it would be better to give it to the second family. After contemplating, Mrs. Bai reluctantly agreed, though she frowned as she said, Fine, take it all, as if acquiring an extra acre will make you prosperous. Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. It indeed may lead to prosperity. Although the 3 acres at the west end were poor, if memory served him right, a road would pass through those 3 acres in 8 years. And the value would not remain as it is now. He hoped they wouldn't regret it in the future. After the division, they needed to move. Fortunately, there was already a place to stay, which is why Li Yinchuan was willing to relinquish the 2 rooms at once. His family had a small house at the east end of the village, built when his parents married. Though small, it was well ventilated. Unfortunately, after a few years of living there, Mrs. Bai compelled them to build 2 additional rooms nearby, claiming it was inconvenient to live so far away. At that time, Zhou Sujing thought her mother-in-law enjoyed the hustle and bustle, only to later realize it was because Mrs. Bai feared they might hide their savings if they lived too far. And by moving closer, Zhou Sujing would be unable to slack off, forced to labor for them day in and day out for over a decade. Fortunately, Zhou Sujing was concerned about the house falling into disrepair, so she tidied it up every few months, making it barely habitable. The yard also contained a small garden where she had planted some vegetables. The principal drawback was the smallness of the house. It contained but a single bedroom, making it rather cramped for a family of 4. Unfazed by this, Li Yinchuan borrowed a cart from Li Baohua, loading it with his family's pots, pans, clothing, and 2 large geese along with 5 rabbits, all destined for their new abode. Given that this house was uninhabited most of the time, Zhou Sujing had last come to clean it a month prior, and it was evident that some tidying up was necessary before it could serve as a home. Li Yinchuan took a yoke and bucket and fetched several pails of water, after which the family of 4 embarked on a thorough cleaning. After 2 hours of diligent labor, the house appeared completely transformed and was finally fit for living. Once the cleaning was complete, Zhou Sujing sat in a chair, lost in thought. It was fair to say her life had been fraught with hardship. She had married Li Yinchuan's father, Li Changlu, at the tender age of 18 and bore 3 children, contributing significantly to the Li family. However, her formidable mother-in-law had made the years feel like servitude, as she had tirelessly catered to both the young and the old. The only solace she derived was that, despite their struggles, her husband treated her decently. Yet, fate took a cruel turn 2 years ago when Li Changlu, while scavenging for electrical wires at the market, was wrongfully accused of theft and sentenced to 3 years in prison. From that moment on, her mother-in-law regarded her with disdain, berating her as a harbinger of misfortune. Today, her son's resolute decision to leave that house was a welcome relief, sparing her from daily reproaches. Yet, uncertainty loomed over what lay ahead, leaving her feeling lost. Sensing his mother's bewilderment, Li Yinchuan took her hand and reassured her, "Mom, do not worry. We are capable and resourceful. Our lives will surely be better than being mere servants for the Li family. We will thrive." Zhou Sujing glanced at her son, feeling a mix of familiarity and strangeness. Was this truly her usually docile child? It felt as though he had matured overnight, ready to bear the weight of the family's future. With a touch of reassurance, she replied, "Very well, Mom believes in you. We will indeed lead better lives." Chapter 7. A life no longer subdued. While Li Yinchuan was fervently contemplating their future, Li Qiao's stomach began to rumble. "Brother, I am hungry," she exclaimed. Li Yinchuan affectionately patted his sister's head. "Just wait a moment. I will prepare something delicious for you." "Can you really cook, Chuan?" Zhou Sujing's eyes widened in astonishment as she gazed at her son, momentarily feeling as if she hardly recognized him. Today had been filled with surprises. First, her previously meek son had become assertive, and now he claimed to know how to cook. "Of course I can cook, Mom. Just wait and see," Li Yinchuan replied confidently. Having lived alone for a considerable time in his previous life, he had honed his culinary skills. Preparing a meal was certainly within his capabilities. However, he seemed to have overlooked the fact that cooking now required more than merely turning on a gas stove. It involved lighting a fire. As he stood before the long-forgotten stove, he scratched his head, striving to recall the process of igniting it, and clumsily began his endeavor. He first located some kindling, struck a match to ignite it, and placed it into the stove's cavity, then proceeded to add small pieces of wood. As Li Yinchuan watched the visible flames flicker to life, a faint smile graced his lips, for such trifles were indeed no challenge for him. However, in the blink of an eye, he was swiftly met with reality. A piece of damp wood ignited, releasing a plume of black smoke that rushed towards him. Caught unawares, Li Yinchuan was enveloped by the smoke, causing tears to stream down his face, followed by a fit of violent coughing. "Cough, cough." Observing her son struggling comically, Zhou Sujing felt her earlier melancholy about moving dissipate entirely. "Son, why not take a break? Let your mother handle it." "Don't worry, Mom. I've got this." Yet as he turned, the contrasting hues of his face, streaked with white and black, only prompted Zhou Sujin to laugh even harder. All right, my eldest son can indeed cook. I shall look forward to a meal today. Once the stove was ablaze, Li Yinchuan pondered what to prepare. Regrettably, he had no provisions to work with. Upon spotting 2 large geese, he recalled his specialty, braised goose in a cast iron pot. However, knowing his mother's fierce protectiveness over these new household treasures, he surmised that if he dared to slaughter the geese, she would likely retaliate with a knife. Thus, he reluctantly spared them. As he rummaged through the kitchen, he suddenly discovered a basin containing several corn cakes. An idea sparked in his mind. Today's dish was set. He first ventured into the garden to pluck a handful of fresh chives, washed and chopped them into small pieces, then diced the corn cakes as well. Under the piercing gaze of his mother, as if she were about to commit a murder, he scooped a chunk of lard from the jar with a spoon. Melting it in the pan, he added minced garlic and ginger, releasing a delightful aroma. Next, he tossed in the corn cakes, seasoning them with salt. Stirring until they were thoroughly coated, and continued to saw it until both sides turned golden brown. Finally, he added the chives, plating his first grand dish post-rebirth stir-fried corn cakes. Fresh from the pan. As the fragrant dish wafted through the air, Zhou Sujin's eyes widened in surprise. Who would have thought my eldest son could indeed cook? Nearby, Li Qiao leaned in. Brother, it smells amazing. Since it's so fragrant, shouldn't we hurry and grab our chopsticks? The family of 4 gathered around the table, ready to indulge in the versatile corn cakes. Son, your skills are commendable. These corn cakes are both fragrant and crispy. Brother, this is delicious. If it's good, then eat more. In no time, the large plate of stir-fried corn cakes was devoured entirely. Li Qiao, satisfied, patted her belly and chuckled. Mom, I think separating our household is quite wonderful. Her remark prompted Zhou Sujin to ponder, reminiscing about the strict dining etiquette enforced by Mrs. Bai before their separation, where all the delectable dishes were reserved for Li Yinlong and Li Yinwei. It was nothing like the harmonious meals they enjoyed together now. Perhaps, separation was indeed a blessing. Meanwhile, Li Yifeng seemed to have something on his mind. After a moment of deliberation, he finally spoke up. Mom, in a week, I will be starting school. And the tuition fee is 5 yuan. Given our current situation after the separation, and considering my younger sister is still little, I was thinking perhaps I should forego my studies and join my brother to earn money instead. Upon hearing Li Yinfeng's words, Zhou Sujin's expression stiffened. After pondering for a moment, she gritted her teeth and said, Yifeng, you are still so young. Why must you venture out to earn money? Rest assured, you need not concern yourself with financial matters. If necessary, your mother will borrow some money in a few days. You must continue your studies. Li Yifeng fell silent. In these times, no family is affluent. Everyone struggles financially. Borrowing money requires a certain audacity, and even then, one might not succeed. The thought of his mother in such a position filled him with unease. But, Mom, my brother also dropped out of high school. Li Yinchuan tapped Li Yinfeng on the head, saying, What are you talking about? I didn't quit high school because of that old hag's prohibitions. Now that the family is divided, you must continue your education. As for money, do not worry. I will take care of it. You will? Indeed. Tomorrow, Yinfeng, accompany your mother to the fields while I earn money. Worry not. It's merely 5 yuan, and I will certainly manage it. Yinfeng, your current task is to study diligently, not only to enter university, but to gain admission to a prestigious one. I find Li Yu's demeanor infuriating. He acts as if he is superior. Your brother will never attend university, but you must strive to excel, outshine Li Yihua, and show everyone that he is, in fact, a failure. Brother, I will definitely secure a better university than Li Yihua. Then put in your utmost effort. By the way, Shower, my expectations for you are the same as your second brother's. Both of you must study hard and gain admission to a university superior to Li Yihua's. To make him furious. All right, brother. The 2 siblings replied in unison, and the mere mention of infuriating Li Yihua invigorated them. In these times, rural evenings lack entertainment. And with the fall of darkness, everyone simply retires to bed. In the past, as he grew older, he often reminisced about the carefree nights of his childhood spent on the warm Kong, believing it to be a marvelous thing, as if lying on it would instantly usher him into slumber. However, upon lying down today, he discovered it was far from the truth. Just after crossing over, the effects of alcohol dulled his senses, but now he realized the Kong was uncomfortably hard, causing his back to ache. Indeed, memories can be deceptive. Li Yinchuan tossed and turned, unable to sleep, his mind replaying the events of his previous life like a film. In that existence, he married Wang Ruhua. Toiling harder than a beast of burden, enduring the wrath of Wang the Butcher for 8 long years. By day, he busied himself incessantly, and by night, he served that corpulent woman, living a life devoid of light. After 8 years, Wang the Butcher faced misfortune and ended up in prison, allowing him to extricate himself from Wang Ruhua. Life must go on, and he could no longer remain in his hometown, so he moved to the provincial capital, working with an older brother from the Black Province, engaging in trade with Russia for several years. Those years were the pinnacle of his previous life. Adorned in gold chains and a wristwatch, draped in a black mink coat, he fancied himself at the zenith of existence. In his second marriage, he found a young woman, relishing the warmth of companionship, thereby proving that it was not his inadequacy, but rather Wang Ruhua's shortcomings that had been the issue. Regrettably, flowers do not bloom for 100 days. Once, while traversing a path, I encountered robbers. My elder brother was brutally slain on the spot, and the goods were entirely plundered. After settling the debts incurred from the stolen merchandise, I found myself burdened with a mountain of debt. It became evident that in times of hardship, only the original partner could be relied upon. My second wife, upon realizing our financial ruin, hastily gathered her belongings and fled. Subsequently, I embarked on a journey, unencumbered by ties, to Xinjiang, then to the capital, heading north to Mo, south to Yancheng, and west to Turpan, traversing nearly all of China. Along the way, I engaged in various businesses with the British, the Japanese, and the Koreans. While I did not accumulate substantial wealth, I became quite proficient in foreign languages, boasting fluency in 6 tongues. I dabbled in numerous trades, continuing this tumultuous existence until the age of 60. Upon reflection, I realized that I had not amassed much wealth, and my body had deteriorated significantly, with ailments afflicting every part, collectively rendering me quite ill. In summary, my previous life can be encapsulated in a single word: frustration. Logically, my circumstances did not align with the typical criteria for reincarnation. Protagonists in novels often boast fortunes in the billions before their rebirth, as if the death of a spouse, child, or family member magically endows them with unparalleled wisdom. Heaven grants them a second chance to save their loved ones, leading them to become the wealthiest in the city within a year, and to top the Forbes list in 3. Why then was I granted rebirth? After much contemplation, I arrived at a singular conclusion. The heavens did not wish for me to endure further frustration. In this life, I vowed not to be constrained any longer. Lost in my musings, I eventually fell asleep. Chapter 8. Preparing to earn some money for meat as I closed my eyes and then opened them again. I found it was already past 3 o'clock. I rose and consumed the remnants of yesterday's stir-fried cornbread, accompanied by a few sips of water, my meal for the day. Satiated, I sat upon a stool and began to contemplate my forthcoming plans. Having been reborn, I decided that my immediate priority was to acquire some money to procure delicious food. Although, prior to my rebirth, I had little appetite for fatty meat, this new body craved it intensely, to the point of salivating at the mere thought of it. Baiyun village lies at the foot of the towering Dahe mountain, adjacent to the flowing Songhua River. As the saying goes, one thrives by utilizing their surroundings. Thus, to earn money, I could either ascend the mountain or descend to the river. Since childhood, I had a penchant for outdoor adventures, excelling at both climbing mountains to catch birds and fishing in rivers. I rummaged through the storeroom to inspect my equipment. There was little of use at home. Ultimately, I unearthed a backpack, a fishing rod, and an old scale that had clearly seen better days. Based on the available gear, I decided to head to the river today to catch a few fish and earn some money. To fish, I first needed bait. Considering this, I glanced at the sky and hastily stepped out of the house. The dawn was breaking, and soon, finding bait would become a challenge. I made my way to a small grove not far from the village. The sky was dim, and before the first ray of sunlight emerged, the dark hunters were engaged in their final pursuits. Stealthily, I entered the woods, where not far off, a plump spider was gleefully pouncing upon a mosquito, preparing for a hearty feast. Aha! I have found you. With a swift motion, the spider was caught unawares. This spider was, in a previous life, a secret weapon discovered by Li Yinchuan. Despite its unremarkable appearance, this creature proved to be far more effective as bait than earthworms or dough. When suspended from a fishing line, the live spider would struggle on the water's surface without the need for a float or sinker, deceiving unsuspecting fish into believing it had fallen into the water, leading them to feast upon what they perceived as a delectable meal, ultimately benefiting Li Yinchuan. Finding spiders at dawn was not a challenging task. Soon, Li Yinchuan had captured 4 of them, placing them into a small iron box adorned with an instructor's portrait. The original purpose of this box had long been forgotten. After a heavy rain the night before, the river swelled, muddy waters swirling down with branches and soil, widening the normally narrow river. As Li Yinchuan walked and observed, he paused beneath a somewhat darkened poplar tree. This tree had stood for many years, too large for a single person to embrace, and had even been struck by lightning 2 years prior. It was presumed to be doomed. Yet it remarkably sprouted new buds the following year, reminiscent of his own rebirth. Beside the poplar was a river bend, where the water formed swirling eddies, the surface adorned with a frothy white layer and scattered twigs and leaves. Satisfied, Li Yinchuan nodded. This location was indeed ideal for fishing. He retrieved the small iron box from his pocket, selected a lively black spider, secured it to the fishing line, and cast it into the river. What followed was a period of anticipation as the spider floated and sank in the water. For nearly 40 minutes, the current relentlessly carried the unfortunate spider back and forth. Initially, it struggled fiercely, but soon, exhausted, it ceased its resistance, drifting peacefully on the surface. Though no fish had yet taken the bait, Li Yinchuan remained intently focused on the water. He was confident that his inaugural catch in this new life would soon occur. A large fish would inevitably consume the spider, and then there would be no escape for it. Suddenly, with a splash, the spider vanished, and the fishing line went taut. Li Yinchuan calmly rose, spreading his legs and gripping the rough fishing rod tightly, alternating between tension and relaxation as he battled the fish beneath the surface. This was the essence of fishing, maintaining a balance between tension and release, akin to the rhythm of life itself. After several tense moments, the fish finally succumbed to fatigue, allowing Li Yinchuan to drag it into shallow water. A smile spread across his face as he beheld his catch. It was a slender fish weighing 4 to 5 pounds, a species notoriously difficult to capture even with a net. Known scientifically as the salvelinus, this fish, commonly referred to as the slender-scaled salmon, is a renowned cold-water species celebrated for its tender flesh, devoid of intermuscular bones, and exquisite flavor. It is lauded for its health benefits, including preventing blood clots and expediting wound healing, earning it the nickname Golden Brain due to its high nutritional value. This fish is also a prized member of the esteemed Northeast variety of 3-flowered 5-rods, 18 suns. While in the 1980s, such fish were not as rare as in subsequent years, they could still fetch a good price if sold to the right buyer. Elated, Li Yinchuan fashioned a branch, piercing one end through the fish's gills and securing the other to its tail. The method of binding the fish allows their gills to remain open, enabling them to survive for several hours even when out of water. This unique skill was developed by Li Yinchuan himself. This time, fortune seemed to be on his side. Within a mere 30 minutes, he managed to catch 3 more slender-scaled fish. He replicated his previous technique by tying them to a few branches and placing them into his backpack. As the time approached, Li Yinchuan slung the backpack over his shoulders, ready to exchange his catch for some cash. However, he had no intention of selling the fish casually by the roadside. He sought a more suitable venue for such fine specimens. In the early 1980s, Northeast China, as the elder son of the nation, was abundant in resources and ranked among the wealthier regions. Heishui County, backed by the imposing Dahe Mountain, was relatively affluent. At that time, Heishui County boasted several large factories, the most renowned being the Heishui Pharmaceutical Factory, famous for its flagship product, the Ngong Niu Huang Wan. Indeed, this was the famed remedy reputed to cure a myriad of ailments, containing natural rhino horn. If preserved for 30 years, a single Ngong Niu Huang Wan would be valued in the thousands. Furthermore, due to historical circumstances, Dahe Mountain had been off-limits for 200 years, resulting in an abundance of rare medicinal materials. Thus, the Heishui Pharmaceutical Factory was indisputably the wealthiest establishment in Heishui County. Li Yinchuan aimed to visit the affiliated hospital of the pharmaceutical factory. As the sun began to exert its heat, he arrived at the hospital. However, a woman in a red armband blocked his way. Dressed in a patched-up outfit amidst a sea of factory uniforms, Li Yinchuan stood out conspicuously. The woman's scrutinizing gaze swept over him, and she began to ponder. Recently, a gang of thieves had been reported in the area, and the factory had issued multiple warnings to be wary of unfamiliar faces. Could this young man be a thief? Hello, comrade. My sister-in-law works at the factory and has just given birth. I brought some fish to nourish her, Li Yinchuan said with a naive smile, his gaze steady and unwavering. The first rule of deception is to remain calm, a valuable lesson Li Yinchuan had gleaned from 2 lifetimes. Any sign of nervousness could turn an innocent matter into something suspicious. Seeing Li Yinchuan's composure, the woman inexplicably believed his words to be true and casually asked, "What is your sister-in-law's name?" "Sui Hua," he replied, a common name in the Northeast, as many women bore the name Sui Hua, hence the endearing phrase, "Sui Hua is pickling cabbage." The woman waved her hand dismissively. "You may enter." With that, Li Yinchuan successfully passed through. He nodded gratefully at the woman and entered the hospital, his objective clear. Slender-scaled fish, being highly nutritious, were particularly suitable for individuals with depleted health, especially those willing to spend a little, namely, postpartum women. Given that this was an affiliated hospital of a pharmaceutical factory, it was not very large, and Li Yinchuan quickly located the obstetrics and gynecology ward. Rather than rushing to promote his catch, he strolled back and forth, surveying potential clients. Li Yinchuan strolled around a few times before identifying several potential clients. Chapter 9. The First Bucket of Gold in a New Life. The method of selection was rather straightforward. Wherever there were numerous visitors beside a maternity bed, and an abundance of fruits and snacks on the bedside table, it was evident that the family held a relatively higher status and enjoyed greater financial means, thus possessing a higher purchasing power. "Good sir, would you care for some fine-scaled fish?" Li Yinchuan inquired softly at the entrance of the water room. Opposite him stood his first target client, an unremarkable figure, thin and dark-skinned. Li Yinchuan felt somewhat uncertain about him. His appearance suggested a lack of wealth. Yet the array of items beside the maternity bed indicated otherwise, making it worth inquiring. After all, it would cost him nothing to ask. The dark-skinned man glanced at Li Yinchuan. "Fine-scaled fish? My relative just had a baby, and I couldn't come over the past few days. I thought, having come all this way, I might as well take something back if they've been discharged. Look, it's still alive. If you want, I can choose a large one for you." As he spoke, Li Yinchuan casually pulled a fine-scaled fish from his basket. The man's eyes widened in surprise. "How much?" "6 yuan. Li Yinchuan replied. No, that's too expensive." The man retorted disdainfully, expecting to pay only 2 or 3 yuan for a bargain. He thought it better to steal than to pay 6 yuan. Li Yinchuan refrained from further argument. His years of social experience had taught him that this client lacked purchasing power, and it was prudent to move on. After all, he had walked nearly 2 hours from his home to the county town. Selling something for just a few yuan was hardly worthwhile. A few minutes later, Li Yinchuan approached his second target client near the restroom. This man, in his 30s, had a stocky build and a broad face, suggesting a prosperous upbringing, especially in an era where many were struggling. Notably, the small table beside the maternity bed was overflowing with fruits and snacks, a clear sign of affluence. Li Yinchuan had made a correct assessment. This man was Wang Danian, the cafeteria manager at the pharmaceutical factory. In these times, managing a cafeteria was a lucrative job, providing daily feasting and a comfortable life. "Good sir, would you care for some fine-scaled fish?" The man looked at Li Yinchuan with suspicion. His first impression was somewhat favorable. Despite his ragged clothing, the man had a sincere and honest demeanor that earned him some goodwill. "What is this? My relative just had a baby, and I couldn't come over the past few days. I thought, having come all this way, I might as well take something back if they've been discharged. Look, it's still alive. If you want, I can choose a large one for you." As he spoke, Li Yinchuan retrieved a fine-scaled fish from his basket. This particular fish weighed over 5 jin, the largest among the 4 he had caught, thrashing energetically in his grasp. Wang Danian took one look and was immediately intrigued by this fish. Peering into the basket, he confirmed it was indeed the finest, which stirred his interest even further. He, who manages the canteen, certainly understood that the fine-scaled fish is exceptionally nourishing. His wife had recently undergone surgery and given birth to their son, leaving her in a weak state. This fish was precisely what she needed. "How much is it?" 6 yuan. "Young man, that is quite steep. This fish weighs at most 5 jin, which means over a yuan per jin. How much is pork per jin? You're almost pricing it like meat." "Sir, pork is quite common, but fine-scaled fish is rare. 6 yuan is not expensive." "No, lower it a bit more. 5.50. 5. Sir, you are quite the negotiator. You would offer only 5 yuan for such a large fine-scaled fish? Here is the deal. I'll sell it for 5 yuan. But could you do me a favor and ask around if anyone else wants the remaining 3? I'll sell them for the same price." Having secured the largest fish for himself at 5 yuan, he was satisfied as he agreed to sell the others at the same price. Wang Danian nodded in approval. "All right, young man, I'll help you inquire. Who can resist lending a hand?" Ecstatic, Wang Danian handed Li Yinchuan a 5 yuan note. With the advantage of familiarity, And being from the same unit, Li Yinchuan swiftly sold the remaining 3 fine-scaled fish for 5 yuan each, thanks to Wang Danian's assistance. Having sold out the fine-scaled fish, he pocketed 20 yuan, marking the first transaction of his new life. As Li Yinchuan prepared to leave with the money, Wang Danian, finding him amiable, remarked, "Young brother, will you have more fine-scaled fish tomorrow? I manage the canteen, and we have an inspection team from the provincial office coming." "Yes, certainly. 5 yuan per fish. Shall I deliver more tomorrow?" "No problem, brother Wang. So, starting tomorrow, you'll deliver to the canteen, and just say it's 2 yuan per jin." Li Yinchuan glanced at Wang Danian, realizing why this brother seemed so well-fed. He had a knack for business. "Brother, no worries. I will sell it for 2 yuan per jin." Wang Danian chuckled heartily and patted Li Yinchuan on the shoulder. "See you tomorrow." With his first earnings since his rebirth, Li Yinchuan's immediate thought was to procure some food and drink, particularly meat. His mother and siblings were all painfully thin, and he felt compelled to provide them with nourishment. The issue, however, was that he had no meat coupons. Even with money, he could not purchase from the state-run stores. Yet, this did not deter Li Yinchuan. Upon exiting the hospital, he glanced around and spotted an elderly woman carrying a basket. He approached her with a cheerful demeanor and inquired, "Excuse me, madam. Is there a vegetable market nearby that doesn't require coupons?" The elderly woman looked at him, noting his modest attire yet polite manner, and kindly replied, "There's one 200 meters to the left of the main entrance of the pharmaceutical factory." After expressing his gratitude, Li Yinchuan happily made his way to the market. This market had spontaneously developed next to the pharmaceutical factory. Most vendors were family members of the factory employees, many of whom hailed from nearby rural areas. Without formal employment, they had set up stalls to generate some income for their families. Given that the pharmaceutical factory was thriving, this small market was quite prosperous. Since there is no need for tickets, prices are naturally somewhat higher than in state-run markets. While the state market sells pork belly for 3 yuan, here it is priced at 5 yuan, and the fatty pork, commonly referred to as big fat meat, astonishingly costs 7 yuan per jin. Upon seeing that fatty pork, Li Yinchuan experienced an intense internal conflict. As a reincarnated soul, he felt a strong aversion to such unadulterated fatty meat. Yet his body instinctively swallowed, as if every cell was crying out, "I want to eat, I want to eat." Unable to resist his body's cravings, Li Yinchuan purchased a substantial piece of fatty pork, weighing a hefty 2 jin and 2 liang, totaling 7 yuan. After acquiring the meat, he continued his shopping. As his new home was devoid of supplies, white flour was priced at 15 yuan per jin, and he bought 10 jin for 5 yuan. Rice cost 2 yuan per jin, and he procured 10 jin for 2 yuan. Peanut oil was 7 yuan per jin, and he purchased 1 jin for 7 yuan. Subsequently, he spent 4 yuan on sesame seeds, 5 spice powder, and sugar. One must admit that the prices in 1983 were remarkably low. He spent only 3 yuan for all these items. After selling the fine-scaled fish for 20 yuan, he was left with 97 yuan. Just as he intended to head home, Li Yinchuan spotted a shop selling hairpins in a corner. He instantly took a liking to a green dragonfly-shaped hairpin, which would be perfect for his sister. After inquiring, he learned it was 6 yuan each, but he haggled it down to 5 yuan. Since his sister had a hairpin, he could not neglect his mother, so he spent another 5 yuan to buy her a peony hairpin. Additionally, he spent 7 yuan to buy his younger brother a fountain pen, as his brother's current pen was always running dry, so it was time for a replacement. Just as he was about to leave the market, Li Yinchuan inadvertently spotted a vendor selling soda. Parched and feeling as though his mouth were on fire, he discovered the price was 15 yuan per bottle. With a 0.05 yuan deposit, he quickly purchased 5 bottles, spending 1 yuan. He promptly opened one bottle and drank it down in one go. A refreshing sensation bursting within him, providing unparalleled relief. Noticing he had 7 yuan left, he realized he could not spend more, as 5 yuan was earmarked for his brother's tuition fees. Chapter 10. It's wonderful to have a full family meal this morning. Zhou Sujing awoke to find her eldest son missing from home, uncertain of his whereabouts. Could he truly be out earning tuition for his younger brother? But how could he possibly make 5 yuan? Zhou Sujing shook her head, unable to fathom it, and decided not to dwell on it. She prepared breakfast, and after eating, took her youngest son, Li Feng, to the fields. At home, only Li Qiao remained. After feeding the few chickens and geese, she had little to do. So she sat on a small stool in the yard, mending her torn jacket. When the door creaked open, Li Yinchuan walked in. "Shower, where are Mother and Yinfeng?" he inquired. "They went to the fields." "Brother, where have you been all morning?" she asked. "Oh, I just went out to earn some money and bought a few things," he replied. "What did you buy?" Li Chao approached and peeked into the basket Li Yinchuan had just set down. With delight, she exclaimed, "Brothers, how did you manage to buy such a large piece of fatty pork?" Gazing at the piece of meat, Li Chao found herself involuntarily salivating. She could hardly recall the last time she had savored meat, nearly succumbing to the urge to take a bite. Her hand instinctively reached out, retrieving the meat. And as she did, her eyes sparkled with delight. What had she discovered? Those few bottles were reminiscent of what she had seen Lin Hu drink before. Reputed to be exceptionally delicious, commonly referred to as soda. Soda? Oh, she even knew the name. Should I have a taste? Li Qiao's eyes brightened. Yet she shook her head. I shall wait for my second brother and mother to return and enjoy it together. Li Yinchuan affectionately ruffled Li Qiao's hair. Such a good child. Very well, wait here. I shall prepare the meat. Once mother and Yin Feng return, we shall feast together. Ah, Li Qiao responded joyfully. Li Yinchuan carried the purchased items into the kitchen. First, he ignited the fire using kindling, having learned from yesterday's experience. He quickly got it going without a hint of smoke. Then, he scooped some water from the vat, rinsed the rice, and set it to boil for a pot of white rice. Next came the piece de assistance for the day. In his previous life, Li Yinchuan had traversed the country, acquiring an array of culinary skills. While not quite at the level of a master chef, he could undoubtedly manage a small eatery. Today, he aimed to prepare a beloved dish that had not graced their table in many years. In the Northeast during the 1980s, amidst the scarcity of rich ingredients, which dish reigned supreme? It was neither the future sweet and sour pork nor the famed Guobao roe, as 10 children, and undoubtedly, all would declare it to be crispy white meat. This dish was a rarity, typically reserved for festive occasions such as New Year celebrations or weddings, and even then, one could hardly indulge, as a single plate contained only a few morsels that disappeared in an instant. If fortune smiled upon you, and you managed to savor a piece, the exquisite sweetness that melted in your mouth would linger in a child's memory for an entire month. Today, Li Yinchuan intended to prepare a platter of crispy white meat. Crispy white meat, also known as pulled sugar white meat, is a specialty of Shandong cuisine, which later found its way to the Northeast with the influx of Shandong people. The primary ingredient is the fatty pork belly, prepared using a caramelization technique, resulting in a dish that is crunchy, tender, and sweet, utterly irresistible. Li Yinchuan began by cleaning the pork belly, then slicing it into short strips, about the width of a finger. He mixed an appropriate amount of water with potato starch to create a paste, and heated a generous amount of oil in the wok. If his mother were present, she would surely lament the extravagance. Once the oil reached a temperature of about 60%, he carefully placed the prepared pork strips into the wok, frying them until they floated, then removing them to drain the oil after a second fry. The next step involved the soul of the dish, caramelizing sugar. He cleaned the iron pot, added a spoonful of water, 1½ spoons of white sugar, and a dash of oil, simmering it until it turned a pale golden hue. He then added the fried pork into the pot, lifting it off the heat to stir, ensuring each piece was evenly coated in syrup. Finally, he poured the mixture onto a large plate, separating each piece, and allowing them to cool until the coating no longer stuck together, completing the dish. In an instant, the entire room was filled with the intoxicating aroma of meat. A generous bowl of crispy white meat, its appearance alone incites a hunger within. Having prepared the main dish, Li Yinchuan ventured into the garden to fetch a couple of cucumbers, crafting a refreshing smashed cucumber salad to counterbalance the richness of the meat. Li Qiao, perched on a small stool nearby, watched intently as Li Yinchuan cooked, her mouth watering uncontrollably at the sight of the delectable crispy white meat. "Trower, would you like a piece?" "No, I must wait for mother and second brother to return before we eat together." Observing his sister's determination despite her evident craving, Li Yinchuan couldn't help but smile. "Very well, let us bide our time until they arrive." As Zhou Suzhen and Li Yinfeng returned from the fields, the enticing aroma of meat wafted through the air before they even crossed the threshold. Li Yinfeng drew in a deep breath, his nose twitching. "Mother, that fragrance is delightful." Zhou Suzhen, noticing her youngest son's eager expression, felt a pang of guilt and gently patted his shoulder. "One day, mother will prepare you some stewed meat. It's all right." "Mother, I'm not yearning for it, just savoring the scent." The realities of their impoverished circumstances were not lost on Li Yinfeng. They were nearing a time when their pantry was nearly bare, and meat was merely a distant thought. Yet, he soon realized something was amiss. Mother, why do I feel as though the aroma is emanating from our home? Is it? Zhou Suzhen sniffed carefully and, indeed, as they approached their house, the scent grew stronger. Who could be preparing such fragrant meat within their abode? Entering the house, they were met by Li Qiao, who was anxiously awaiting their return. Upon seeing them, she sprang up, brimming with excitement. Mother, second brother, you're finally back. Eldest brother has finished the meat, and we can eat together. Meat? What kind of meat? Crispy white meat. Second brother, come quickly, we must eat. Li Qiao eagerly pulled her mother and brother into the room. In an instant, Zhou Suzhen and Li Yinfeng were captivated by the sight of the beautifully presented crispy white meat on the table. Glup! They both swallowed in unison. Chuaner, did you make this? Zhou Suzhen's disbelief was palpable. When had her son become so skilled? Yes, I did. Quickly wash your hands and join me at the table. Under her son's persistent urging, Zhou Suzhen, still in a daze, washed her hands and sat down. Mother, have a piece of the crispy white meat. Li Yinchuan promptly served his mother a portion. Eagerly, she placed the morsel crafted by her son into her mouth. With a gentle bite, the rich aroma enveloped her senses. Its crispness and sweetness melting away instantly, transporting her into a dreamlike state. Her son had grown and could now prepare such delightful dishes for her. Overwhelmed with emotion, tears streamed down her face. Witnessing their mother, who had just moments ago been relishing the crispy white meat, suddenly in tears, the children grew alarmed. Mother, what is wrong? Why are you crying? Oh, it's nothing. Mother is simply overwhelmed with joy. This crispy white meat is truly exquisite, and these are tears of happiness. Zhou Suzhen wiped her eyes, reaching for another piece of the crispy white meat, still as fragrant and sweet as before. Zhou Suzhen was certain that she had never experienced a meal as delectable as this in her lifetime. As for Li Qiao and Li Yinfeng, they were rendered speechless, transformed into emotionless diners, solely focused on their food. The four of them immersed themselves in their meal, chopsticks flying, and soon enough, a large bowl of succulent white meat, accompanied by a pot of rice, was devoured entirely. Li Yinchuan was quite surprised to find that the dish of smashed cucumbers he had prepared went entirely unappreciated. After 30 years, consuming meat, especially fatty cuts, could easily become overwhelming. Just a couple of bites could induce a feeling of satiation. Thus, he instinctively prepared a dish to counteract the richness. However, to his astonishment, none of the four present, including his mother and himself, felt any sense of greasiness as they continued to eat. Their stomachs were devoid of any excess oil. How could they possibly feel overwhelmed? Ultimately, it was his mother who led the way in enjoying the smashed cucumbers, with the others following suit until the dish was completely finished. From Li Yinchuan's perspective, his mother seemed intent on leaving them more of the succulent white meat. He resolved to prepare more of that dish next time, deeming the smashed cucumbers entirely superfluous. The four family members lounged lazily, relishing the satisfying sensation of being full. Yinfeng, consider this your tuition of 5 yuan. Li Yinchuan pulled out the remaining 7 yuan from his pocket, leaving 2 for himself, and handed the rest to Li Yinfeng. Thank you, brother. In an instant, Li Yinfeng was overjoyed. Just yesterday, he feared he might have to drop out of school, but his brother's generosity had effortlessly resolved the issue. This was merely a small interlude. Li Yinchuan suddenly remembered the soda they had yet to drink and hurriedly fetched it. Mom, let us drink soda. You love to squander money. Don't open it. I don't care for that. Zhou Suzhen instinctively wished to save a bottle for the children, but to her surprise, Li Yinchuan cheerfully opened all 4 bottles, declaring that they were purchased for enjoyment, not for saving. Zhou Suzhen shot her son a disapproving glance. Since the bottles were opened, they might as well be consumed. Reluctantly, she took a sip. Wow, it's so sweet. Zhou Suzhen couldn't recall the last time she had soda. Was it back when she was still an unmarried girl? The sweetness enveloped her heart, affirming that her eldest son was worth raising. Big brother, the soda is so sweet and delicious. Li Qiao exclaimed, her eyes narrowing in bliss as she drank. Li Yinfeng took a hearty gulp, finding it utterly delightful. In his eagerness, he inadvertently downed an entire bottle in one go. It's so good. Li Yinchuan, somewhat regretful, glanced at the empty bottle, smacking his lips, his expression reflecting lingering desire as he looked at Li Yinfeng. Here, if you love it, have some more. With a look of fondness, Li Yinchuan offered his own soda bottle to him. Li Yinfeng first felt a surge of joy and reached out to take it, only to hesitate, awkwardly scratching his head. Big brother, you drink it. You've barely had any. I've already had a bottle. Well, then let me have another sip. Li Yinfeng continued to extend his hand. Bang! Li Yinfeng's head was playfully tapped by his sister, Li Qiao. Second brother, are you really trying to steal big brother's soda? Mom, look at him. Never mind. Drink up. If you enjoy it, I'll buy it for you every day. With that, Li Yinchuan playfully thrust a soda into his younger brother's hands. Watching his brother sip the drink, while chuckling foolishly, filled Li Yinchuan with warmth. This was indeed his family. Observing them satiated and content brought him immense joy. Chapter 11. Li Yinchuan's treasure. As he beheld the radiant smiles of his mother and sister, Li Yinchuan suddenly remembered he had yet to unveil a precious gift. Mom. Shower, take a look at this beautiful item I bought. In an instant, he produced two exquisite hairpins. One shaped like a green dragonfly, and the other resembling a peony. Regardless of age, women possess an innate love for beauty. And the moment they laid eyes on the hairpins, their gaze was captivated. Wow! A delighted shriek erupted. Li Qiao leapt into Li Yinchuan's arms, shaking his arm enthusiastically. Brother, you are truly the best in the world. Indeed, for women, beauty always eclipses food. Li Qiao's reaction to the hairpins was far more exuberant than when they had savored the tender pork earlier. Xiao, which one do you prefer? I adore the green dragonfly. You guessed I bought you the dragonfly? Impressive. Li Yinchuan gave his sister a thumbs up. With a beaming face, Li Qiao adorned herself with the green dragonfly hairpin. Brother, do I look beautiful? My sister is the most beautiful. Mom, am I pretty? Absolutely beautiful. Second brother. Am I pretty? Very pretty. Li Qiao posed the question to each family member, and as everyone affirmed her beauty, her eyes sparkled with joy, radiating happiness akin to that of a blooming flower. Mom, hurry and try on the peony hairpin. You child, always spending money frivolously. What use is this trinket? Although Zhou Suzhen muttered complaints, her hands moved swiftly to place the hairpin atop her head. Wow, Mom, you look at least 10 years younger. Mom, you look stunning. A chorus of admiration filled the room. Is it true? Have I really appeared younger? Mom, look in the mirror. Li Qiao produced her most cherished possession, a small mirror, and presented it to Zhou Suzhen. Mom, don't you think it looks wonderful? Well, it's decent, though you do love to spend money recklessly. Though she feigned indifference. The upward curve of her lips and the sparkle in her eyes revealed her satisfaction and delight. Brother, you are so biased. Mom and sister both received gifts. Yet I got nothing. Li Yinfeng, still young, felt a pang of disappointment, his lips pouting in discontent. Li Qiao was indignant. Brother, you received a gift from our eldest brother, and you dare to compare? Brother, you're a man. Can you even wear a hairpin? Aren't you ashamed? Despite Li Qiao's teasing, Li Yinfeng continued to sulk. Seeing his younger brother's sulking expression, Li Yinchuan couldn't help but chuckle. This year, his brother was about to enter his second year of high school and had already grown to 170 centimeters, transforming into a young man. Yet he still displayed such childishness. However, Li Yinchuan understood. Who among them was not still a child? Today, he had gifted everyone but him. And how could he not feel left out? Li Yinchuan gently patted his younger brother's head and, with a flourish, produced a slender box, handing it to him. Who says you don't have one? Upon opening the box, Li Yinfeng's eyes widened in excitement. A fountain pen? His elation rendered him momentarily speechless, overwhelmed by a wave of happiness. Make good use of it for your studies. Li Yinchuan again patted his head. All right, brother, I will study hard. Li Urge chimed in. Brother, you always say that the eldest is partial. If you have any ambition, don't take it. Just give it to me. I need a pen too. As he spoke, he reached out with greedy hands, causing Li Yinfeng to quickly retract his own, concealing the pen behind him. Who said the eldest is biased? He is the best brother I could ever ask for. Li Urge, are you really denying that the eldest favors you? Hand over the pen. Watching the playful scuffle between his younger siblings, Li Yinchuan couldn't help but smile. It had been years since he witnessed such a scene. The regrets of a past life must be compensated in this one. As dusk fell, the family gathered on the Kong, illuminated by a small kerosene lamp. It was only then that Zhou Suzhen, somewhat belatedly, recalled a crucial question. Chuaner, where did you get your money? The delay in her inquiry stemmed from her nature. Though a woman, she possessed a carefree spirit and seldom pondered deeply. Otherwise, under the pressure of Mrs. Bai, she could not have endured all these years. Moreover, she was the type of mother who unconditionally believed in her children, trusting that Li Yinchuan would not engage in wrongdoing, which explained her delayed question. Mother, I earned it by catching small-scaled fish. Li Yinchuan then recounted how he had caught the fish and sold them to the pharmaceutical factory. The three listeners were left in stunned silence. realizing that such things could be sold in that manner. Brother, I want to go fishing with you tomorrow. I want to earn money too. Upon hearing that Li Yinchuan had earned 20 yuan in a day, Li Yinfeng eagerly volunteered. However, after a moment's thought, Li Yinchuan shook his head. Perhaps not. There is much work to be done in the fields lately. Help mother for now. In a few days, school starts for you both. I can manage the fish selling on my own. Li Yinfeng conceded that their mother needed help in the fields and relented. Brother, while urge helps mother. Can I come with you? I have nothing to do at home anyway. Li Qiao chimed in, snuggling up to Li Yinchuan, looking up at him with her sparkling, watery eyes. Li Yinchuan found it hard to resist such charm. After all, she was his beloved younger sister. All right, you can come with me. Thank you, brother. You are the best. That night, Li Yinchuan slept soundly, feeling utterly content, having eaten well and drunk his fill. As the household clock chimed, he awoke to a peculiar pressure on his arm. Through the dim moonlight, he noticed his mischievous little sister, snuggled against him like a kitten, sleeping soundly, murmuring in her dreams, so delicious, truly delightful. Amused, Li Yinchuan reached out and playfully tickled Li Qiao's nose. This little glutton! As I gazed at the charming young lady, memories of a past life flooded my mind, how such a delicate and exquisite girl had been sold as a bride by that wretched old woman. Unable to suppress my anger, I muttered, may that old hag suffer a most unfortunate fate. What are you saying, brother? The drowsy Li Qiao stirred upon hearing Li Yinchuan's voice. I was just saying how adorable my sister is. Hee hee. Despite being half asleep, Li Qiao couldn't help but chuckle at her brother's compliment. Beholding her radiant smile, Li Yinchuan silently vowed to ensure his sister's happiness and well-being in this lifetime. However, his thoughts soon turned to more pressing matters. Qiao, it's time to rise. Brother, why must we get up? I'm still so sleepy. I want to sleep a little longer. Weren't you eager to join me in making some money? The mention of money instantly brightened Li Qiao's eyes, banishing her drowsiness as she sprang up. After a brief wash, the siblings shared a pancake with pickles and sipped some water, then departed, carrying their mother Zhou Suzhen's admonitions with them. Be careful out there. You too. As the siblings stepped outside, the tranquil white cloud village lay still in the early hours of the morning, around 3 a.m. The usually lively dogs slept soundly in their kennels, and the roosters remained in slumber. Li Yinchuan, with a basket slung over his back and a fishing rod in hand, was accompanied by his sister Li Qiao, who carried a smaller basket. They made their way once more to the little grove. Unbeknownst to the poor spider, the formidable foe had returned. It diligently spun its web to catch insects. The previous morning, for spiders had mysteriously vanished, and the fish in the river murmured that they had gone for a swim. However, as that sinister hand reached out for them time and again, the group of aquatic spiders had swelled to 14 today. Thankfully, Li Yinchuan had brought an old aluminum lunchbox. Otherwise, the mere box resembling a teacher's head from yesterday would not suffice to contain so many spiders. Li Qiao held the lunchbox filled with spiders, playfully lecturing them. Little spiders, come along quietly to serve as bait, contributing to the prosperity of our family. Wouldn't that be splendid? The spiders fervently shook their heads. No, we do not wish to. After securing the spiders, Li Yinchuan returned to the ancient tree that had been struck by lightning the day before, continuing his fishing endeavor. It seemed the slender fish enjoyed the early hours as well, for today they eagerly bit at the spiders, and within 10 minutes, he had caught the first slender fish, a hefty 5-pound specimen. A promising start. With the first catch, the floodgates of fishing opened, and one slender fish after another was drawn into Li Yinchuan's basket. Within 2 hours, he had caught a total of 8 slender fish, filling his basket to the brim. Initially planning to catch a few more for Li Qiao to carry, he soon realized that the slender fish in this area had likely been depleted. After another half hour without a single catch, he instead reeled in a few crucian carp. Regretfully, Li Yinchuan stood up. What shall we do with the remaining spiders? Qiao, let them go. Upon hearing this, Li Qiao swiftly opened the iron lunchbox, allowing a few fortunate spiders that had narrowly escaped to scurry away. Little spiders, hurry and flee far away. Tomorrow, you shall not serve as bait. The spiders vanished in a flash, silently vowing never to weave their webs in the woods again. It was simply too terrifying. As daylight broke, they traveled a short distance and came across a solitary household, where an elderly man was drying tobacco leaves in his yard. Upon spotting Li Yinchuan and his sister, he greeted them warmly. Yinchuan, are you heading to town with a basket on your back? Indeed, Grandpa Huang. After exchanging pleasantries, the siblings continued on their way. Not long after, Li Qiao remarked, Brother, could you spare me a few fish? What is the point of carrying an empty basket? No worries, brother isn't tired. Please, just a few. They smell too fishy and will taint my clothes. It's fine, sister. As the brother and sister bickered, Li Yinchuan suddenly noticed a patch of dandelions not far off, and his spirits lifted. Dandelions, known locally as popo ding, also have the more illustrious name of dandelion, which is best enjoyed clean and dipped in soy sauce, serving as a cooling remedy. Ever since the start of spring, this once humble wild vegetable, previously fit only for feeding pigs, had inexplicably transformed overnight into a cherished delicacy at dining tables, fetching an astonishing price of 1 yuan per pound at the market just yesterday. This expansive field of dandelions before them signified wealth, and, moreover, it bore no fishy scent, making it perfect for his sister to carry. Chower, stop arguing. Do you see those dandelions? They're selling for 1 yuan a pound at the county. 1 yuan a pound? In an instant, Li Qiao squealed and dashed forward. While she couldn't assist with fishing, she was quite adept at gathering dandelions, and fortuitously, her basket contained 2 knives she had forgotten to remove before leaving, making this the perfect opportunity for their use. With the Yinchuan on the left and Li Qiao on the right, the 2 siblings began their work. Harvesting dandelions requires skill. The freshly unearthed leaves often cling closely to the ground, and if the cut is too shallow, they may break apart, while a cut that is too deep risks uprooting the tough roots. Thus, a delicate balance of force is essential. Only with the right amount of pressure can the entire plant be extracted. However, this posed no challenge for the Li siblings. With a knife each, they swiftly cleared away the dandelions. After working for a while, Li Yinchuan straightened up to take a break and inadvertently glanced at Li Chao's neck, startled. Chower. Don't move. Brother, what's wrong? Stay still. I need to examine your neck. Upon closer inspection, he saw 2 red patches on the back of Li Chao's neck, each harboring a bug the size of a soybean. These 2 insects had evidently gorged themselves on his sister's blood, their bellies swollen. A heavy feeling settled in Li Yinchuan's heart as a long-forgotten name echoed in his mind. Chapter 12. Ingenious Methods for Dealing with Grass Bugs. Li Yinchuan was well aware of the formidable nature of the tick, also known as the grass crawler. These blood-sucking creatures are notoriously vicious, and in a moment of panic, he realized that the tick had bitten his own sister. Li Qiao, upon hearing this, trembled in fear. A tick? In Baiyun village, while not overly abundant, they are infamous for their ferocity. It is said that their bites can be severe and can easily transmit forest encephalitis. Last year, an elderly man from our village perished, reportedly due to a tick bite, she expressed, her voice trembling at the thought. Brother, please get it off me, she pleaded. You cannot just pull it off. Once it bites, its mouth is barbed, and if you yank it out, the barbs remain in your flesh, which could spell trouble. What should we do, brother? You must think of something. The mere thought of a creature perched on her neck made Li Qiao feel utterly uneasy. Girls are naturally averse to insects, and the fact that this particular one was clinging to her neck amplified her fear. Li Yinchuan took a deep breath, knowing he must remain calm. He recalled that although ticks are ferocious, they have their own fears, and with the right remedy, they could be dealt with. Suddenly, he remembered that Grandpa Huang was sun-drying tobacco leaves nearby. Chower, do not be afraid. Wait for me here for 2 minutes, and I shall return promptly. Please hurry back. Her voice trembled with a hint of tears as she wiped her eyes, watching Li Yinchuan dash away. Without a moment's hesitation, he sprinted to Grandpa Huang's house. Thankfully, Grandpa Huang was still in the yard. Gasping for breath, Li Yinchuan asked, Grandpa Huang, may I tear off a piece of tobacco leaf? Child, what troubles you? You seem out of breath. That thing isn't worth much. Take what you need. It's nothing serious. My sister was bitten by a tick, and I need the tobacco leaves. Thank you, Grandpa Huang. After tearing off a small piece of leaf and expressing his gratitude, Li Yinchuan hurried back. Seeing her brother return, drenched in sweat with a piece of tobacco leaf in hand, Li Qiao looked on in confusion. Brother, I was bitten by a tick. What do you need the tobacco leaf for? You are unaware, but ticks fear this, Li Yinchuan explained, then struck a match to ignite a small piece of the tobacco leaf, holding it near her neck. Strangely enough, the burning leaf proved effective. The tick that had stubbornly clung to Li Qiao's neck suddenly went limp and fell away, followed by another tick that dropped as well. How could Li Yinchuan let those that dared to bite his sister go unpunished? With a fierce stomp, he crushed both ticks into a gruesome paste. Seeing the lifeless ticks on the ground, Li Qiao clung to her brother's arm in a mix of relief and admiration. Brother, you are amazing. How do you know everything? Such is my duty, for I am your brother, Li Yinchuan replied, a hint of pride in his tone. Sometimes, he wondered if he would become a devoted father to a daughter in the future, considering his protective nature towards his sister. The incident involving the grass louse has come to a conclusion. The two siblings swiftly gathered a basket full of dandelions and continued their journey. Brother, I'm feeling quite parched. The sun in late July is merciless. Even by 8 o'clock, the ground feels as if it were ablaze. After walking for a while, beads of sweat covered their faces, and the thirst became unbearable, especially with the passage of time. Let us endure a little longer. Once we reach the county town and sell the dandelions and fish, I'll treat you to a sumptuous meal. In this desolate stretch, where there were neither villages nor shops, Li Yinchuan could only paint grand visions to encourage his sister. Oh, the all-powerful brother has failed to conjure water, Li Chao lamented, her spirits dampened as they trudged on, sweat pouring down, and thirst intensifying with every step. Just as the siblings were feeling dizzy from the heat, Li Yinchuan's eyes suddenly lit up upon spotting a mountain spring not far away, its waters bubbling forth. Shower! Look, there's spring water. Where? Initially listless, Li Chao sprang to life at the sight of the spring, rushing over without even removing her basket. Bending down to immerse her face in the cool water, she lingered for a full half-minute before finally lifting her head. Wow, this feels amazing. Brother, you must come and try it. As she spoke, she cupped her hands and took several refreshing sips. I'm coming. Li Yinchuan set his basket in the shade, approached the spring, and used his hands as a vessel to drink deeply of the crystal-clear water. The sensation of the sweet, cool liquid filling his belly was indescribably delightful, each pore seemingly rejoicing in ecstasy. Ah, this is simply marvelous. After quenching his thirst, he dampened his hair with the water, feeling the heat dissipate. He then filled his basket with a bit of spring water, not only quenching his own thirst but also providing some relief for the fish. Having satiated her thirst, Li Chao glanced at her brother and then back at the spring, a mischievous smile gracing her lips. She cupped her hands, splashed a handful of water onto Li Yinchuan, and giggled, "Here's a little coolness for you." In response to his sister's playful provocation, Li Yinchuan chuckled and retaliated with a splash of his own. Ah! Li Chao squealed, launching a fierce counterattack. The siblings engaged in a spirited water fight, soaking each other thoroughly, and at last, feeling completely refreshed, they resumed their journey. After another half-hour of walking, they arrived at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory. Due to the need to discuss commissions with Wang Danian, Li Yinchuan instructed his sister to wait with the basket at the entrance. He entered the factory alone under the auspices of Wang Danian, making his way to the cafeteria to meet him. Master Ma, this is my cousin Li Yinchuan. He is here to sell some fish. Could you help weigh them so I can issue an invoice? Wang Danian greeted Li Yinchuan with great warmth. To an outsider, it might have seemed that Li Yinchuan was indeed his cousin, and he chuckled, acquiescing to the role of a thrifty relative. Under Wang Danian's guidance, the process was seamless, weighing, invoicing, and collecting payment, all completed within 10 minutes. 8 fine-scaled fish weighed a total of 33 pounds, fetching 2 yuan per pound, amounting to a total of 66 yuan. The last 3 crucian carp caught were, in deference to Wang Dajin, exchanged for 4 yuan. Ultimately, Li Yinchuan received 5 large denomination notes, 3 5-yuan bills, and 5 hard coins featuring the Great Wall. After receiving the money, Wang Dajin shot Li Yinchuan a knowing glance. And Li Yinchuan, understanding the unspoken message, followed him out of the cafeteria to a secluded corner. Here commenced the most delightful phase of their transaction, the division of the earnings. Li Yinchuan retained 43 yuan from the 8 fish, handing over the remaining 2 large denomination notes, a 5-yuan bill, and 2 coins to Wang Dajin. Brother Wang, for the 8 fish, I'll take 40 yuan, leaving you with 26. I sold some additional crucian carp earlier. Can I also give you 1 yuan from the 3 I made? Whatever you say, brother, we're family. Wang Dajin replied with a grin. So that makes it 27 yuan for you. Count it? Wang Dajin chuckled. No need to count. Just put it in my pocket. He had already caught a glimpse of the 2 large notes and a 5-yuan bill, confident that Li Yinchuan wouldn't attempt any trickery with the remaining 2 yuan, thus choosing to be forthright. Feeling elated with the 27 yuan, Wang Dajin's spirits lifted. When men are happy, they often indulge in drink or smoke. His work attire boasted 2 pockets. Initially, he reached for his left pocket, and sharp-eyed Li Yinchuan noticed the words ginseng cigarettes. However, after a moment's hesitation, he returned the pack and instead retrieved a box of Hometown Mountain cigarettes from his right pocket, a premium brand in those times. It was evident that Wang Dajin, having just earned 27 yuan, was in a generous mood. Brother, care for a smoke? Li Yinchuan accepted with a smile, tucking the cigarette behind his ear. He lit Wang Dajin's first before taking a puff for himself, and soon they were enveloped in clouds of smoke. Brother Wang, will we continue delivering the fine-scaled fish tomorrow? Li Yinchuan inquired. Wang Dajin replied with a hint of regret. The provincial inspection team leaves tomorrow. But doesn't our cafeteria usually require fine-scaled fish? The demand isn't usually this high, Wang Dajin explained. What about loach, Crucian carp, or carp? At this, Wang Dajin drew out a long sigh. Recognizing the cue, Li Yinchuan promptly slid a 5 yuan bill into Wang Dajin's hand. Brother, you've already helped me immensely. It feels wrong to take your cigarettes. Consider this as my contribution to the smoke fund. Wang Dajin nodded approvingly, increasingly fond of this promising young man. You may not be involved in the large orders, but starting tomorrow, you can deliver 100 jin of loach to the cafeteria each day at 0.8 yuan per jin, and let them invoice it as 1 yuan. Li Yinchuan clenched his fist in excitement. He had wisely spent the 5 yuan, as earning 80 yuan daily from 100 jin of loach was indeed profitable. However, Wang Dajin's scheme to pocket an additional 20 yuan daily from him was rather shrewd. No wonder he had grown so corpulent. Yet, without such opportunists, Li Yinchuan would struggle to sell loach at such favorable rates. This, indeed, exemplified a mutually beneficial collaboration. Chapter 13. Selling dandelion greens. Two individuals stood together, sharing a cigarette, and finalized their collaboration for the following day, parting ways with mutual satisfaction. Li Yinchuan, carrying a basket on his back, departed from the medicine factory. Upon exiting, he immediately spotted his sister, Li Qiao, idly waiting beneath a large tree. Upon seeing her older brother, she rushed over, inquiring eagerly, Brother, how did it go? Li Yinchuan raised the money in his hand, grinning broadly as he replied, Of course, it's all settled. Let us go sell some dandelion greens. However, they soon realized a significant oversight. They had forgotten to bring a scale. Their original plan had been to deliver fish to the cafeteria, which had a scale available. So he hadn't thought it necessary to bring one, and unexpectedly, they had gathered a basket of dandelion greens instead. If I had known, I should have brought a scale, lamented Li Qiao, feeling regretful for seemingly being of no assistance to her brother and instead causing trouble, having even been bitten by a grasshopper while gathering the greens. Surprisingly, Li Yinchuan brushed it off with a chuckle, saying, It's a trivial matter. Don't worry. We'll manage without it. Upon arriving at the small market with his sister, Li Yinchuan surveyed the area. Soon, his gaze fell upon a friendly-looking woman selling cucumbers. Dressed in noticeably tattered clothing, and fortuitously, there was a small patch of open space beside her. She was the one. A friendly demeanor typically indicates one is easy to negotiate with, and her ragged attire suggested a financial struggle, making her more inclined to accept money. The vacant space was clearly meant for setting up a stall. Li Yinchuan approached her with a beaming smile and said, Sister, my sister and I have gathered some wild vegetables but forgot to bring a scale. Would it be all right if we set up our stall beside you and shared your scale? I want to use it for free. I'll give you 50 cents. It was evident that the woman's eyes lit up upon hearing the offer of 50 cents. What is this about money? When you're out, we should help each other. Go ahead and use it, she replied, as she took the 50 cents from Li Yinchuan and tucked it firmly into her pocket. Thank you. Sister, you are truly kind-hearted. Li Yinchuan and his sister exchanged smiles, having resolved the scale issue. Next came the task of selling the wild vegetables. Come and see. Fresh dandelion greens just picked from the mountains, still glistening with dew. They are incredibly tender. Once this village passes, this stall will disappear. Only 1 yuan per pound. Hurry and buy. In an era where shouting was not the norm for selling vegetables, Li Yinchuan's enthusiastic call attracted a crowd almost instantly. Young man, aren't these dandelion greens a bit overpriced? 1 yuan per pound is almost the cost of meat. Dear lady, these greens are great for cooling the body. In the hot summer, they help prevent blemishes. Plus, they hardly weigh anything. A large handful won't even reach half a pound. After weighing, I'll adjust the price for you. The woman with a large boil on her face nodded at Li Yinchuan's words, especially intrigued by the claim of preventing blemishes. The prospect of a price adjustment further delighted her. You're quite the businessman. I'll take half a pound. All right, that's 5 taels. The scale reads high, so I'll only charge you 50 cents. The woman happily paid the 50 cents, marking the success of Li Yinchuan's first transaction. As the elder sister purchased 5 maos worth of dandelion greens, the desire to buy surged among the crowd. In the county town, where the population is dense and development is abundant, wild vegetables are a rarity. Fresh and tender greens, such as those sold by Li Yinchuan, are seldom found. And with his charming demeanor, he naturally attracted many buyers. I'll take half a jin. I want a whole gene. In no time, a basket full of dandelion greens was sold out, bringing in another 10 yuan. Nearby, Li Qiao observed her elder brother's remarkable performance. Usually a humble and honest man, today he seemed transformed, eloquently charming even the most difficult of patrons. My brother is so impressive. This was the genuine thought of Li Qiao. All right, little sister. It's all sold out. Let's go get something delicious. Li Yinchuan patted his sister's head and prepared to carry the basket for their day's shopping. What do you want to eat today, little sister? Li Qiao scratched her head, pondering before replying. Brother, I still want to eat meat. It seemed her craving for meat had taken hold, but it was understandable. All right, we must arrange that. Every time Li Yinchuan saw his gaunt mother and their 3 siblings, he silently vowed to ensure they were all plump and well-fed. However, after yesterday's greasy pork, it was time for a change. The cut closest to fatty pork would be the belly pork, of course, the kind that is more fatty than lean, as no one prefers lean meat these days. At 1 yuan and 50 cents per gene, Li Yinchuan promptly bought 4 genes of belly pork. After some thought, he decided to spend an additional 2 yuan to buy a gene of rock sugar and a bottle of cooking wine, which would be necessary for today's meal. Brother, I also want some soda. The sight of a soda stall instantly captivated the little girl, and she turned with a bright smile to make her request. Li Yinchuan playfully tapped her nose and affectionately said, Boss, I'll have 6 bottles of chilled soda. He grabbed 6 bottles from the ice bucket, went into the basket for later, while the siblings each opened a bottle and took a sip. The sweet, refreshing taste immediately delighted their palates. What a joy! After finishing their sodas, Li Yinchuan wiped his mouth. A gurgling sound echoed. Li Qiao's face turned crimson. Brother, I'm hungry. Gurgle, gurgle. It seemed to trigger a chain reaction. Li Yinchuan's stomach soon echoed as well. After all, they had only consumed a pancake each that morning, and it was long digested. The 2 siblings exchanged amused glances, realizing that they were both equally hungry. Come on, brother, let's find something delicious. Li Yinchuan glanced around, but couldn't find a suitable dining spot. However, a tantalizing aroma wafted through the air. Following the enticing scent, he turned onto his small street and discovered a halal restaurant named Huiju, where freshly baked sesame cakes were being sold. It occurred to Li Yinchuan that he had fond memories of this place. In his previous life, he had particularly enjoyed their sesame cakes and lamb soup. The owner had later prospered from this craft and opened a chain of restaurants. Li Yinchuan immediately decided to dine here. How much for a sesame cake? He inquired. 1 mao each. And the lamb soup? A mere 1 yuan for a bowl. My friend, you have a discerning palate. The combination of sesame cake and mutton soup is indeed a match made in culinary heaven. 10 sesame cakes and 2 bowls of mutton soup. Coming right up. The 10 sesame cakes were placed in a small bamboo basket atop the table, their golden surfaces adorned with tiny sesame seeds. Accompanied by the pristine white mutton soup, the aroma was enticing and the visual appeal heightened one's appetite. Nearby, a selection of condiments awaited, allowing one to season to their liking. Brother, is it truly delicious? It smells quite pungent, inquired Li Qiao, who had never before tasted mutton soup. This dish is exceptionally delectable. After this meal, you will crave another. Allow me to add some seasoning for you to sample. If it doesn't suit your taste, we can adjust. Li Yinchuan generously added salt, MSG, 5-spice powder, and chili powder to the soup, knowing his sister's fondness for spiciness. He included an extra dash of chili. Li Qiao, ever the vinegar aficionado, added a splash of vinegar to the mutton soup, now ready to indulge. She took a sesame cake and bit into it with a satisfying crunch. Her eyes instantly sparkled. Brother, how fragrant and crispy. This is absolutely delightful. Let me try the mutton soup. She took a hearty sip. Brother, it is so savory. Indeed, it is. These days, the sheep are raised on lush grass, making the mutton soup exceptionally aromatic. The sensation of savoring a mouthful of mutton soup followed by a bite of sesame cake was simply sublime. With 10 sesame cakes and 2 bowls of mutton soup consumed, totaling merely 3 yuan, the siblings' bellies were delightfully full, truly satiated. Chapter 14. A life worthy of a deity on the way, thoughts of earning money propelled them forward with vigor. However, on the return journey, the heat of the day and their full bellies began to weigh them down. Especially for Li Qiao, being young and having risen early, she grew increasingly drowsy, feeling as though she might succumb to sleep on the ground at any moment. Li Yinchuan furrowed his brow. This was not a sustainable situation. At that moment, a sudden call broke the air. Yinchuan? Turning around, he was instantly filled with joy. It was a timely blessing. 4 Wang Laochi from the village was approaching with his donkey cart. Two villagers were already seated in the cart, one being Sister Chiuyue from the south end of the village, and the other Aunt Ho-Hot from the neighboring homestead. "It's hot. Would you like to ride with your sister?" Upon hearing Wang Laoqi's invitation, Li Yinchuan graciously accepted, placing his basket onto the cart and pulling his sister aboard. "Thank you, seventh brother." Wiping the sweat from his brow, he finally felt he could rest. "We are all from the same village. It's merely a favor." Once aboard the donkey cart, freed from the burden of walking, and with the heat bearing down, not long passed before the gentle sway of the cart lulled Li Qiao into slumber, nestled against her brother's arm. Li Yinchuan shook his head. Youth truly brings a sound sleep. With no cover on the basket, Sister Chiuyue's eyes sparkled upon glimpsing the large piece of fatty pork inside. "Yinchuan, have you struck it rich today? Have you purchased such a large piece of meat?" "I sold a few fine-scaled fish in the county today and made a bit of money. Can fine-scaled fish fetch such a price?" With an envious expression, Sister Chiuyue began to ponder whether she should send her husband to catch some fine-scaled fish for sale. However, it was 1983, and old beliefs lingered. Speculation and profiteering came with the risk of arrest. Moreover, fine-scaled fish were notoriously difficult to catch, a task beyond the reach of the average person. So she dismissed the thought. How much had they sold for, that they could afford so much meat? And Ho-Hot also wore a look of envy. It wasn't a substantial amount, but I noticed that my mother and younger siblings were too thin and wanted to provide them with some nourishment. Such a dutiful child. The villagers all knew that Mrs. Bai had never been kind to Li Yinchuan's family, and everyone in the household was thinner than the last. They indeed needed to be nourished. After chatting with the two women for a while on the donkey cart, they swayed back to the village. Upon arriving home, Li Qiao had awakened and once again took a small stool to sit at the kitchen door to observe as Li Yinchuan rolled up his sleeves and began. Today, he decided to try a different flavor, preparing braised pork. He cut the 4 pounds of pork belly into strips, soaked them in cold water to remove the blood, then blanched them to set the shape. After cooling, he diced them into square pieces the size of mahjong tiles. In a pot, he added a little oil to salt the fragrant scallions, ginger, garlic, and spices, then added the pork pieces to stir-fry until the fat rendered out, before removing the pork from the pot. Next, he added a bit more oil to the pot, followed by white sugar to caramelize it until it turned a deep reddish brown. He pulled a few sticks of firewood from the stove to reduce the flames, allowing the bubbles of the caramel to shrink. Then, he set the pot aside, poured in boiling water, added a bit of leftover white sugar, and then soy sauce for color and salt for seasoning. He returned the pot to the fire, adding more wood to stoke the flames, and reintroduced the stir-fried pork, cooking it until thickened before serving it garnished with chopped scallions. Perfect. A large plate of braised pork emerged, filling the courtyard with an enticing aroma. Li Yifeng and Zhou Suzheng returned home slightly earlier than the previous day. Even before entering the yard, they were greeted by a robust scent of meat. Compared to yesterday's tender white meat, today's aroma was even more intense. Li Yifeng's face lit up. "Mom, could it be that my brother has made meat again?" Zhou Suzheng frowned. This child, had he lost his mind? Was he abandoning the notion of frugality? She uttered these words, yet their footsteps quickened as if propelled by a force of their own. Upon entering, they spotted a vibrant pot of red braised pork in the center of the table, looking particularly succulent. "Braised pork?" Li Yifeng's voice brimmed with delight. "You child, are you truly disregarding our finances?" While reproaching Li Yinchuan, Zhou Suzheng's sparkling eyes betrayed her true feelings. Noticing his mother's expression, Li Yinchuan grinned and said, "Mother, if you wish to scold me, do so after we eat. By then, you will have the energy for it. For now, let us enjoy our meal." Zhou Suzheng shot him a disapproving glance. "You rascal." Yet, despite her words, her body obediently settled at the table. Li Qiao had already served their rice, and everyone quickly dug in. A piece of braised pork in hand, it melted in the mouth, and with a bite of white rice, the flavor was indescribably delightful. The 4.5 pounds of braised pork once again met the same fate as yesterday, devoured entirely by 4 individuals. Sated, Li Yifeng leaned back and exclaimed, "Brother, our life is so comfortable that not even a deity would trade places with us." "As long as you're content," replied Li Yinchuan. "But son, let us not be too extravagant. Moderation is key. Eating like this every day can become quite overwhelming." Li Yinchuan cast a glance at his mother, who had yet to wipe the grease from her lips. Just moments ago, she had devoured piece after piece without uttering a word about feeling overwhelmed. Now, after the meal, she claimed it was too much? Wasn't that a tad disingenuous? However, he understood his mother's heart. They had endured hardship for too long. "Mother, now that I've made some money, I want you all to enjoy better meals. Just look at how thin Yin Feng and Shower have become. They need nourishment. By the way, here is the money I earned today. Li Yinchuan placed the bills on the table, opting for the larger denominations without producing any change. 3 crisp notes were laid before them, causing Zhou Sujin to catch her breath in surprise. My son, how did you earn so much? Today's earnings came from selling fish, and I also sold some shepherd's purse. Mom, please keep one of these bills safe for me. The rest I still need. He continued, I dug up the shepherd's purse with my brother. Half of that 10 yuan is mine. Li Chao chimed in. Yes, half of it is mine too. Zhou Sujin affectionately ruffled her daughter's hair. Trower is growing up. She can earn money now. Receiving such praise, Li Qiao beamed with joy. Zhou Sujin happily tucked away the bill, though her gaze lingered on the other 2 notes in her son's hand. Yet, being a sensible woman, she understood that if her son deemed the money necessary, it must indeed serve a purpose, prompting her to reluctantly divert her attention. Mom, today my brother and I also enjoyed lamb soup and sesame pancakes. The soup was exquisite, and the pancakes were so fragrant. Li Shou began to enthusiastically recount her lunch in the county town, even with a full belly. The thought of lamb soup and sesame pancakes made Li Yinfeng swallow hard with envy. Brother, you secretly took our little sister to enjoy delicious food without me. Li Yinchuan playfully smacked his younger brother's head. Don't get tangled up with your sister. We worked all morning and were nearly starving. How could we resist some lamb soup and pancakes? I'll take you with me next time. Hearing this, Li Yinfeng smiled. Brother, you are the best brother in the world. Second brother, can you be a bit more principled? Have some integrity. What is integrity worth per pound? Besides, we're the best brothers in the world. Watching the siblings bicker, Li Yinchuan shook his head. Fine, as long as you're happy. Chapter 15. The battle for sugar cubes. After observing his brother and sister exchange playful banter for a while, Li Yinchuan stepped outside, hands behind his back. Tomorrow morning, he had the task of catching 100 pounds of loach. Loach are not large fish, each one is quite light. Just how many would he need for 100 pounds? It was certain that he could not accomplish this alone. He would need to enlist help. However, while he was cooking just now, a candidate for the task had already formed in his mind. Li Yinchuan meandered to a yard beneath a large tree at the west end of the village. From the outside, this home appeared to be in dire straits. The character for fortune affixed to the wooden door was evidently aged and worn. The door itself barely held together, and several of its wooden slats had decayed beyond repair. Peering inside, one could see the remnants of the yard piled against the wall of the house, including a 3-legged stool and a broken trunk. In summary, the state of this home could be described in a single word: dilapidated. Suddenly, a cat dashed out through a crack in the wooden slats in pursuit of a mouse. The startled rodent nearly collided with Li Yinchuan's feet, causing him to jump in surprise. Shaking his head, Li Yinchuan called out, Ergo, are you home? A voice quickly responded from within, I am. Who is it? As the door swung open, 3 boys emerged in succession, 1 older and 2 younger. The eldest, slightly larger, was shirtless, revealing a physique of dark, sinewy muscle and prominent ribs. He wore a pair of shorts patched with over 20 stitches, the original color nearly indiscernible, and on his feet were cloth shoes, tattered enough to expose his toes. The 2 younger boys were even worse off, dressed similarly but noticeably frielier. Their shorts riddled with additional holes, allowing the breeze to pass through. A glance would reveal the extent of their family's poverty. The eldest boy, 14 years old, bore the surname Chun. Though his given name was forgotten by all, he was commonly referred to as Ergo. His 2 brothers, Gooden and Goshing, were likewise thin and perpetually suffering from runny noses. The trio had lost their parents at a young age and endured a life of hardship. They shared a connection with Li Yinchuan. A few years prior, in a moment of desperation, Ergo had sneaked into Old Bai's place to pilfer some food, only to be discovered by a gaggle of geese that unleashed a furious onslaught upon him. Anyone familiar with rural life knows the ferocity of geese when provoked, often more vicious than dogs. Fortunately, Li Yinchuan was at home at the time and managed to rescue Ergo, refraining from informing Old Bai so as to spare her a tirade, and subsequently slipped Ergo 3 sweet potatoes, recognizing his plight. Since that day, Ergo felt indebted to Li Yinchuan and regarded him with deep respect. At present, the 3 brothers were each gnawing on a roasted sweet potato, their mouths smeared with soot, clearly their only meal. Ergo, do you have anything to do today? If not, could you do me a favor? Brother Yinchuan, what is it you need? Despite his youth, Ergo spoke with a clarity that was part of why Li Yinchuan sought him out. Catch some loach for me, 10 cents a pound. Can you manage to get me 100 pounds? What? 10 cents a pound, And you want 100 pounds of loach? In this present era, unlike the future, the black soil is abundant in resources. Although the days of catching deer and scooping fish have long passed, the mudfish remains plentiful. With a diligent effort, one could easily catch 10 to 8 pounds in a single day. However, the mudfish possesses a certain earthy taste if cooked without oil, rendering it unpalatable. Thus, my companions have little desire to consume it. To my surprise, it now sells for a mere 10 cents per pound. Instantly, the eyes of Ergo sparkled with excitement. In these times, earning a single yuan for a day's labor is considered fortunate. Yet 100 pounds of mudfish could yield a substantial profit, a sum almost astronomical for the three of us. None of us have ever possessed such wealth. Yes, let us arrange for it to be delivered to my home by 6 tomorrow morning. At 10 cents per pound, I need 100 pounds. And we'll weigh it then and settle the payment tomorrow night. After pondering for a while, Ergo clenched his teeth and said, Brother Chuan, I genuinely wish to earn this money, but your demand is too stringent. It is already afternoon, and 100 pounds of mudfish by tomorrow morning is beyond the capacity of the three of us. We cannot possibly earn this money. Upon hearing this, Li Chuan regarded Ergo with newfound respect. This lad demonstrated integrity. Although he was short on cash, he remained level-headed in the face of opportunity and recognized the impossibility of the task. Nevertheless, Li Chuan had not anticipated that the three of them could catch 100 pounds of mudfish in one night. Such a quantity was simply unattainable. He placed a comforting hand on Ergo's shoulder. Ergo, let me offer you some advice. Go and gather the village's youngsters. Offer them a little incentive to assist you in catching the mudfish. Ergo's eyes lit up at Li Chuan's suggestion. Would it be possible for you to buy some candy for us tomorrow? I could use the candy to hire the children to help me catch mudfish. Li Chuan smiled approvingly. Ergo's ingenuity was commendable. Very well, I shall bring back 2 pounds of candy. Excellent. Let us go find people to help us catch them, Brother Chuan. Just wait and see. The three brothers thumped their chests in determination. They quickly devoured some roasted sweet potatoes, wiped their mouths, and hastily left their home. Unbeknownst to the adults, dozens of village youths were soon assembled. The children, unaware of the task ahead, sensed that Ergo was up to something significant. Standing confidently atop a 1-meter-high mound, Ergo cleared his throat and proclaimed, Tonight, I need your assistance. He elongated the word assistance for emphasis and was pleased to see the attentive expressions on their faces. We need to catch some mudfish. The atmosphere shifted as the children visibly deflated. Once we finish, I will treat everyone to candy tomorrow night. In an instant, the spirits of all the children were reignited. What a rare treat it is to enjoy candy. Such delights are typically reserved for the new year. To have candy outside of the festive season was something that would excite any child. Ergo nodded. The morale was indeed surging. Finally, emulating gestures he had seen on television, he dramatically waved his arm. Forward. A throng of children surged forward with exuberant cries, ready to battle for the sweet reward that awaited them. Chapter 16. The foot mistaken for a pig's trotter today, the elderly matriarch, by Manhwa, was in remarkably good spirits. Early in the morning, the magpies were chirping merrily on the branches outside her door. The only discomfort she felt stemmed from the absence of her second son's misfortune, which meant a loss of a robust laborer, the one who usually managed the household chores inside and out. It was curious that despite her eldest daughter-in-law having been married for many years, her skills had shown little improvement. When the second son's unfortunate presence was around, no one seemed to notice, but now that he was gone, the eldest daughter-in-law appeared utterly inept, whether feeding the chickens, sweeping the yard, or cooking. She seemed to falter in every task compared to the second son's misfortune. Very well, as long as that unfortunate soul was absent, the old lady could tolerate it. Her pleasant mood persisted until she encountered Aunt Ho-Hot from next door at the entrance. Goodness! Today, as I returned to the city, guess who I ran into? Your son. Yinchuan. I heard he sold a few fine-scaled fish in the city and then bought a hefty piece of pork belly, weighing about 4 or 5 pounds. What? That little rascal, Li Yinchuan, bought pork belly? 4 or 5 pounds. Upon hearing this news, Bai Lanhua felt a surge of anger, and the veins on her forehead throbbed. Shouldn't he, that family, after being cast out, be subsisting on mere scraps? Shouldn't they be deprived even of porridge? How could they possibly afford meat? The mere thought of that unfortunate soul feasting on meat made her feel unwell all over. Once she entered her home, Bai Lanhua's expression soured. At this moment, her eldest daughter-in-law had prepared a meal and called everyone to the table. With a stern demeanor, Bai Lanhua sat down. It wasn't long before her frustration erupted. Eldest daughter-in-law, Are you trying to suffocate me? How much salt did you put in these fried potato shreds? Eldest daughter-in-law, do you even know how to cook? This rice is undercooked. Are you trying to choke me? Eldest daughter-in-law, are you slicing cucumbers or cutting them into sticks? These are nearly as thick as a child's arm. The meal quickly descended into chaos, leaving the eldest daughter-in-law feeling suffocated by anxiety. What on earth was wrong with that old lady today? In the 1980s, life was generally good, except for the lack of nightlife. By 7 p.m., as darkness began to fall, everyone would retire to their beds. Recently, Li Yinchuan had finally readjusted to sleeping on the heated bed, feeling comfortable and no longer restless. He would fall asleep almost instantly, and the next moment, upon closing his eyes, dawn would break. Today was no different. After exchanging a few words with his younger brother, Li Yinfeng, he drifted off to slumber. However, this night's sleep was not as peaceful as usual. In the middle of the night, Li Yinchuan suddenly awoke, scratching at an itch. When he opened his eyes, he was startled to find his younger brother, Li Yinfeng, gnawing on his foot. Li Yinfeng was murmuring as he munched, "Indeed, this pig's trotter is quite well cooked." Li Yinchuan was at a loss for words. Apparently, he had grown weary of the tender white meat and braised pork in his dreams, seeking a change of flavor. With a bemused sigh, he pulled Li Yinfeng off his foot, returning him to his original position. Li Yinfeng, turning over, continued to mumble. A pig's trotter followed by a bit of soda would be quite delightful. Li Yinchuan was entirely speechless. Oh dear brother. As the resounding crow of a rooster heralded the dawn of a new day, Li Yinchuan, having returned from another realm, indulged in a rare moment of slumber. Upon rising, he found himself in the courtyard brushing his teeth when three figures unexpectedly emerged at the gate, startling him. At first glance, he almost mistook them for three water spirits ascending from the depths. These individuals were caked in mud, water dripping from their bodies, and humorously, one of them sported strands of aquatic plants atop his head. Each carried a fertilizer sack on their back. They were none other than the trio of Ergo and his companions. "Brother Chuan, we have brought you 100 pounds of loach, not a bit less," Ergo exclaimed, shaking the three sacks behind him with enthusiasm. Li Yinchuan scratched his head. "Have you been at this all night?" "Yes. We gathered a group of young lads to assist us for several hours, and the three of us worked through the night. How else could we have caught 100 pounds of loach?" Ergo replied, justifying their endeavor. "All right, you have some reason to be proud," Li Yinchuan said, weighing the catch, which tipped the scale at a hefty 110 pounds. "Well then, Brother Chuan, we shall take our leave for now and return this evening to collect our payment." Just as he finished speaking, a loud rumble echoed from Ergo's stomach, triggering a chain reaction. Gulu gulu, gulu gulu. The stomachs of Go Shin and Go Dan also began to protest. Li Yinchuan placed a hand on his forehead. "You didn't eat anything since I told you to catch loach yesterday, did you?" We've been surviving on roasted sweet potatoes since then," they admitted. "All right. Enough chatter, let us get you fed." Li Yinchuan, well aware of their circumstances, quickly rushed into the kitchen. He rummaged through the cupboards and retrieved several pancakes, along with a bowl of pickled vegetables lovingly prepared by his mother. "Here, my friends, take this to tide you over." "Brother Chuan, that's unnecessary. Don't be polite with me. Eat." "Thank you, Brother Chuan." The three young men, starved, devoured the pancakes with the speed of a whirlwind. After their meal, it was evident to Li Yinchuan that they were still not fully satisfied. "You young rascals are going to leave me broke. You did well today. What would you like for dinner tonight?" "Brother Chuan will treat you, no cost." The young men exchanged glances, and Ergo cautiously spoke up. "Brother Chuan, when I went to the county market last time, I saw some delicious pig head meat. Could you bring us a piece, just a small one?" He gestured with his hand, indicating a size about that of a small fist. "Absolutely, I will ensure you have it tonight." Initially, he had planned to take his sister, Li Qiao, along into the city, but unexpected misfortune struck as she complained of a stomach ache. Consequently, Li Yinchuan decided it would be best for her to rest at home while he ventured alone to the county town. He shouldered a large basket, laden with a full 110 pounds of loach, and set off toward the county. In these times, physical labor was commonplace, and one could manage such a burden. However, in 40 years hence, traversing several miles with a weighty basket would be deemed an impossible feat. The journey was smooth today. In season, Li Yinchuan had thoughtfully brought a towel and a water bottle, stopping at the mountain spring to fill his flask before successfully locating Wang Danian. Although it was stated yesterday that 100 pounds were required, thanks to Wang Dajing's influence, The cafeteria did not create any difficulties and provided 110 pounds of loach to Li Yinchuan for 110 yuan. As Li Yinchuan was placing the loach into the cafeteria's water tank, he inadvertently overheard a conversation between Wang Dajing and the head chef in the cafeteria. "Chef Zhang, let's make fried loach with these for lunch today. It will be delectable." "Absolutely, just watch." Li Yinchuan, listening nearby, was intrigued by the phrase delectable. When it came time to divide the money, Li Yinchuan wisely handed Wang Dajing 22 yuan. "Brother, you are being too formal. We agreed on 20 yuan for the 100 pounds. The extra 10 pounds of loach was also accepted by the cafeteria due to your influence, Brother Wang. Just take it." After a brief exchange, Wang Dajing, smiling, accepted the 22 yuan. Now, he found Li Yinchuan increasingly agreeable and thought that if there were a suitable girl, she would surely marry him. Chapter 17. Subduing the Ergo brothers after receiving the money and leaving the pharmaceutical factory. Li Yinchuan recalled Ergo's instructions and wandered around the small market, eventually locating the vendor selling cooked food in the northwest corner. Unlike in later times, the cooked food vendor had no counter. Instead, there was a large iron basin covered with a cloth, which the vendor would lift to serve customers. "Brother, what do you have?" "We have pig head meat, pig trotters, pig tongues, pig liver, pig intestines, and marinated tofu rolls." As the vendor spoke, he lifted the cloth to show Li Yinchuan. Indeed, lifting the thin layer of cloth revealed a world of culinary delights. The glistening red delicacies released an enticing aroma that immediately filled Li Yinchuan's nostrils, causing an involuntary response of salivation. It was simply irresistible. Everything appeared appetizing to him at that moment. Now, to attend to business. "How much is the pig head meat per pound?" 150. At that moment, Li Yinchuan noticed the pig trotters and recalled his younger brother's dream of gnawing on his feet, deciding to fulfill that wish. "And the pig trotters?" 130. During these times, pig trotters were often sinewy, lacking the richness of flavor found in pig head meat, thus were naturally less expensive. "I'll take 2 pounds of pig head meat and 4 pig trotters." Weighing them, the pig head meat totaled 4 pounds, costing 6 yuan, while the pig trotters weighed just over 3 pounds, costing 4 yuan, bringing the total to 10 yuan. Nearby, there was also a vendor selling soda, and Li Yinchuan ordered 7 bottles. As he had recently developed a habit of drinking soda with his meals, he found it hard to eat without it. He then purchased 2 pounds of sugar cubes at 150 per pound, totaling 3 yuan, meant for Ergo and his companions. However, he believed in fairness and could not neglect his younger siblings. Li Yinchuan intended to buy an additional pound of sugar cubes for them, but was interrupted by the candy vendor. "I have just received some fresh white rabbit candies. Would you like some? They are quite rare." White rabbit. In the cherished memories of childhood, there existed a beloved delicacy that could only be savored during the festive season. Li Yinchuan was well aware of this sentiment. In those times, the iconic white rabbit milk candy was deemed a precious treasure, fervently yearned for by countless children. For families with a modest income, indulging in a piece during the new year was a remarkable delight. "How much is it per pound?" $2.50. "I'll take a pound." For one family, the finest must be procured. The white rabbit was truly deserving. Once he had made his purchase, Li Yinchuan filled his basket and set off for home. Before he could reach his doorstep, he caught sight of Ergo and his 2 brothers standing beneath the large tree at his home, either seated or standing, gazing eagerly in his direction. To Li Yinchuan, a large bill might not hold much significance, but for Ergo and his brothers, it represented an unprecedented fortune. Upon waking from their afternoon nap, they had lost all sense of purpose and found themselves fixated on Li Yinchuan's home. In their eyes, that $10 bill embodied hope and immense validation. In other words, if they were to see the large bill, the 3 brothers would eagerly rush to the riverbank to catch fish. If they did not, they would feel utterly despondent. Finally, they saw Li Yinchuan returning. "Brother Chuan, you're back," Ergo exclaimed, springing to his feet and hastening towards him with enthusiasm. Li Yinchuan, with a knowing smile, recognized the longing in his eyes and wasted no time. He placed the basket down and retrieved a large bill from his pocket, extending it towards Ergo. "Here you go, Ergo." Upon receiving the bill, Ergo instinctively wiped his hands on his tattered shorts, trembling as he grasped the money. "Thank you, Brother Chuan." As he held the bill that belonged to him, tears welled in his eyes. Once having vowed to be a strong man after the passing of his parents, he felt an overwhelming urge to cry. This was not merely a piece of currency, it was a profound acknowledgement of his worth. The other 2, Go Dan and Go Sheng, quickly gathered around. "Brother, let me see." I've never seen a large bill up close. Brother, let me admire it. Be careful. Don't get it dirty. They held the bill delicately in their hands. Though it was merely a thin piece of paper, to them, it felt softer than silk and more radiant than the sun. All right, enough of that. What is so fascinating about money? Come, see what else I brought for you. As he spoke, Li Yinchuan retrieved a piece of pig head meat from the basket. Although it was one of the smaller cuts, it still weighed a substantial pound and a half. In the eyes of the three children, the glistening pig head meat seemed to beckon them. Gulp. The synchronized sound of their swallowing echoed. Is this for us? Ergo asked in disbelief. Although Brother Chuan had mentioned buying pig head meat in the morning, he never anticipated such a sizable portion. Yes, and each of you will get a bottle of soda. Li Yinchuan pulled out 3 bottles of soda from the basket. The 3 boys' eyes sparkled with excitement. Ergo had only tasted soda once in his life, a year ago when he helped someone carry goods to the county town. After the task was completed, the person treated him to a bottle. However, the agreed-upon payment of 60 cents was ultimately reduced to 50 cents due to that very soda. He still vividly recalled that sweltering summer afternoon when the bottle was retrieved from the cool water bucket, the cap was popped open, and he savored that refreshing and sweet sip. Golyulu, 3 children synchronized their swallowing sounds once more. Ah, and there were sugar cubes. 2 pounds of sugar cubes were presented by Li Yinchuan. Golyulu, the harmonious sound of swallowing echoed again. But Ergo soon realized a dilemma. The hefty piece of pig's head meat, coupled with 3 bottles of soda and 2 pounds of sugar cubes, would surely exceed 5 yuan. He grasped the large unity he had taken back from the 2 brothers. Though reluctant, he did not hesitate to extend his hand again. Chuan, good. How much do all these pig's head meat, sodas, and sugar cubes cost? I shall pay. Li Yinchuan chuckled, gently patting Ergo on the head. He genuinely appreciated this boy's earnestness. What money? This is my treat to you. No. Initially, I only intended for you to help me buy a small piece of pig's head meat, and yet you purchased such a large chunk. I must pay. And I should cover the cost of the sugar cubes as well. Enough of this nonsense. Just this once, eat and be quick about it. After you finish, hurry off to catch some loaches. I expect to see 100 pounds of loaches by tomorrow morning. Ergo was truly choked with emotion. No one had ever treated them so kindly. Ah, thank you, Chuan Ge. Enough with the thanks. Stick with me, and there will be plenty of opportunities to make money. Ergo pounded his chest with determination. Chuan Ge, from now on, you shall witness my brother's performance. I will not let you down. After we finish the meat, we shall go catch loaches. With gratitude, the 3 brothers departed. Soon, the young boys of Bayun village were treated to a feast of sugar cubes. Ergo produced a pound of sugar and distributed several pieces to everyone who had helped catch loaches the previous night. Tonight we shall continue catching loaches. And tomorrow night we shall share sugar again. Cheers erupted as the Loach for Sugar Brigade set forth once more. Chapter 18. Sweet Dreams. After bidding farewell to the 3 brothers, Li Yinchuan entered his home. Upon entering, a smile spread across his face. There sat his younger sister, Li Qiao, perched on a small stool, propping her chin on her hands, seemingly waiting for his return. However, she had dozed off at some point and was now softly snoring with her eyes squinted shut. Li Yinchuan quietly set down his basket and retrieved a piece of the large white rabbit candy he had bought. After unwrapping it, he gently tapped it against his sister's lips. Instinctively, Li Qiao licked her lips, and in the next moment, a miracle occurred. Her little tongue reached out and expertly rolled the white rabbit candy into her mouth, all while keeping her eyes shut. In that instant, Li Yinchuan was taken aback. She was undoubtedly a seasoned foodie. He watched as Li Qiao, without opening her eyes, savored the candy, smacking her lips afterward. So sweet. Suddenly, a realization struck, and with a swift motion, she opened her eyes to see Li Yinchuan. The previously drowsy expression on Li Qiao's face transformed into one of sheer delight. Brother, you're back? Li Yinchuan, suppressing a smile, nodded affirmatively. I'm back. Li Qiao shook her little head, gradually becoming aware that something seemed amiss. Oh dear, why does my mouth taste so sweet? That's because our little glutton has candy in her mouth. Candy? Li Qiao noticed the large white rabbit candy in Li Yinchuan's hand and quickly realized what she had in her mouth. Indeed, it was not just any candy, but a white rabbit. So this is what the white rabbit tastes like. Delicious. She licked her lips, savoring the sweet and fragrant essence of the candy. The last time she had seen someone enjoy a white rabbit was during the Lunar New Year 2 years ago, when she had caught sight of Li Yinhui with a piece in his mouth. Due to her familial standing, it was not hers to enjoy. She had only received a single piece of candy during the festivities. I want to try too. Li Yinchuan tossed a piece of white rabbit into his mouth. and a rich sweetness quickly enveloped his palate. How to describe it? It was indeed comparable to the exquisite confections of later times, yet the sweetness was pure. And perhaps because this body had scarcely encountered candy before, he felt a twinge of emotion upon tasting it. It's truly delightful. Brother, give me another piece. Didn't you just have one? That was while I was asleep. How could I know the flavor? I want to enjoy it while I'm awake. Are you like Zhu Beiji, who tasted the ginseng fruit without knowing its flavor? You are the one resembling Zhu Beiji. Hurry, give me a piece. Li Yinchuan refused. And Li Qiao, undeterred, pounced on him like a playful kitten, feigning an intent to bite. He pressed 2 fingers against her nostrils, pushing her back. And the siblings began to tussle. Give me a piece. No. Good brother, please. Seeing his sister's adorable antics, Li Yinchuan could no longer resist and peeled off another piece of white rabbit, placing it in her mouth. Li Qiao closed her eyes, carefully savoring the candy. Wow. It's truly delicious. In that moment, she recalled the scene from 2 years prior when she had watched Li Yinwei enjoying a white rabbit. Nearly drooling in envy beside him, she couldn't help but exclaim, "How wonderful it is to be separated from the family." What did you say? I said how wonderful it is to be separated from the family. If it weren't for the separation, I feel I would never have tasted a white rabbit in this lifetime. Li Yinchuan chuckled, ruffling his sister's hair affectionately. By the way, does your stomach still hurt? How strange. It was hurting just now, but now it doesn't hurt at all. Upon hearing this, Li Yinchuan regarded his sister with a skeptical gaze. You wouldn't be suffering from a craving sickness, would you? You're the one with the craving sickness. I was just in pain, and now it has miraculously vanished. Miraculously vanished. Li Yinchuan elongated the phrase. Li Qiao pouted. Brother, you're just bullying me. She lunged at him again, tickling him. The 2 siblings erupted into laughter. Suddenly, a commanding voice rang out. Who dares to bully my sister? Li Yinchuan and Li Qiao looked up to see their younger brother, Li Yinfeng, returning home. The voice they heard earlier was his call, and following him was their mother, Zhou Suzhen. Observing the playful banter between the elder brother and sister, Li Yinfeng quickly joined the fray, only to be unexpectedly besieged by both Li Yinchuan and his sister. Hey, little sister, I came to rescue you. How could you do this to me? Li Qiao chuckled in response. Brother brought me a big white rabbit candy, and you didn't, so of course, I side with him. Big white rabbit? Li Yinfeng immediately shifted his allegiance. Brother, I will always stand by your side. Li Yinchuan shook his head, amused by his brother's unwavering loyalty. Before long, a piece of big white rabbit candy found its way into Li Yinfeng's mouth. Wow, it's so sweet. Remember that scoundrel Li Yinwei from 2 years ago? He devoured 2 pieces all by himself without sharing, and I wanted to punch him. Li Yinchuan regarded his younger brother with admiration. He had the spirit to want to fight over a piece of candy. After all, isn't that the nature of childhood? If I can't have it, but you can, how could I not feel resentful? That old Mrs. Bai really isn't a good person. Mom, have a piece. Li Yinfeng urged. I'm not eating it. You'll just waste money every day. In the next moment, Li Yinchuan deftly peeled a piece of big white rabbit candy and placed it into their mother's mouth. Zhou Suzhen's lips curled upward, her brows arching in delight. So this is the taste of big white rabbit. It's quite nice. Though she remarked that it was merely okay, the radiant smile that barely contained her joy was unmistakable. Brother, what as for dinner tonight? Li Yinfeng asked, a hint of anxiety creeping into his heart. Just a couple of days ago, he had arrived home to find a large platter of meat gracing the center of the table, the aroma wafting for half a mile. But today, he found nothing at all. Were they really going to make do with just these 2 pieces of candy for dinner? Transitioning from frugality to extravagance is easy, however. The reverse is quite challenging. He had grown accustomed to not seeing meat for days or even weeks before. But the thought of possibly having no meat tonight made Li Yinfeng feel an unsettling pang of longing. Li Yinchuan smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, there is plenty of delicious food. He retrieved a bag containing cooked dishes. Wow, pig head meat and trotters. Brother, you're the best. How did you know I was craving pig trotters? Li Yinchuan rolled his eyes. Of course, I knew. Just last night, someone was gnawing on my feet for ages, claiming those trotters were particularly well cooked. This morning, I found my feet had been left red and sore. After a brief silence, laughter erupted, filling the air. Li Yinfeng's face turned a bright shade of crimson, while their mother Zhou Suzhen and sister Li Qiao were laughing so hard they could hardly catch their breath. Brother, that can't be true. I would never do such a thing. After a considerable time, Li Yinfeng stammered an explanation. Li Yinchuan playfully patted his younger brother on the head. I was just joking with you. Let us eat. I knew I couldn't have done that. Despite his words, Li Feng couldn't shake the feeling that his mouth carried a hint of foot odor and hurriedly rushed off to rinse his mouth, watching her second brother's retreating figure. Li Qiao stealthily leaned closer to Li Yinchuan's ear and whispered, "Brother, please tell me quietly if what you said earlier is true." Li Yinchuan shot a glance at his sister. "What do you think?" he said, casting a sidelong look at his own feet. With a suppressed chuckle, Li Qiao managed to hold back her laughter, but the tremor in her body and her arched brows betrayed her struggle. When Li Yinfeng returned from rinsing his mouth and saw his sister's demeanor, he could only helplessly say, "If you want to laugh, just laugh. Don't hold it in." Haha. Another round of laughter ensued. Chapter 19. The three brothers gathered once the laughter subsided, exhaustion set in, and they finally felt the pangs of hunger. It was time to eat. With 2.5 pounds of pig head meat and 4 large pig trotters, accompanied by garlic sauce and a pot of rice, they indulged in an extravagant feast. Zhou Sujin had become somewhat numb to the lavishness and no longer pretended to hold back. Spending extravagantly? Eating sumptuous meals daily? Well, if her son could earn it, they would enjoy it. After 3 consecutive days of feasting, the family of 4 had visibly gained weight. Their faces flushed and a bit plumper. It was delightful. Li Yinchuan's ideal was for the whole family to become chubby and rosy-cheeked. "By the way, Mom, I earned some money today. You should keep it for now." Saying this, Li Yinchuan handed Zhou Sujin 5 large bills, startling her so much that she nearly dropped them. 5 large bills. She had never seen such money since marrying into the family. Holding the bills, she examined them repeatedly, her lips quivering as she asked, "Son, did you really earn this much in one day?" "Not only that, I also bought these things, and I saved some for my business." "What did you do today?" "I caught 100 pounds of loach and sold them to the pharmaceutical factory's cafeteria." Zhou Sujin felt dazed. Last month, she had heard the 7th sister from the Zhang family boast about her earnings at the county machine factory was at 48.5 yuan for the whole month. Her son had gone out for just one day and earned more than that? Zhou Sujin's eyes widened in disbelief. Was it true? Had they reached a point where money could be picked up casually? However, she quickly regained her composure. As long as her son earned money legally, the more, the better. "All right, Mom will keep it for you. Just let me know if you need it." After the meal, the family of 4 sat in the courtyard to digest their food. Li Yinchuan squinted his eyes, pondering what to do the next day. Currently, relying on loach alone could yield an income of 100 yuan a day. After deducting the 20 yuan for Wang Pengzi and the 10 yuan for the 2 dog brothers, he was left with a net of 70 yuan. Today, buying soda and pig head meat for the 2 dog brothers was merely a first-day collaboration bonus. Therefore, in normal circumstances, the daily income would be 70 yuan, which was not a small amount in these times. However, the pharmaceutical cafeteria was limited in size, and the demand for loach likely had little room for growth. Moreover, with just 1 delivery per day, he needed to explore what else he could do with the remaining hours. For instance, could he possibly make something of the blood he heard about today? Regardless of what he pursued, he would need manpower. In just a few days, my younger brother will commence his studies. Although my sister does not have school yet, we cannot allow our mother to toil alone in the fields daily, can we? With the recent agricultural rush, it falls upon my sister to assist, yet this leaves us short-handed, and relying solely on myself proves somewhat burdensome. As I pondered this, a voice called out from outside, "Chuange, are you home?" Li Yinchuan rose and peered outside, his face lighting up with unexpected joy. 2 figures entered. The first, a man named Bai Erbao, stood approximately 1.7 meters tall, plump and fair, with small eyes reminiscent of fine rice grains, presenting the appearance of a dim-witted son from a landlord's household in the olden days. The second individual, towering nearly 2 meters, was a hulking figure, broad-shouldered and stout, with arms as thick as the thighs of an average person. He wore tattered shorts that revealed hairy calves and a tight black tank top that strained against his muscular chest, subtly showcasing a dense mat of chest hair. His features were exaggerated, thick eyebrows, a wide mouth, a prominent nose, and large ears, all contributing to a formidable presence. His countenance was marked by excess flesh, and his eyes gleamed with a fierce intensity, giving him an intimidating aura that would deter most from approaching. However, upon spotting Li Yinchuan, he broke into a broad grin, revealing a mouthful of pristine white teeth, which instantly undermined his fierce appearance, rendering him almost foolish, akin to a simpleton wandering the streets. Ironically, this jovial fellow, Dong Dahu, has always had an affinity for laughter, grinning incessantly like a jester. Consequently, many villagers have long assumed him to be simple-minded. Over the years in Baiyun village, many villagers found amusement in playing a game with Dahu. involving a choice between a penny and a dime. For over a decade, Daha consistently chose the penny. Each choice delighted the villagers, leading to a cycle of repeated games. Of course, Li Yinchuan understood that Daha had always received the most pocket money throughout their childhood. A fact well known among those who understood the underlying reasons. Bai Erbao and the simple giant were, in fact, Li Yinchuan's two closest companions from his previous life. In that life, as he became a son-in-law, his insecurities gradually distanced him from these brothers, whose fates were tragically unfortunate. Bai Erbao ventured into business with his uncle in the 1990s, initially flourishing and marrying a stunning bride from the surrounding villages. However, in 1994, during a robbery in Yanqing, he was fatally stabbed 7 times while attempting to protect his belongings, leaving behind a grieving widow. Dong Dahu, too, faced a series of misfortunes. After being wrongfully sentenced to 8 years for a dance-themed lewd, he emerged to work as a miner. After 3 arduous years of labor, he finally earned a modest fortune and married, believing he had secured a better life. Alas, a mining accident led to the collapse of the coal mine. Though he miraculously survived, he suffered a severe leg injury that was inadequately treated, leaving him with a permanent limp. His poverty ultimately drove his wife away, resulting in a desolate existence for the remainder of his days. In comparing two individuals, one might say there is no limit to misfortune. It is a matter of whose plight is more tragic, invoking sorrow in the listener and tears in the observer. A true hero finds strength in companionship. And upon his rebirth, Li Yinchuan was overjoyed to reunite with his two closest brothers from his past life. Chapter 20. This delicacy is truly delicious. As they sat down to converse, Li Yinchuan learned that one brother was mourning the loss of his grandfather, while the other was preoccupied with his uncle's recent marriage. Having returned home today, they were informed of Li Yinchuan's family division and had come to pay a visit. Brother Chuan, is your household adequately stocked after the division? Should I fetch some supplies from my home? In these times, those willing to share provisions are undoubtedly true brothers. No need, I am not yet in want. Though he declined, the sentiment behind the offer was indeed rare and commendable. After some light-hearted banter, Li Yinchuan broached the matter at hand. Brothers, would you be interested in making a bit of profit? Who wouldn't wish for wealth, Brother Chuan? What do you have in mind? We are ready to assist. Then let us head to your family's mill and process some items, shall we? Processing items? Brother Chuan, that sounds entirely feasible. Very well. I shall gather a few things. In the storeroom, Li Yinchuan's eyes fell upon a sack of sweet potatoes that had been set aside during the past few days of indulgence. Today, they would finally be put to use. Dahu, carry that, and let us be off. Dahu was not one for many words. He simply stepped forward, hoisted the sack onto his back, and the three brothers made their way to the tofu workshop. On the journey, Erbao curiously approached and, upon discovering the sack of sweet potatoes, scratched his head in confusion, unsure of his elder brother's intentions. Yinchuan, you've arrived. Uncle, I am here with Erbao to process some goods. Proceed inside. After greeting Erbao's father, the trio entered the tofu workshop. This establishment was well equipped, featuring a stone mill and a cooking area complete with a large iron pot and various utensils necessary for the production of tofu, dried tofu, frozen tofu, and tofu puffs, all of which required secondary processing. Once inside, Li Yinchuan took charge. Dahu, you and I will wash this sack of sweet potatoes. You will handle chopping them into pieces. Understood. With the brothers united in purpose, within an hour, the sack of sweet potatoes was transformed into 2 large bowls of mashed sweet potato. Next, Li Yinchuan continued to direct the operations. Erbao, you are responsible for using the stone mill to grind the sweet potatoes into a paste. Erbao expertly guided their family's old donkey around the mill, and soon, a creamy white sweet potato paste began to flow. Yet this was not the end of their task. Li Yinchuan boiled some water in the large pot and prepared a basin. He and Dahu employed a cloth strainer over the basin, pouring the milled sweet potato paste into it, and repeatedly rinsed it with boiling water 3 times in total, ensuring the starch was thoroughly washed while preventing any residue from contaminating the final product. It was the height of summer, and before long, the brothers were drenched in sweat from their labor. Having reached this point, Erbao believed he had grasped the situation, but he soon felt a bit disheartened. Chuangu, are you really going to have us make sweet potato flour? This endeavor is typically labor-intensive and time-consuming, not to mention it wastes sweet potatoes. Hardly anyone in the village engages in this throughout the year. Why are we doing this? You just do it, stop the chatter, Dahu remarked, while Era shot him a glance. Although he appeared foolish on the surface, he was anything but. The 3 of them idly chatted for a while waiting for the starch to settle. Then they brought the starchy water to a boil over high heat, stirring continuously until it thickened. After it solidified, they had created sweet potato flour. At this juncture, Bao glanced over, his expression clearly questioning what to do next. Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. He instructed them to mix the sweet potato flour with water, stir it uniformly, and heat it over a low flame while continuing to stir. When the mixture turned darker and translucent, he turned off the heat and let it cool in a metal basin until solidified. At this stage, they had a semi-finished product. One could not deny that the sweet potato flour concoction had an appealing appearance and a delightful elasticity. However, neither Dahu nor Bao had ever encountered such a thing before. Bao scratched his head and asked, "Chuan Ge, what is this used for? Can it be eaten?" Li Yinchuan smiled faintly. "This is quite delicious. It's called mincy." "Mincy?" "Yes, mincy." Today, upon hearing this term, Li Yinchuan was reminded of an incident. The pharmaceutical factory in Deheshan had merged and relocated from various regions, attracting a diverse crowd, many of whom hailed from Dalian. For the people of Dalian, mincy is a supreme delicacy. In his previous life, Li Yinchuan had invested in a mincy shop in Dalian and had earnestly learned the craft from a master, making him capable of preparing authentic mincy, which was now coming in handy. "Is this truly delicious?" Bao inquired, instinctively scooping a piece with a spoon and tossing it into his mouth. "This doesn't have much flavor. You don't eat it like that," Li Yinchuan replied. "Bao, go fetch some garlic water and sesame paste." In this era, sesame paste was a rarity in most households. Li Yinchuan brushed a bit of oil in the iron pan, cut the mincy into thick pieces, and fried them until crispy. Then served them topped with garlic water and sesame paste, handing it to Bao. "Now, give it another try." Bao, still skeptical, took a spoonful and placed it in his mouth. As he bit down, the texture was incredibly springy, and a delightful flavor filled his mouth. Not bad at all. As a native of Jilin, I've fallen in love with this dish from the very first bite. Li Yinchuan also sampled a piece, and his skills had not waned. The flavor was just right. Both Bao and Dahu enjoyed the dish immensely, with Bao exclaiming in between bites, "This is quite tasty. However, I've never seen this around here. Will it sell?" "Rest assured, come with me to sell it tomorrow, regardless of whether it sells. You'll earn 5 yuan for your work." 5 yuan a day? Dahu and Bao's eyes widened in disbelief. 5 yuan a day was undoubtedly a handsome wage in these times. However, Bao was also filled with doubt. If this delicacy failed to sell, he would feel too embarrassed to ask Li Yinchuan for money. Well, if it doesn't sell, he would just have to accept it. Since the dish requires on-site preparation to truly savor its flavor, it necessitated the right equipment for selling. A flatbed cart was readily available at Bao's home. Typically, this dish is prepared on an iron plate, but under the current circumstances, they resorted to using a spare iron pot from Bao's household. After a lengthy preparation, they realized they were missing the most essential item, a stove. It was impractical to assemble one at the selling location. Li Yinchuan scratched his head for a while and inadvertently discovered an old gasoline barrel in the yard, covered in dirt and containing some stagnant water. That would do. They emptied the water, cleaned off the dirt and dust, then sawed the barrel in half to create a makeshift stove, using some charcoal they had on hand. As for the sesame paste and garlic water, Bao provided those as his investment in the venture. Chopped scallions and cilantro could easily be plucked from Li Yinchuan's garden, as they were abundant and not hard to come by. Other ingredients were deemed unnecessary. In these times, variety was limited, especially when it came to chili sauce, which they simply did not have. Nevertheless, the authentic flavor of the dish consisted solely of sesame paste, garlic water, scallions, and cilantro. The three of them also gathered some bowls and chopsticks from home. Everything was set, just waiting for the morrow to bring in profits. That evening, Zhou Suzhen gazed at the dish her son had concocted, finding it quite a novelty. "Son, this is something none of us have seen before. Do you think you can sell it tomorrow?" "No worries. This is a favorite among the people from Dalian. There are quite a few from Dalian at the pharmaceutical factory. I'll sell it to them tomorrow." "When did you learn to make this?" In anticipation of this question, Li Yinchuan had prepared an answer. "Master Duan taught me." He was over 70, a white-bearded old man known as Master Duan in the village, revered for his vast knowledge and skills. He loved to gather a crowd of children to tell stories, regaling them with tales of his adventures across the south and north, his leg crushed on the railway, his travels to the land of the Russians, his ventures to the southern seas, fighting against the Japanese, and even participating in the Grand Army crossing the Yangtze River. He was a legendary figure in Baiyun village. From a young age, I often visited his home, and we shared a special bond. Unfortunately, the old man left Bayun village 2 years ago, reportedly to live with his eldest son in the provincial capital. He had given me an address, but in this life, I have long since misplaced it. He knew how to make this? Seeing her son's unwavering confidence, Jo Sujin could only suppress her myriad doubts within her heart. Chapter 21. The Path of Cigarettes. The following morning, Li Yinchuan, along with his 2 brothers, pushed the flatbed cart to the county. Besides the equipment necessary for selling the dish, the cart also carried 100 pounds of loach. Predominantly, it was Dao pushing the cart. Theoretically, he was not needed for the selling process, making this his sole opportunity to contribute. Upon entering the county town and passing through an intersection, I chanced upon a young lad vending cigarettes. In this day and age, cigarette sales come in 2 varieties. One is the legitimate counter where cigarettes can only be purchased with a cigarette coupon. The other comprises those who have procured cigarettes through unknown channels, clandestinely selling them for a bit of pocket change. Noticing Li Yinchuan's gaze upon him, the young vendor initiated a conversation. Brother, would you like to buy some cigarettes? What do you have? How much? Life source for a box is 1 yuan. And ginseng cigarettes are 4 jiao. Are they genuine? What are you talking about? In this era, do you think I would show you a fake? Suddenly, Li Yinchuan realized that in this time, counterfeit cigarettes were virtually non-existent. The flourishing counterfeit cigarette industry across the nation had yet to commence. Can you lower the price on Life Source? Brother, they are selling for 1 yuan in the general store, and you need a coupon for that. Mine doesn't require one. If it weren't for my second uncle who brought back a box while on a business trip and wanted to exchange it for some cash. Where could you find a price like this? Observing the earnestness of the vendor revealing his hand, Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment and consented. I'll take a box. He handed over a yuan, and a box of Life Source was placed in his hands. Brother Chuan, when did you start smoking? You're starting off with Life Source. Give me one. Erbao chimed in cheerfully, the only smoker among the 3 brothers at that moment. Of course, he usually smoked the 9-cent golden gourd, having seldom tried Life Source. In his previous life, Li Yinchuan was indeed a devoted smoker. However, in this life, he had yet to start smoking. Nor did he intend to indulge aimlessly, preferring to keep his lungs pristine. He shot a sidelong glance at Erbao, as if regarding a fool. Go away. It's better to be prepared. I'll keep the cigarettes for later use. After purchasing the cigarettes, the group continued onward. Upon arriving at the small market near the pharmaceutical factory, Li Yinchuan asked his 2 brothers to wait for him for a moment. He then shouldered a basket and went to deliver loaches to Wang Denian, exchanging 100 jin of loaches for 80 yuan. By the time he returned, it was nearly 11 o'clock, and the market was bustling with people. Finding a corner, they set down their cart, preparing to sell stewed dishes. Just then, an elderly man with a red armband emerged. What are you doing? Typically, this market is not strictly regulated. However, there exists an unwritten rule that only family members of the pharmaceutical factory are allowed to sell goods. Today, Li Yinchuan and his companions, being unfamiliar faces, naturally attracted attention. Moreover, the family members of the pharmaceutical factory generally dressed well, while Li Yinchuan and his friends wore patched clothing and shoes, making them stand out even more. The last time Li Yinchuan came to sell dandelions, he had been fortunate. The elderly man had been preoccupied with a stomach ailment and had left the scene just as Li Yinchuan finished selling. Li Yinchuan chuckled, Uncle, we're just trying to sell some food. Selling food? Do you know where this is? This is the pharmaceutical factory's territory. Not just anyone can come here. Leave. Quickly. Uncle, Wang Denian, who works in the factory canteen, is my cousin. My family is struggling to make ends meet. Please let me sell just a little. Wang Denian's cousin? The red-sleeved man regarded Li Yinchuan with a skeptical gaze. Today, by mere coincidence, Li Yinchuan had encountered someone particularly familiar with Wang Denian. The individual before him was a neighbor of Wang Denian. Indeed, his wife had just given birth, and only yesterday, he had delivered some delicate fish to him. The red-sleeved man was well aware of Wang Denian's wife's recent delivery, as just a few days prior, he had sent over 10 eggs to their household. Thus his doubts began to dissipate. However, the unwritten rules of the factory stipulated that only immediate relatives were permitted to set up stalls here. And allowing him to do so seemed to contravene the regulations. The red-sleeved man found himself engulfed in indecision. Sir, how should I address you? I am surnamed Shang. Li Yinchuan cast a glance at the indecisive elder, noting his distinctly yellowed, cured teeth, and then at his 2 prominently yellow fingers. He decided to employ his trump card. Uncle Shang, do you smoke? He produced a box of Life Source cigarettes, deftly unwrapped it, and offered one to the red-sleeved man. Initially, the red-sleeved man was determined to uphold his principles. As the manager of this market, he had a reputation to maintain. After all, who doesn't he receive cigarettes when out and about? He was not someone who could be easily swayed. Yet, when his gaze fell upon the box, he found himself unable to look away. This was Life Source, the most sought-after brand among seasoned smokers in Jilin province, encapsulated in the popular saying, whether rich or poor. It's Life Source. A box cost over a yuan, far superior to his usual Golden Gourd brand. He couldn't help but swallow hard. And the words of refusal that lingered on his tongue suddenly vanished. Li Yinchuan lit the cigarette for him, and the red-sleeved man took a deep drag. In that moment, he felt a surge of youth. Life Source truly had a delightful aroma. After that first puff, he felt as if he had regained several years of vitality. Subsequently, Li Yinchuan casually tucked the remaining cigarettes into the red-sleeved man's pocket. The latter's lips twitched as he contemplated a refusal, but gazing at this considerate young man, he found himself at a loss for words. All he could do was exhale a resigned sigh. Very well, since you are a relative of Danian, you may set up here. Chapter 22. The taste of home with the stall secured. Li Yinchuan's seamless maneuver left his companions in a state of astonishment. They had never perceived him as particularly adept at handling matters. In the memories of Dahu and Bao, Li Yinchuan was just like them, timid in the presence of others, especially around city folk, often shrinking in stature and struggling to find words. What they did not realize was that the Li Yinchuan standing before them was not the same as the one they had known. Having lived 2 lives, he had encountered far more than they could imagine. Dealing with this elderly man was merely a trivial task. However, Bao felt somewhat bewildered, pondering how Li Yinchuan, who had grown up bare-bottomed alongside them, suddenly had a relative named Wang Danian. Brother Chuan, you really are a relative of Wang Danian. Nonsense. It's merely a business connection. The loach I just carried was delivered to him. Aren't you afraid this uncle will come after us? Originally, I would have been. But having taken my Life Source, he won't dare. Li Yinchuan replied with a hint of mystery. With a location secured, it was time to earn some money. Li Yinchuan ignited the charcoal, set up the iron pot, and with a spatula in hand, prepared to commence frying the stewed dish. At that moment, he suddenly halted, realizing something was amiss. He turned his gaze towards Dahu and Bao, briefly pausing on Dahu before settling on Bao. Bao, give me a shout. A shout? Why should I shout? Bao replied, taken aback. In this day and age, selling goods was typically done in hushed tones. Items were arranged, and customers approached to inquire and negotiate prices. It was rare to witness the boisterous shouting commonly seen in later times, especially for a rural lad like Bao, who was unfamiliar with the concept of shouting to attract attention. You need to let everyone know to come eat the stewed dish. Must I really shout? Li Yinchuan shot him an exasperated glance, then cast a sidelong look at Dahu. Bao understood instantly. If Dahu were to shout, he would likely scare away any potential customers. With a determined bite of his lip and a stamp of his foot, Bao relented. Fine, I will shout. But what should I say? Come, let me teach you a few phrases. Look here, delectable stewed dish from Dalian. 1 bowl will leave you wanting another. Only 1 yuan per bowl. You can't lose, you can't be fooled. If you buy it, it's a gain. If you eat it, it's a bargain. Come and eat. Bao was astounded, truly impressed. As expected of my elder brother, you have quite the flair for this. Why hadn't I noticed it before? However, a thought crossed his mind, and he questioned, Brother Chuan, if you shout so well, why do you need me to shout? Li Yinchuan shot him a look of frustration. Why should I do everything myself? What use are you? Bao scratched his head, conceding that his brother had a point. All right, then I shall shout. Look here. Look here. His voice was initially strong, but as he continued, it dwindled to a whisper by the time he reached the end of his phrase. Speak up. You haven't eaten yet. Ah, look here, delectable stewed dish from Dalian. 1 bowl will leave you wanting another. Only 1 yuan per bowl. You can't lose. You can't be fooled. If you buy it, it's a gain. If you eat it, it's a bargain. Come and eat. Surprisingly, Bao exhibited a natural talent for selling. His voice growing louder with each iteration, no longer stammering, and his face adorned with a smile. Even Li Yinchuan couldn't help but secretly admire his brother's aptitude. It was clear he had a knack for business. As Bao's enthusiastic shouts resonated, Li Yinchuan's dish sizzled enticingly, becoming the loudest presence in the market, quickly drawing the attention of passers-by. A crowd soon gathered, intrigued. Stewed dish. Manhwa, a quality inspector at a pharmaceutical company, hailed from Dalian and had cherished the stewed dish since childhood. Having spent a decade at the pharmaceutical plant in Dahe Mountain, she had yet to taste her beloved hometown delicacy. The primary challenge lay in sourcing the ingredients, unlike later times of abundant resources. Even something as simple as sweet potato flour was difficult to procure. Unlike Li Yinchuan, who had the support of Erbao's family mill, she found herself struggling to turn sweet potatoes into flour. A few days ago, she was afflicted with a cold, and now she is just beginning to recover. With a lack of taste and no appetite, she aimlessly wandered through a small market, unsure of what to eat. Upon hearing someone enthusiastically call out the word mincy, her eyes immediately sparkled, and a mysterious liquid began to flow from the corners of her mouth. However, could anyone still be making mincy in this remote area of Dahe Mountain? With an eager heart, she hurried towards the voice, and upon arrival, her gaze was captivated. Not far away, there was a stove made from a gasoline barrel, and within a large iron pot, the sizzling mincy she had longed for was being prepared. Swallowing hard, she approached and inquired, "Comrade, how much for a bowl?" "1 yuan per bowl." Without hesitation, she produced a bill from her pocket and exclaimed, "I'd like a bowl. Please, cooked a bit crispy." "Certainly." Li Yinchuan promptly served her a bowl, adding a spoonful of sesame sauce, followed by a sprinkle of scallions and cilantro, and finishing it off with a small spoonful of garlic water. Once it was ready, he handed it over. Unable to wait even a second, she took a bite with great anticipation. In an instant, the mincy pleasantly bounced against her teeth, and a sweet fragrance exploded in her mouth. The fresh taste of scallions and cilantro, combined with the slight spiciness of the garlic water, created a flavor that was nothing short of what she had yearned for. Tears nearly welled in her eyes. This was the taste of her hometown, rich with the essence of oysters. Instantly, she forgot her earlier malaise and lack of appetite. Completely enchanted by the natural taste of the mincy, she devoured the bowl almost ravenously. After finishing, she patted her belly, clearly still unsatisfied. Her gaze quickly shifted to Li Yinchuan, and she eagerly requested, "1 more bowl." Not yet satiated, she ordered another, consuming 3 bowls in total, only stopping when a hearty burp signaled her fullness. Initially feeling weak and unwell, she now felt invigorated, her body brimming with energy. "This is delightful. It truly is wonderful," she exclaimed while caressing her nearly round belly. "It would be even better if there were some chicken broth in the mincy." "Dear sister, you have quite the appetite. Today was a bit rushed, but come back tomorrow, and there will be chicken broth." "All right. As long as you have chicken broth tomorrow, I will return for more." "Sister, if you find it delicious, please help me spread the word. Rest assured, I will definitely help you promote it." Content. She handed over 3 yuan. On her way back to work, whenever she encountered a fellow Dalian resident, she excitedly shared, "Brothers and sisters, there's a vendor in the small market making mincy. It's authentically delicious. Just 1 yuan a bowl. Hurry and try it." Mincy holds a significant place in the hearts of Dalian people. Without exception, whenever Dalian natives hear of mincy being sold in the market, even if they have just eaten, they dash over to savor a bowl. For them, it embodies the taste of home. Word of mouth spread rapidly. Li Yinchuan's stewed dish stall became a remarkable success, only settling down by the time afternoon work commenced. However, the large bucket of stewed dish he had prepared was nearly empty, leaving him with just a handful of servings available for sale. Observing the remaining portions, which amounted to less than 10, all of which had already been stir-fried, Li Yinchuan contemplated for a moment. He packed 2 servings of the dish along with sesame sauce, chopped scallions, cilantro, and garlic water, then instructed, "Erbao, sell the rest of these. I need to head to the factory for some matters, and I'll be back shortly." Erbao, brimming with newfound confidence from his recent financial success, enthusiastically replied, "Sure thing, Brother Chuan. You go ahead. Just wait for your return to count the money." Chapter 23. We are going to get rich. Li Yinchuan took the stewed dish to the pharmaceutical hospital. Shortly thereafter, he arrived at the obstetrics ward and located the room of Wang Danian's wife. He was there to express his gratitude to Wang Danian. Although they had just collaborated on a business venture, he felt it was essential to acknowledge the inspiration he had drawn from Wang's words the previous day, along with the fact that he was operating under the name of Wang Danian's cousin today. While he believed that the box of life essence had alleviated any troubles from Hong Shougo, it was still prudent to navigate the situation smoothly without excessive effort. "Little brother, what brings you here?" Wang Danian asked, somewhat surprised to see Li Yinchuan again so soon after he had previously delivered some loaches and even shared his earnings. "Brother Wang, I heard you mention that you're from Dalian. I happened to prepare some stewed dish today, so I brought you some." "Stewed dish?" Wang Danian's face lit up with delight as Li Yinchuan opened the container, revealing the dish he had been yearning for. Before Wang Danian could utter a word, a joyous voice chimed in. Stewed dish? It was Jiang Lianhua, Wang Danian's wife, who, being from Dalian as well, was ecstatic at the mention of the dish. For those from Dalian, stewed dish was a culinary treasure. In front of Li Yinchuan, the couple eagerly devoured the dish, sharing it with great enthusiasm until nothing remained. After finishing, Wang Danian felt a twinge of embarrassment. It's been years since I've indulged in the flavors of my hometown. I simply couldn't stop eating. Young brother, you are truly thoughtful. Brother Wang, I need to discuss something with you. Today, while selling stewed dishes at our pharmaceutical market, I encountered Uncle Shang, who manages the area. I mentioned I was your cousin, and that is how I was permitted to set up my stall, Li Yinchuan explained. Wang Danian patted Li Yinchuan on the shoulder and replied, No worries, I'll have a word with old Shang later. You are indeed my cousin. After expressing his gratitude to Wang Danian, Li Yinchuan exited the hospital and found his two younger brothers just in time to hear that the last bowl of stewed dish had been sold. Brother, we are going to get rich, Airbao exclaimed excitedly. Today, we sold 120 bowls of stewed dish, earning us a total of 120 yuan. 2 hours, just 2 hours. And Li Yinchuan and his companions managed to sell a remarkable 120 bowls of stewed noodles, earning a total of 120 yuan. This was in 1983, when even the most well-paid workers in pharmaceutical factories earned barely over 50 yuan per month. Remarkably, Li Yinchuan had earned more than 2 months' salary in less than 2 hours. Such a sum? Indeed, such a considerable amount. Li Yinchuan was somewhat taken aback. Initially, he had estimated his earnings to be around 100 yuan, but to his surprise, it reached 120 yuan in the end. Come, let's divide the earnings. He pulled out 2 5 yuan notes, giving one to each person, and after a moment's thought, he took out another 5 yuan for Dao. Since today is our first day in business, and we had a great start. Here is an extra 5 yuan for you. Dahu's smile was so broad it nearly split his face. He had never earned 10 yuan in one go before, and today was his first experience of it. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Li Yinchuan then took out another 5 yuan note, contemplating before pulling out a larger sum for Erbao. Here is 5 yuan for you as well, and considering you provided the pot, sesame paste, and garlic water, along with the stone mill for the sweet potato flour, I'll give you an additional 10 yuan. That makes it 20. Erbao's eyes crinkled with delight as he grasped the 20 yuan note in his hand. While distributing the money, Li Yinchuan was also observing the two brothers. In their previous life, they had been his closest allies, and in this life, he could lead them toward prosperity, but it depended on their worthiness. Today, he had earned 120 yuan, and after deducting costs, he still had a minimum profit of 100 yuan. Having given them only 30 yuan, he considered their potential greed. If they felt slighted by their share, they would inevitably drift apart when larger earnings came. Having lived 2 lives, Li Yinchuan trusted his observational skills, and he was pleased to see that both brothers were genuinely happy about their earnings. Neither Dahu nor Erbao harbored any ulterior motives. It appeared he could indeed continue to guide them toward wealth. After tidying up the stall and loading everything onto the cart, Dahu, patting his stomach, looked at Li Yinchuan. Brother Chuan, I'm hungry. Let us go. I'll treat you. Since the brothers had worked hard to help him earn money, Li Yinchuan, not one to be stingy, insisted on treating them to a good meal. He looked around and found a modestly sized yet clean restaurant called Welcoming Guests, and he led the two brothers inside. Once they received the menu, Li Yinchuan enthusiastically ordered a variety of dishes: braised meat strips, crispy fried pork, red braised pork, stewed pork knuckle, chicken with mushrooms, and a pot of twice-cooked pork, alongside the red braised river carp, ordering whatever looked appetizing. The owner, a bit taken aback, remarked, "Brothers, are you sure you can handle all this? We serve generous portions. There are just 3 of us. It's not too much. My brother can eat quite a bit. Oh, and add 10 more steamed buns." When the dishes finally arrived, Li Yinchuan realized that the servings were far from the small portions typical in later times. The braised meat strips contained a hefty 1.5 jin of meat. The stewed pork knuckle was a whole 2 jin, and the carp weighed over 4 jin. The 10 substantial steamed buns, each weighing nearly a pound, certainly epitomized value. However, could it be too much? Yet, as Li Yinchuan discovered, it was indeed not excessive. His companions displayed remarkable appetites, as in these times, there is little sustenance to be found. The sight of meat never fails to evoke a sense of inadequacy. Although Li Yinchuan had prepared 2 delightful dishes the previous day, by today they had long been digested. Moreover, in this era, whether pork or beef. It is all raised in a standard manner, and the meat is delectably fragrant. A single bite of the braised meat strips makes one yearn for another, creating an insatiable desire. Thus, the 8 hearty dishes rapidly diminished, and before long, Li Yinchuan observed that only 2 buns remained in front of Dehu. He considered ordering more, but Dehu restrained him. "Brother, enough is enough. No more orders." As he urged this, he dipped the large bun into the braised meat sauce, consuming it in 3 bites. He then tore the last bun in half, placing the remaining morsels of meat within, and sealed the bun. Voila! The Dehu-style meat sandwich was born. He held it firmly and took a hearty bite, followed by another, finishing all 10 buns. The 8 dishes on the table had been devoured by the 3 brothers, even the sauce completely soaked up with the buns. Their capacity was truly astonishing. "Ah, Brother Chuan, I have never tasted such a delectable meal in my life. Today was absolutely delightful." Dehu contentedly belched, patting his belly, having consumed 5 large buns and approximately half a portion of meat, affirming that following Brother Chuan was indeed the right choice. Chapter 24. A rescue mission. Upon calculating the expenses, the meal had cost a total of 25 yuan, equivalent to half a month's wages for an average worker. However, considering that the 8 dishes were all meat-based and the generous portions, the price was quite reasonable. Li Yinchuan contemplated for a moment before spending an additional 8 yuan for the chef to prepare another serving of the braised pork, braised meat strips, and stewed knuckle, planning to take it home for his mother and younger siblings, who had yet to eat. After settling the bill, the 3 of them sauntered out of the restaurant, satiated and ready for the next task. With the promise of chicken soup for tomorrow's meal, Li Yinchuan headed directly to purchase 2 chickens at 50 cents per pound. The larger chicken weighed 5.5 pounds, while the smaller one weighed 4.5, costing a total of 5 yuan. He also procured 2 pounds of pork belly for 3 yuan. The essential ingredient for the stew is sweet potato flour, so he bought 200 pounds of sweet potatoes, which were inexpensive at 5 cents per pound, totaling just 10 yuan. As he was concluding his purchases, he chanced upon some rare bulo lin, a type of candy, which is a genuine rarity and more expensive than the famous white rabbit candy, priced at 3 yuan per pound. Not short on funds, Li Yinchuan bought 2 pounds without hesitation. After completing their shopping, the 3 brothers returned home pushing a cart laden with their bounty. Upon seeing Li Yinchuan return with numerous packages, the family gathered around eagerly. "Brother, what delicious treats did you bring today? See for yourselves." Li Yinchuan retrieved several lunch boxes from the basket, and as he opened them, the enticing aromas of the braised pork, braised meat strips, and stewed knuckle wafted forth. The sound of 2 small gulps of saliva was unmistakable. "Brother, you are the best. All right, let us swiftly pick up our chopsticks and indulge in our meal." However, an unexpected turn of events unfolded during dinner. As they were eating, Li Qiao softly remarked, "Mom, I find this a bit too rich. Could you please prepare some cucumbers with sauce?" Li Yinchuan glanced over and responded, "Sure, it's only been a few days, and you're already feeling the heaviness in your stomach." "All right, I'll get it ready right away," declared Su Jin, rising to the garden to harvest a few cucumbers and some lettuce. After washing them, she placed the fresh vegetables before the diners. It turned out that indeed, there was a richness in their stomachs. The meat dishes were consumed at a rapid pace, but the cucumbers and lettuce were devoured just as quickly. Although Li Yinchuan had already had his fill, he enjoyed a cucumber and a few slices of lettuce, finding them surprisingly refreshing. This brought back memories of his past life at the age of 50, when he was in Dalian. He had little interest in the lavish spreads and instead relished a plate of dipping vegetables. After purchasing chicken, the next day's braised dish would be elevated with chicken broth, enhancing its flavor. Presently, Li Yinchuan's braised dish stall at the pharmaceutical market had become the most popular. Initially, it attracted people from Dalian, but gradually, more and more employees from the pharmaceutical factory came to sample the fare. As a classic Dalian treat, the braised dish indeed possessed its own charm, appealing not only to nostalgic locals but also to visitors from other regions who found it delightful. As the days slipped by, the daily income from the loach provided Li Yinchuan with 70 yuan, while the net profit from the braised dish amounted to 50, leading to a daily increase in his wealth of 120 yuan. Of course, Li Yinchuan understood that neither selling loaches nor braised dishes would be a sustainable livelihood. Nonetheless, he believed that his rebirth would not confine him to these endeavors for long. They were merely scenic stops along his path to immense wealth. The day was oppressively hot, with cicadas calling out weakly. Li Yinchuan's business was sluggish today. The heat made consuming braised dishes unappealing. and they clearly did not sell as well as the cold noodles next door. By 4 o'clock in the afternoon, observing the lack of sales, Li Yinchuan, along with Da Hu and Air Bao, decided to pack up their stall and head home. Brother, shall we go swimming in the river when we get home? Sure. It's too hot today. Let us soak in the river. I'll toss a watermelon in the water to chill while we swim. That sounds fantastic. The brothers chatted amiably as they made their way home, unaware of the horse-drawn cart approaching from a short distance away. The driver of the cart was a young woman, not yet 20. Her features, a modest nose, relatively small eyes, and an unremarkable mouth, did not stand out, and her skin was not particularly fair. At first glance, none of her features appeared striking. Yet, remarkably, these unassuming traits harmonized to create a pleasing visage. The longer one looked, the more one found her beauty growing. Her figure was alluring, with ample curves in all the right places, embodying the legendary ideal of proportion. She had her hair styled in a thick braid at the back of her head and wore a white top paired with jeans, exuding an air of confidence. The maiden joyfully sang the widely popular song Military Port at Night by Su Xiaoming while riding in the carriage. The night at the military port was serene. The waves gently rocked the warships, and the young sailors rested their heads upon the surging tides, revealing sweet smiles in their dreams. The sea breeze caressed softly. The waves swayed gently. How arduous the journeys of the sailors were, yet they returned to the embrace of their motherland. The girl sang beautifully, akin to a lark in full song, when suddenly an unexpected event transpired. Out of the nearby thicket burst a wild boar, its rear end oozing blood. This massive creature weighed over 400 pounds, robust and well-fed, with tusks exceeding half a meter in length. It charged past the carriage without a moment's pause, its sharp tusks grazing the horse's front leg. With a swift slash, the horse's leg was cut as if by a blade, and blood gushed forth. The injured horse, startled, arched its neck backward with great force, raising its front hooves in fright, its eyes rolling back in terror, before bolting away in panic. Caught off guard, the maiden desperately grasped the reins, trying to regain control of the horse, but it was already spooked. Her efforts proved futile. As the horse galloped wildly, she could only instinctively let out a piercing scream. Li Yinchuan and his companions first heard the shrill cry, then spotted a horse racing along the main road. The woman in the carriage screaming in a voice that had morphed in terror. The horse was frightened. This was Li Yinchuan's immediate thought. Alarmed, he realized that just 30 meters ahead lay a sharp turn, leading down into a ravine over 20 meters deep. The carriage would be doomed if it plunged down. This was his second thought. Save her, Li Yinchuan shouted in a moment of crisis. The two younger brothers quickly understood his intent. However, with the horse already in full flight, it was unrealistic to rely solely on human strength to stop it. As they stood helpless, Li Yinchuan yelled, "Air Bao! Push the cart to intercept it." Air Bao immediately grasped his brother's meaning and charged forward with the cart at an angle. Bang! The cart collided with the carriage, sending Li Yinchuan's bowl and chopsticks scattering across the ground, and a gasoline barrel rolled away with a thud. Nevertheless, the speed of the carriage noticeably diminished. Taking a deep breath, Li Yinchuan braced himself. Aware of his limitations, he could not halt the carriage by himself. Yet there was someone who could. At the critical moment, Dong Dama stepped forward with determination, sprinting a few steps before grasping the horse's reins with both hands. With all his strength, he yanked to the side, commanding stop. A miracle occurred. The once frenzied horse was brought to a halt by Dong Da's sheer force. His strength was formidable. Had he lived in ancient times, he would surely have been hailed as a legendary warrior. The horse reared on its hind legs, exhaling a plume of white vapor. Yet, no matter how fiercely it struggled, Dong Dahu remained anchored to the ground like a steadfast nail. Alas, although Dong Dahu had managed to restrain the galloping steed, the young woman in the cart was not held back by his grip. Due to inertia, she was flung from the cart, hurtling through the air like a large pancake, perilously close to colliding with a towering tree, beneath which lay a threatening branch. Should she strike it, her visage would be irreparably marred. In a heartbeat, a figure darted forth, snatching the airborne maiden into his embrace just in the nick of time. Utilizing the momentum, he spun thrice before gradually coming to a halt. Amidst the whirl, Lin Xing Nan caught sight of the man's face, and in that fleeting moment, it was the only visage in her vision. A thought surged within her. The tales of a gallant man appearing on a rainbow to rescue a princess in her hour of need were indeed true. Gazing at the man's countenance, an overwhelming impulse arose within her, a desire to lean in and bestow a kiss, surely a most delightful sensation. As the spin concluded, Lin Chuan, the one cradling her, noted the pallor of her face, which had lost its earlier vigor, now imbued with a hint of vulnerability. In that instant, he perceived that the young woman in his arms seemed somewhat dazed, perhaps from shock. Moreover, there was an uncanny familiarity about her visage. With the world coming to an end, Lin Xingnan observed the man supporting her, his face flushed like a ripe apple. Conversely, Lin Chuan found himself increasingly reminded of her. The name teetering on the edge of his memory, elusive yet tantalizing. One blushed, while the other pondered. Time appeared to freeze in that moment, and unbeknownst to them, a full minute slipped by. During this interval, Bao, who had stumbled while attempting to halt the horse-drawn cart, and Dong Dahu, who had exerted himself to stop the vehicle and was now nursing aches throughout his body, regained their footing. They exchanged glances at the embraced couple, momentarily at a loss for words, bewildered by the prolonged embrace. Ahem. After a considerable wait, Dong Dahu could no longer contain himself and cleared his throat. At the sound, the man and woman recoiled as if electrified, hastily parting ways. However, as Lin Xingnan stepped back, her legs weakened, nearly causing her to kneel. Li Yinchuan swiftly caught her once more, leading to yet another brief embrace before they separated again. After two such embraces, Lin Xingnan's face was crimson, her voice barely audible as she murmured, "Thank you, my savior. I am Lin Xingnan." "What a lovely name," Li Yinchuan replied, suddenly enlightened, recalling where he had heard that name before. If memory served him correctly, this woman would become the wealthiest person in Dahei Mountain in 30 years. Her fortune rumored to exceed 100 billion, frequently gracing the television screens. No wonder she appeared so familiar. Of course, the future Lin Xingnan would exude an air of unattainability, radiating affluence, unlike her current youthful innocence. Facing the future billionaire, Li Yinchuan smiled faintly. "I am Li Yinchuan." Li Yinchuan extended his hand and shook Lin Xignan's, noting the pleasant sensation cool and smooth, as if the sweltering heat of summer had diminished significantly with that one handshake. Dong Dahu, standing nearby, scratched his head, feeling that he was the one who had exerted himself. After all, it was he who had intervened to stop the runaway horse, nearly losing his life in the process. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Yinchuan had been hailed as a lifesaver. After the introductions, Lin Xingnan fell silent, an unusual occurrence for someone typically so loquacious. Whether it was fear or something else, her heart raced uncontrollably. After a moment of contemplation, she finally spoke again, expressing her heartfelt gratitude. "Thank you so much for today." Once more, she disregarded Dahu and Bao. "No need to thank me." Realizing that the conversation could not continue awkwardly, Lin Xingnan pondered for a moment before recalling the question she needed to ask. "I live in Wanliang Town, at the eastern end, at Old Lin's house, known for ginseng. You'll know it if you inquire." "And you, my benefactor?" "Qianjin Township, Baiyun Village, Li Yinchuan." The young woman murmured softly, committing the name to memory. After expressing her thanks several more times, she reluctantly took her leave. Li Yinchuan and his companions gathered their belongings and set off on their journey home. "Brother, the world has become so pragmatic. It's all about appearances now. I was the one who stopped the horse, almost sacrificing my life. Yet that girl didn't spare me a glance. We're all brothers. Isn't looking at me tantamount to looking at you? No difference. There is a significant distinction. How about I treat you to some meat tomorrow noon?" "Thank you, Yinchuan. That's all right now." Laughter echoed in the wind. That night, Li Yinchuan lay on his bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep as Lin Xingnan's image lingered in his mind. It was said that she would become decisive in her endeavors, amassing a fortune worth billions. He had expected the youthful Lin Xingnan to appear so adorable and charming, almost amusing. Should he seize this opportunity to pursue her, perhaps ensuring a life free from struggle? After all, every normal man must have harbored dreams of living off a wealthy partner, particularly one as affluent as the heiress of the Black Mountain fortune. How delightful it would be. After some contemplation, Li Yinchuan shook his head. After all, he was a reborn individual. If he were to end up living off her wealth, it would be a disgrace to those who have been given a second chance at life. If fate led him to marry Lin Xingnan, it would only be fitting for him to be the more prosperous one. Eventually, Li Yinchuan drifted off to sleep. Meanwhile, far away in Wanliang Town, Lin Xingnan couldn't help but recall Li Yinchuan's heroic act of saving her. Oh. She realized that the tall figure beside him had also played a part in halting her horse, and she felt a pang of regret for not having thanked him. What did he look like? After much thought, she could not recall any details, only remembering Li Yinchuan. Upon returning home, she recounted the incident to her parents, who were left utterly astonished. They had no sons, only 3 daughters, with Lin Xingnan being the eldest and most cherished. They had always been protective of her, fearing even the slightest harm might befall her, having never so much as lifted a finger against her in all those years. The thought of her nearly being trampled by a startled horse was unimaginable. Li Huayu meticulously examined her daughter from head to toe, gently probing each area to ensure she had not sustained any injuries, much to Lin Xingnan's growing annoyance. By the way, daughter, what is the name of the person who rescued you? Li Yinchuan. He mentioned that he lives in Baiyun Village, Qianjin Township. My dear child, such a significant event warrants our gratitude. Tomorrow, we must pay our respects to him. Indeed, I'll bring along some canned goods and snacks. We must express our heartfelt thanks. The old man, who rarely spoke sensibly, agreed. Very well. We shall go and thank him tomorrow. That evening, Lin Shengnan found herself tossing and turning, her mind consumed by the image of the one who had saved her. The thought of seeing him again made her cheeks flush, resembling a ripe apple. Chapter 26. Wrong door, dear girl. Cease your worrying. You have pondered all night. Soon, you shall see your savior. Teased Li Huayu as they sat in the horse-drawn carriage. Mother, look at you. I'm not thinking about it. Not thinking? Your face is as red as a beet. After some playful banter, Li Huayu exchanged a knowing smile with her husband, Lin Mantang. Their daughter, who had always held herself above the local suitors, exuded an innate charm and confidence, never displaying the demeanor of a typical young lady. However, after being rescued, she exhibited a newfound vulnerability. Perhaps fate had intertwined her path with that of her benefactor, which would not be such a bad outcome. To express their gratitude, Lin Mantang prepared a generous offering: 4 jars of peach preserves, 4 packets of snacks, 2 pounds of white rabbit candy, and a substantial pig leg, an impressive gift by any standard in those times. The family of 3 drove their carriage to Baiyun Village and soon encountered a man in his 50s. Stopping the carriage, Lin Mantang inquired, "Brother, could you direct me to Li Yinchuan's home? He is a handsome young lad, around 20. Fortuitously, the man had just returned from caring for his ailing mother in a neighboring village and was unaware of the recent division of the Li family. He replied, "Proceed forward for about 100 meters. The house with a white wooden door, marked by a large poplar tree in front, is the one you seek." "Thank you, brother." With directions in hand, Lin Mantang urged the carriage toward old Madame Bai's residence. As luck would have it, they encountered Aunt Ho Hot, who was about to visit old Madame Bai. Lin Mantang asked, "Is this the Li family home?" "Indeed, this is the Li residence. What brings you here?" Aunt Ho Hot noticed the unfamiliar faces and quickly deduced they were not from the village. "Yesterday, the young man from the Li family saved my daughter, and we have come to express our gratitude." Upon hearing this, Aunt Ho Hot felt a surge of joy for old Madame Bai and promptly led the Lin family into the yard. "Yinlong's grandmother, your grandson has done a noble deed, and someone has come specifically to thank him." Upon hearing the word thanks, old Madame Bai, who had been busy with chores, wiped her hands on her apron and hurried out. Upon seeing Lin Xinan, she was instantly taken with her. The girl perfectly matched the old woman's aesthetic, particularly with her shapely figure, suggesting she would bear strong children. In her heart, she couldn't help but think of Li Yinhui. Surely, only that young lady was worthy of her university student grandson. Her gaze then fell upon the cans and snacks that Lin Mantang was carrying, and the sight of a large pig's leg made Mrs. Bai chuckle with delight. Although she was uncertain about the situation, it was evident that these visitors had come bearing gifts. As for the act of kindness, it could only have been done by either Yinlong or Yinhui. There was no doubt about it. "Good day, madam. Yesterday, my daughter was startled by a horse while driving a cart, and your grandson came to her rescue. We have come to express our gratitude." Mrs. Bai hurried forward, her face beaming with joy. "My grandson is truly a good person. He always helps others. We often have visitors thanking him. But you've gone overboard with all these gifts." As she spoke, she began to take the cans, snacks, and the large pig's leg from Lin Montang's hands. Today, her aging limbs, which usually lacked strength, seemed invigorated. She could have easily carried 2 more pig-s legs without issue. While accepting the items, Mrs. Bai's mind began to race. This young lady had been rescued by my grandson. Yinlong had been working in the county these past few days, so it must have been Yinhui who had come to her aid. Moreover, the middle-aged man before her seemed strikingly familiar. Where had she seen him before? She ushered the Lin family into the inner room and settled them around the table for a chat. Aunt Ho Hot, having brought them in, turned to head home, feeling it was inappropriate to linger while they had guests. Lin Mantang was the first to speak. "Is your grandson at home today?" "Unfortunately, he is not. He went to visit his second aunt with his mother. This boy performed exceptionally well on the college entrance exam and is likely to attend university. He is quite sentimental and wishes to spend more time with his relatives before heading off to college. A university student, indeed? The elderly couple exchanged glances. In these times, university students were a rarity, with scarcely a few in the entire county each year. A young man who excels in studies and displays kindness, such individuals are hard to find nowadays. Yes, he scored over 20 points above the cutoff line for key universities. He can choose any good university he wishes. Mrs. Bai was somewhat puzzled by the term cutoff line. Yet she understood from her eldest daughter-in-law that it meant he could select a prestigious institution. How impressive! The three visitors were thoroughly astonished. To hear that he had surpassed the cutoff line by such a margin implied not only that he could attend university, but also that he could gain admission to a reputable one. Furthermore, judging by the young lady's demeanor yesterday, the lad seemed quite decent and handsome, truly a perfect match. With a beaming smile, Lin Mantang introduced himself, and, "Allow me to introduce my family. I am Lin Mantang. This is my wife, Li Huaiyu, and our daughter, Lin Shinan. We currently reside in Wanliang and mainly engage in the mountain goods trade." Lin Mantang. Suddenly, Mrs. Bai recalled where she had seen this middle-aged man. No wonder he looked so familiar. Last summer, when she attended an award ceremony in the county to honor successful business people, he had been the one standing at the forefront, recognized as a model of success. At that moment, I lingered in the audience for quite a while, not for any particular reason, but because they were all affluent individuals. I observed each one, secretly hoping to establish a connection with a suitable family. Little did I expect that the very first affluent person I noticed would now be seated at the same table as myself. Before me sat this gentleman of wealth. And his daughter, so remarkably beautiful, if she were to marry Li Yinwei, it would surely be an extraordinary fortune. Indeed, if Yinwei could forge such an alliance, would the Li family ever need to worry about money again? In Chapter 27, Mrs. Bai discreetly accepted a token of gratitude, seeking 5-star reviews. With Yinwei's talent complementing the wealth of the Lin family, it would not be long before this entire region would fall under the influence of Mrs. Bai. Contemplating this, Mrs. Bai displayed her most benevolent smile. "Your daughter is quite lovely. She seems to be about the same age as my grandson. Has she found a match yet? Don't even mention it. My daughter is quite discerning. After searching for so long, she hasn't found anyone she likes, and remains unmarried to this day. Oh dear, what a coincidence. My grandson has just been accepted into university, and he too has high standards. He is still without a partner," Mrs. Bai remarked, casting a glance at Lin Shinan with a knowing smile. Lin Shinan, no longer a child, blushed fiercely at such directness, although she harbored fond feelings for Li Yinchuan. The idea of being thrust into a courtship after just one meeting seemed rather abrupt. Lin Mantang felt discomfort as well. To express gratitude yet discuss marrying off his daughter before even meeting the family was intolerable for any father. Consider this, my grandson is a reincarnation of the literary star, and he is about to attend university. Furthermore, he is quite handsome. His prospects are exceptional. I wouldn't even broach this topic if I didn't find your daughter so rare and exquisite. As Mrs. Bai concluded her thoughts, she fell silent, sipping from her teacup. The message was clear. An opportunity had been presented, and one should seize it. Although Lin Mantang was one of the first affluent individuals in Dake Mountain, Mrs. Bai's family was not lacking either. She was not the one to beg. Lin Shengnan felt conflicted. To speak candidly, she did not harbor any aversion toward Li Yinchuan. In fact, after he rescued her yesterday, she developed a genuine fondness for him. However, to marry him so hastily felt rather impulsive. Despite being in the early 1980s, Lin Shinan was a woman of progressive thoughts, possessing her own ideas. Otherwise, she would not have become the wealthiest person in Dake Mountain. She was not someone to fall in love recklessly, though she was eager to meet Li Yinchuan today. The notion of marrying him outright was not one she entertained. Lin Mantang glanced back at his daughter, who shook her head in response. He understood well. Just then, a commotion outside announced the arrival of footsteps, and before anyone entered, a voice rang out, "Grandma, I'm hungry. Is dinner ready?" Upon hearing that voice, Mrs. Bai's face lit up with joy. It was none other than Li Yinwei. Perfect timing. My eldest grandson has returned. Come in and meet him. Li Yinwei and his mother entered from outside. Upon hearing that the elderly lady's eldest grandson had returned, Lin Mantang swiftly looked up to scrutinize the newcomer. A young man, approximately in his 20s, entered the room. He stood at about 170 centimeters tall, with a notably large head, a center-parted hairstyle that appeared somewhat sparse and tinged with yellow. Thick lenses resembling the bottoms of bottles rested on his nose, while his face was greasy, marred by several adolescent blemishes on his chin. and a mole beneath his left eye. Lin Mantang furrowed his brow after taking in the sight. This young man could easily portray a traitor without the need for makeup. Was this truly the exceptionally handsome youth that old Madame Bai had just extolled? If all the handsome young men had perished, surely he would not be the one remaining. On the other side, Li Huayu also grimaced. Initially, upon hearing her daughter speak of Li Yinchuan as a rare gem, she had envisioned someone far more appealing. Yet, upon closer inspection, he appeared to be barely taller than her daughter. If she wore high heels during a kiss, she would likely have to lean down. The mere thought of having such a son-in-law in the future filled her with unease. The couple exchanged glances, instinctively directing their attention toward Lin Shinan. Lin Shinan's expression was one of sheer astonishment, her mouth agape as though an egg could fit inside. Meanwhile, Li Yinhui, who had just entered, remained oblivious to the situation. He noticed 3 individuals seated with his grandmother and, upon a cursory glance, spotted the young lady. At first glance, she did not strike him as particularly captivating. But upon a second look, his heart began to race. By the third glance, he was convinced that she was the only one for him. Li Yinhui couldn't help but puff out his chest, flicking his center-parted hair in an attempt to present himself as strikingly handsome. Old Madame Bai, upon seeing her grandson, quickly waved him over. Eldest grandson, come here. This young lady has come specifically to express her gratitude to you. Li Yinhui was taken aback. He had never encountered this beautiful young lady before. How could she possibly be here to thank him? Nevertheless, whether or not she expressed gratitude was of little consequence. What mattered was getting closer to her. Thus, he approached with a broad grin and plopped down beside Lin Shinan. The mole on his face quivered, mirroring the restlessness of his flirtatious heart. However, reality swiftly struck him. As soon as Lin Shinan noticed him sitting beside her, she promptly shifted her chair away, demonstrating her disdain for him. Taking a deep breath, she inquired, "Grandmother, is this your only grandson?" Upon hearing her words, the elderly couple breathed a sigh of relief. It became clear that this was not the young man meant to assist their daughter, which was a relief. Conversely, old Madame Bai frowned upon hearing the question, realizing there had been a misunderstanding. "I have several grandsons, but this one is the most promising. Surely, you are not referring to Yinchuan?" "No. I believe his name is Li Yinchuan." "Li Yinchuan?" Old Madame Bai's voice unexpectedly rose an octave, her expression darkening. She had intended to scold him as a scoundrel, but, being the cunning woman she was, she glanced at the gifts brought by the Lin family, canned peaches, pastries, and a large pig's trotter, took a deep breath, and said, "He's also my grandson. Is he at home now?" "He has temporarily stepped out. When will he return?" "It seems it will take a few days." Lin Shinan wore a look of disappointment, mirrored by Lin Mantang and his wife. Alas, they had not seen him. Under the subtle guidance of Mrs. Bai, the subsequent proceedings took a different turn. The conversation among the guests became rather mundane. Mrs. Bai, citing the need to prepare dinner, urged the Lin family to leave. As Lin Mantang and his daughter stepped outside, they glanced back at the Li household. This family was rather peculiar. Their initial warmth had inexplicably turned cold. Lin Shinan, sensitive as ever, remarked, "It seems to have changed since we mentioned that the one who saved me was Li Yinchuan. It's also unclear." Meanwhile, Mrs. Bai was gleefully observing the large pig-s trotter, canned goods, and pastries. Wang Yuzhen, having grasped the situation, quietly inquired, "Grandma Yin Long, this is the person saved by Li Yinchuan. Do you think they might come to express their gratitude?" "Humph, even if we separated the family, I am still the grandmother of those little rascals. He saved someone. Shouldn't he come to thank me? It's only right. These goodies, the pig-s trotter and canned goods, have been brought in. Does he think he can just take them away? Not a chance." Mrs. Bai's shamelessness earned her a heartfelt thumbs up from Wang Yuzhen, Li Yinchuan's aunt. "Mom, you are truly remarkable. Of course, I've consumed more salt than you've traversed paths. They think they can play games with me? Dream on." Chapter 28. Mrs. Bai's frustration as Lin Montang's family exited the Li residence. They spotted several women chatting beneath a large tree. Among them was Aunt Ho Hot, who had escorted them in earlier. Li Huayu, unable to contain herself, approached them. Aunt Ho Hot was animatedly recounting how Mrs. Bai's grandson had saved someone, bringing a plethora of gifts as a token of gratitude. You should have seen it, canned goods, pastries, and such a massive pig-s trotter. Even I felt envious. The crowd collectively expressed their admiration. At that moment, Sister Lanhua noticed the Lin family emerging and remarked, "Look, they've come out, and Mrs. Bai too. They didn't even offer a meal. Doesn't that make us seem unwelcoming here in Baiyin Village? If someone brought me canned goods, pastries, and a pig-s trotter, I would insist they stay for a meal. Just then, Li Huayu approached with a puzzled expression and asked Aunt Hohot, "Excuse me, but is Li Yinchuan the grandson of this family?" Li Yinchuan? And Hohot suddenly realized. Was it Li Yinchuan who saved your daughter yesterday? Yes, but just now, when we mentioned him, their expressions changed dramatically. Before Aunt Hohot could elaborate, a card appeared in the distance, revealing none other than the three Li brothers. Li Yinchuan is coming. If you have questions, you can ask him directly. What? Didn't his grandmother just say you wouldn't be back for a while? The onlookers exchanged bemused smiles, leaving Li Huayu in a state of confusion. Meanwhile, Lin Xing'an spotted Li Yinchuan and hurriedly ran up to him. Hello. Li Yinchuan smiled upon seeing the rosy-cheeked girl before him. Isn't that Lin Xing'an, whom I saved yesterday? Lin Xing'an, what brings you here? Yesterday, you rescued me, and today my parents, in gratitude for your life-saving act, have brought gifts to your home to express their thanks. It's nothing. There's no need for gratitude. It was merely a spontaneous act. Li Yinchuan scratched his head, having no intention of leveraging the favor. As for any thoughts of pursuing something with the woman before him, those were mere fleeting dreams. His primary focus in this new life was to earn money. Matters of the heart could unfold naturally, especially with the future tycoon of Heishui County standing before him. Such pursuits could not be forced. Lin Xing'an continued. Your grandmother mentioned that you haven't been back lately. I didn't expect to see you here. You met my grandmother? Li Yinchuan swiftly seized upon the key phrase. Yes, your grandmother. Li Yinchuan winced, feeling a pang of discomfort. His genuine intent in offering help was not to seek recompense. However, if his kindness were directed at others only to be returned to his grandmother, it vexed him greatly. That old crone, he wished she would vanish by tomorrow. Out of humanitarian concern, he could not bring himself to end her life, yet what did it mean for others to repay kindness to her? It felt akin to saving someone only to have that person push your child into a well, an utterly frustrating predicament. Li Yinchuan, what's wrong? Is there something amiss? Li Yinchuan managed a wry smile. Nothing's amiss, it's just that my family has become estranged from my grandmother's. She particularly disdains my family and often berates me as a little brat. Strangely, he found himself openly lamenting about his grandmother in front of this woman. A stark departure from his usual composed demeanor. She has become estranged from your family? She holds disdain for you? She even calls you a little brat? Lin Xing'an asked in rapid succession, to which Li Yinchuan nodded thrice. Suddenly, Lin Xing'an's cheeks flushed with realization. She understood that the gifts had been misdirected. Well, it seemed today's gratitude had been in vain. Observing the expressions of the Lin family, Li Yinchuan comprehended their sentiments and chuckled softly. It's all right. I appreciate the gesture. Thank you. The nearby Aunt Hohot exchanged knowing glances with others. Despite maintaining a cordial facade with Old Lady Bai, they were all acutely aware of the underlying tensions. Old Lady Bai's audacity was quite remarkable. Yet, as fellow villagers, no one dared to voice their opinions in front of outsiders. With the situation at this juncture, there were no alternative courses of action. The Lin family felt a weight in their chests. That old crone truly had no shame. Lin Mantang finally understood the reason behind Old Lady Bai's earlier behavior. She clearly held disdain for her own grandson. However, at this point, the gifts had already been given. Could they possibly be retrieved? Lin Mantang found it difficult to swallow his pride, yet while he could not, Li Huayu was willing to do so. Do not be deceived by her seemingly delicate appearance. Beneath that facade lies a fiery temperament. Her daughter, Lin Xing'an, is a reflection of her. For if one is to inherit a vast family estate, they cannot afford to be timid. With a swift turn, Li Huayu strode purposefully to the doorstep of the old Li family, hands on her hips and summoning a deep breath to unleash her wrath. Madam Bai, she exclaimed with a piercing, high-pitched voice that echoed far and wide, do you not possess any sense of shame? How dare you snatch items meant for the younger generation? Do you even consider yourself a person? Her voice rang out, drawing the attention of households within 100 meters, as bewildered neighbors emerged from their homes. What was happening? Why was someone shouting in broad daylight? Upon investigation, they found that the source of the commotion was an unfamiliar figure. How could an outsider come to Baiyun village and raise a ruckus? Inside, Madame Bai was joyfully sharing the day's harvest with her eldest daughter-in-law when she heard that raucous shout. Startled, she rushed outside and, upon spotting the woman and the nearby Li Yinchuan, her expression shifted dramatically. Realizing she had walked into a trap, she was not one to be trifled with. With hands firmly on her hips, she retorted, how dare you speak like that? Who are you calling shameless? It is you. Do you not know that Li Yinchuan and your family are no longer connected? He saved my daughter, and we are unaware of any mistake. How dare you take what is rightfully ours? Madame Bai's face flushed with indignation, turning a shade akin to liver, for in her lifetime, no one had ever dared to insult her so brazenly. Today, Li Huayu was the first. Furious, her lips trembled with rage. How dare you? Even though we are separated, Li Yinchuan remains my grandson. Is it not natural for him to express gratitude for saving your daughter? What is wrong with that? Do you understand what separation means? Li Yinchuan's family is no longer yours. Just moments ago, you shamelessly claimed him as yours. How do you have the audacity? Initially, the onlookers were perplexed. But as whispers circulated, they quickly grasped the situation. Although they hesitated to confront Madame Bai directly, they murmured among themselves. Is Madame Bai truly so desperate for money? Does she covet the very items saved by Li Yinchuan? Does she not realize they have separated? It's typical. We all know her character. She would pluck a feather from a passing swallow. Once something enters her home, she believes it is hers forever. Indeed, Madame Bai's reputation preceded her. But this time she had truly overstepped, tarnishing the village's dignity in front of outsiders. She was not deaf. The murmurs were loud enough for her to hear. And with each passing word, her anger intensified. Her gaze fell upon the young rascal, Li Yinchuan. This imp was the source of her troubles today. With a knowing smile, Li Yinchuan responded, well then, if you wish to take it, do so. Our family does not lack such trifles. Perhaps after consuming it, Li Yinhui will grow taller. And you may even prolong your years. Go ahead, indulge. Accompanied by Li Yinchuan's cold and disdainful expression, Mrs. Bai was all too aware that this little rascal was disparaging her to her face, particularly when he mentioned that Li Yinhui could grow taller from eating. It was an outright implication that her grandson, who had successfully entered university, was rather short. Li Huayu was no pushover either. Following Li Yinchuan's lead, she declared, fine. Let today's offerings remain with you. May your family choke while eating, and upon finishing, may they be met with a fatal accident outside. With that, she spat contemptuously on the ground. The two launched a verbal onslaught against Mrs. Bai, inciting her to rage, and she brandished a broom, advancing towards Li Huayu and the others. Get lost. All of you get out, she shouted, attempting to strike them with the broom. You dare. At that moment, Lin Mantang glared, exuding an imposing presence as the future patriarch of the Dahe Mountain Lin family, which momentarily intimidated Mrs. Bai into retreating a step. With a commanding voice, Lin Mantang asserted, let us consider this matter settled. We shall depart. Following the head of the family's directive, Li Huayu shot a final scornful glance at Mrs. Bai, spat once more, and turned towards the carriage. Just before boarding, she grasped Li Yinchuan's hand and said, Li Yinchuan, you are a good child. I apologize for the mix-up today. My home is at the east end of the government office in Wanyang town. Do visit us when you have the chance. And you owe me nothing. If I go to Wanyang, I will certainly visit you, he replied sincerely. What a wonderful child. Lin Shinan blushed, waving goodbye to Li Yinchuan as Li Huayu ushered the girl onto the carriage, and the trio set off. Li Yinchuan glanced back at the irate Mrs. Bai, shook his head, and continued pushing his cart. As the villagers witnessed the departure of the main parties involved, they too gradually returned home. However, the whispers carried by the wind still reached Mrs. Bai's ears. Despite having gained some advantage, a surge of anger lodged itself in her chest, rendering her unable to eat that evening. Tossing and turning in bed throughout the night, she was haunted by thoughts of Li Huayu's harsh words, Li Yinchuan's ridicule, and the scornful gazes of the villagers, intensifying her agitation. In the dead of night, she angrily opened a can of peaches and devoured its contents. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the once delightful peaches tasted utterly bland to her today. Consuming the entire can left her feeling more uncomfortable than satisfied. Frustrated, Mrs. Bai returned to bed, plagued by nightmares of her wrongdoings, where everyone pointed at her spine and scolded her. Upon waking, her mouth was covered in blisters, and she pondered whether consuming those canned goods, snacks, and a large pork leg could ever remedy her distress. Chapter 29, Competing for a Man. Light rain fell softly, akin to fine fur, over Baiyun village, yet it could not extinguish the fervor in Wang Ruhua's heart. Father, what shall we do now? Can the engagement promised by Mrs. Old Bai still hold? The Yinchuan family has already begun to live separately. After visiting Li Yinchuan's home to propose, I returned home only to receive the distressing news of my grandfather's passing in Duangswang, 30 miles away. Upon returning from Duangswang, Wang Ruohua learned that the Li family had split, and her brother Yinchuan had taken his mother and younger siblings to live independently. The news struck her like a bolt from the blue. Wang Ruohua felt adrift. Could her engagement still come to fruition? The thought of her handsome brother Yinchuan, with his captivating eyes drifting further away, shattered her heart. Wang Fuguwei took a hearty sip of tea, his cheeks quivering slightly. He felt equally helpless. Who could have imagined that Mrs. Oldby would fail to tame this unruly monkey? How could he have allowed him to separate and leave? Wang Fuguwei rubbed his face. Recalling the stinging blow he had received that day, it was excruciating. If he could not bring this young man into the family as a son-in-law to torment him daily, how could he ever find relief? Father, what should we do? Wang Ruohua urged, shaking his father's arm. What should have been a playful manner of a young daughter now carried an unsettling aura. Yet Wang Fuguwei found it endearing, for she was his own flesh and blood. He scratched his head with his plump hand, a glint of cunning crossing his eyes. After a moment, inspiration struck, and a smile illuminated his face. Father, people are anxious. Yet you are smiling? Wang Ruohua exclaimed. Wang Fuguwei gazed at his precious daughter, a sinister grin forming as he replied, Humph. Whether this engagement counts or not depends on our actions. Fear not, with me around, this engagement shall hold. Father, do you have a plan? Wang Ruohua asked, her surprise evident. I am known as the little Zhuge Liang of Baiyun village, my dear. Simply wait and see. Though Wang Fuguwei was stout and dark, he prided himself on his scholarly pursuits and strategic mind. Having devoured tales like Romance of the Three Kingdoms, Water Margin, and Journey to the West repeatedly throughout his life, he believed that dealing with the Yinchuan would be a trivial matter. With a cryptic smile, Wang Fuguwei exited the house with his hands clasped behind his back. An hour later, 7 or 8 men from the Wang family arrived at his home. The Wang family was a prominent clan in Baiyun village, renowned for their strength in numbers and never backing down from a challenge. Since the Li family has acted unjustly, we, the Wang family, shall resolve this matter through strength, he proclaimed, sharing the details of the situation. Brothers, this is the matter at hand. Mrs. Oldby had promised to let Li Yinchuan marry into our family and even accepted a bride price, but now there are signs of retraction. Come with me, surely. You do not wish for Ruohua to remain unmarried, do you? If we succeed, drinks and meat will flow freely at my home tonight. The final remark ignited the fighting spirit of the Wang brothers. Brother Fuguwei, rest assured, we are with you. Uncle Fuguwei, let us do this. We stand by you. Let us confront Li Yinchuan. Can the Wang family be bullied? The crowd erupted in enthusiastic support, as Wang Fuguwei surveyed the morale of his companions. A triumphant smile spread across his face, and with a grand gesture of his hefty hand, he declared, Very well, since everyone is in agreement, let us proceed together. I am eager to see if that rascal Li Yinchuan can indeed escape my grasp. Thus, nearly 10 robust men from the Wang family set forth with great enthusiasm. Father, wait for me. The anxious Wang Ruohua rushed to join the group. What are you doing here? This is a matter for men. No, this directly concerns my man. And I must accompany you. Wang Fuguwei shook his head, realizing he had spoiled his daughter, yet he conceded to her presence, acknowledging her point. In the courtyard, Zhou Suzhen was sewing trousers while her youngest daughter, Li Qiao, chatted with her. Suddenly, a cacophony erupted outside, and upon looking up, they saw a throng of men invading their space. The leader of this unruly assembly was none other than Wang the Butcher, a middle-aged man with a round face and large ears, striding in with his hands clasped behind his back. What do you want? The young girl stammered, frightened by the sudden intrusion of so many unfamiliar faces, which could hardly bode well. Zhou Suzhen, upon recognizing Wang the Butcher, instantly understood that the affairs concerning her eldest son were far from resolved. Like a protective hen gathering her chicks, she swiftly pulled her daughter behind her. Facing this formidable group of men, including the fiercely determined Wang Ruohua, Zhou Suzhen inhaled deeply, her complexion paling as she echoed her daughter's inquiry. What do you want? What do we want? Yinchuan's mother, you know very well what this is about. There's no need to feign ignorance. We have come to discuss the matter of your son Yinchuan marrying into our family. Wang the Butcher's smile was chilling, as he intended to rely on the might of his brothers today, convinced that the Li family would not dare to resist. Zhou Suzhen took another deep breath, feeling the weight of the men's presence pressing down upon her, instilling a sense of dread. Yet, as a mother, she steeled herself. Our family has not consented. It was Yinchuan's grandmother who agreed. Now that we are separated, this matter is no longer valid. Not valid? Let me ask you this. When I presented the betrothal gifts, you had not yet divided your household, had you? At that time, it was my second aunt who was in charge, correct? She accepted the payment. Yet you now claim it is invalid? This reasoning is indefensible. Today, the Wang family has arrived. Whether your Yinchuan likes it or not, he shall marry into our family. Indeed, What Brother Fugue says is right. Having accepted our betrothal gifts, the decision rests not with you. Do you still wish to renege? Do you dare to default on the debts owed to the Wang family? The chorus of voices rose in support. Zhou Sujin's face turned even paler, her lips trembling as she protested. Are you not robbing me of my son? If you insist on calling it robbery, then today I shall indeed take him. Where is Li Yinchuan? He is not at home. He has gone out. Not at home? Then we shall wait for his return. After a considerable time had passed without any sign of Li Yinchuan, Wang the butcher surmised that he was indeed absent. With a wave of his hand, he directed the Wang family members to find places to sit, while those with no seats stood resolutely. Today, they were determined to bring Li Yinchuan back. For having accepted the betrothal gifts, there was no way they would let him escape their grasp. Anticipating the moment, a young lad, balancing 2 buckets of water with a yoke, ambled for the door. He was of modest height, with a delicate visage radiating youthful innocence. This was none other than Li Yinfeng, the second son of the Li family. Earlier, upon noticing the water supply dwindling, he had ventured out to fetch water. Little did he know that during his brief absence, a group from the Wang family had arrived. Upon entering and seeing the multitude, Li Yinfeng's body stiffened. Has your second son returned? I assume the eldest will follow shortly. What do you intend to do? As the sole man of the family, Li Yinfeng clenched his teeth and inquired boldly. What do we want? We have already offered a betrothal gift to your brother and are here to discuss his marriage into our family. Marry into your family? Become a son-in-law to wed Wang Ruhua, that hideous creature? Do not harbor such dreams. I shall never consent on my brother's behalf. Fiery and indignant, Li Yinfeng stood his ground, undeterred by the crowd before him. Upon hearing his words, the butcher Wang's brows knitted in disapproval. This young scion of the Li family spoke with considerable audacity. Dad, he called me a hideous creature. Wang Ruhua tugged at her father's arm, pouting with tears welling in her eyes. If she had ventured out at midnight, she could have frightened anyone. Yet, her father, feeling a pang of sympathy, was about to respond when a cousin named Wang who, eager to assert himself, shouted, Boy, it seems you need a lesson to understand the might of the Wang family. Having enjoyed the benefits of their family's generosity, he charged forward, swinging his arm to deliver a slap. Li Yinfeng, quick-witted, dodged the blow, retaliating with a swift kick to Wang Hu's abdomen. The latter stumbled back, landing on the ground. Ah, you dare to strike me. As Wang Hu's humiliation spurred the others from the Wang family to rush forward, Li Yinfeng yearned to resist. But he soon found himself outnumbered and overwhelmed in the confined courtyard. After being knocked down, Wang Hu, humiliated, scrambled to his feet and lunged at Li Yinfeng, delivering merciless kicks. Stop. Please, I beg you, do not hit him. Seeing her son being assaulted, Zhou Sujin rushed to intervene, but was unable to restrain the swarm of attackers. Meanwhile, the young girl, Li Qiao, could only stand by in terror, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhou Sujin's face bore the marks of despair, feeling the weight of the world's cruelty. Just as the situation reached a critical juncture, a commanding voice rang out. What is happening here? 3 individuals burst through the entrance. Among them were Li Yinchuan, accompanied by his steadfast friends, De Hu and Erbao. Witnessing his younger brother being pinned down and their mother disheveled, while his sister, Li Qiao, wept nearby, Li Yinchuan felt a surge of blood rush to his head, igniting a furious blaze of anger. He swiftly set aside the cart and charged forward with determination. With a swift kick, he struck Wang Hu squarely on the backside, channeling the entirety of Li Yinchuan's strength into that blow, which sent Wang Hu flying and inadvertently knocked down 2 others in the process. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yinchuan grasped a scrawny individual named Wang Chang, who was busy assaulting his younger brother, and delivered 2 resounding slaps. The force of the blows left the lad momentarily dazed. Upon witnessing their kin being struck, the members of the Wang family rushed forward, 3 burly men advancing with haste. Sensing the imminent threat to Li Yinchuan, De Hu and Erbao sprang into action. De Hu, with a fierce roar, charged forward. His formidable stature, nearly 2 meters tall, allowed him to effortlessly topple the 2 approaching adversaries, akin to a colossal bear. Meanwhile, Erbao resorted to a more cunning approach. As he observed the oncoming attackers, he deftly sidestepped and, noticing one with somewhat longer hair, seized it with a firm grip, exclaiming, "Come here." The unfortunate lad was yanked forward, and Erbao swiftly delivered 2 kicks to his legs, followed by a flying knee strike to his face, causing him to collapse, clutching his face. The skirmish escalated into a chaotic melee. Witnessing his companions falter, the butcher Wang could not afford to relent. He extended his hefty hand to grasp at Li Yinchuan. However, Li Yinchuan was not one to tolerate such insolence and retaliated with a kick to the butcher's shins. The impact caused the butcher to shrink in stature, and Li Yinchuan seized the moment to unleash a punch that landed squarely on Wang's eye socket, leaving it bruised and swollen. The animosity between them was palpable, as the butcher had tormented Li Yinchuan mercilessly in their past life, and today, having brought his entourage to bully Li's brother and mother. Mere retaliation was insufficient for Li Yinchuan. He harbored a desire to deliver a decisive blow to the butcher's temple, envisioning a grand spectacle of a ceremonial offering. But he inhaled deeply, restraining himself. After all, he had returned to this life to cherish his family, and such an act would jeopardize that purpose. Nevertheless, he did not allow the butcher to escape unscathed and struck him squarely in the chest, leaving the old brute gasping for breath. Having honed his skills during his years of trading in the old country, Li Yinchuan was adept in combat, easily fending off any average opponents, especially against these mere farmers wielding brute strength. Coupled with Da Hu's innate strength and fearsome presence, and with Air Bao providing support, the members of the Wang family were swiftly overwhelmed. The butcher, in particular, received special attention, with his eye bruised, lips swollen, and patches of hair yanked out. As for Wang Ruhua, typically a burly and formidable woman, she shrank back in fear at the escalating violence. Li Yinchuan understood her well. She was a bully among her own, but cowered in the face of true confrontation. "Stop, please," the butcher implored, realizing he could no longer withstand the onslaught. Desperately calling for a ceasefire. "You think just saying stop will make it so?" Li Yinchuan shouted as he landed 2 solid kicks on him, venting his frustrations with palpable force. At that moment, his mother, Zhou Suzhen, rushed in and firmly grabbed him, preventing Li Yinchuan from delivering further blows. After all, who could possibly bully the Li family? Spitting vehemently onto the ground, Li Yinchuan pointed at the butcher Wang and demanded, "Speak. What are you here for? Are you looking for a beating?" Wang spat, blood mingling with his saliva, his teeth feeling loose from the thrashing. His left eye was swollen to a mere slit, making it difficult to see clearly. Nonetheless, realizing the dire circumstances, he muttered, "You accepted my betrothal gifts, and I'm here to inquire when you will come to my home as a son-in-law." Li Yinchuan's anger flared at this assertion. "My family accepted your gifts? That was old Mrs. Bai who took them. We are no longer associated with her. So what does it have to do with us?" He harbored a deep-seated disdain for that old woman, dismissing her with contempt as old Mrs. Bai. "Isn't she your grandmother?" Wang retorted. Li Yinchuan scoffed coldly. "Pa, she is your grandmother. If you want a son-in-law, go to the one who accepted your betrothal gifts, old Mrs. Bai." Suddenly, a thought struck him. And he added, "Since we have split from her, let her compensate you with a son-in-law. The Li family has more than one male descendant." Wang, contemplating Li Yinchuan's words, appeared to ponder the logic behind them. It was evident that Li Yinchuan's fists could easily back up his words, rendering any argument moot. Although he yearned to retaliate against the old man, he recognized that further confrontation would be unwise. With impatience, Li Yinchuan declared, "Let me make this clear. If you dare to come to my home again, I will strike you every time. Now, get out, immediately." The final word resonated with authority, revealing a menacing glint in his eyes. The members of the Wang family recoiled, realizing that the once simple Li Yinchuan was indeed a formidable force. "Very well. I shall seek out old Mrs. Bai." Wang, clutching his jaw, left the courtyard with his kin, simmering with resentment as they headed straight for old Mrs. Bai. Watching them depart, Li Yinchuan spat once more onto the ground, feeling they had gotten off too lightly. However, recalling how old Mrs. Bai had dared to impersonate his family and accept gifts from the Lin family, he anticipated how they would fare in the days to come. Regardless of whether old Mrs. Bai or Wang suffered losses, or if they both faced misfortune, Li Yinchuan found satisfaction in the thought. "Fenger, how are you? Don't scare your mother." At that moment, Zhou Suzhen had already cradled Li Yifeng, tears streaming down her face. Alarmed, Li Yinchuan shivered and hurried over to check on his younger brother, fearing he might have been seriously hurt. If Wang had truly harmed him, retribution would be inevitable. Upon closer inspection, he sighed in relief. Li Yifeng was indeed battered, his face bruised, but thankfully, being from the same village meant no one dared to inflict serious harm. Just superficial injuries that would heal with a bit of red ointment in a couple of days. "Brother, you were truly remarkable. Witnessing you defeat that butcher brought me immense satisfaction. Children of this age idolize heroes, and to Li Yinchuan, Li Yinfeng is nothing short of a great hero." "It's all well and good." Li Yinchuan gently patted his younger brother's head. "Though he is still quite young, he has proven to be quite dependable in times of trouble." "Ouch, brother, Don't touch my head. It hurts. So now you know pain? Where did that fierce spirit go just moments ago? Were they not bullying our mother and sister? Indeed. It is no wonder you are a true man of the Lee family. Absolutely, I am also becoming a man. The two brothers exchanged smiles, reveling in the satisfaction of today's altercation. By the way, brother, do you think Grandma will compensate them when they go to see her? I doubt it. So how will this matter conclude? Lee Yinchuan chuckled. Besides us brothers, isn't there more to the Lee family in this generation? Chapter 31. A new candidate for marriage, seeking 5-star reviews. Now, let us return to the furious butcher, Wang, as he stormed to the old Lee family residence, accompanied by his relatives. Today, he had ventured out without consulting the auspicious calendar and had been thoroughly beaten by Lee Yinchuan. Arriving at the entrance of the old Lee residence, Wang, filled with pent-up rage, found the grand door of the Lee family exceedingly irksome. In a fit of anger, he delivered a powerful kick, sending the door crashing open. Bang! The door swung wide under the force of his kick. In the courtyard, the elderly matriarch, Bai Lanhua, who was chatting with her daughter-in-law, Wang Guilan, was startled and shivered. Upon raising her head, she recognized Wang Fugui. However, seeing his bruised and battered visage, Bai Lanhua felt a tightening in her chest. This young man was clearly not here for friendly discourse. What madness has overtaken you, Sanpongzi? Old Mrs. Bai. I have come today to inquire when we can proceed with Yinchuan marrying into our family. Enraged, Wang Fugui's second aunt dropped the formalities and addressed her directly as Old Mrs. Bai. Upon hearing Wang Fugui mention Lee Yinchuan, Old Mrs. Bai felt a pang of embarrassment. She had indeed bungled this affair. That stubborn boy refuses to marry into the family. Grant me a couple of days, and I shall convince him. No need for that. You should return the money instead. I can no longer allow that boy to become our son-in-law. Wang Fugui was genuinely apprehensive about having Lee Yinchuan as a son-in-law. Initially, he believed that Lee Yinchuan was a simpleton, easy to manipulate. He had thought that once he became a son-in-law, he would be at his mercy. However, today's events revealed Lee Yinchuan to be a formidable character who had swiftly dealt him a sound thrashing. He feared that inviting such a wolf into their home might lead to disaster, risking the family's considerable fortune, a loss that would be irreparable. Return the money? How could we possibly retract our agreement? Old Mrs. Bai found the notion of returning the money more unbearable than death. The funds already received were not to be refunded under any circumstance. Meanwhile, upon hearing the suggestion of returning the funds, Wang Yuzhen became anxious. This money was crucial for marrying off her sons and funding their education. There was no way they could afford to give it back. If the money were returned, how could her eldest son marry, and how could her second son attend university? The prospect of their family's happiness would be utterly extinguished. Mother, we cannot return this money. On the matter of refusing to return the money, Old Mrs. Bai and Wang Yuzhen found themselves united in purpose. Upon hearing their responses, the butcher Wang widened his eyes, pointing at Mrs. Bai with indignation. No way to retreat? Then tell me, what should I do? Find Lee Yinchuan for me? That scoundrel has bruised my face. I cannot possibly allow him to become my son-in-law. Mrs. Bai found herself in a quandary. The matter was no longer solely about Lee Yinchuan's disapproval. It seemed Wang Fugui was also having second thoughts. What could be done? At that moment, Wang Yuzhen, a woman of cunning, had an idea. Mother, what if we consider someone else? Who else? Yin Long and Yin Hui cannot become son-in-laws either, came the response. But there is also Yin Sua, suggested Wang Yuzhen. Among the current generation of the Lee family, the most handsome is undoubtedly Lee Yinchuan, followed closely by Lee Yin Sua, who is merely 3 months younger and possesses a fair, delicate appearance. However, he is quite the opportunist. In the previous life, after Lee Yinchuan became a son-in-law, he mocked him incessantly, treating him as a disgrace to the Lee family. Especially after seeing Lee Yinhui remain in the provincial capital after university, his envy knew no bounds. Hearing the proposal concerning the Lee family, the butcher Wang felt a sense of relief. Just moments ago, he had considered Lee Yinchuan alone, forgetting that the Lee family had more than one eligible bachelor. It seemed fortuitous that, with just a few stern words, he could have Lee Yinsua presented to him. Of course, this would depend on whether his daughter would consent. He turned to her, asking, Daughter, what do you think of Lee Yinsua? Wang Ruohua pondered Lee Yinsua's appearance. Although he lacked the masculine charm of her brother Yinchuan, he was still handsome and refined. She mused that if he were her partner, it might not be unpleasant, especially given his seemingly gentle and easily bullied demeanor. The crux of the matter was that Wang Ruohua was inherently bold and daring, and witnessing Lee Yinchuan's violent behavior earlier had genuinely frightened her. The purpose of taking in a son-in-law was to have someone to serve her, not to face the threat of being overpowered. Naturally, her fondness for Li Yinchuan diminished significantly. What she had thought was a gentle and amiable brother had transformed into a ferocious beast in an instant, making it hard for her to harbor any affection. In contrast, Li Yinxua seemed more manageable. The thought of being with him made her smile at the prospect of having him under her control. "Let my father decide," she declared. Seeing his daughter's approval, the butcher Wang smiled. "Very well, we shall proceed with Li Yinxua, but this time, Mrs. Bai, you will take the lead in this matter. Correct?" Upon hearing that Li Yinxua was acceptable, both Mrs. Bai and Wang Yuzhen exhaled in relief. As long as there were no debts to repay, they were willing to proceed. Mrs. Bai assured him, "Rest easy, San Peng. With your second aunt present, this matter is settled." At that moment, family members who had been drawn out by the commotion in the courtyard gathered around, and when Li Yinchuan's uncle, Li Changshu, emerged, he happened to catch the tail end of the conversation. "What matter has been settled?" inquired Ma Guilian, Li Yinchuan's aunt, casually. The elder Mrs. Bailanhua shot a glance at Ma Guilian, who had asked the question. "I have resolved to let Yinxua become a son-in-law to the Wang family." "Mother, what do you mean?" In an instant, Ma Guilian was struck as if by a bolt from the blue. How did it come to pass that Yinxua would marry into the butcher Wang's household? Wasn't it decided that Li Yinchuan would take that role? "Mother, wasn't it Li Yinchuan who was supposed to be the son-in-law? Yinxua is your own grandson. If he becomes a son-in-law, what shall we do in our old age? If Yinxua is to marry into that family, what of Yin Gang? Indeed, our family S. Yin Long and Yin who are eagerly awaiting that financial windfall." Wang Yuzhen interjected. Li Yin Long and Li Yin we chimed in as well. "Yes, third aunt, I'm counting on that money for my wedding." "Third aunt, my college tuition is a matter of great pride. We cannot afford any delays in securing those funds." Ma Guilian was immediately infuriated. "What do your sons Yin Long and Yin whose financial needs have to do with our family? If you need money, earn it yourselves. We will not have any of our kin wed into another family." Tensions escalated in the courtyard. Chapter 32. A day of wedding ceremonies, seeking 5-star reviews. Li Yin Long and Li Yin Wei were resolute. If they prevented Yinxua from marrying into the Wang family, how would they afford their weddings and college tuition? The distinction between whether it was Li Yinchuan or Li Yinxua who would become the son-in-law was of little consequence. Faced with her beloved eldest and second grandsons on one side and her son's grandson on the other, the elderly matriarch by Lanhua made a swift decision. "Have you turned against me? Today, I declare that Yinxua shall indeed become a son-in-law. No way, whoever insists my son becomes a son-in-law, I shall fight to the end." As she spoke, Ma Guilian pinched her husband fiercely. Li Yinchuan's uncle, Li Changshu, intended to speak up, yet he hesitated before the formidable matriarch Bai, who had always been resolute in her ways. Finally, he mustered the courage to call out, "Mother." The old matriarch shot him a piercing glare. "What? Do you wish to rebel as well?" Li Changshu, frightened, recoiled and retreated, silenced. "You coward! Why don't you stand up and say something?" Ma Guilian scolded, pinching Li Changshu's arm once more. Yet no matter how she berated or pinched him, he remained a turtle withdrawing into its shell, too intimidated to speak up in front of his mother. The butcher Wang smiled faintly, sensing the matter was nearly settled. At that moment, Li Yinxua heard the talk of him becoming a son-in-law and rushed out of the house. Upon spotting Wang Ruhua, he instinctively shrank back, taken aback by her striking appearance. Wang Ruhua, noticing his arrival, shyly smiled at him with a hint of affection. Upon closer inspection, this man appeared quite handsome. Having previously focused on her brother Yinchuan, she now found Yinxua appealing as well. Just look at his delicate features, so gentle and inviting, and his fair skin, complemented by a tender, rosy neck. To bring him home would surely be a delightful experience. The more she considered it, the more enchanting it seemed. Li Yinxua noticed Wang Ruhua smiling at him, particularly drawn to her uniquely shaped eyebrows and her remarkably large eyes. The two cheeks, adorned with alarmingly vivid rouge, and the blood-red lips reminiscent of a gruesome feast, complemented by the tawny tetracycline-stained teeth and a ring of alluring fuzz around the mouth, evoked a shuddering dread within him. The mere thought of sharing a lifetime with such a woman filled him with nausea, and his mind buzzed in turmoil as he struggled to suppress his revulsion, declaring, "Mother, I absolutely refuse to become a son-in-law to the Lao Wang family." Ma Guilian's eyes also reddened. In her previous life, when Li Yinchuan had become a son-in-law, she had fervently supported the elderly matriarch's decision, believing it to be beneficial for all parties involved, providing Li Yinchuan with a wife, securing a spouse for Yin Long. and enabling Inui to attend university. It seemed a perfect arrangement. Yet, when the situation turned to her own son, her resistance was formidable. No, I cannot allow Insua to stumble into this pit of fire. Humph, it must happen, she retorted. If you insist on Insua becoming someone else's son-in-law, we shall sever ties. Ma Guolian suddenly recalled Li Yinchuan's strategy of separation and sought to employ it herself. Are you also considering a separation? Third son, do you share this sentiment? The stern gaze of the matriarch, by Lanhua, fell upon her third son, Li Changshu, who instinctively recoiled. No such thing, mother. I have no desire for a separation. Ma Guolian shot a look of disdain at this ineffectual man. Without his agreement, division of the family was impossible. She lamented her poor judgment in marrying such a useless individual. As for Bai Lanhua, she felt a modicum of satisfaction regarding her son's stance. He was indeed a decent man, though his wife left much to be desired. Very well, it is settled then. Insua shall take Li Yinchuan's place as the son-in-law. The Sampao family is well off. Once Insua joins them, he will want for nothing, and surely he will not suffer indignities. Ma Guolian wished to continue her resistance, but Li Changshu firmly grasped her arm. Their family, driven by materialism, lacked the spirit of perseverance, and with no support, Ma Guolian could only begrudgingly fall silent. Yet, the fiery glances she cast toward the eldest son's family indicated that this matter was far from resolved. At this juncture, Wang Fuguwei, fearing the protraction of uncertainties, recognized his daughter's lack of beauty and was rather pleased with Li Insua, perceiving him as easily manageable. Second aunt, how about this? Instead of delaying, let us hasten the union. The preparations are nearly complete, so let us have them wed today. Upon hearing this proposal, Bai Lanhua furrowed her brow. Isn't this a bit too hasty? If we proceed with the wedding today, it may seem as though we are merely treating Li Insua as a mere acquisition. Wang Tuhua quickly interjected, not at all. There is no rush whatsoever. Right, my daughter? Wang Ruhua shyly lowered her gaze. I will heed father's wishes. Setting aside her alarming appearance, she embodied the essence of a budding young woman. You see, our side is ready. It is now up to your family. The elderly matriarch, Bai Lanhua, cast a glance at her son and daughter-in-law, then at her grandson, Li Insua. Fearing the long night might bring unforeseen dreams, she felt compelled to act swiftly. Should Li Insua flee in a couple of days, she would have no means to compensate the family across the way. After all, Insua's younger brother was still small. Gritting her teeth, she declared, very well, it is settled. We are but an ordinary family. Simplicity is key. I have already prepared the bride price. So let Insua return with me to wed. Mother, no. I refuse to marry Wang Ruhua. Li Insua, confronted with this calamity, wept bitterly, clinging to the doorframe. Fully aware that venturing to the butcher's home would spell the end of his life as he knew it. Marriage is a significant matter. It cannot be approached so rashly. Ma Guolian made a final stand, attempting to push back against the throng advancing upon her. Unfortunately, the Wang family, numerous and forceful, easily pulled Ma Guolian aside. Together, several of them seized Li Insua and began to drag him away. My son, Ma Guolian cried, desperate to follow. Control your wife. Bai Lanhua pinched her youngest son with considerable force. Li Changshu glanced at his mother, gritted his teeth, and, with a stomping foot, stepped forward to grasp his wife's arm. Enraged, Ma Guolian turned and bit down hard on Li Changshu's arm. Ouch! Blood immediately welled from the wound. What is the meaning of this, you shrew? Eldest, pull her away. Seeing her son in pain, Bai Lanhua's eyes sharpened, instructing Li Changfu and his wife to assist in restraining Ma Guolian. Realizing her plight, Ma Guolian sank to the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Tell your wife to cease her crying. We still have a banquet to attend. You may go. But I refuse to accompany you. Ma Guolian retorted, ready to confront Bai Lanhua with fervor. If you do not attend the banquet today, I shall arrange for Changshu to divorce you. Let us see how you fare then, and how your children Yin Gang and Bixia will manage. Ma Guolian, upon hearing this, glanced at her ineffectual husband, who averted his gaze. She then looked at her two children, who wiped their tears while watching her. With a heavy sigh, Ma Guolian pounded her fist against her thigh in frustration. Chapter 33, Li Insua, your time is too short under the pressure of Bai Lanhua. The Li family reluctantly followed the Wang family to their home. Upon arrival, Wang the butcher issued brief instructions to his wife and relatives. Soon, Granny Wang, responsible for organizing village celebrations, arrived, followed by Chef Ma, who catered weddings in the community. Those with ties to the Wang family also gathered. The double happiness characters were affixed, and the dragon and phoenix candles were set, heralding the commencement of a lively wedding ceremony. However, the proceedings were far from smooth. Li Yinhua displayed a defiant demeanor, yet the large number of Wang family members prevailed, as two burly men forcibly guided him through the simplified marriage rites. During the toast to the parents, Ma Guoyin wept, while Li Changshuo's face darkened with anger. The Wang family, indifferent, chose to ignore their distress, regardless of their dissatisfaction. They had successfully reclaimed their prize. After the ceremony, Li Yinhua was ushered into the bridal chamber. The night was serene, with a luminous moon and sparse stars. However, the events destined to unfold in Baiyun village seemed to evoke a sense of distaste even from the moon, which, as a gust of wind swept by, concealed its face behind the clouds. An quaint abode adorned in crimson hues nestled at the foot of the imposing Black Mountain. Wang Ruhua cast a mischievous glance at Li Yinhua and gently extinguished the dragon and phoenix candles. "My beloved, I have arrived," she declared, lunging forward, followed by a cacophony of tearing sounds. Li Yinhua, making his final stand, desperately sought to protect his last bastion. "Stay back," he implored. Yet, Wang Ruhua, with her formidable stature of 1.5 meters and weighing 150 jin, was not easily deterred. In a matter of moments, she had him pinned beneath her. Gazing at the strikingly handsome face below, Wang Ruhua felt a sense of satisfaction. Li Yinhua only grew more alluring with each passing moment. As darkness enveloped the sky, the moonlight cast an ethereal glow upon him, enhancing his enigmatic beauty. With a teasing laugh and a sultry tone, she taunted, "Why so shy? I know you adore me. Come now, love me." Li Yinhua, bewildered, wondered where her confidence stemmed from, believing he could ever harbor affection for her. What a fanciful dream. Faced with a woman of such formidable presence, he summoned his last ounce of strength to raise his head and cry out, "Help." Wang Ruhua raised an eyebrow at her struggling prey. "Call all you wish. The more you scream, the more I relish it. Even if you shout until your throat is raw, you are mine." She spoke truly. She reveled in the thrill of conquest, unyielding in her domain. Li Yinhua fought against his fate, yet he was like an insect ensnared in a spider's web. No matter how desperately he struggled, he found himself sinking deeper into despair. Ultimately, he surrendered, relinquishing all resistance, lying still upon the bed, awaiting her whims. Perhaps 3 minutes passed, or perhaps only 2, before Li Yinhua let out a soft sigh. A tear slipped from the corner of his eye. His first experience was being seized by the very woman before him. How lamentable that he was so young and fervent. Despite his inner resistance, his body betrayed him. Wang Ruhua frowned slightly. "Yinhua, from this day forth, you belong to me. However, your performance leaves much to be desired." This was all rather brief. The echo of her words, too brief, lingered in Li Yinhua's mind, leaving him feeling unappreciated. Outside, the butcher Wang shook his head, pondering over the inadequacies of his son-in-law. This lad was merely a silver-plated spearhead. He needed to be made to work harder. Surely, his lack of physical prowess stemmed from too little labor at home. With a matron like him, the boy could no longer afford a life of ease. He must be compelled to exercise, both day and night. From that moment on, Li Yinhua's tragic fate was sealed. The news that Li Yinhua had replaced Li Yinchuan as the son-in-law swiftly reached Li Yinchuan, who chuckled upon hearing it. As anticipated, the avaricious Mrs. Bai had ultimately entangled Li Yinhua into her family. In his previous life, if Li Yinchuan had any enemies, the butcher Wang would certainly be among them. This old scoundrel had bullied him relentlessly for 8 long years. Furthermore, the members of the Laoli family, particularly Mrs. Bai and Uncle's clan, would undoubtedly face severe repercussions from Li Yinchuan whenever the opportunity arose. The third Uncle's household is equally unworthy, a group of sycophants who, throughout their lives, have met him with nothing but scorn and ridicule, particularly Li Yinhua, who has been particularly irksome. In a previous life, Li Yinchuan had often contemplated delivering a sound thrashing to him, and now the thought of letting him experience the same treatment brings a certain satisfaction. Upon returning home after dinner, Li Yinchuan had just finished his meal when De Hu and Erbao came over to engage him in conversation. Such as the bond of brotherhood, they would spend every moment together if they could. Suddenly, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouts erupted from outside the courtyard. Li Yinchuan paused, and before he could rise to investigate, the door swung open, revealing the Ergo brothers being shoved inside by a group of 7 or 8 burly men. A throng of onlookers had gathered outside. For such is life in the countryside, entertainment is scarce, and peculiar events always attract a crowd. The Ergo brothers bore signs of a recent beating. Ergo had a bruised eye, Goshing's mouth was swollen, and Godin sported a distinct handprint on his face. Leading the charge was a woman, none other than Aunt Hohat, a neighbor from his grandmother's side. The bonds of kinship were palpable. It was evident that the Ergo brothers were now Li Yinchuan's close allies. Observing the scene, Li Yinchuan felt a flicker of displeasure and coldly inquired, "Aunt, what is the meaning of this? Why have you beaten them so severely?" "Humph. These little rascals have stolen the money meant for my son's wedding. Should I not punish them?" The narrative shifts back to noon today, when Aunt Hohat visited Mrs. Bai next door for a chat. Upon exiting, she noticed the Ergo brothers hastily passing her home, moving with urgency. As Go Sheng brushed past her, his arm inadvertently grazed her backside. Aunt Hohat shot them a disapproving glance, muttering to herself, "Those rascals, rushing about as if they were off to a funeral." Having scolded them, she thought little of it and returned home. However, upon entering her inner chamber, she sensed something amiss. The door to the Kong piano was ajar. Despite her clear recollection of having closed it upon leaving, a wave of anxiety washed over her. In the lower left corner of the Kong piano lay a handkerchief pouch containing 160 yuan, money earmarked for her son's bicycle, crucial for his impending marriage. The significance of this sum was not to be underestimated. Her trembling hand reached for the pouch, and as she squeezed it, her eyes widened in realization. Turning red with fury, her face contorting into a mask of rage. In an explosive outburst, she bellowed, "Who the hell stole my money?" The sound reverberated through the room, echoing so loudly that dust fell from the ceiling. After her furious shout, Aunt Hohat stormed into the courtyard. With one hand on her hip and the other pointing skyward, she summoned all her strength to unleash a torrent of curses. "Which scoundrel dared to steal my hard-earned money? Do you lack morals? You shall surely bear the consequences. May your children be born without dignity, and may you meet a tragic end on the road." This section could go on for thousands of words, as her tirade transformed the atmosphere, darkening the day and dimming the light. The neighbors emerged from their homes, casting their gazes towards Aunt Hohat's direction. "What happened, Hohat?" inquired Mrs. Bai, who, having overheard Aunt Hohat's furious outbursts, peeked through her door. "We were just robbed," Aunt Hohat exclaimed. "Robbed? What was taken?" "A sum of 160 yuan, which was meant for my son to buy a bicycle for his bride." 160 yuan? Mrs. Bai gasped, her first instinct being to wish it were her own. Strangely, upon hearing that Aunt Hohat had lost money, she felt a surge of satisfaction. Recently, Aunt Hohat had incessantly boasted about her son marrying a well-off and beautiful bride. Each time she heard these tales, Mrs. Bai's discontent grew. Why should Aunt Hohat be so fortunate in finding such a remarkable daughter-in-law? Mrs. Bai was the epitome of someone who felt discomfort by the prosperity of others. As Aunt Hohat continued to shout in indignation, Mrs. Bai feigned concern, asking, "Such a large sum among neighbors, who could have done this? Think carefully. Did you see anyone entering your home?" This question sparked a realization in Aunt Hohat. She momentarily lowered her finger pointed skyward, placing her hands on her hips as she pondered. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck her. She recalled seeing the three rascals, Ergo and his companions, hastily passing by just moments ago. They had appeared somewhat flustered, and she remembered that the year before, Ergo had pilfered some corn from her yard, only to be caught red-handed. The more she thought about it, the more convinced she became that it was indeed Ergo and his friends who had stolen her money. "I know it was those three rascals, Ergo and his crew. I saw them rushing past my house just as I left yours." Mrs. Bai chuckled. "Those little scamps 1T escaped this time. Last year, Ergo stole a chicken from my place, and I caught him in the act. A dog cannot change its nature. It must surely be them." "Indeed, Aunt Hohat, it is most likely them," chimed in others from the crowd. "In our village, aside from those three brothers, no one else steals." The onlookers eagerly recounted the misdeeds of Ergo and his brothers, thereby further solidifying Aunt Hohat's conviction. The more she reminisced about her encounter with the three brothers, their demeanor and hurried steps convinced her that they were the culprits. "How dare they bully me? Do they think my home is unguarded? Just wait, you little rascals." Chapter 34. This is my stolen money. Aunt Hohat's husband was away, attending a wedding celebration in a neighboring village. However, she had no trouble finding allies. Her family resided in the same village, with 7 brothers to support her. Known for their prowess in disputes, Aunt Hohat had never feared anyone. With fury etched on her face, she made her way to her eldest brother's house, while Mrs. Bai, unable to resist the allure of the unfolding drama, followed closely behind. Her greatest pleasure in life was to witness such commotion. Without it, she would find it impossible to sleep at night. And Hohat's brothers all lived in the same alley. "Elder brother, second brother, fourth brother, I have been bullied. You must stand up for me." With a series of cries, several robust men from Sister Hohat's family emerged with formidable resolve, marching directly towards Ergo's home. Who in the village would dare to pilfer from their household? Today, they would ensure he understood why the flowers bloomed so red. Hearing of the commotion, more and more villagers joined the throng. At that moment, the three brothers of Ergo were at home, joyfully counting their earnings. A lunchbox was neatly filled with stacks of bills, representing all their recent earnings aside from their latest expenses. Ergo was busy counting, while Go Sheng and Go Dan sat on their small stools, resting their chins on their hands, watching their brother tally the money. "Brother, how much is it?" 160 yuan. "So much." "Yes, the three of us can now proudly claim we have assets exceeding 100. We are no longer the impoverished wretches we once were." A gleam of aspiration sparkled in Ergo's eyes, a light born from dreams. "Once we continue to work with Brother Yinchuan and earn more, we shall renovate and expand our home. Soon, the three of us will reside in a beautiful house. Indeed, we shall live in a grand abode." The three brothers, perched on their stools, envisioned a radiant future, dreaming of a warm and splendid home in which, come winter, they would no longer need to huddle together for warmth. In a few years, as they matured, each would marry a lovely bride and have children, filling their home with joyous noise. Their parents, if they were aware, would rejoice for them. "Yes, we will marry." For any young man, the prospect of marriage is a cherished dream. Perhaps they lacked formal education, yet the notions of a wife, children, and a cozy hearth symbolized a good life. A truth they all understood. Who does not long for a better life? They no longer wished to endure the hardships of meager meals and bitter cold. They desired to marry, to have children, and to live well. In their joyous reverie, the three brothers chuckled heartily together. "Ergo, you little rascal, come out." A furious roar echoed, followed by a resounding crash. Before the three brothers could comprehend the unfolding events, and Hohat, leading her kin, kicked open the door and stormed in. The moment she entered, her eyes fell upon the lunchbox filled with money. In that instant, Aunt Hohat was ecstatic. Ergo, upon seeing the intruders, instinctively snapped the lid shut on the lunchbox, clutching it to his chest. "Ha! So my money was indeed pilfered by you three little rascals. Now, let us see where you think you can run." The three brothers were bewildered. This was clearly the hard-earned money from selling loaches. How had it transformed into Aunt Hohat's money? Ergo, defiantly lifting his chin, protested, "We didn't steal anything. This is our money." And Hohat sneered malevolently and declared, "You three little rascals could never amass such wealth. Brothers, go and reclaim my money." With that, several of her relatives surged forward. The three brothers, Ergo and his companions, were still quite young and found themselves utterly outmatched by the sheer number of their adversaries, who outnumbered them more than 2-1. "What are you doing? What do you intend to do?" The chaos erupted inside the cramped space, leaving them with little room to evade. Before long, the three brothers were swiftly knocked to the ground. Yet, despite the overwhelming odds, Ergo clutched the money-laden lunchbox tightly to his chest. For him, nothing was more precious than that box of money. Confronted by the assailants from Aunt Hohat's family, Ergo defiantly shouted, "That money is ours. You cannot take it." Aunt Hohat, witnessing the brothers' loss of will to resist, smirked coldly and declared, "You little brats. That money is mine, and I shall take it." She commanded her two brothers to hold Ergo down, and then proceeded to forcefully pry open his fingers. One by one, Ergo was exerting so much strength that it was only due to his brother's firm grip that Aunt Hohat could manage at all. Otherwise, she would have been unable to wrest the lunchbox from him. Even so, Aunt Hohat was panting heavily from the exertion, nearly dislocating Ergo's fingers before finally seizing the lunchbox for herself. Upon opening the lunchbox, she found it filled with crisp bills, precisely 16 in number. With a triumphant laugh, Aunt Hohat remarked, well, what do you have to say now?" "Exactly 160 yuan. This is the money I lost." Ergo's face flushed with indignation, and with a quivering voice, he protested, "No, that is our hard-earned money, not yours." Seeing Ergo still daring to argue, Aunt Hohat leaned closer and slapped his face, threateningly saying, "You little brat, are you still feeling bold? Tell me, how did you earn it? By stealing?" Ergo, filled with rage, retorted loudly, "No. We did not steal." "Didn't he steal? So, it just fell from the sky, did it?" And Hohat scoffed, turning to the crowd, who erupted in laughter. All except for the three brothers, who remained despondent. Chapter 35, The Sin of Money Through Gritted Teeth. Ergo asserted, "We sold loaches to Brother Yinchuan, and he paid us." Upon hearing this, Aunt Hohat looked around with contempt and said mockingly, "Everyone, listen to this absurdity. They claim they earned money selling loaches. Can selling loaches possibly yield enough for a bicycle? Are they trying to fool us? The crowd gazed at Ergo and his brothers with scorn and disdain. Undeterred by their derision, Ergo continued to assert that money is indeed from selling loaches. And Hohat, now incensed, laughed mockingly. Very well, I shall ensure you understand today. I will take you to find Li Yinchuan. And if it is proven that you did not earn that money selling loaches, I shall drag you to the village entrance and beat you to death in front of everyone. This was the grim reality they faced. The group, upon reaching Li Yinchuan, began to speak in unison, and soon enough, he learned the whole story. Yinchuan, just look at how these little brats can lie. They claim to have earned money selling loaches. They must be dreaming. That is 160 yuan. Can selling loaches possibly bring in that much? Come. Speak to your aunt and tell me that this money has nothing to do with you. I shall drag them to the village entrance and deal with them. Li Yinchuan rubbed his nose. And Hohat, I apologize, but they truly earned this money from selling loaches. Those little rascals dared to steal from my family. Just wait and see how I will handle you. Aunt Hohat was initially engrossed in scolding the three children, but suddenly she realized. What? Li Yinchuan, are you saying they genuinely earn this money from selling loaches? Impossible. How could selling loaches yield such a fortune? Li Yinchuan, they could not possibly have made so much money from selling a few loaches. Mrs. Bai, unwilling to remain silent, interjected. In her eyes, this unfilial grandson could never produce such a sum for Ergo and the others. Li Yinchuan glanced at his nominal grandmother and then at Aunt Hohat, offering a cold smile as he replied, what is impossible about it? I buy loaches from them at 10 cents per pound. If they sell me 100 pounds a day, that amounts to 10 yuan. Let me calculate. Counting today, they have sold to me for 20 consecutive days, so I must have given them 20 large unity bills. Therefore, it is entirely reasonable for them to possess 160 yuan. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted into a flurry of chatter. Is it true? Selling loaches for 10 cents per pound, Ergo and the others can earn 10 yuan a day? Is it really so profitable to catch loaches? Don't listen to his nonsense. Loaches aren't worth much. I refuse to believe they can sell that many. What if it is true? If selling loaches is so lucrative, we should sell some too. The crowd buzzed with speculation, while Aunt Hohat opened her lunchbox and scrutinized the large unity bills. No matter how she looked at those 16 bills, they all appeared to be the money from her own household. Impossible, absolutely impossible. This is the money that went missing from my home. Can you be reasonable? This money belongs to Ergo. It is the hard-earned money from selling loaches. Am I not being reasonable? This money is mine. Witnessing her shamelessness, Dahu was infuriated. Initially, he had no intention of speaking up. But now he stepped forward and said in a deep voice, what is the matter? There is no way to cheat like this. Ergo worked hard for that money. Yet you insist it's yours. Are you trying to rob from your own family? Dahu's fury made Aunt Hohat shrink back, but having grown used to her arrogance, she turned to her brothers and stood her ground again. Daha, being fierce is impressive, is it? What will you do if you want to hit me? Come on, hit me. You don't dare strike because I raised you. This money is mine. Daha glared at her, and seeing that she was not backing down but rather advancing, he found himself at a loss. After all, they were fellow villagers, and the accusations were against Ergo, not Li Yinchuan. He could not truly resort to violence. Erbao, unable to bear the scene any longer, chimed in, you, old woman, are truly unreasonable. Are you starting to act like a rogue again? What do you mean by being unreasonable and acting like a rogue? We have our reasons. If this person could steal once, why can't they steal a second time? Li Yinchuan shook his head, realizing that this woman would not shed tears until faced with the grave consequences. He approached her directly. And Hohat, may I take a look at the money? And Hohat's immediate reaction was one of refusal, having lost her money once already. She was adamant about not allowing a second loss. However, after a moment of contemplation and reassured by the presence of others, she confidently handed the lunchbox to Li Yinchuan, believing he would not dare to rob her in front of witnesses. Upon receiving the lunchbox, Li Yinchuan pondered for a moment before extracting a bill, taking a slight whiff of it before smiling and declaring, all right, the truth is revealed. This is indeed Ergo and his companion's money. What? Li Yinchuan, do you speak nonsense with your eyes wide open? How can you tell this is their money? Do you have any proof? Li Yinchuan smiled faintly and replied, proof? Is it not something that can be conjured at will? Where is the evidence? With a subtle grin, he continued, Aunt Hohat, take a moment to smell this bill. Does it possess any distinctive aroma? As he held the bill to her nose, Aunt Hohat caught a whiff of a strong fishy scent. This is the smell of fish? Indeed, it is the scent of fish. Ergo and his friends catch loach daily, and they carry the odor with them. This bill is replete with that fishy aroma. Surely, your family's money cannot also smell of fish, therefore, it is evidently theirs. Aunt Ho-Hot recoiled as if struck by an electric shock, her face etched with disbelief. Is this truly their money? Yes, it is. Aunt Ho-Hot, appearing somewhat dazed, questioned. If this is their money, then where is mine? Li Yinchuan's expression turned stern, and he replied firmly, Aunt Ho-Hot, I do not know where your money is gone. I only know this belongs to my younger brothers. Yet you insist it is your lost money, even rallying so many to assault my 3 younger brothers. You owe me an explanation. An explanation? What sort of explanation? At this moment, a flash of inspiration struck Aunt Ho-Hot. Perhaps this money is indeed mine. It bears the fishy scent, true, but maybe they touched it after stealing from me, thus transferring the odor. Yes, that must be the case, don't you think? Turning to her brothers, she called out, confident in her reasoning. After all, we are family. They surely wouldn't lie? Indeed, that is a possibility. Perhaps these lads touched the money after handling the loach. A bit of smell is quite normal. Yes, these boys have a penchant for petty theft. The money must surely be theirs. Ergo tried to steal chickens from my home last winter. I caught him in the act. Luckily, I shouted, and he fled. In an instant, the crowd erupted in chatter, predominantly casting aspersions on Ergo and his companions. The situation began to shift unfavorably. Chapter 36. The truth revealed. At that moment, an unexpected voice called from outside, Mom, come quickly and see my new bicycle. Everyone turned to see 2 figures approaching on bicycles, and Ho-Hot's son, Jangwo, was riding, with his fiancée, Chame, perched behind him. Jangwo, what brings you here? I just returned home and passed by. Hearing Mom's voice, I stopped by to see, and lo and behold, it is indeed you. And Ho-Hot suddenly realized. Her lips trembling as she spoke, did you just mention your newly purchased bicycle? Indeed, my new bicycle. Aunt Ho-Hot felt a tightness in her chest as she glanced at the 3 brothers, Ergo, who were glaring at him with animosity, and then at Li Yinchuan, who wore a bemused smile. Taking a deep breath, she asked, why didn't you inform me when you had the money? My uncle from Chuanmei's side works at the county's large department store, and a fresh batch of goods just arrived. If I don't buy it now, it will be gone. I hurried home to get the money, but since I saw you weren't home, I directly went to the canteen to retrieve it. The air fell into a profound silence as the truth emerged. And Ho-Hot had wrongfully accused the 3 brothers. Release them at once. The 3 brothers were set free. Ergo swiftly stepped forward, snatching the lunchbox and clutching it tightly against his chest, nearly losing the money. Although Aunt Ho-Hot now understood her fault, she continued to defend herself. How could I have known it wasn't them? They happened to pass by my house when I lost the money. Last year, they even stole sweet potatoes from our home. And they had previously stolen chickens from your grandmother's house. They're always up to no good. So it's natural to suspect them when something goes wrong. So, this is your justification for accusing them of stealing your money and even physically assaulting them? If one has committed a wrongdoing once, does that mean they are guilty of all future misdeeds? Once again, silence enveloped the room as everyone pondered Li Yinchuan's words, which indeed held some truth. One cannot indiscriminately condemn another, just as you today slandered Ergo and his brothers for stealing your money. And now you are in the wrong. Should it not follow that your words from now on will be viewed with suspicion? And Ho-Hot's face flushed crimson, leaving her speechless. Moreover, having wrongfully accused Ergo and his brothers and assaulted them, with the truth now revealed, aren't you obliged to apologize? They deserve compensation for the injuries they sustained as well, don't they? As the situation turned, those who had previously supported Aunt Ho-Hot began to shift their stance. Indeed. And Ho-Hot, after falsely accusing them and harming them, you must apologize and compensate them. I always felt these children couldn't have been the culprits. Ergo has been much more well-behaved lately. Yes, indeed. They have improved and no longer engage in mischief. And Ho-Hot, your outdated perspective is misguided. In that moment, Aunt Ho-Hot's face grew even redder with embarrassment. Li Yinchuan surveyed the crowd and shook his head. Where were you all when this was happening? However, under the pressure of the crowd, it became impossible for Aunt Ho-Hot to avoid an apology. I am sorry. Li Yinchuan glanced at Aunt Ho-Hot. Aunt Ho-Hot, saying sorry to me is futile. You must apologize to them. They have neither provoked you nor harmed you, yet you barged in and assaulted them, falsely accusing them of theft. Finally, with a mix of shame and reluctance, Aunt Ho-Hot turned to the 3 brothers and said, I apologize. For Ergo and his brothers, this moment was historic. Since the death of their parents years ago, they had faced disdain from others merely for striving to survive. All the misdeeds were blamed on them, and every wrongdoing was attributed to their character. For the first time, they were not met with insults or violence. Instead, someone offered them an apology. In that moment, the three brothers stood tall, their spines straightened with newfound dignity. They instinctively turned their gazes toward Li Yinchuan, for it was thanks to this benevolent elder brother that they had begun to earn a living. It was because of Li Yinchuan's support that they had someone to stand by them when they faced injustice. The three brothers silently vowed that henceforth, their elder brother's affairs would be their own, pledging to follow him for a lifetime. Now that the apologies had been exchanged, it was time to discuss compensation. Look at their bruised faces. They did not demand much, merely 10 yuan each. A total of 30 yuan would suffice. Goodness, were they made of gold? After enduring a couple of blows, they sought 30 yuan? Why not just rob someone? No, if there is no money, then it's a matter of life and death. And Ho-Hot was amenable to an apology, but the moment money was mentioned, she became frantic. 30 yuan felt like it would cost her life. Indeed, it was merely a misunderstanding. Having apologized, what right did they have to demand 30 yuan? That seemed utterly unscrupulous. Mrs. Lao Bai chimed in, echoing the sentiment from the sidelines. Li Yinchuan let out a cold laugh. Very well, if you refuse to pay, we shall summon the authorities. Just look at the injuries on their faces. Should you be imprisoned, 3 years of labor would not be excessive. Now, you may leave. What? 3 years of labor? Who are you trying to scare? In these times, brawls in the countryside were common, and it was unheard of for someone to be incarcerated for merely a few blows. Upon hearing this, and Ho-Hot assumed Li Yinchuan was trying to deceive her. Li Yinchuan's smile was icy. Scare you? Fine. And Ho-Hot, you may leave. But let's see if the authorities come to apprehend you. Caught in a bind, and Ho-Hot found herself at a loss. Leaving was impossible, yet staying was equally daunting. Was Li Yinchuan speaking the truth? At that moment, her future daughter-in-law quietly approached. As a temporary worker at the county court, she possessed some legal knowledge and whispered a timely warning. Andy, he speaks the truth. If you do not compensate for the injuries, the police will indeed arrest you. Her voice was soft, yet it delivered a profound impact. Really? Aunt Ho-Hot's face paled in terror, her heart racing. Surely, her daughter-in-law would not deceive her. If she refused to pay, she would end up imprisoned. In that instant, fear consumed her entirely. Li Yinchuan cast a surprised glance at the future daughter-in-law and smiled. Well, someone knowledgeable about the law is indeed a relief. Let us settle on 30 yuan. For Aunt Ho-Hot, parting with 30 yuan felt more painful than losing a piece of herself, yet the circumstances dictated her submission. There was no alternative but to pay. She attempted one last plea. Yinchuan, you've known me since childhood. Could you possibly reduce the amount? Reduce it? How lightly did you strike when you assaulted Ergo and the others? There was no point in useless talk. 30 yuan was the minimum, not a single cent less. Li Yinchuan had never held a fondness for Aunt Ho-Hot. Anyone who frequently associated with that troublesome old Mrs. Lao Bai was unlikely to be a good person. Guilan's gaze turned towards Mrs. Bai, her meaning unmistakable. Your grandson shows me no respect. Perhaps you should give it a try. Mrs. Bai, mindful of her public image, had always regarded Guilan as a close friend. She could not afford to back down. Besides, she believed that Li Yinchuan, being her grandson, would not dare to disregard her. Ahem, Yinchuan, why don't you ask Guilan for a little less? Li Yinchuan responded with a cold smile. My dear grandmother. This time it was Guilan who dealt with Ergo and his companions. It has nothing to do with me. I cannot ask for less. Perhaps you could assist in providing a little? Mrs. Bai shot Li Yinchuan a fierce glare. You little rascal, just wait. With no further recourse, Mrs. Bai retreated. Guilan glanced at Li Yinchuan, then at Mrs. Bai, and with a determined sigh, declared, Fine, 30 yuan it is. I shall provide it. Then came the compensation phase. Awkwardly, Guilan found herself without the funds at home and had to borrow 30 yuan from her brother to settle the debt with the three young men. Once the matter was concluded, Guilan and her entourage departed in a rather disheveled manner. Li Yinchuan observed their retreating figures, shaking his head, pondering. Had I known it would come to this, I would have acted differently. Was this merely stirring up trouble? With a chuckle, he handed the 30 yuan to Ergo. Ergo, here is your money. Take it. Unexpectedly, Ergo shook his head vehemently. Brother Chuan, I cannot accept this money. Preserving our 160 yuan is already a significant victory. We owe you a debt of gratitude today. Without you, we would have been in dire straits. This 30 yuan is what you rightfully earned, so it should belong to you. Thank you, Brother Chuan. Li Yinchuan patted Ergo on the head. Do not be so formal. Since you call me brother, you must accept this money. Brother Chuan, I truly cannot take it. Li Yinchuan, having exhausted all other means, employed his trump card. Will you take this money or not? I will tell you this. If you refuse it today, I shall no longer purchase your loaches. Ergo panicked. Without the loaches, where would he find the means to support his family and wife? He quickly replied, No, Brother Chuan, I will take it. I will take it. Now that's more like it. The money is yours. Brother Chuan, from now on, you are my true brother. Whatever you need, just let me know. And I shall prove myself. Chapter 37. Prohibition of Street Stalls. In recent days, the business of the stewed dish had become increasingly challenging. After the initial novelty wore off, the stewed dish was merely a commonplace snack. When those from Dalian came merely to indulge in a bowl, rather than to fill their bellies, the profits from the stall plummeted. After deducting the wages for Erbao and Dahu, Li Yinchuan's earnings had fallen below 50 yuan. Prompting him to contemplate whether a transformation was necessary, it simply could not continue this way. Over the past few days, Li Yinchuan and his companions had frequently noticed a middle-aged woman visiting their stall for stewed dishes. This woman was plump, often adorned with a hint of blush on her cheeks, accentuated by her bright red lips, which could be somewhat unsettling when encountered at night. However, she was very warm and greeted everyone with a smile. Each time she came, she would consume a bowl of stewed dish and linger afterward, engaging in casual conversation with Li Yinchuan and the others. My good fellows, how much do you earn in a day? My dear brother, where did you learn the art of making this delightful dish? Is there truly a place like Dahe Mountain that possesses such a skill? I hail from Dalian, where I have a profound love for this culinary delight. My partner works as the deputy director in a factory workshop with the surname Chui. Over the past few days, this rather plump woman has become quite familiar with Li Yinchuan and the others, and they have come to know her as Wang Zhuhua. As time passed, she managed to extract quite a bit of information, especially from Erbao, who is naturally the most talkative among them, often divulging a wealth of details. However, Li Yinchuan seemed rather disinterested in her company for reasons unknown. Her presence appeared to irritate him. Erbao even inquired of Li Yinchuan whether this woman was simply idle. Li Yinchuan furrowed his brow, expressing, I sense she harbors no good intentions. Little did they know, this remark would soon prove prophetic. The very next morning, after delivering some loaches and receiving payment from Wang Danian, Li Yinchuan emerged to find Erbao and Dahu standing dejectedly at the entrance of the pharmaceutical factory, where they were supposed to set up their stall. What happened? Erbao looked up and said, Brother Chuan, they want to allow us to set up our stall. Who want to allow it? Li Yinchuan queried. Erbao pointed to a figure not far away, clad in a red armband, who was crossing their arms and observing them with a cold smile. This individual, characterized by an unsettlingly dark complexion, so dark that one could not distinguish him from the ground in the dark, was unfamiliar to Li Yinchuan. Nevertheless, upon recognizing the red armband, he chuckled. It was evident this person sought a bride. Li Yinchuan was well acquainted with such matters. Once a dog is fed, it ceases to bark. He approached the man, saying, Brother, it's not easy for us to conduct a small business here. Could you perhaps show us some leniency? Would you care for a cigarette? He then retrieved a pack of Life Source from his pocket and offered a cigarette to the man. To his surprise, the man dismissed him with a swift gesture, knocking the cigarette from Li Yinchuan's hand and onto the ground. With a disdainful sneer, he declared, What do you think you're doing? Trying to bribe me? Let me make this clear. You have no chance here. This is a designated area for pharmaceutical factory families to set up stalls, not a place for any Tom, Dick, or Harry. Now be off with you. Li Yinchuan glanced at the man, sensing that the situation was amiss. They had been operating there for a week without interference. And yet today, this individual appeared with such a forceful demeanor, indicating something was amiss. Choosing not to confront the man directly, as this was his territory, he instructed Erbao and Dahu to move their cart aside and turn to enter the factory, realizing he needed assistance. He made his way to the cafeteria and sought out Wang Danian. Wang Danian was initially taken aback, having just parted ways with Li Yinchuan less than 20 minutes prior. Brother, what brings you back? Li Yinchuan replied, You know I've been selling this dish at the factory entrance, but today, someone seems intent on causing trouble, forbidding us from setting up our stall. Upon hearing this, Wang Danian's eyebrows shot up. How dare they? In this territory of the pharmaceutical factory, who would dare to trouble my brother? What does this fellow look like? Li Yinchuan replied, No distinct features, just exceptionally dark. Wang Danian pondered for a moment and remarked, I know this person. His name is Wang Weigua, nicknamed Haiten. Come, let us go and take a look. This was the bond forged from the daily division of 20 yuan from Li Yinchuan. At this moment, Wang Danian regarded Li Yinchuan with more affection than he would his own brother, resolutely determined to shield him from any harm. However, Li Yinchuan, after some contemplation, grasped Wang Danian's arm. Brother Wang, it may not be wise for us to confront them directly. Instead, how about this? Since it is almost noon, could you arrange a meal with the head of the security department and those who oversee the market? We can strengthen our connections. And I'll cover the expenses under your name. Wang Danian, after a brief reflection, could not help but silently commend Li Yinchuan. Despite his youth, Li Yinchuan demonstrated considerable foresight. While he was confident in resolving the matter independently today, cultivating relationships with the security department would be a prudent long-term strategy to prevent such incidents in the future. Moreover, by inviting the security department to dine under his name, Li Yinchuan would accrue goodwill, a worthy investment. With this thought, he patted Li Yinchuan on the shoulder and said, "You have a good idea, brother. I will reach out to them, and we shall dine at the cafeteria this noon." At 11 o'clock, the head of the security department, Jia Baohua, along with his colleagues, arrived at the cafeteria. During their journey, he muttered to himself, pondering what scheme Wang Danian was concocting. Nevertheless, who would refuse a free meal? Upon entering the private dining room, Jia Baohua noticed two individuals rising to greet him. One was the familiar Wang Danian, and the other was a young man he did not recognize. "Old Wang, what brings you to treat us from the security department today?" he inquired. "It's nothing major. This is my younger brother, eager to meet you all, and I thought I would make the introduction." Jia Baohua cast a discerning glance at Li Yinchuan, a smile creeping across his face. "For Wang's sake, I shall oblige." At this point, Haitan, observing Li Yinchuan, furrowed his brow, fully aware of the underlying circumstances, yet reluctant to voice his thoughts in such a setting. Soon, everyone took their seats, and the feast commenced with the serving of wine and dishes. Li Yinchuan was far from stingy, providing a lavish spread and even ordering 2 bottles of exquisite 10-year-old local wine. Throughout the meal, he refrained from mentioning the issue of being barred from setting up a stall, instead rising frequently to toast the members of the security department with infectious enthusiasm. His demeanor was particularly gracious, lowering his cup slightly more than the others during toasts. He encouraged everyone to indulge, and midway through, he insisted on adding 2 hearty dishes to ensure a satisfying feast. Jia Baohua raised his glass, draping an arm around Li Yinchuan's shoulder, and with a belch, declared, "Brother, from now on we are family. In this realm of the pharmaceutical factory, my word carries weight. Should you require anything, just seek me out." "Thank you, elder brother. I'll drink to that. You may drink as you please." This is the essence of Chinese drinking culture, where camaraderie among men is effortlessly fostered over shared libations. Chapter 38. The most venomous woman's heart. Though throughout the conversation, Li Yinchuan never mentioned anything about street vending to Wang Weiguo. The latter could no longer contain himself after a while. When the section chief had spoken, it would be unbecoming for him to maintain his pretense. As Li Yinchuan raised his glass in a toast, he quietly confided, "Brother, I assure you, it was not my intention. Last night, my neighbor, Deputy Director Cui Jia, approached me and told me that you were not to set up your stall. I only came to chase you off today. Rest assured, after this meal, you are my brother. You may continue to vend as you wish. Should you encounter any difficulties from others in the market, simply inform me, and I will support you." "Cui? I do not know anyone by that surname," Li Yinchuan murmured, chuckling as he rubbed his head. Suddenly, he recalled that the chubby woman who had been frequenting his vicinity had mentioned her husband was named Cui. Ah, so that is where it stems from. It is indeed said that the heart of the most venomous woman is truly fearsome. Just wait, this matter is far from over. As the meal progressed, everyone was in high spirits. Li Yinchuan also became acquainted with the personnel from the pharmaceutical factory's security department, ensuring that he would have influence in minor matters there in the future. After the meal, Li Yinchuan, slightly intoxicated, exited the factory. Airbao and De, who had been squatting under a tree the entire morning and afternoon, having only managed a hasty meal. To their surprise, their elder brother emerged with a flushed face from the drinking session. Airbao hurried forward and inquired, "Brother Chuan, did you manage to settle things?" Li Yinchuan chuckled. "If I took action, how could it not be resolved? No worries, we can continue vending. Did you find out who was behind this malicious scheme against us? Who else could it be? It is that chubby woman who engages you in conversation as if you were her own sister." Airbao was taken aback. "No way. I never pegged her for such a person." "Way? In a couple of days, she'll likely sell you out, and you'll be counting the money for her." Airbao remained in shock. What does that woman intend to accomplish? Who knows? One thing is certain, she has no good intentions. As they spoke, they arrived at their usual vending spot. In the next moment, Li Yinchuan understood why that chubby woman had sought to drive them away. Right in their former spot. Someone was indeed selling stewed dishes. The bowls and basins appeared strikingly similar, and even a gasoline drum was used as a stove. If one were not paying attention, they might have believed it was them selling the stewed dishes. And standing there selling the stewed dishes was none other than that chubby woman, Wang Zhuhua. Everyone understood. She had driven them away to sell her own stewed dishes. One must admit, while this woman appeared foolish, she was shrewder than a monkey. Well done, sister. Li Yinchuan crossed his arms defiantly in front of Wang Zhuhua's stall, declaring, I have seen shamelessness, but never such audacity. Upon seeing Li Yinchuan approach, Wang Zhuhua's eyes momentarily flickered with alarm, for she knew she was in the wrong, especially in the presence of three men, particularly Da, who with his imposing physique. She could not help but feel intimidated. However, she soon regained her composure, for the man who had just assisted in clearing the dishes had approached. He was none other than her partner, Cui Jia, the deputy director of the pharmaceutical factory's third workshop. Wang Zhuhua looked at Li Yinchuan and smiled broadly, saying, Brother, there's no harm in making money together. It's not as if you alone can make these steamed buns. I can do it too. There's nothing wrong with wanting to earn a little cash. Li Yinchuan regarded the woman before him, her repugnant demeanor eliciting a cold smile from him. While there was nothing wrong with the desire to earn money, her methods were rather despicable. Did she not fear the repercussions of her actions? At that moment, Cui Jia stepped forward, a man of short stature with a round face, perhaps emboldened by years of commanding authority in the workshop. Showing no fear in the face of Li Yinchuan and his companions. What do you intend to do? Are you threatening the employees of the pharmaceutical factory on their own turf? All around here are my good brothers. Li Yinchuan glanced at the man's face, convinced that a single punch would send him sprawling to the ground. Yet, he was right. This was indeed the factory's territory, and resorting to violence was out of the question. Taking a deep breath, Li Yinchuan reminded himself that a gentleman speaks rather than strikes, and decided to bide his time. I wouldn't dare. He scoffed coldly, choosing not to waste any more words with them. Spotting an empty space nearby, he led to Hu and Airbao to set up a stall to sell steamed buns. Due to their late start and the fact that Wang Zhuhua was selling her own buns nearby, Li Yinchuan earned less than 20 yuan that day. Aside from the 5 yuan he shared with each of his brothers. Brother Chuan, how about we really take those two down tonight? Airbao suggested. No way. If we beat them, everyone will know it was us. Let us wait a bit. Li Yinchuan, having lived 2 lives, understood well when to be impulsive and when to remain low-key. The next morning, they began selling steamed buns early, and initially, their sales surpassed those of Wang Zhuhua. After all, Li Yinchuan's skills in frying the buns were exceptional, particularly the crispy layer, which received praise from all who tasted it. As the crowd around Li Yinchuan grew, Airbao provocatively raised his chin towards Wang Zhuhua, feeling betrayed by her. Despite having believed they shared a good relationship, she had seemingly turned against him. And Airbao was not one to forget such grievances. Meanwhile, Wang Zhuhua stood with her hands on her hips, fuming at the situation. Yet, she was a fierce character. After contemplating for a moment, she raised her voice. Look here, everyone. To show our appreciation to the fine folks at the pharmaceutical factory, we are reducing the price of our steamed buns by a dime for today only. Each bowl is now just 90 cents, so come and eat quickly. With her shout, it was undeniable that many who had initially intended to dine with Li Yinchuan were drawn over to her stall, swayed by the lower price. As the throngs of customers surged, Wang Zhuhua positioned herself triumphantly between Li Yinchuan and her stall, hands on her hips, exclaiming, Oh my, I'm exhausted. How could there be so many customers? Airbao, infuriated, rolled his eyes. Quietly, he muttered to Li Yinchuan, Brother, we must not indulge her whims. We too should reduce our prices. Li Yinchuan furrowed his brow. If she lowers her price by a dime, we must do the same. If everyone continues to lower their prices, in the end, we will all earn nothing. It is simply unnecessary. What shall we do then? Continuing like this is not a solution. Let me think. There must be a way. Such a small fry, can we not handle her? Chapter 39. 2 great strategies throughout the day. Due to Wang Zhuhua's price reduction, aside from the $5 given to each of his brothers, Li Yinchuan barely earned $20. Moreover, when it came time to close up, the plump woman flaunted her success once more. Big brother, thank you. You have shown me a path to wealth. Looking at her face, Li Yinchuan felt an overwhelming impulse to punch her. That night, lying in bed, Li Yinchuan pondered his strategy. Admittedly, the tactic of lowering prices is indeed quite unscrupulous. It has been a ruthless strategy in any era. Who could forget the fierce market competition between Kuai and its rivals, which eventually devolved into a shameful battle of price cuts and coupons, throwing money at each other until one side capitulated? However, considering that the three of them had to push their cart from Baiyun village to the county every day, while their competitors operated right at their doorstep, they were inherently at a disadvantage in this price war. Furthermore, since Li Yinchuan's business selling mincy was modest, he could not afford to continuously throw money at the problem. Thus, engaging in a price war seemed futile. Since a price war was not an option, a shift in thinking was required. Others might struggle to find a solution, but he was different. He was a reborn man, standing on the shoulders of giants. I shall not lower my price, but I can enhance the quality. Winning through quality is the ultimate strategy in any age. There was little Li Yinchuan could improve upon in the mincy itself, but he could certainly introduce some variety. Presently, the mincy was quite simplistic, merely a bowl of the dish. In contrast, the more advanced variations in later times included combinations of three elements: mincy, meatballs, and tofu skin. After all, the mincy itself lacks significant flavor. Apart from the people of Dalian, most are not accustomed to eating it plain. Therefore, businesses that solely sell mincy generally fare poorly compared to those offering the combination of mincy, meatballs, and tofu skin. Having devised his plan, he set it into motion. The next day, Li Yinchuan's stall featured mincy, meatballs, and tofu skin. The results were immediate. Customers were drawn to the novelty, and the effectiveness of the price reduction diminished as he once again eclipsed Wang Zhuhua's business. Big sister, since your side appears so leisurely, why not come over here and lend us a hand? Seeing Wang Zhuhua's desolate stall, her bow deliberately provoked her, and her frustration was evident as she gritted her teeth. However, Wang Zhuhua was no pushover. With determination in her eyes, she thought, I may not have other skills, but I can certainly follow suit. If you offer meatballs and tofu skin, then we shall do the same. That very afternoon, Wang Zhuhua procured meatballs and tofu skin. Now, both sides were back at the starting line once again. Brother, this woman truly lacks any sense of shame. Whatever we attempt, she mirrors our actions. What shall we do now? Upon witnessing the remarkable technique recently unveiled by Chuan, it was promptly imitated by our opponents, much to Bao's chagrin. Some things simply cannot be replicated. Numerous establishments have emerged in later generations that specialize in the stewed deer dish, yet only a select few reign supreme. The reason is quite simple. They possess exceptional skills. As a reincarnated individual, Li Yinchuan is, after all, acquainted with certain unique techniques. The dilemma lies in which one to employ. In the evening, as Li Yinchuan and Bao concluded their day's work and made their way home, they fortuitously encountered the village head and a few others descending from the mountains, their spirits high. A glance revealed they had successfully hunted a deer. Li Yinchuan's heart stirred with intrigue. Village head, have you caught a deer on your expedition? Indeed, today has proven to be quite fortuitous, the village head suggested. Let us discuss a matter. Are you interested in purchasing this deer meat? The deer is a treasure trove. Its blood is renowned for its invigorating properties. Its antlers considered a prestigious tonic, and its fetus is one of the 8 mountain delicacies. However, the deer meat itself, low in fat and somewhat tough in texture, is not particularly desirable in these times, leaving the village head troubled about how to dispose of it. Unexpectedly, a solution had presented itself. Yes. How much do you ask per pound? Being fellow villagers, how about 30 cents per pound? Very well, I shall take it. After processing the deer, the antlers, blood, and entrails were prepared, and the remaining meat was sold to Li Yinchuan. A subtle smile graced his lips. He now had the means to create meatballs. In his previous life, while trading goods in the Russian territories with his elder brother, Li Yinchuan had learned a recipe for venison meatball soup in the greater and lesser Xing'an mountains of Heilongjiang province. The proprietor of that establishment had built a thriving business on the back of this dish. By fortunate coincidence, Li Yinchuan had acquired the recipe. The method was not overly complicated. Chop the deer meat finely, then blend it with a specific ratio of hazel mushrooms, round mushrooms, elm mushrooms, and black fungus in a bowl. The resulting meatballs were exquisitely delicious, and Li Yinchuan was confident that once this secret weapon was unleashed, no other establishment in Heishui County could rival his culinary creation. With the meatballs settled, it was time to delve into the matter of tofu skin. Reflecting on this, Li Yinchuan recalled something. Bao, if I remember correctly, isn't your hometown in the Jinzhou area? Yes, I hail from Hongluoxian town in Jinxi, near Jinzhou. I moved here when I was 8. Oh, I've heard that Jinzhou tofu skin is the finest in the world. Did your father master that technique? At this, Airbao chuckled. Indeed, the most authentic Jianzhou tofu skin comes from our very own Hongluoxian town. Our town is a small settlement, located 50 li southwest of Jianzhou City. Surrounded by majestic peaks and ethereal mists, a truly breathtaking sight. Countless springs cascade from the crevices of the mountains, forming babbling brooks that flow into the nearby Daughter River. Can one make tofu without water? The tofu skin from Hongluoxian uniquely benefits from the purest spring water, resulting in a particularly delicate and smooth texture. Renowned for its thinness and quality. The term dry refers to tofu that is firmly pressed and crisp. Thin denotes sheets of tofu as slender as paper, allowing sunlight to filter through. Fine indicates that the tofu skin contains no residue, yielding a delicate texture. So, this is what it is. Li Yinchuan has gained some insight. He suddenly recalled that in his previous life, the tofu skin from Erbao's family was likely more delicious than what he tasted later in Jianzhou. By the way, why isn't your tofu skin as delectable as the one from Jianzhou? Erbao scratched his head and replied, My dad says it's because the water here isn't as good as from my hometown. The quality of water? Li Yinchuan fell into deep contemplation. If Erbao's family's tofu skin was so exquisite in his past life, they must have eventually discovered the right water source. He strained to recall, and after a while, a sudden realization struck him. After dinner at home, Li Yinchuan took a bucket and ventured into the mountains. Following his memory, he walked for 10 minutes until he heard the gentle sound of spring water. Turning a corner, he encountered a clear spring bubbling forth, with a small pool forming at its source. Indeed, this is the spot. Li Yinchuan remembered a time in his past life when he had met Erbao's father here while he was fetching water. And he had curiously asked why he chose this spring, to which he replied it was for making tofu skin. Li Yinchuan filled 2 buckets with water and descended the mountain, arriving at Erbao's home. The family was having dinner. Upon seeing his older brother, Erbao stood up. Brother Chuan, what brings you here? Please continue your meal. I need to discuss something with your father. When Erbao's father, Bai Wanyan, heard that Li Yinchuan sought him, he looked at him in surprise. Chuaner, what do you need to talk about? Uncle, I've discovered a place with excellent water and would like you to try making tofu skin with it. Good water, you say? Upon hearing this, Bai Wanyan chuckled, scrutinizing Li Yinchuan. At that moment, he was tempted to remark, what do you know about the water for making tofu skin? However, considering Li Yinchuan was a good friend of Erbao, Bai Wanyan opted for a more tactful response. Chuaner, different trades require different expertise. Perhaps you should not concern yourself with the water for making tofu skin. Uncle, just consider it a favor I'm asking. Will you not give it a try? I've brought the water, and I am counting on it to turn the tide. Erbao chimed in. Dad, just give it a shot. The old man, feeling out of options, relented. Fine, we shall try it. Having finished their meal, they proceeded to the tofu workshop. 2 hours later, Bai Wanyan was filled with exuberance. This is the water I have been searching for all these years. It is perfect. The tofu skin produced is even better than that of Jianzhou. Now, with both meatballs and tofu skin at hand, Li Yinchuan chuckled to himself. Now, I wonder what you will use to compete with me? Chapter 40, Mrs. Bai's plans for a graduation banquet. Li Chui, a female worker at the county textile factory, was taking a break in the afternoon. Together with her friend Xiaohua, they sauntered outside. Their home was in close proximity to the small market near the pharmaceutical factory, and with only women around, they leisurely wandered into the market. After a while, both felt a bit hungry and stumbled upon a vendor selling steamed buns. Sister Hua, have you ever tried the steamed buns? I've heard they are quite good. Shall we give them a taste? Just give it a try, but with these 2 shops side by side. Which one shall we choose? That's simple enough. With the 2 of us, we can order a combo from each and sample them both. Good idea. The 2 sisters promptly ordered a luxurious combo from each establishment, receiving a bowl of stewed dish, accompanied by tofu skin and 3 meatballs. The lavish package from Li Yinchuan's place cost 2 yuan and 4 jiao, comprising 1 piece of stewed dish, tofu skin at 50 cents, and 3 meatballs for 30 cents each. Conversely, the deluxe combo from Wang Zhuhua's establishment was priced at 2 yuan, featuring stewed dish for 90 cents, tofu skin at 50 cents, and 3 meatballs for 20 cents each. The 2 packages differed by a mere 40 cents. Li Chui opted for the combo from Wang Zhuhua's place and immediately sampled the meatball. It was delightful, bursting with flavor. After trying the tofu skin, she found it satisfactory, though a bit grainy. A bite of the stewed dish brought her comfort. Wow, this is delicious, her friend Xiaohua exclaimed as she savored her food. Surely not. It's quite pleasant, but not that exaggerated. Doubt it. Why not give it a taste? Fine. I shall. Li Chui picked up a meatball from Li Yinchuan's establishment, and upon biting into it, she was met with a delightful springiness. The moment she broke into the meatball, an explosion of savory goodness filled her mouth. In that instant, she felt a surge of emotion. A profound appreciation for the exquisite culinary experience, almost prompting tears of joy. This is truly delectable. Once she took a bite, she found herself unable to stop. Next, she tried a piece of tofu skin, which was exceptionally fresh and tender, devoid of any graininess, in stark contrast to the chewy, gritty tofu skin from Wang Zhuhua's. Finally, she sampled another bite of the stewed dish from Li Yinchuan's, which was evidently far superior in texture compared to the previous bowl. After a few more bites, the young girl became an ardent fan of Li Yinchuan's stewed dish. Li Chui, save some for me. If you keep eating, there'll be nothing left, protested Xiaohua. You are so stingy. How about I pay for another bowl for you? Thus, the sisters ordered another luxurious combo from Li Yinchuan's. Devouring both bowls with gusto, they scarcely touched the stewed dish from Wang Zhuhua's, as it paled in comparison. Indeed, one gets what one pays for. Henceforth, I have resolved to indulge exclusively in this establishment's stewed dish. Yes, this is the place for us. After their comparison, the two young ladies unhesitatingly abandoned Wang Zhuhua's stewed dish, completely siding with Li Yinchuan. Moreover, they not only favored Li Yinchuan's place themselves, but also enthusiastically promoted it at home and work. Have you heard? A new stewed dish shop has opened next to the pharmaceutical factory. It's run by 3 men, and the cashier is a particularly handsome young man. The stewed dish is absolutely delicious. The meatballs are heavenly, and the stewed dish is wonderfully springy. The tofu skin is both crisp and tender, with no graininess whatsoever, simply delightful. Word of mouth spread rapidly, and soon the entire county was aware that a handsome young man had opened a stall selling delectable steamed dishes. The food was simply exquisite, attracting not only those near the pharmaceutical factory, but food enthusiasts from all corners of the county. Delicious, utterly delightful. I want another bowl. Boss, give me 2 bowls. Save one for me. I'll return shortly. Is it sold out? What a pity. I'll come early to queue tomorrow. In no time, Li Yinchuan's steamed dishes became a sensational hit in Tahitian, with throngs of people flocking to indulge in the culinary feast. To them, it was a banquet for gourmets. In future times, Li Yinchuan would undoubtedly be a renowned figure in the realm of street food. Li Yinchuan's business flourished tremendously. At just 1 yuan per bowl, he could sell 300 bowls a day, and with added tofu skins and meatballs, his gross profit approached 600 yuan, yielding a net profit of around 400 yuan, equivalent to the daily earnings of 2.5 bicycles. Not one to be complacent. Li Yinchuan raised the daily wages for his helpers, Bao and Dahu, to 20 yuan each, as the 3 brothers journeyed together along the path to prosperity. Their spirits high. However, not everyone was pleased. The nearby vendor, Wang Zhuhua, was quite aggrieved. Why is it that your lavishly assembled steamed dishes attract such crowds while my own, even cheaper by 40 cents, languishes in silence? Each day, she could only stand with her hands on her hips, glaring enviously at Li Yinchuan's stall. Wang Zhuhua, a determined entrepreneur, decided it was time to take action. Without hesitation, she approached Li Yinchuan's stall. Big brother, I'll have a lavish steamed dish combo. She was resolute in her desire to learn, intending to pinpoint any shortcomings in her own offerings. Li Yinchuan glanced at her, chuckled, and served her a bowl. Go ahead and learn. Let us see how well you can replicate it. Some things cannot be mastered merely by observation. That will be 2. For yuan, thank you for your patronage. With a forced smile, Wang Zhuhua paid him, then returned to her own stall, determined to uncover the secrets behind the dish. She was adamant about deciphering its intricacies, convinced she could not be outdone by a mere local. As she picked up a meatball with her chopsticks and took a bite, an explosion of flavor filled her senses, nearly bringing her to tears. What kind of meat is this? It's simply divine, she mused. Though she could not discern its origins, her attempt to replicate the meatball had failed. Next, she decided to try the tofu skin, curious about its unique qualities. She bit into a piece, savoring the perfect harmony of crispness and tenderness. It left no residue in her mouth. Yet, a question loomed. She had never encountered such exquisite tofu skin in Tahitian. Where could it have come from? Was it produced by Li Yinchuan himself? Wang Zhuhua found herself engulfed in confusion. As for the final dish, she merely sampled it casually. This was something she could at least comprehend. Li Yinchuan possessed superior skills, and the texture of his dish surpassed hers. She had no expectations of mastering it. After finishing the extravagant combination, Wang Zhuhua felt her heart gradually sinking. It was over. She realized she could never replicate such exquisite tofu skin and meatballs. She had lost, completely and utterly. Li Yinchuan cast a glance at Wang Zhuhua, inwardly amused. Some things cannot be achieved through mere imitation. One cannot simply learn to create by taking a couple of bites. After all, why do we have the term secret recipe? How about it, sister? Would you like another bowl to taste? Perhaps you might learn how to make it. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's words, a surge of anger coursed through Wang Zhuhua, and she felt a wave of darkness wash over her, slowly sinking to the ground. This left her Bao and the others in shock. Brother, what happened to her? Is she going to be all right? What else could it be? High blood pressure. Help her call an ambulance. She is not a good person, but we are. At the mention of her being not a good person, the darkness before Wang Zhuhua intensified. Ever since defeating Wang Zhuhua, Li Yinchuan's name as the master of this dish resonated throughout the county. His business flourished, igniting a fervor for this dish across the entire town, where people found joy in relishing a bowl made by him. Each day, as mealtimes approached, long lines formed at Li Yinchuan's stall, benefiting the entire small market. The reason was simple. With so many waiting for their turn, often groups of people would send one person to queue while the others idly wandered nearby. Feeling a bit hungry, they would naturally purchase additional items. After savoring food from other vendors and feeling somewhat full, they might leisurely browse and unintentionally buy some daily necessities. Vegetables, fruits, or meat. People have a tendency to develop habits. Accustomed to shopping at the small market, they ventured less to other places, concentrating their spending there. Consequently, the revenue of the entire small market soared. Miraculously, Li Yinchuan single-handedly revitalized the local market around the pharmaceutical factory. Of course, there were both delightful and frustrating aspects. Wang Zhuhua, having inexplicably acquired the skill to make noodles, opened a noodle shop not far from Li Yinchuan. Surprisingly, this woman had a talent for pulling noodles, and her pork bone broth was quite rich in flavor. Riding on the coattails of Li Yinchuan's success, she managed to gain a small following herself, which infuriated Erbao. Li Yinchuan, however, remained unperturbed. Having lived 2 lives, he was accustomed to such occurrences. Besides, shamelessness is often a valuable asset in business. As long as that plump woman did not provoke him, he had no interest in her. For Li Yinchuan, the priority was to quickly earn money and accumulate his first pot of gold to provide a better life for his family. Every day, Li Yinchuan pushed his cart to the county by 9 in the morning and returned home around 8 in the evening, diligently working with his 2 brothers to make money. That evening, upon returning home, Li Yinchuan learned of a significant piece of good news. Zhou Suasian remarked with a hint of envy. The admission letter from Xinjiang University for Inhu arrived at noon, and your grandmother was nearly beside herself with joy. Throughout the afternoon, she roamed the village, proclaiming this news. And just earlier, she made a special visit to our home to inform us that there would be a celebratory feast tomorrow at noon in honor of Inhu's admission to university. Although everyone was aware that Li Yinhu had performed admirably in the college entrance examination and was likely to be accepted by Xinjiang University, receiving the official acceptance letter was a different matter altogether. Li Yinchuan's initial reaction was surprisingly tinged with bitterness. The thought that Li Yinhu, who he deemed incompetent, could gain admission to university while he himself had never even completed high school left him quite displeased. Before Li Yinchuan could voice his feelings, Li Yinfeng expressed his stance first. Brother, I have no desire to attend. Just the thought of seeing Inhu and Grandma reveling in their small triumph makes me feel nauseous. Li Qiao also chimed in, stating her disinterest. Yes, and those relatives from Aunt S' side are equally bothersome. If only you had been allowed to pursue your studies. Who knows, perhaps you would have been accepted as well. Observing his younger siblings' firm declarations, Li Yinchuan felt his irritation wane. See, in the eyes of his family, he was still regarded as exceptional, especially with his sister's remark that he could have gained admission had he pursued education, which uplifted his spirits considerably. Though he had not attended high school, it did not signify his lack of capability. Each individual's path was unique. If academia was not his calling, he would forge a different route. In his previous life, Li Yinhu graduated from university, yet it did not amount to much. In this life, he was determined to surpass him by leaps and bounds. Li Yinchuan turned to his mother. Mother, what are your thoughts on this matter? Zhou Sujian pondered for a moment and hesitantly replied, I believe we should attend. After all, it is your cousin who has been accepted to university, and it wouldn't reflect well on us if we did not go. Li Yinchuan smiled faintly. You are right, mother. We must go. If we do not, how will others perceive our family? They are unaware of the underlying circumstances and will merely think us lacking in decorum and consideration. Moreover, I am quite eager to witness their expressions at the celebration. I must admit, I am looking forward to it. Pausing momentarily, Li Yinchuan continued, Yifeng, Chao. You too must study diligently and strive to excel. I have faith that you will not fall short of Li Yinhu. In the future, you will gain admission to esteemed universities, bringing pride to both mother and me. Then, we too shall host a celebration, and we will relish the envy in their eyes. All right, brother, I will certainly outperform Li Yinhu. Brother, just wait a few years. Gaining admission to Shengjing University is nothing. Seeing the fervent determination in the eyes of his younger siblings filled Li Yinchuan with satisfaction. Let us wait and see, Li Yinhu, this lifetime. Our branch will undoubtedly excel in both education and wealth, and you shall never rise again. Mrs. Bai had never felt such joy in her life. Her grandson had achieved greatness by being accepted into Shengjing University. Shengjing University, after all, is not just any institution. It is the birthplace of the Qing dynasty's founding emperor, Nurhaci. Her eldest grandson would surely ascend to prominence in the future. In her current state, she perceives every bird as a magpie, sees patterns in the clouds that resemble the character for happiness, and senses that the trees are on the verge of budding anew. Even the sight of a sow evokes thoughts of impending piglets. One morning, a mere glance at the chickens in her yard prompted one to settle down and produce an egg instantaneously, a clear sign of extraordinary fortune. Despite her recent health troubles and persistent feelings of chest tightness and shortness of breath, the moment she laid eyes on the acceptance letter, Mrs. Bai felt as though all ailments had vanished. Inhaling deeply, she experienced a delightful sensation coursing through her body, alleviating years of chronic leg pain and banishing her recurrent migraines. She walked with vigor, spoke with enthusiasm, and her arms swung energetically as she strolled, her posture straightened, and her chest thrust forward as if to ensure that everyone could perceive her elation. The entire afternoon, extending into the night, was spent wandering through the village, smiling at everyone she encountered and engaging in conversation with both friends and acquaintances alike. My grandson, Li Yinhua, has been accepted into Shengjing University. He is now a university student. Do you know what Shengjing University is? It is the prestigious institution located in Shengjing, attended only by those of great promise. Once Yinhua graduates, he will surely become a respected official. Her laughter carried a hint of pride, and her speech was tinged with a subtle disdain. In Mrs. Bai's eyes, the villagers, apart from her own family, were all simple folk, living lives inferior to hers. Just look, who else in the village has a university student? Attending university in ancient times would have been akin to passing the imperial examination. As for whom the child resembles, it is obvious, it must be his grandmother. Would her grandson have achieved such success without her keen intellect? Of course, her son and daughter-in-law contributed a minuscule fraction of effort. The old lady was not one to covet accolades. Mrs. Bai, your family's ancestral grave must be sending forth auspicious smoke. How enviable. Mrs. Bai, how did you come to have such a remarkable grandson? My own grandson is only in the 2nd grade and struggles to count. Throughout the afternoon, Mrs. Bai reveled in the accolades showered upon her, becoming increasingly eloquent and animated in her discourse. Remarkably, her chronic leg pain had dissipated, and with every step, she felt invigorated. After surveying her village with a sense of fulfillment, Mrs. Bai returned home to her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Yuzhen. Having been somewhat stern towards Yuzhen in recent weeks, Mrs. Bai unexpectedly offered her praise. Yuzhen, you've worked hard. You've raised a fine son. Yuzhen, adept at flattery, quickly replied, Mother, it is your guidance that has been paramount. Without your presence at home, could Yinhua have excelled so remarkably? Mrs. Bai regarded her daughter-in-law with satisfaction. Such words were pleasing and indicated she was indeed a good daughter-in-law. By the way, have you visited the second son's family? Of course. Tomorrow. I shall let Li Yinchuan see just how capable Yinhua is, making it clear that even without their family of wastrels, the Li family continues to thrive. When it comes to the second son, Mrs. Bai's eyes glinted with a fierce light. Having lived a life of fervor, she found herself cornered by that little scoundrel Li Yinchuan, who proposed a division of the family. Did she not care for her dignity? Tomorrow, she would reclaim both her pride and her substance, ensuring that they would have no place to weep. Yes, let them witness that as long as there is a mother present, the Li family shall remain ever prosperous. By the way, Mother, do you think they will dare to come? In recent days, Wang Yuzhen had been feeling quite unsettled. Previously, the household chores were primarily managed by Zhou Suzhen, feeding the pigs. Cooking and working in the fields, Zhou Suzhen had always been the mainstay of labor. Since Zhou Sujin's departure, Wang Yuzhen had taken on an overwhelming amount of work, busily toiling from dawn till dusk. Such is the nature of humanity. The thought of her own suffering while Zhou Sujin had escaped to a life of leisure filled Wang Yuzhen with resentment. Moreover, the elderly woman had recently taken a disliking to her, never offering a friendly face, except for today when she finally had the chance to vent her frustrations. Naturally, she anticipated a confrontation with Zhou Sujin, eager to flaunt her own situation before her. Mrs. Bai scoffed, "Will they dare not come if invited? Let them try. At my grandson's graduation feast, I shall not hesitate to speak of their family's ingratitude. By then, their shame will drown them in a sea of public scorn." The two women exchanged knowing smiles. In their lifetimes, they had never regarded each other with such approval. Chapter 42. The unabashed by Manhwa. That night, Mrs. Bai tossed and turned on her bed, unable to find rest, her mind consumed with thoughts of Li Yinhui's acceptance into university. A lifelong advocate of excellence, she was elated by this success. Soon, she would be the proud grandmother of a university student. The following day dawned bright and clear, with birds singing in the sky and cattle mooing, a perfect day for a graduation celebration. Mrs. Bai rose early, invigorated by the joy of the occasion. Despite her restless night, her spirits were high. She rummaged through her belongings to find her finest outfit, a silk ensemble, said to have been passed down from her grandmother, which she had cherished for years but never worn. Today, she would don it with pride. Early in the morning, she even washed her hair and meticulously styled it, ensuring every strand was perfectly in place. As a finishing touch, she adorned herself with a red silk flower. Gazing into the mirror, she marveled at her reflection truly. She appeared to be the epitome of a university student's grandmother. With her head held high, Mrs. Bai stepped out of her home, determined to showcase her elegance to all. Although her words and actions had often alienated her from others, today, the village was abuzz with attendees at Li Yinhui's graduation feast. After all, families that could produce a university student were held in high regard. In these times, there existed a somewhat superstitious belief that dining with a family whose child had been accepted into university could bestow good fortune upon one's own offspring, thereby leading to academic success. Thus, a throng of visitors arrived early, eager to partake in the celebration, hoping to share in the auspiciousness of the day. Contemplating brings a sweet sensation to the heart. In this day and age, rural celebrations rarely take place in urban restaurants. Instead, they are held directly in one's own courtyard. The conditions are rather rudimentary, as no household possesses an abundance of tables and chairs. Typically, tables are assembled by gathering dining tables from neighboring homes, along with the accompanying cookware, which must be returned after the meal. The stools used for dining are generally brought by the guests themselves. Today's chef is the renowned Wang Laoqi, who once worked in a city restaurant. He is the go-to choice for celebrations in the surrounding villages. Although his culinary skills may not be exceptional, his speed in preparing dishes makes him particularly suitable for such events. The family of Li Yinchuan arrived not too late, just past 10 o'clock, yet the courtyard was already filled with at least half the guests, clearly eager to partake in the shared fortune of the occasion. Upon seeing the Li family, Aunt Wang Yuzhen welcomed them with apparent warmth. "Ah, the family of the second son has arrived," she exclaimed. Zhou Sujing, noticing the smile directed at her, quickly returned the gesture and replied, "We're here." Wang Yuzhen took Zhou Sujing's hand and led her inside, creating the impression of a close relationship to any outsider. They arrived at a table adorned with red paper, designated for the collection of monetary gifts. In these impoverished rural areas, it is common for guests to contribute modest sums, often just a few yuan, with some particularly destitute individuals offering as little as 1 yuan. Naturally, close relatives tend to give more, but 5 yuan is generally considered adequate. However, Zhou Sujing, mindful of the significance of Li Yinhui's university admission, decided to generously contribute 10 yuan. To her surprise, upon seeing the amount, Wang Yuzhen's expression darkened, shifting from sunny to overcast in an instant. "Oh, the family of the second son, we are truly one family, unlike outsiders. I've heard that your family S. Yinchuan has recently earned a substantial income, and Yinhui's admission to university is a source of pride for the Li family. Is 10 yuan really all you can offer? Doesn't that seem a bit lacking?" Zhou Sujing glanced at Wang Yuzhen, sensing the awkwardness of the moment. Nearby villagers began to murmur, some siding with Wang Yuzhen, criticizing Zhou Sujing for being stingy. After all, she was her sister-in-law, and how could she only give 10 yuan for such an honorable occasion? Conversely, others supported Zhou Sujing, arguing that 10 yuan was not a meager sum, it equated to a month's income in their household. Li Yinchuan, overhearing the conversation, found it amusing. It appeared they wished to exploit his family's earnings, treating him as if he were a mere source of wealth. Was 10 yuan truly insufficient for a graduation banquet? How absurd. With a cold smile, he interjected, "Aunt, you've miscalculated. We have already separated. My family, the old Li family, is distinct from yours. His achievements do not reflect glory upon my family. If you believe 10 yuan is too much, we can certainly consider reclaiming 5 of it." His words rendered Wang Yuzhen's face ashen, and she shot a fierce glare at Li Yinchuan. "How can you speak like that? Although we have separated, we still share a lineage with the old Li family. How dare we, auntie? We certainly do not belong to your family." Wang Yuzhen glared fiercely at Li Yinchuan and turned away, swaying as she walked. Observing Auntie's retreating figure, Li Yinfeng smirked and remarked, "What an audacious face. Claiming kinship with us." The siblings exchanged amused glances. In a fit of anger, Wang Yuzhen sought out old Mrs. Bai to vent her frustrations, exclaiming, "Mother, that insufferable little brat has the audacity to say that our family and theirs are not part of the same old Li clan. And to make matters worse, at Inhui's graduation banquet, they only gifted 10 yuan. Can you believe it? That little rascal has made so much money yet can't spare a bit more, truly stingy." Old Mrs. Bai's temper flared at this. That wretched little brat. I suspect he is envious of Inhui. I can only imagine he spent last night tossing and turning with jealousy. Alongside those other little rascals who are far inferior to Inhui, they will never set foot in a university. The room quickly filled with expletives and under normal circumstances. They could curse all day. However, today was a special occasion, as the mother and grandmother of a university student. They were to bask in the admiration of the entire Baiyun village. After a brief tirade, the elderly matriarch, by Manhwa, concluded with a venomous curse, "Just wait. I shall find a way to deal with that scoundrel and those little brats." With their faces transformed into smiles, they stepped outside. "Everyone is here." Old Mrs. Bai, for reasons unknown, suddenly recalled the posture of educators greeting people atop the Forbidden City, raising her right hand high as if a leader were visiting the villagers. While on the surface everyone chuckled, inwardly they cursed, "What are you pretending for?" Yet, what could be done? After all, they had produced a university student. As the dishes were served, grumbling resumed among the guests. Old Mrs. Bai was truly miserly. Since Li Yinhui was the first university student in Baiyun Village's history, attendees were expected to contribute according to wedding standards. Typically, a wedding banquet would feature a plate of braised pork and a plate of crispy white meat, as these dishes were highly sought after in times when everyone craved richness. Usually, these dishes would be served in large platters, providing enough for each guest. However, at the Li family's graduation banquet, the absence of the appealing crispy white meat was glaring, and the braised pork was scant and small in portion, averaging only 5 pieces for a table of 10, and smaller than usual. How could they possibly eat? It was hard to believe that even at a funeral, one would be so stingy. What they did not know was that this was a deliberate act by old Mrs. Bai. In her words, "Inhui is the first university student from Baiyun Village, bringing glory to us all. Isn't it only right that the village contributes a bit?" In her eyes, the contributions were merely voluntary support for Li Yinhui's education, while the cost of the banquet's dishes was to be minimized. Regardless of the absence of braised pork, one can still enjoy a meal. As long as one is satiated, that suffices. Chapter 43. Have the officials and foreigners come to congratulate us? Facing the somewhat displeased expressions of the crowd, Mrs. Bai remained undeterred, raising her glass with a beaming smile to declare the commencement of the graduation banquet. "Today marks a momentous occasion for our village. As Silver Tiger has been accepted into university, let us raise our glasses in celebration." Many villagers exchanged skeptical glances, wondering how one could still celebrate under such circumstances. The atmosphere bore an uncanny resemblance to the pompous demeanor of Chairman Jiang at a theatrical performance. The old lady appeared utterly beside herself with joy over her grandson's academic achievement. Regret began to seep into the hearts of many. Had they known this was the outcome, they would have refrained from attending, especially given the subpar meal and the spectacle of the old lady's pretentiousness. Nonetheless, since they were already present, they feigned enthusiasm and raised their glasses. This graduation banquet was unprecedented in the village's history, and Mrs. Bai, uncertain of how to proceed, decided to follow the customary wedding protocols. Once the meal commenced, she led her son, daughter-in-law, and grandson Silver Tiger from table to table, toasting along the way. Her sole desire was to bask in the chorus of congratulations from the attendees. By the end of her rounds, Mrs. Bai had consumed a fair amount of alcohol. Her cheeks flushed, radiating joy akin to Zhu Beiji, savoring a ginseng fruit. In her heart, this day was undoubtedly the pinnacle of her life. Had the day concluded at this point, it would have been perfect. However, as she continued her toasts, she arrived at the table of Li Yinchuan and his family. Observing their generally unsmiling faces, Mrs. Bai's glee heightened. At last, it was their turn. With a proud posture, she tilted her head back and directed her chin toward Zhou Suzhen, proclaiming, "Today is Silver Tiger's big day. You two are here to share in the joy." Her words dripped with sarcasm. Zhou Suzhen stifled her irritation and replied with a light chuckle, "Indeed, Silver Tiger has truly achieved great success. We have come to bask in his good fortune." Mrs. Bai rolled her eyes. Of course, Silver Tiger has great prospects. It's a pity that some individuals will forever remain mere spectators, with no hope for their own children. Zhou Suzhen's expression faltered. Meanwhile, Li Yinfeng and Li Qiao's faces flushed with anger. Mrs. Bai's arrogance had crossed the line. In response to her insufferable demeanor, Li Yinchuan spoke up. "My brother Yinfeng ranked second in his class last semester, and my sister Qiao was the top student in the entire department. It seems that someone once had less impressive academic standing, yet they still gained admission to university. Why should my brother and sister not succeed?" Mrs. Bai's smile faltered. She had never taken an interest in the academic progress of the children from the second family and was taken aback by their commendable achievements. However, she was not one to concede easily in a verbal sparring match, and with a disdainful glance, she retorted, "That's hard to say, especially for girls. If they struggle in high school, even if they're top students now, they may end up at the bottom in the future. Is that so? I have heard that this year's top scorer in our county's college entrance examination is a girl, surpassing Yin Hu by 20 points. Mrs. Bai paused for a moment. She should consider the lineage from which others hail. What is the academic standing of your Qiao? It seems that our Qiao shares a similar ancestral background with someone else. Why should that individual succeed while my Qiao cannot? Upon hearing this, Mrs. Bai was momentarily taken aback, having forgotten that Li Qiao is also her granddaughter. Humph. We shall see. Is that so? Time will reveal all. I suspect that merely attempting to gain admission to Qihua or Beidao would be quite a stretch. But Shenyang should be a breeze. The two families ultimately concluded with Mrs. Bai, Manhwa, seething with anger, while Li Yinchuan basked in the upper hand. Li Yinchuan turned to glance at his younger brother and sister, discreetly signaling a victory gesture. Li Yinfeng and Li Qiao exchanged knowing glances and smiled. A silent acknowledgement of their triumph, thinking, "You thought you could gloat just because we showed you some courtesy? Today, even your graduation banquet shall not be a joyous occasion." As the remaining toasts progressed, it was evident that Mrs. Bai was no longer in high spirits. She had been thoroughly vexed, her face drawn long with irritation. And unbeknownst to them, Li Yin had vanished. At that moment, a clattering sound resounded, prompting everyone in the open courtyard to look outside, where they were astonished to see a small car arriving. A small car? The vast majority of Baiyun village had never encountered such a vehicle in their lifetime. And to think they would witness something so rare at a graduation banquet today. Quick-witted individuals speculated, what could bring such a vehicle to Li Yinhu's home? Could it be that an official has come to congratulate him on his admission to university? They hastily congratulated Mrs. Bai, exclaiming, "Mrs. Bai, you were truly fortunate. It seems that your Yinhu is destined for greatness." The crowd began to murmur among themselves. Upon hearing their chatter, Mrs. Bai's anger dissipated, and her face lit up with joy. She had not anticipated that her grandson's university acceptance would attract the attention of such esteemed officials. Bai Lanhua, who prided herself on her education, recalled the tales she had heard as a child about a storyteller in the village named Wang Xiezi. One particular story, Fanjin Zhongju, depicted how after passing the imperial examination, officials visited with gifts of silver. The scene she witnessed now bore an uncanny resemblance to those tales. She grew increasingly excited, pondering whether the officials would bestow a few thousand coins upon them after visiting Yinhu, thereby setting the Li family on a path to prosperity. Her heart raced with anticipation, prompting her to quickly retrieve her compact mirror to tidy her slightly disheveled hair. She must present herself in the best possible light to welcome the officials. The vehicle came to a halt, and 3 individuals disembarked sequentially. The first to emerge was a portly man, a rare sight in these times, who, despite the sweltering heat, donned a white shirt, his face glistening with sweat, and carried a handbag slung over his shoulder, clearly indicating he was a figure of authority. However, shortly after, 2 individuals emerged, revealing that the previous leader likely held the lowest rank, as he descended from the co-pilot's seat. Upon exiting, he eagerly flung open the rear door, awaiting the passengers within to alight. Such a high-ranking official reduced to a subordinate indicated the arrival of remarkable individuals. Those in the know understood the significance. And everyone awaited the spectacle with bated breath. The first to descend from the back seat possessed a square face, with thick brows and piercing eyes, complemented by prominent ears, a broad nose, and a wide mouth that commanded respect even without a word. Yet, it was the last individual to step out who truly captivated everyone's attention. Standing approximately 190 centimeters tall, he braved the sweltering heat in a light blue suit, complete with a tie and polished leather shoes. Undeterred by the warmth. What astonished the onlookers most was his striking appearance. Blonde hair, blue eyes, and a pronounced hooked nose, he was undoubtedly a foreigner. In this era, encountering a foreigner in the Great Black Mountain was akin to spotting a giant panda. A foreigner? The very presence of an outsider sent waves of excitement through the crowd, elevating the atmosphere to new heights. Chapter 44, Li Yinhua's translator, a must-read, Madame Bai's friend, and Hohot, discreetly tugged at Bai Lanhua's sleeve. Sister, could it be that Yinhua has been accepted into university? Even foreigners have come to congratulate him. A flutter of anxiety gripped Bai Lanhua. Was it not a bit exaggerated for a foreigner to come to celebrate her grandson's admission to university? Was this what they called universal joy or nations paying homage? Of course, she was unfamiliar with the precise meanings of those idioms, but she often heard them when the storyteller spoke of emperors, implying something auspicious. If this were not the case, how could one explain the foreigner's deliberate visit today? Bai Lanhua cast a glance at the two men beside the foreigner, quickly piecing together the scenario. With a sudden slap of her thigh, realization dawned upon her. Surely, these two high-ranking officials in the sedan had learned of her grandson's academic achievement and informed the foreigner. They had all come together to extend their congratulations. Indeed, it was just as the tales depicted, three individuals united in purpose. When the time came for monetary gifts, it was certain that each would contribute their share, thus propelling the old Li family to newfound prosperity. One could not deny that Yinhua's cleverness was inherited from her. Look how swiftly the elderly lady connected the dots in this intricate matter. With this thought, Bai Lanhua straightened her posture, lifted her chin, and declared with pride, "Indeed, that foreigner knows of my grandson's admission to university and has come to congratulate him alongside those two officials." In that moment, Madame Bai felt as though she had reached the pinnacle of her life, enveloped in a pleasant haze, as if the entire world lay beneath her feet. Regrettably, the absence of background music during such an exhilarating moment was a missed opportunity. Otherwise, the theme music from years later, when the gambling god made his entrance, would have been perfectly fitting. Or perhaps the celebratory tune for academic success would have set the scene just right. Meanwhile, the village chief, Li Baohua, upon witnessing the individuals emerging from the car, was momentarily taken aback, prompting him to jog over in haste. Three individuals emerged from a sedan, two of whom Li Baohua recognized. Specifically, he was familiar with the first to disembark, the portly man of lower rank named Wang Gui, who served as the deputy township head. Their interactions had been frequent in the past. However, today Wang Gui bore no resemblance to his usual self. Typically, he spoke to Li Baohua in a nasal tone, but today he was all smiles, akin to a little lapdog, beaming at the square-faced man beside him. The village chief, Li Baohua, felt a tightening in his chest. It was evident that the latter was a more prominent official, and the presence of a foreigner further elevated the situation's gravity. Li Baohua dared not show any disrespect. Despite being in his 50s, he hurried over. In an instant, Wang Gui straightened up upon spotting Li Baohua, an air of authority emanating from him. "Isn't this Baohua? Allow me to introduce you. This is Director Wang Jinping from the County Commercial Bureau. And this esteemed guest is our foreign friend, Thomas." The mention of Thomas was accompanied by the word esteemed, underscoring his significance. Upon hearing that he was in the presence of the bureau director and a distinguished foreign guest, Li Baohua inclined even lower. "What brings you esteemed leaders to my humble abode? How may I assist you?" "They are here to tour Baiyun village and intended for you to host them. When they arrived at the village committee and found you absent, they decided to drive over to find you." The crowd began to murmur, realizing they had come specifically to see the village head. "I knew it. Foreigners wouldn't seek out Yinhu." They scoffed, questioning Mrs. Bai's judgment. She must have a grandiose opinion of herself. As they spoke, their eyes turned toward Mrs. Bai, filled with derision, mockery, and pity. At that moment, Mrs. Bai felt as though she had plummeted from heaven to hell. Just seconds ago, she believed her husband, Yinhu, had achieved great recognition. With dignitaries and foreign friends arriving to celebrate, envisioning a scene of unparalleled glory for the Li family. Now, they were merely an inconsequential backdrop for the officials. providing a trivial location for their meeting with the village head. As for Lin Hu, who was he? The officials and the foreign gentleman did not recognize him. Amidst the ridicule from the villagers, Mrs. Bai felt a surge of frustration welling up within her chest. Her vision darkened, and her throat felt parched. She hastily sipped some water to regain her composure, but her face remained flushed with indignation. Wang Jinping was in a foul mood today. The night before, he had received a call from his superiors, assigning him an honorable task. A foreign friend named Thomas was scheduled to arrive at Dake Mountain today, reportedly with familial ties to Baiyun village. He was to accompany him on a tour, with a hint that Thomas's family was affluent, and if pleased, he might consider investing in Dake Mountain. Upon receiving this news, Wang Jinping had nearly fainted from delight. In this era, during the early days of the reform and opening up policy, provinces like Guangdong and Fujian benefited immensely due to their numerous overseas Chinese. With the onset of reform, attracting investment became remarkably convenient, as returning to one's hometown for investment felt as effortless as eating and drinking. In stark contrast, Northeast China was considered a barren land for overseas Chinese, making it exceedingly challenging to find potential investors. Each year, the mandated investment attraction targets from higher authorities remained unmet, resulting in Wang Jinping facing considerable reprimands, particularly this year when the provincial government issued a directive emphasizing the necessity of robust investment attraction efforts, which were specifically assigned to each county. This left Wang Jinping in a state of distress, as Blackwater County had failed to secure even a single dollar of foreign investment in the first half of the year. Unexpectedly, by August, fortune smiled upon him in a most serendipitous manner, akin to a pillow arriving just when one needed to rest, leaving Wang Jinping exhilarated yet restless through the night. However, this morning, just after receiving the guests, calamity struck. The translation assistant assigned to Thomas, a young man named Xiao Guan, had suffered from acute gastroenteritis due to a poor meal the previous night and was hospitalized for intravenous treatment, leaving Thomas without a translator. This sudden turn of events sent Wang Jinping into a frenzy. It was not yet 4 decades later when English-speaking talents were ubiquitous, in 1982. In the vast expanse of Blackwater County, there was not a single English translator to be found, although he urgently contacted the city for immediate assistance. The earliest help would not arrive until evening. Wang Jinping had hoped to delay the meeting, but Thomas had already confirmed his itinerary and was set to visit Baiyun village today. Thus, Wang Jinping had no choice but to accompany him despite the dawning language barrier. Throughout their journey, Wang Jinping exerted every effort to communicate with Thomas using gestures, even resorting to a notebook to illustrate his thoughts through drawings, attempting to bridge the gap between their hearts. The outcome was uncertain. He heard Thomas utter the word and countless times, feeling as though they had shared much, yet simultaneously sensing a lack of clarity in their exchanges. Thomas, equally frustrated, resorted to exasperated gestures repeatedly, utterly perplexed by the intentions of the man with a square face before him. Their interaction resembled a conversation between a chicken and a duck. By the time they arrived at Baiyun village, it was apparent that relying solely on Wang Jinping would result in a disappointing experience for Thomas, leading to a lost investment opportunity. It was then that Wang Gui, displaying a spark of ingenuity, proposed the idea of seeking a temporary translator from Baiyun village. Wang Jinping, scratching his head in agreement, decided to take a chance, reasoning that they might as well attempt to salvage the situation. Thus, he found himself driving to Mrs. Bai's residence in search of the village chief. Wang Gui, placing a reassuring hand on Li Baogua's shoulder, earnestly said, "Baogua, the organization is currently facing challenges and requires exceptional individuals to step forward. Does your village have anyone proficient in foreign languages? If so, please recommend someone to facilitate meaningful communication with Mr. Thomas." Proficient in foreign languages? Capable of conversing with foreigners? Li Baogua grimaced at the thought, realizing that if the high-ranking officials from the county were struggling, how could they possibly find someone in their village to communicate effectively? At a moment when he found himself utterly perplexed, the elderly lady by Manhwa, who felt humiliated that day, suddenly perked up at Wang Gui's request. Instantly, her head ceased to throb, her vision cleared, and her chest felt unburdened. "Is there anyone here who speaks a foreign language? Well, isn't that convenient? Right here. We have a suitable candidate," she exclaimed, referring to her eldest grandson, Li Yinhui, a scholarly young man capable of both valorous deeds and national governance. Without hesitation, Bai Lanhua took a couple of steps forward, vociferously advocating for her grandson. "My grandson Yinhui excels. He is a university student, and undoubtedly, he will be able to assist. As for the specific foreign language the foreigner was speaking, Manhwa was blissfully unaware of the details. All she knew was that her eldest grandson was a university student, and she held unwavering confidence in his capabilities. Li Baohua, upon hearing this, felt a spark of hope. Indeed, our village's Li Yinhui should be up to the task. He has just been admitted to university, and today we are celebrating his academic achievement. I am certain he can handle this important assignment. Wang Gui was elated. Where is comrade Li Yinhui? Hurry, summon him. He had not anticipated such fortuitous timing. It was serendipitous that there was a university student in this village. And given the prevailing admiration for university students, it was assumed he would certainly be proficient in a foreign language. Where's Yinhui? Manhwa inquired. I saw him head to the restroom. Then call for him immediately. Manhwa urged, feeling anxious that her grandson was absent when it was time to shine. She instructed Li Changfu and the others to fetch Li Yinhui. Unfortunately, Li Yinhui was experiencing a bout of diarrhea, a rather embarrassing predicament caused by overindulging in braised pork. The Li family had prepared only a modest amount of the dish for the celebration, and out of concern for her grandson, Manhwa had surreptitiously taken a generous portion from the kitchen for him, which accounted for the scarcity of braised pork at the feast. He had consumed nearly half of it himself. Consequently, this indulgence had upset his stomach, prompting him to seek relief in the back courtyard when he was suddenly interrupted by his father rushing towards him. Yinhui, hurry up. The county officials have arrived with the foreigner, and you need to speak with him. Speak with a foreigner? He queried, bewildered. Yes, quickly. What nationality is he? I don't know. He has white skin and blue eyes. Just get moving. They are counting on you. Li Yinhui was pulled from the restroom in a daze. As he made his way, he pondered what he could possibly discuss with a foreigner. Although English had been introduced as a subject in this year's Chinese college entrance examination for the first time, most students were only rudimentarily familiar with the language. And for Li Yinhui, English was his weakest subject. In a village where students relied on subjects like mathematics and Chinese for university admission, conversing with a foreigner in English seemed an insurmountable challenge. Not even his teachers would dare to claim proficiency. Feeling a wave of uncertainty wash over him, Li Yinhui was nonetheless compelled to rise to the occasion under the eager gaze of his fellow villagers. Even if he felt inadequate, he had no choice but to muster his courage and proceed. The university student has arrived. With the jubilant exclamations of the crowd, a historic moment unfolded. The first villager from Baiyun village to engage in dialogue with a foreigner was about to be realized. This is a glorious moment for Baiyun village, destined to be etched in memory. With Li Yinhui's fluent remark, the conversation commenced. Thomas exclaimed, Mrs. Bai, witnessing her grandson's remarkable performance, proudly remarked to those nearby, look at my grandson, isn't he impressive? He can converse in a foreign language. Truly a university student, he is indeed exceptional, able to engage with foreigners. Mrs. Bai's grandson is indeed knowledgeable. No wonder Yinhui is a university student. He possesses a wealth of knowledge, even foreign languages. The praises poured in, and both Mrs. Bai and Li Yinhui's parents appeared as if they had indulged in a couple of drinks, their spirits lifted. The onlookers were exhilarated, albeit unaware of the conversation's meaning, with no one to elucidate it. This book has swiftly reached 100,000 words. Rin Shun has diligently poured his efforts into writing. Yet regrettably, the book's reception has been dismal, attracting alarmingly few readers. Rin Shun's hair has turned gray from worry. The book's rating is astonishingly low, currently at only 61 points. Dear brothers and sisters, could you lend a hand to Rin Shun? Please, exercise your generous fingers and bestow a 5-star rating. And while you're at it, add it to your bookshelf to support this novice. Let us elevate Rin Shun's book's rating so it may gain visibility among more friends. This encouragement would provide Rin Shun with the motivation to continue writing and produce even better works. Rin Shun expresses his gratitude here. Chapter 45. Li Yinchuan's remarkable English skills, seeking 5-star ratings. After exchanging greetings, the air fell silent. Li Yinhui, after much effort, managed to deliver his most fluent greeting. But what should he say next? Yes, he thought, he could introduce his name. A spark of realization illuminated Li Yinhui's face as he stammered out a phrase. Thomas responded with surprise. Silence enveloped the air once more, and Li Yinhui felt his throat dry up, beads of sweat cascading down his forehead. At that moment, he was utterly at a loss for words. He glanced at Thomas, who looked back at him in confusion, while Wang Jinping frowned. Although he was not well versed in English, he knew the basics of greeting someone. Why had this university student spoken only a couple of phrases and then fallen silent? Speak up. The silence was awkward. Could it be that this university student was too shy to converse with a foreigner for the first time? Moreover, Li Inhui's pronunciation was peculiar, imbued with a strong local accent, making the contrast with Thomas particularly stark. As time passed, the sweat on Li Inhui's forehead increased. He opened his mouth several times only to close it again. Even the villagers sensed something was amiss. It seemed that Li Inhui was struggling. Mrs. I continued to hold on, asserting, my Inhui can be a bit shy sometimes. This is his first encounter with a foreigner. After the greeting, he doesn't know what to say. No worries, he'll be fine in a couple of minutes. Our Inhui is quite proficient in foreign languages. Wang Yuzhen chimed in. Indeed, Inhui is just a bit introverted. However, despite their incessant explanations, Li Inhui remained at a loss for words. He was truly making an effort. One might as well compare this situation to a case of severe constipation. After much deliberation, Li Inhui finally managed to utter a sentence, to which Thomas responded. Just as everyone rejoiced at the progress of their dialogue, silence once again enveloped the scene. This time, Li Inhui was genuinely unsure of what to say. Could he express his own sense of helplessness? After having used his toes to scratch out 4 rooms and 2 halls on the ground, he cast a pleading glance towards Wang Jinping. Wang Jinping, having risen to the position of director, was no fool. He quickly grasped that the young man before him was merely a faade. Instantly, he felt a pang of anxiety. What if this political mission failed? His future could very well be bleak. He could already envision returning to the county and facing collective judgment from the county's senior leadership. This was a significant embarrassment, not just for the Bureau of Commerce, but for the entire county, perhaps even for the whole city. Everyone present was no fool. They soon realized the gravity of the situation. The atmosphere grew tense as all personnel felt a sense of helplessness. Was this how the day would conclude? Thomas murmured in resignation, equally frustrated by the lack of anyone willing to engage him in conversation. Li Yinchuan, observing from behind, couldn't help but smile. He was well aware of Wang Jinping's trajectory. In his previous life, he had first served as the director of the Bureau of Commerce, swiftly ascending to deputy county chief, and eventually rising to a top position in the city, making him a significant figure in the region. Should he extend a hand to save him today? After all, at this moment, the only person capable of rescuing him was himself. Li Yinchuan had no issues with spoken English. In his previous life, he had spent several years in Great Britain, mingling with the locals, often sharing drinks and conversations. While his written English may have been lacking, his spoken fluency was exceptional, particularly in specialized vocabulary related to singing, drinking, saunas, bathing, and massage, likely surpassing even those with advanced qualifications. Ultimately, he decided to help him, considering Wang Jinping's future as a prominent official. However, Li Yinchuan deliberately waited an additional 2 minutes, relishing the sight of Li Inhui scratching the ground with his toes and Mrs. Bai's dismayed expression, an increasingly enjoyable spectacle. It was only when Wang Jinping's shirt became thoroughly soaked with sweat that Li Yinchuan finally stepped forward, addressing Thomas directly. People surpass one another in mortality. Goods are discarded when compared. Li Yinchuan's English was not only fluent, but also articulated with precision, making it evident even to those unfamiliar with the language that he and Li Inhui were worlds apart. If Li Yinchuan spoke with a refined London accent, Li Inhui sounded like a child still struggling to find his voice. Thomas, who had been lonely for quite some time, widened his eyes in astonishment, simultaneously giving a thumbs up. In that fleeting moment, Wang Jinping felt as if he had been basking in the sun all day, only to finally quench his thirst with a bottle of ice-cold soda. It was akin to having endured hunger throughout the day, only to be served a bowl of succulent braised pork. He yearned to sing aloud praises of the beauty of this world and to laugh heartily in gratitude for the blessings bestowed upon him. In such a perilous moment, the emergence of a capable individual to lend a helping hand was truly remarkable. He could not help but scrutinize Li Yinchuan from every angle, finding him increasingly agreeable with each glance. Taking a step back, he softly inquired, "And who might this comrade be?" The village head, Li Baohua, promptly introduced. "This is Li Yinchuan. He will be accompanying the foreign guests for conversation, and it is naturally my responsibility to report the situation." "Is he a university student?" Wang Jinping asked, his expression one of confusion. "No, he only graduated from junior high." Li Baohua scratched his head, pondering how he could possibly know the answer to such a question. Yet, he could not admit ignorance to the leadership. As a competent official, how could he be utterly uninformed about his villagers? That would reflect poorly on him. Thus, he ventured a guess. This child is eager to learn, he taught himself. After uttering this, he silently commended his own cleverness, feeling quite proud of being an exemplary cadre capable of such a response. Very good. In this day and age, to be able to speak such fluent English through self-study is commendable indeed, Wang Jinping exclaimed, repeating his praise thrice, thoroughly satisfied. Li Baohua, showing potential, had even guessed that Li Yinchuan's language skills were self-taught, although he could not have known that it was from a previous life. When Mrs. Old by witnessed Li Yinchuan conversing fluently in English with the foreigners, her mouth fell agape in disbelief. How could it be that this junior high school graduate spoke better than her grandson, who had gained admission to university? She could hardly fathom such a phenomenon. The elderly woman, by Lanhua, pinched her thigh sharply, wincing in pain. Was this truly real? Not only her, but Wang Yuzhen and her husband were equally astonished, glancing between Li Yinhui and Li Yinchuan, as the unfolding situation completely surpassed their comprehension. Meanwhile, Li Yinhui's face turned crimson. He felt as if everyone in the courtyard was silently mocking him. You are inferior to Li Yinchuan. He is the superior one. Unable to endure the humiliation any longer, he covered his face and retreated indoors, feeling utterly ashamed. Zhou Sujing, along with Li Yinfeng and Li Qiao, also wore expressions of shock. When did your brother learn to speak a foreign language? I have no idea. He never mentioned it to me. The three of them stood in bewilderment. Chapter 46, Rare Treasures and Beasts. With Li Yinchuan present, matters began to progress smoothly, transforming into a seamless affair. Thomas was now free to express himself without reservation. To be honest, even if Li Yinhui possessed fluent speaking skills, he would still pale in comparison to Li Yinchuan. Li Yinchuan, having lived two lives, spent many years in business during his previous existence, excelling particularly in the art of hospitality, especially when it came to receiving foreign guests, a task that was mere child's play for him, far beyond the capabilities of Li Yinhui, who had only graduated high school and lacked worldly experience. Li Yinchuan first inquired about the name of Thomas's grandmother, then consulted the village elders. To his surprise, the elderly villagers were indeed familiar with Thomas's grandmother. It turned out that she had once been a prominent landowner in the village, but after the tumultuous events of 1945, fearing repercussions from the authorities, her family fled the area, leading many to believe they had perished amidst the chaos, while in reality, they had relocated abroad. The row of houses belonging to the village chief was originally the ancestral home of Thomas's grandmother. As Li Yinchuan accompanied Thomas on his explorations, Thomas, who had learned about Baiyun village through his grandmother's tales, found himself stepping from the realm of stories into reality. He beheld the century-old poplar tree at the village entrance, the ancient well spoken of by his grandmother, the stone lions at her doorstep, and countless other elements from her narratives. It was as if he were traversing decades, experiencing the enchanting time and space of his grandmother's youth. Moreover, what delighted Thomas most was that the man beside him could comprehend everything he wished to convey. Unlike previous translators, Li Yinchuan enabled him to engage in conversation with unprecedented enthusiasm. This was a first since his arrival on this remarkable land. During their dialogue, Li Yinchuan learned about the journey of Thomas's family after leaving the Black Mountain, stirring a sense of nostalgia within him. Over 30 years ago, their departure had not been smooth sailing. They initially moved to Southeast Asia, then Italy, and ultimately found their way to Liverpool in Great Britain, where they finally established roots. Thomas's grandmother married a local man, who became his grandfather, blending Eastern and Western cultures, and their family had thrived over the years. One could not help but acknowledge their fortunate circumstances. In this day and age, returning from abroad is celebrated as a patriotic overseas Chinese, while those who remained in the country during those tumultuous 10 years endured unimaginable hardships, with survival itself uncertain. Thus, striving in life is crucial. But choices hold even greater importance. Thanks to Li Yinchuan's prior experiences with the British, he had acquired a knack for conversing with a British man, typically starting with discussions about the weather, followed by football, especially since he was conversing with a Liverpool native. As their conversation progressed, Li Yinchuan mentioned his admiration for his favorite football star. I am particularly fond of Dalglish. I believe this year, under his leadership, Liverpool has a chance at the treble. In this era, Liverpool reigns supreme, akin to the future dynasties of Real Madrid and Barcelona. Dominating European football, at least 9.5 out of 10 Liverpudlians are devoted fans, much like how, in the late 1990s, 9 out of 10 Dalian residents were supporters of Wanda. Engaging a Liverpool fan in football conversation is always a safe bet. Judging by Thomas's reaction, Li Yinchuan's intuition proved remarkably accurate, as joy illuminated Thomas's face. Oh my goodness! I never expected to find someone in the distant East who shares my admiration for Dalglish. I must tell you, if given the opportunity, you simply must witness Mr. Dalglish's matches in Liverpool. On the pitch, he is unstoppable. No one can withstand his prowess. He is truly the king of Liverpool. By the way, allow me a moment of modest pride. Mr. Dalglish lives right next door to me, and he is a wonderful person. Wow, Thomas, you are incredibly fortunate, exclaimed Li Yinchuan, his excitement perfectly conveying his envy for Thomas's good fortune to encounter a kindred spirit in a foreign land. Thomas enthusiastically added, but that is not all. Kevin Keegan is my grandmother's neighbor, and Rush is my current girlfriend's cousin. At this, Li Yinchuan felt genuine envy. To have connections with 3 legendary football stars from Liverpool is indeed remarkable luck. However, as an old saying in China goes, birds of a feather flock together. To be associated with 3 Liverpool legends surely indicates that Thomas's family must be quite affluent. Thomas, you truly are a lucky one. As Thomas and Li Yinchuan continued their engaging conversation, they appeared as if they were brothers separated at birth, sharing an almost palpable bond. Watching Li Yinchuan speak so passionately, Wang Jinping felt increasingly satisfied with this young man. Such talent is invaluable for our nation and must not go unnoticed. The organization should prioritize merit. With this thought, he turned to village chief Li Baohua, asking, Baohua, what is this young man currently engaged in? Li Baohua scratched his head, recalling that Li Yinchuan had recently taken to selling steamed buns. However, discussing such matters with a leader is delicate. After some consideration, he replied somewhat evasively. He is currently not engaged in any significant business. Wang Jinping, upon hearing this, was delighted. Well, not being engaged in anything significant is actually a good thing. Li Baohua was baffled. How could it be advantageous to lack a substantial occupation? Yet, given the hierarchy of power, and knowing that Wang Jinping outranked him by more than just a level, he refrained from questioning further, remaining silent. Li Yinchuan spent the afternoon accompanying Thomas. But as night approached and dinner time neared, he thought their meeting was drawing to a close. Unexpectedly, Wang Jinping insisted on pulling Li Yinchuan into a small car. Li Yinchuan, you absolutely must stay. The car for our new translator from the city has broken down, and it likely won't arrive until midnight. You need to help me out in this urgent situation. Reluctantly, Li Yinchuan felt compelled to assist. Since he was helping Wang Jinping, he decided to do so with grace and continued on as a translator. However, a new issue arose upon entering the vehicle. Originally, the front passenger seat was occupied by Wang Gui, while Wang Jinping and Thomas sat in the back. With Li Yinchuan now added to the back seat, it became rather cramped. It simply wouldn't do to make the visiting foreign friends uncomfortable. Ultimately, Wang Gui was forced to sacrifice his seat. Wang Gui, you have no further role here. Just head back home. Li Yinchuan and I will accompany our foreign guests. Wang Gui, looking forlorn, exited the car. Tonight's reception for foreign guests was possibly a first in the entire history of Heishui County. How could they afford to lower the standard? Having skipped breakfast in anticipation of a lavish dinner, Li Yinchuan found himself disheartened when the moment arrived and swiftly dissipated. At this juncture, however, no one paid heed to the feelings of a mere deputy township head. Upon arriving in the county, Li Yinchuan was accorded an unprecedented level of courtesy. The car drove directly into the county committee compound, and as it came to a halt, a procession of high-ranking leaders, led by the county officials, gathered to extend a warm welcome. Upon disembarking, he discovered a red carpet elegantly laid out leading straight into the dining hall, flanked by 2 rows of elegantly dressed receptionists and kipeos, bestowing upon him the impression that a city leader was conducting an inspection. Upon entering the dining hall, Li Yinchuan observed that the expansive room had been entirely cleared, with a large table set to accommodate 20 guests at its center. As the translator, Li Yinchuan listened as Wang Jinping introduced the individuals within the room to Thomas. Through these introductions, Li Yinchuan discerned that everyone present, excluding himself, held a rank no lower than that of a bureau chief. It was evident that during this meal, he was in the company of the upper echelons of Heishui County's leadership. Had anything nefarious been introduced into this feast, it would not be an exaggeration to state that chaos would engulf the region. The banquet was indeed sumptuous, a feast the likes of which Li Yinchuan had never experienced in either of his lifetimes. The opulence was not merely a matter of financial expenditure. Many of these delicacies were simply unattainable in later years. With the assistance of the logistics supervisor from the county committee, Li Yinchuan was informed of the names and primary ingredients of the dishes, which he then translated for the foreign guests. Thus commenced a series of astonishments for him. Before him lay an unassuming bowl of rib soup, which upon closer inspection revealed itself to be a delightful concoction of monkey head mushrooms simmered with ribs. Beside it, a dish that bore a striking resemblance to braised pig trotters was, in fact, the world-renowned braised bear paw. Another dish, golden in hue and reminiscent of roasted lamb leg, was actually fried roe deer meat. Most astonishing of all was a platter that appeared to be marinated beef but, as it turned out, was in fact marinated bear paw, a delicacy derived from the king of beasts. Li Yinchuan soon learned that this particular bear had been hunted recently after injuring 2 individuals. A decision mandated from above, rendering it a rare delicacy. His attention was then drawn to a central soup known as flying dragon soup. Crafted from a bird known as the flying dragon or tree hazelnut chicken, which bore a resemblance to a pigeon and weighed between 6 to 9 taels. Its substantial breast muscles and elongated, curved neck resembled that of a dragon's spine, while its short legs were adorned with feathers. And its claws bore scales akin to a dragon's talons, hence the name. This avian delicacy made for an exquisite broth, perfectly complementing the array of mountain treasures on the table. Of course, had these dishes been presented 3 decades hence, merely sampling a single plate would have necessitated a lifetime of toil. Yet today, Li Yinchuan relished the freedom to indulge in whatever he desired. He cast aside his reservations and prepared for a feast, determined to savor every moment. Chapter 47. For my mother's legs, I shall soak tiger bones in wine today. Thomas was continually astonished. Having grown up in Great Britain, where his palate was accustomed to the dreary fare of fried fish and chips, he was utterly captivated by the opulence of Chinese culinary traditions. A table laden with exquisite delicacies lay before him, of which he had neither tasted nor even laid eyes upon. The dishes were indeed splendid, and the wine was equally remarkable. Instead of the national liquor, they indulged in a locally produced spirit, reputed to be a 20-year-old concoction infused with ginseng, deer antler, and gastrodia. In his previous life, Li Yinchuan had heard that esteemed government officials preferred local specialty spirits over renowned brands, and today he experienced this firsthand. As a seasoned connoisseur, Li Yinchuan took a sip and instantly fell in love with this drink. It had a rich aroma of sorghum, intertwined with the herbal notes of ginseng, deer antler, and gastrodia, creating a singularly fragrant experience in his mouth. As he swallowed, it went down smoothly, leaving no harshness in his throat. After savoring the liquor, his palate felt pristine, utterly devoid of residue. What was even more astounding was the continuous wave of rich aroma from the moment it touched his lips until it was swallowed. Each sip brought an unending cascade of flavor. And even after finishing, a subtle sweetness lingered, truly a testament to its depth. It was indeed a fine wine, worthy of praise even from someone like Li Yinchuan, who had sampled countless prestigious vintages. Wine must be savored, and the dishes must be relished even more. Today, Li Yinchuan indulged heartily in this meal, only pausing for translation duties for Thomas. After all, he felt a significant disparity in status compared to the others at the table, leaving him with little to contribute to the conversation. Missing this opportunity meant he might never again taste many of these dishes, and the chef's skills were undeniably exceptional, crafting authentically delightful cuisine. The bear paw was delightfully tender, the dragon soup exquisite, and the venison aromatic. The only slight disappointment was the sauced pig trotters, which tasted somewhat dry and paled in comparison to beef jerky. Yet, considering its famed reputation, it somehow acquired a unique charm. Thomas, who usually indulged in the mundane fare of fried fish and chips, was ecstatic to be presented with such a table of culinary treasures. Surprisingly, it was the most unassuming staple that drew his enthusiastic acclaim. Known as Nian Huaxiu, a specialty from northeast China, it is made from glutinous rice and various types of millet, soaked, fermented, and ground into a sticky dough. After drying, it is formed into small rounds, pressed into flat cakes, and filled with sweet red bean paste or sesame mixed with salt. Observing Thomas' delight, Li Yinchuan scratched his head, having grown accustomed to Nian Huaxiu. He found nothing particularly remarkable about today's offering. Perhaps, as the saying goes, each to their own. Nonetheless, it mattered little as long as Thomas enjoyed it. Today, Thomas was in high spirits, not only excelling in English translation but also showing knowledge of football, enjoying delectable dishes, and witnessing the scenic beauty of his grandmother's homeland. In his exuberance, he patted his chest and pledged to invest 10 million in developing the ginseng industry in Deheshen. Upon hearing this astronomical figure, Li Yinchuan promptly translated it. In the next moment, the entire table of leaders erupted in exuberance. Thomas was no longer merely a foreign friend. He had become the embodiment of fortune. Glasses were raised frequently, and soon everyone realized that their foreign guest had quite a remarkable tolerance for alcohol. After consuming more than half a bottle, he remained unaffected, allowing everyone to indulge freely. The evening culminated in a lively celebration, with Thomas eventually sliding beneath the table, while the leaders raised their glasses in jubilant unison. Jean Peng. Splendid work. You deserve the primary credit today, exclaimed the county magistrate, his cheeks flushed with merriment as he patted Wang Jinping on the shoulder. His sincerity resonated deeply with Wang Jinping, who, feeling invigorated, was eager to pass on this sense of excitement. Comrade, well done, he remarked, his own face aglow, as he patted Li Yinchuan on the shoulder, acknowledging his excellent performance. Comrade, do you face any challenges at home? Any personal requests, feel free to voice them. Your English is impressive. Why not consider joining our commercial bureau? You could spend your days in the office, and when needed, serve as a translator. Rest assured, I can offer you a deputy position. If you agree, you can start tomorrow. Wang Jinping extended this olive branch, viewing Li Yinchuan as a true talent. In these times, the bureaucratic structure was not as rigid as in later years. Bringing Li Yinchuan into the commercial bureau was merely a matter of his word. Moreover, due to Li Yinchuan's remarkable performance today, no one could contest this decision. Transforming from an unemployed youth in the countryside to securing a stable position in the county's commercial bureau was akin to a humble chicken becoming a phoenix. In his previous life, Li Yinchuan would have eagerly accepted such an opportunity. However, having been reborn, he pondered for a moment before shaking his head. Director Wang, I truly appreciate your kindness, but I am not suited for confinement in an office. Having lived 2 lives, Li Yinchuan knew well his own disposition. A career in politics was not his calling. Competing with cunning old foxes was far from appealing, and in this second chance at life, he found greater satisfaction in earning a little money on his own terms. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's rejection, Wang Jinping let out a sigh. He genuinely admired this capable individual. Is there anything I can assist you with? You have rendered me a tremendous service today, and it would be remiss of you not to express any requests. Having once held a significant position in the city, Wang Jinping was well aware of the principles of reward for merit. Today, Li Yinchuan's contributions were not merely commendable, they were life-saving. Without him, the situation could have been dire. After careful consideration, Li Yinchuan finally spoke. Director, I do have a request. When my mother was pregnant with me, she fell ill in the cold and has since suffered from leg pain. I have heard that tiger bone infused in liquor is particularly effective for this ailment. Given that we had a feast of large claws today, might there be any leftover tiger bones? I would like to take some home for her medicinal brew. Wang Jinpeng could not help but gaze deeply at Li Yinchuan. A person endowed with capability and filial piety invariably garners admiration, regardless of the circumstances. Initially, Li Yinchuan's absence from the business bureau was deemed inconsequential by Wang Jinping. However, Wang Jinping has now come to view the potential for a beneficial acquaintance with this young man, believing that Li Yinchuan could achieve remarkable success in the future. This matter is easily resolved. There is no need to consult the canteen, as I have provisions at home. Come with me to retrieve them. Thank you, Director Wang. It is but a trifling matter. Chapter 48. Cultivating friendship with Wang Jinping. As the banquet concluded, Wang Jinping ushered Li Yinchuan out. Wang Jinping's residence was merely a 5-minute walk from the county government. His home, though unremarkable, consisted of 3 spacious tiled rooms, with the only distinction being a slightly larger courtyard. Unlike Li Yinchuan's abode, which boasted an assortment of poultry, Wang Jinping's yard was adorned only by 2 cherry trees and a sandfruit tree. Entering the courtyard, Wang Jinping led the way while Li Yinchuan followed. Upon reaching the door, Wang Jinping turned and remarked, "You need only step inside and wear your shoes. There is no need to change." Li Yinchuan glanced inside and noticed a shoe cabinet housing several pairs of slippers. The living room was tiled, reflecting the owner's penchant for cleanliness. Not a single strand of hair was to be found on the immaculate floor. Contemplating the hospitality extended towards him, Li Yinchuan decided to change into the provided slippers. Seated upon the sofa, Li Yinchuan surveyed the living room. As the residence of a bureau chief, the space was notably generous, measuring at least 20 square meters. The walls were pristine white, complemented by a soft blue wainscoting, and a 60-watt fluorescent light illuminated the room brightly. The sofa, equipped with springs, consisted of 2 armchairs and a 2-seater, all clad in light yellow synthetic leather, with soft cushions placed atop to prevent wear. A large bookshelf stood to the side, brimming with literature, including renowned works such as The Count of Monte Cristo and A Tale of Two Cities. Opposite the sofa was a 5-drawer cabinet, atop which rested an 18-inch color television featuring 8 buttons, a rarity in those times, certainly a source of pride. Beside the television, a cabinet housed a tape recorder, radio, and sound system, truly the pinnacle of home entertainment for that era. Noticing Li Yinchuan's gaze lingering on the television, Wang Jinping, half explaining and half showcasing, remarked, "I purchased this last year during a visit to Japan. It's a Panasonic, 18 inches. Director Wang, there can't be many of these in the entire county. Am I right?" Li Yinchuan inquired. "To my knowledge, there are merely 3, one at the county magistrate's residence, one at the organization minister's, and one at my home." After his display of pride, Wang Jinping retreated to the kitchen, soon returning with an enamel tray bearing a transparent teapot and 4 cups. "Yinchuan, you are fortunate. This tea was acquired during a meeting last month and has yet to be tasted by anyone else. You are the first. Oh, and please, do not refer to me as leader. Just call me Wang Go, as we are amongst friends." Li Yinchuan readily acquiesced. "Thank you, Wang Go." Wang Jinping chuckled heartily. "Now that is more like it." In his previous life, Li Yinchuan had an unwavering fondness for tea, often spending entire afternoons seated opposite his business partners, sipping tea and facilitating successful negotiations. However, upon his rebirth, he found himself devoid of this cherished beverage. In the present era, tea in northeast China was a rarity. The only variety available was known as Monkey King tea, which was essentially the lowest grade of jasmine tea, predominantly composed of tea dust. When brewed, it resulted in a cup filled with fragmented tea leaves. Li Yinchuan reminisced about a journey in 1998 when he traveled to Min Province. Opening a packet of Monkey King tea on the train, the locals were quick to ridicule his choice, questioning its legitimacy as tea, suggesting that it was fit only for pigs. Such tea was often hard to procure, prompting the locals to adopt peculiar alternatives, such as steeping tangerine peels in water as a substitute. Surprisingly, this concoction offered a decent flavor, though a decade later, the awareness of pesticide residue on the peels led to its gradual disappearance. Gazing at the teapot, Li Yinchuan observed the tea bud standing upright, the brew exuding a clear, inviting hue. Taking a deep breath, he inhaled the fragrant aroma and instinctively exclaimed, "Longjing." Wang Jinping was momentarily taken aback. In this era of northeast China, the ability to recognize Longjing tea at a glance was exceedingly rare. Even he did not possess a clear understanding of it. Yet, here was Li Yinchuan, displaying remarkable discernment. "Yinchuan, you know about tea?" Wang Jinping inquired. Realizing the improbability of identifying Longjing in a time when Monkey King tea was scarce, Li Yinchuan scratched his head and quickly concocted an excuse. "I have a bit of knowledge. There was an elder in my village named Duan, who had been sent down for re-education. We often conversed, and he taught me a lot. Although I have never seen authentic Longjing, he described its characteristics: upright buds, a clear brew, and an enchanting fragrance, just like your tea." Wang Jinping chuckled. It seems that Elder Duan was not an insignificant official in his day. Indeed, he was quite reputable. I heard he spent time in Yan'an with the instructors. At this moment, a woman emerged from the inner room, appearing to be in her 40s. At first glance, she was not conventionally attractive, but upon closer inspection, her beauty was captivating. Wang Jinping promptly introduced her to Li Yinchuan. "This is your sister-in-law, Li Kaiwa, the accountant for the grain transport team." "Hello, sister-in-law." Li Kaiwa greeted warmly, expressing her enthusiasm. "Please enjoy your tea. I will go wash some fruits for you." "Sister-in-law, no need to trouble yourself. I'll be leaving shortly." "It's no trouble at all. A guest is always welcome." Li Yinchuan regarded his sister-in-law with newfound respect, recognizing her warmth and sincerity. It was no wonder that Wang Jinping would eventually ascend to a prominent position. The support of such a capable partner at home was undoubtedly invaluable. As Li Yinchuan and Wang Jinping savored their tea, their conversation shifted to the splendid meal before them. "Brother Wang, I truly did not expect such a lavish feast. This is quite extravagant. Aside from the roe deer meat, I have never tasted anything like it, even including the large claws." Wang Jinping simply smiled in response. "Do not speak of me. I have never tasted it either. Although the meat of the large claws may not be particularly delectable, it is certainly not within our station to indulge in such delicacies. This occasion arises from the visit of foreign investors, and the county magistrate has personally taken the initiative to procure it. Was it not said that it was killed in the Jayapaga region? Is that not part of our county's territory?" Wang Jinping shook his head with a chuckle. "Yinchuan, you are still young. Some things, while they may perish within our county's domain, cease to belong to us the moment they meet their end." Li Yinchuan suddenly understood. thinking that a meal in the county would be an easy affair. At that moment, Li Kaiwa emerged from the house, carrying a selection of washed apples and pears. Before retreating back inside, Li Yinchuan picked up an apple casually. It was not particularly large, yet it was a genuine Guoguang variety, now scarcely found in later times. A single bite revealed its delightful crispness and sweetness. By the way, Yinchuan, what do you do these days? I sell minci at a small market beside the pharmaceutical factory with a few friends. Minci? Is it true that the minci, which has become famous throughout the county, is made by you? Wang Jinping's interest was piqued. This minci had recently become the most popular snack in the county. Just days ago, his wife had taken their daughter to try it, returning with praises and expressing her desire to take him along next time, not realizing that it was crafted by the young man before him. Indeed, that is my creation. As far as I know, minci is a specialty from Dalian. How could a local like you possibly know how to make it? Wang Jinping recalled that he had only encountered this dish during business trips to Dalian. It was taught to me by old Master Duan. Since Duan Rin has moved to the provincial capital, he cannot claim he never taught me. From now on, any unclear matters will be attributed to him. Is that old gentleman still in your village? He returned to the city a couple of years ago. Wang Jinping expressed a hint of regret as he sipped his tea. Father, could you lower your voices? I am studying. By the way, have you been drinking? It reeks terribly. A voice interjected. Chapter 49. The delicate hand of the young lady. Li Yinchuan glanced up. His attention captured as a girl with a ponytail stepped out from the room. She donned a pristine white nightgown, revealing a hint of her delicate neck. And her feet were adorned with slippers embroidered with cherry blossoms, likely a gift from Wang Jinping during one of his business trips. She possessed a striking beauty. With elegantly arched eyebrows, large expressive eyes, petite lips, and adorably shaped ears, complemented by a playful ponytail. Her skin was as smooth and white as satin. Standing roughly 170 centimeters tall, embodying the best traits of both Wang Jinping and his wife. Truly, a beauty blossoming in the family, destined to become even more remarkable in the years to come. Particularly captivating were her large eyes, which seemed almost capable of speech, even when slightly displeased with Wang Jinping. They remained enchanting. In that moment, Li Yinchuan felt his heart race unexpectedly, a sensation he had not experienced in quite some time. This is my daughter, Chuya. She will be entering her senior year in high school. Come, greet your uncle. Wang Jinping's face beamed with pride upon seeing his daughter, clearly a doting father. The young girl paused, taken aback at the sight of Li Yinchuan's face. Typically, visitors to the home are primarily close friends of Wang Jinping, who, as a director, entertains companions of similar status, generally over the age of 35. It was her first encounter with someone so youthful. Although Li Yinchuan's attire was somewhat unrefined, he exuded a unique aura cultivated through 2 lifetimes. This charm blended maturity with a hint of youthful innocence. His visage appeared somewhat naive, yet upon closer inspection, his eyes carried a trace of worldly wisdom. To a second-year high school girl like her, this was particularly captivating. Most importantly, Li Yinchuan possessed an admirable physique. Regardless of the era, women invariably prioritize appearances, and handsome men with charisma are always in demand. After a fleeting glance at Li Yinchuan, she found herself stealing another look. And with each gaze, his attractiveness became increasingly undeniable. Uncle? How old is he? Why should I call him that? The girl instinctively resisted this term. How could such an attractive young man possibly be an uncle? Only scruffy men deserved that title. The reality was that if Li Yinchuan were attending school, he would be in the same cohort as Li Yinhui, both preparing for university entrance exams this year, making them only a year apart in age. Li Yinchuan stood, flashed a broad smile revealing 8 gleaming white teeth, and extended his hand, saying, "Little sister, you were quite right. Let us not dwell on age. I doubt I'm much older than you. My name is Li Yinchuan. You may call me Yinchuan or brotherly." As he offered his hand, Wang Qiuya's body tensed momentarily. After a brief hesitation, she instinctively reached out to shake his hand. His grip was warm, comforting, and firm, instilling a sense of safety that sparked an odd thought within her. Conversely, Li Yinchuan felt her hand was soft, smooth, and cool, providing a uniquely pleasant sensation in the summer heat. He wished to hold onto it indefinitely. "Hello, I am Wang Qiuya." Her voice dwindled as her cheeks flushed crimson. After speaking, she quickly lowered her head and retreated into the house. Wang Jinping shook his head, chuckling, "This child has become spoiled by my indulgence. No need to mind her. Brother, let us continue enjoying our tea." Li Kaiwa cast a glance towards the inner room, and then at Li Yinchuan, her expression thoughtful. After some conversation, the hour grew late, and with a trek of several miles through the mountains ahead. Li Yinchuan broached the main topic of his visit, to acquire tiger bones for brewing wine. To his surprise, Wang Jinping proved to be quite generous. Initially intending to take just a piece of tiger bone, Li Yinchuan was presented with a large jar, approximately 10 liters in volume, filled with a well-prepared medicinal liquor. This concoction not only included tiger bones, but also precious herbs such as gastrodia, ginseng, and deer antler. Effectively sparing Li Yinchuan from any further effort, he could simply take it home and partake. Brotherly, this is simply too much. Don't worry, Yinchuan. We have plenty at home. Take it and make good use of it. If you find it insufficient, feel free to come back. Now that we've made acquaintance today, do visit more often. At this moment, Li Yinchuan realized he owed Wang Jinping a favor. However, for the sake of his mother, he accepted this debt graciously. The jar was cumbersome to carry, and Wang Jinping had generously provided him with a bag, allowing him to conveniently transport the medicinal wine. Since he had already incurred the obligation, the bag was of little consequence. With the bag slung over his shoulder, Li Yinchuan departed from Wang Jinping's residence. The night in the vast Black Mountain of August was not as stifling as the day. As Li Yinchuan trekked homeward with the jar, a gentle breeze caressed his face. Turning back to glance in the direction of the county town, he recalled the soft, cool hand he had touched earlier. Unable to resist, he raised his hand to his nose, catching a faint hint of fragrance, a delightful aroma that made him smile and shake his head in amusement. Upon arriving home, he discovered it was already 11 p.m. Expecting his family to be fast asleep, he was surprised to find 3 figures seated in the courtyard, awaiting his return. Li Yinchuan chuckled to himself, wondering what the occasion was. Were they planning to interrogate him? Brother, what was up with your English today? His second brother, Li Yinfeng, was the first to inquire, having restrained his curiosity all day. I learned it myself, Li Yinchuan replied. And how did you achieve that? I just memorized the English dictionary, recited texts, and after enough repetition, it stuck. Memorizing the dictionary? Really? Indeed, it's remarkably effective, Li Yinchuan assured him. Revealing that many proficient English speakers in the future had excelled through similar methods, although their spoken fluency might not stem from the same source. Brother, what did you do in the county? His sister, Li Chio, then questioned. I accompanied the foreign guest, Thomas, and the county leaders for dinner and drinks. The county leaders? Yes, apart from myself, everyone else at dinner was at least a department head. This revelation sparked a sense of admiration among his family. For villagers of that era, the deputy township head Wang Gui was considered a significant official, and county director Wang Jinping was esteemed as a person of great authority. They could hardly believe that Li Yinchuan had encountered so many dignitaries that evening. What do you have behind your back? His mother, Zhou Suzhen, asked. Mother, I brought back some tiger bone wine from Director Wang's house. It's excellent for treating leg pain. You should have some. Upon hearing her son's thoughtful gesture, Zhou Suzhen was nearly moved to tears, realizing her son had matured. All right, it's quite late now. We 3 will head indoors to rest. Yinchuan, you should wash up and get some sleep after running around all day in this sweltering heat. As the 3 retreated indoors, Li Yinchuan, clad in his shorts, filled a basin with well water and stepped into the courtyard to cleanse himself. He poured the last basin of water over his head, the icy coolness washing away the day's heat, leaving him refreshed. After drying off, he hurried back inside to sleep. Chapter 50. The brothers shared affection for the same woman that night. Li Yinchuan experienced a dream unlike any he had encountered before. It was vivid and strikingly real. In this dream, he found himself married, participating in an ancient wedding ceremony. Dressed in a red long robe and a traditional jacket, he paid homage to heaven and earth alongside a woman adorned in a red veil and a phoenix crown. However, what continually gnawed at him was the fact that he remained oblivious to the identity of this woman, as if some unseen force had dictated that this was the nature of marriage. Only on the wedding night could one lift the veil to behold the bride's visage. After the ceremonial rites and the toasts, he entered the bridal chamber, his heart fluttering with trepidation. As he cautiously lifted the veil with a scale pole, he was taken aback. Before him stood a bride with gently arched brows, large expressive eyes, petite lips, ears resembling gold ingots, a playful ponytail, and skin as smooth and white as satin. Chuya? She looked at him mischievously, pouting her red lips. Husband, love me. At that moment, Li Yinchuan could no longer restrain himself. It seemed he had longed for this day for an eternity, and without hesitation, he embraced her and kissed her. The kiss transported him to a realm where the heavens dimmed and the sun and moon lost their light. Just as he became enraptured, eager to consummate their union, A loud crowing pierced the air. Dog brother, dog brother. A magnificent rooster, resplendent with bright plumage, perched atop the coop, heralding the dawn and inadvertently rousing Li Yinchuan from his reverie. Curse that wretched fowl. I shall roast you for dinner one day. His blissful moment was abruptly interrupted, and in a fit of irritation he muttered fiercely. Yet, as he licked his lips, reminiscing about the sweetness of the previous encounter, he couldn't help but feel it was quite delightful. Have I been so long without the company of a woman that I would dream of that little girl? How old could she possibly be? Suddenly, Li Yinchuan's expression froze. Why was there a sticky substance on his undergarments? Cursing under his breath, he reflected on how many years had passed since he had experienced such an embarrassing mishap. Glancing outside to see that dawn had not yet fully broken, he stealthily rose, tiptoeing outside, ensuring no one was around. I am a diligent man. Time to wash some clothes bright and early. Though only a day had elapsed this morning. As he stepped out, he noticed a noticeably greater number of people greeting him than usual. After all, he had truly astonished everyone the day before. His fluency in foreign languages, a skill that even college students struggled with, allowed him to converse effortlessly with foreigners, evident from the smiles on their faces, which revealed the extent of his linguistic prowess. Furthermore, that evening, he had shared a ride in a small vehicle with the county's chief officer, presumably heading to dine with the county's dignitaries. Clearly, he had caught the attention of the local elite. In the hearts of these simple folk, it appeared that Li Yinchuan was destined for greatness. If there was ever a time to forge connections, it was now. Conversely, the Li Yinhua family faced a starkly different reality. Those who encountered them whispered disparagingly behind their backs. What use is a college education? They are no different from us. Their foreign language skills are not even as good as a middle schooler's. What on earth has Li Yinhua learned over the years? Has it all gone to the dogs? This was followed by a collective chuckle, hushed enough to reach the ears of the Li family, inciting Mrs. Li to grind her teeth in frustration throughout the morning. This wretched child, how could he suddenly become so formidable? Mrs. Li pondered in bewilderment. There was no way around it. Li Yinchuan's proficiency in foreign languages was a talent carried over from his previous life, and no matter how hard Mrs. Bai pondered, she could not fathom it. Frustrated and brimming with ire, Mrs. Bai directed her wrath towards Li Yinhui's mother, Wang Yuzhen. The elder son's household was chaotic, with chickens running amok and geese squawking from hunger, while the yard lay in disarray. What, pray tell, were you doing all day? Merely engaging in idle chatter? Get to work. Wang Yuzhen acquiesced with a sigh, rolling her eyes discreetly. In previous years, she had relied on her sweet tongue and the old lady's fondness for her two sons, thus avoiding much labor, leaving the work to the diligent yet taciturn daughter-in-law of the second son. However, after the second son's family had separated, the old lady's attention shifted to her, constantly imposing work upon her, which only fueled Wang Yuzhen's resentment. Life was becoming increasingly burdensome. Li Yinhui, feeling too ashamed to remain in the village, found himself utterly disheartened. What was supposed to be a glorious holiday had been ruined by Li Yinchuan. He concocted an excuse to visit his elder brother, Li Yinlong, in the county, requesting 20 yuan from home before heading there, resolved to linger in the county until school resumed. Upon seeing his younger brother Li Yinhui arrive, Li Yinlong was quite pleased. Little brother, you should stay put in the county. There is nothing of interest back home among those country folk. I'll show you around, and if you grow bored, you can always visit your sister-in-law. She is a lovely person. Thus, Li Yinhui settled in the county, soon encountering his future sister-in-law, Duan Qiuyan, who worked as a librarian. Duan Qiuyan was a former classmate of Li Yinlong from middle school, and they had been together for nearly 5 years. It had been almost 2 years since Li Yinhui last visited Li Yinlong's home. Time had transformed Duan Qiuyan. 2 years prior, she sported a long, dark braid and appeared somewhat rustic. Now, having entered the workforce, she exuded a fashionable aura, donning a pale pink top paired with a white skirt, her face adorned with light makeup. In stark contrast to the rough skin of rural women, Duan Qiuyan's complexion was smooth and radiant, her appearance captivating. While her facial features might be considered ordinary, her expressive eyes, combined with her elegant attire and makeup, left Li Yinhui utterly mesmerized. Moreover, Duan Qiuyan was not only charming, but also hailed from a well-to-do family. In his previous life, Li Yinlong had ascended from a mere fertilizer factory worker to a position of authority, largely due to marrying Duan Qiuyan, whose father was the current chief prosecutor at the county's procuratorate, a position of genuine power. In that moment, Li Yinhui felt a twinge of envy. How did Li Yinlong merit such a remarkable woman? Why was she not destined for him? Li Yinhui, Why not spend some time conversing with your sister-in-law? You are well-versed. And she speaks of literary works that I cannot comprehend. I have matters to attend to at work. You two carry on, being brothers. Li Yinlong thought little of it, and entrusted his future wife to Li Yinhui. Thus, Duan Xiuyan and Li Yinhui began to chat idly together. To their astonishment, as they conversed, they discovered an abundance of shared interests and common ground. The two individuals initially engaged in a discussion about domestic matters, delving into the works of Lin Yutong, Zhou Zuoren, and A.I. Qing. As their conversation unfolded, they seamlessly transitioned to international literature, conversing about Dumas, Dickens, Freud, O. Henry, and Haruki Murakami. Li Yinhui and Duan Xiuyan shared many literary insights that resonated with one another, and Duan Xiuyan, who had often felt misunderstood, finally discovered someone who comprehended her. Their dialogue grew increasingly lively and engaging. Duan Xiuyan, embodying the essence of a petite bourgeois woman, found herself drawn to Li Yinhui, lamenting that they had not met sooner. Duan Xiuyan's satisfaction with Li Yinhui was moderate, while it was undeniable that he treated her with utmost kindness. He was often timid and lacked the intellectual breadth she desired. There were numerous topics that left him perplexed, making him more of a husband than a confidant. A reality that weighed heavily on Duan Xiuyan's heart. Unexpectedly, she found Li Yinhui, her brother-in-law, to be exceptionally admirable. Possessing a literary acumen that far surpassed that of his elder sibling, and being a university student only heightened her appreciation of him. In this small county town, Li Yinhui was equally astounded to encounter such a remarkable woman as his sister-in-law. Her beauty eclipsed that of his underdeveloped peers, and her vast knowledge made conversations with her immensely enjoyable. The only lamentation was that she was his brother's wife. Thus, over the course of a fortnight, Li Yinhui immersed himself in the local library, engaging in delightful conversations with his sister-in-law, forging an intimate bond that transcended mere acquaintanceship. When the time came for Li Yinhui to depart for university, Duan Xiuyan felt a profound sense of reluctance, shedding tears in private and earnestly agreeing to maintain correspondence. With a shared sense of longing, she reluctantly bid farewell to Li Yinhui as he returned home to prepare for his new journey. However, once he left, Duan Xiuyan began to find her husband, Li Yinlong, increasingly irksome. Li Yinlong, why do you speak so coarsely? You lack the eloquence of Yinhui. She would lament. You treat me poorly, far worse than Yinhui does. And again, you possess no charm, unlike Yinhui's delightful demeanor. Li Yinlong was taken aback, questioning the world's fairness and wondering whom he had offended. He initially believed that the tension would dissipate. Yet each encounter with Duan Xiuyan led her to voice her grievances about Li Yinlong. Both were fiery spirits, and their disputes soon became a daily occurrence. Li Yinlong had once envisioned a harmonious life with Duan Xiuyan, but the incessant arguments ignited a smoldering frustration within him, prompting a desire to seek amusement elsewhere. One day, a colleague introduced him to a mysterious venue, its windows obscured even during daylight, concealing its inner workings. Once inside, he remained for 3 hours. Upon his exit, the burdens of irritation and melancholy had vanished, leaving him invigorated. From that day forth, whenever Duan Xiuyan vexed him, he would retreat to this enigmatic haven, gradually transforming his visits into a necessity, even when she was not the source of his distress. Li Yinlong found solace in this newfound routine, embracing a life he deemed agreeable. Chapter 51. The desire to build a new home that night. A torrential downpour besieged the land, mercilessly cascading from 6 in the evening until the stroke of midnight. As the clock struck midnight, Li Yinchuan, in the midst of slumber, felt a sudden chill upon his face. Groggily opening his eyes, a droplet of water fell directly into his eye, awakening him with a start. Mother, the roof is leaking. Zhou Sujing, roused by her son's exclamation, glanced upwards and confirmed his observation. Indeed, water was streaming down from a spot directly above Li Yinchuan's head. She quickly instructed him to fetch a basin to collect the dripping water. The rhythmic patter of raindrops continued unabated, and even the normally sound sleeping Li Yinfeng and Li Qiao could not find rest. The entire family of 4 was now wide awake. As the rain intensified, so did the number of leaks within their humble abode. Beneath each drip, a basin or bowl was placed, creating a cacophony of sounds that resembled a symphonic ensemble. The small bed, already cramped, now accommodated all 4 family members, who were forced to squeeze together, exchanging glances that spoke of their shared plight. The space was so confined that they could only sit back to back, each facing a different direction. Listening to the relentless rain, a sense of desolation enveloped them. Li Yinchuan glanced at the ceiling and softly proposed, "Mother, Let us hire a carpenter and a tiler to construct a new home. Zhou Sujing, momentarily taken aback, grasped the edge of the quilt and contemplated his words. Chuaner, you've worked hard to earn this money. It should be saved for your future marriage and for your younger siblings' education. Once the rain subsides, you can repair the roof and continue living here. Mother, he persisted. It is not merely a matter of leaks. We are 4 people crammed onto one bed. It is far too cramped. Moreover, Xiao is a girl and growing older. This arrangement is simply impractical. Zhou Sujing remained reluctant to acquiesce. Our old house is not significantly larger. Most families in the village endure similar conditions. We can endure this for a little while longer. It was evident that she was hesitant to part with their modest savings. Observing his mother's stubbornness, Li Yinchuan poked his younger siblings, who quickly understood and rushed to intercede. Mother, second brother snores so loudly at night that I can hardly sleep. I find myself dozing off during class. Li Qiao chimed in. Mother, I cannot sleep soundly either. Just the other night, I woke up to find my toes in brother's nose. Hearing her children's grievances, Zhou Sujing hesitated. Sleep was indeed paramount, and their restless nights could not continue. Perhaps we should consider building a new home? At this juncture, Li Yinchuan added fuel to the fire. Mother, rest assured, this amount of money is but a trifle. I will earn more in the future. Furthermore, how can we show that we are better off than that old woman if we don't build a new house? Li Yinchuan's final words struck a deep chord within Zhou Sujing. Everyone has their limits. For years, she had endured the scorn of Mrs. Bai, who treated her like a servant, forcing her to toil in menial tasks while reaping all the benefits for herself, labeling Zhou as a harbinger of misfortune. After their families separated, Mrs. Bai had not hesitated to malign them in the village, claiming they would soon be destitute. Would Zhou Sujing allow herself to be humiliated? The contempt of that old woman knows no bounds, and constructing a house undoubtedly serves as the most prominent display of wealth in this era. With this thought in mind, Zhou Sujing gritted her teeth and stamped her foot. Fine, if you insist on building, but this mother does not comprehend. Perhaps you should consult the village head? All right. I shall inquire. Li Qiao and Li Yinfeng rejoiced upon hearing this. I am going to live in a new house. The siblings exclaimed joyfully from their warm bed. Zhou Sujing glanced at them, pondering when her children would mature. Yet, her determination to build a house solidified as she witnessed their happiness. After an entire night of torrential rain, the next morning dawned clear and bright, the sky a deep azure, as if the tempest of the previous night had never occurred. Only the water collected in the bowls and basins at Li Yinchuan's home bore witness to its presence. Without delay, after breakfast, Li Yinchuan sought out the village head, Li Shogua. Of course, Li Yinchuan did not arrive empty-handed. He brought along a pound of the 5-spice pork he had purchased the day before. Upon seeing the pork, Li Shogua's face brightened, and he readily agreed when informed of the house construction. Finding workers for the house? Absolutely. Leave it to me. Village head. This is my first time building a house. How much should I pay for labor? Li Shogua chuckled and replied, We are all from the same village. And it's your own home. What need is there for payment? Just ensure everyone is well fed after a day's work. Li Yinchuan readily accepted this offer. No problem. I assure you there will be meat at every meal, and rice will be plentiful. By the way, according to custom, each carpenter and tiler will require an additional chicken. That is no trouble. I will guarantee it. Well, since everything is settled, follow me. The village head, a man of decisive action, promptly led Li Yinchuan out the door. Indeed, the village head was a professional in this regard. In the past, during the communal dining era, the village head would seek out workers for house construction. So he was well acquainted with who could perform what tasks. In this day and age, the key trades for building a house are primarily carpenters and tilers. The old carpenter Ba Laoqi from the east of the village, along with his 2 sons, Ba Long and Ba Hu, could lend a hand. To the west, the 3 brothers, Ma Jinghua, Ma Baogua, and Ma Jinghua, were tilers. With these 6 individuals, the main workforce for the construction was assembled, and a few laborers were recruited to assist, enabling the work to commence. Everyone was eager to participate. It was not the busy farming season, and there was little else to occupy their time. In these times, there were no lucrative businesses, leaving them to waste food at home. They welcomed the opportunity to lend a hand at another's house and return with full bellies. A prospect that delighted everyone, especially since the village head had informed them that there would be meat and ample rice at every meal for those helping to build Li Yinchuan's house, an arrangement that even the village head would not trade for anything else. According to Li Yinchuan's plan, they would not dismantle the half-room they were currently residing in, intending to use it as a storeroom in the future. With ample space in their yard, they would construct 3 large tiled rooms in the center of the courtyard, using red bricks without the need for rammed earth. With courtyards both in front and behind, surrounded by walls. Just as they were about to break ground, the village head suddenly remembered that they were still missing one crucial figure, the feng shui master. In the village of Baiyun, under the guidance of the village chief, Li Yinchuan brought a chicken to the distant Wangzhuang, seeking the expertise of the renowned geomancer, Master Wang Daxian. This Master Wang was not one to accept the chicken without due cause, for he was tasked with numerous responsibilities, including determining the orientation of houses, advising on auspicious and inauspicious practices, and deciding when to commence construction and when to conclude it. His role was indispensable. At approximately 50 years of age, Master Wang possessed a refined countenance, adorned with a few strands of long beard beneath his chin. Once dressed in his ceremonial attire, he exuded an air of ethereal wisdom. With great ceremony, he brandished a bagua mirror, circling the house several times, observing the heavens and the earth, and muttering incantations with a flourish. Regardless of the veracity of his craft, he certainly presented an impressive display. Ultimately, he concluded that constructing a house in the center of the property would pose no issues. However, the locust tree to the west must be felled, for it was deemed a tree of spirits, detrimental to the women of the household. Zhou Suzhen and Li Qiao exchanged fearful glances, realizing that their recent discomfort stemmed from the presence of the locust tree. Li Yinchuan, shaking his head nearby, mused that one should neither fully trust nor completely dismiss such matters, and thus acquiesced to the suggestion of cutting it down. As for the timing of the construction, Master Wang calculated that the day after tomorrow would be propitious, a suitable day for breaking ground. With everything settled, they prepared to fell the locust tree and await the auspicious day to commence building. News of the plan spread swiftly through the village, and within a morning, the entirety of Baiyun had learned of it. Have you heard? Li Yinchuan's family is building a house. Really? I heard they're constructing 3 spacious rooms. Has Li Yinchuan struck it rich since splitting from the family? Indeed. It is said he earns hundreds daily. How else could he afford such a grand house? Zhou Suzhen is indeed fortunate. Long before lunch, Mrs. Bai had caught wind of the news. And Ho-Hot, with a face full of envy, remarked to Mrs. Bai, Sister Bai, your second son as child is making quite a name for himself, preparing to build a grand house. Not that they expect you to live there, right? Upon hearing such cutting words, Mrs. Bai nearly succumbed to rage. I wouldn't dream of going to their house, much less living in a new one. Bah. She returned home, fuming. Upon entering, she found her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Yuzhen, leisurely snacking on sunflower seeds, which only fueled her ire. What about the eldest family? How can you be so idle every day, with time to munch on seeds? Haven't you any work to do? Have you fed the geese? The chickens? Have you done the laundry? Swept the yard? Are you trying to wear me out? Her frustration mounted as she pointed an accusatory finger at Wang Yuzhen, spittle flying. Landing on her face, Wang Yuzhen, taken aback, felt a wave of unjust grievance wash over her. Just then, her daughter, Li Xiao, returned from outside. It was the second day of the lunar month, and the child was on summer break, returning from play in the sweltering heat, covered in sweat. Without hesitation, she approached the water tank and scooped up a ladle of water, drinking deeply. After finishing his meal, he turned to his mother and complained, Mom, I'm hungry. Why isn't dinner ready yet? This afternoon, Sister Chunlan from next door said she would take us to the countryside. Wang Yuzhen had 2 sons and a daughter. And unlike the elderly matriarch by Lan Hua, who favored her eldest son Li Yin Long and second son Li Yin Wei, she cherished this little girl as her own cherished companion. On ordinary days, she would hastily prepare meals for the girl. However, today, for some inexplicable reason, the girl seemed to irk her. All you think about is playing. Have you even finished your summer homework? You never help me with anything, and I'm exhausted every day. You just stand there watching, not studying diligently. At this rate, you certainly won't get into college. Without any skills, and with your looks, how will you find a partner? You'll end up marrying a lonely old bachelor and suffer for a lifetime. Mom, how can you say that? Li Xiao's face turned pale with anger. This was a transmission of frustration. No one in the family was in good spirits. Meanwhile, Mrs. Bai and Wang Yuzhen were too angry to speak. On the other side, Li Yinchuan was about to start building a house. Today marks the official launch. Dear brothers and sisters, please help by adding this to your bookshelf. Click for updates. And a 5-star review would be even better. This is crucial for a new book to be seen by more people. Thank you, everyone. From today onwards, I will post 3 updates daily. With the support of my brothers and sisters, I will write until the end of time, striving to create a novel that everyone will appreciate. With that, he returned to his writing. Chapter 53, How to Build a Beautiful House. To build a house, one must first acquire bricks and cement, which must be purchased from the supply and marketing cooperative. In these times, there is no need to compare prices. Both the brick factory and cement factory have outlets there, and one can simply buy as needed. Typically, after purchasing bricks and cement, one would use a hired tractor from the cooperative to transport them back. However, after making the purchase, Li Yinchuan suddenly had an idea. He instructed Erbao and the others to take the goods back while he ventured alone to the county town. As someone who had been reborn, he had certain expectations for his house. It should at least possess some aesthetic appeal. How could he make his house more beautiful? Suddenly, he recalled the porcelain house he had seen in Tianjin before his rebirth. That house was nothing short of a masterpiece. When he visited, the information displayed beside it stated that the entire structure utilized over 4,000 pieces of ancient porcelain for 100-plus pieces of white marble sculptures, over 40 tons of crystal and agate, more than 700 million ancient porcelain shards, numerous ancient porcelain plates and bowls, over 300 porcelain cat pillows, 300 white marble Tang and Song dynasty lion statues, over 300 stone sculptures from various dynasties, and over 20 tons of crystal and agate, ultimately transforming a French-style villa into a priceless porcelain house. Could he also create a porcelain house? The answer was no, his finances simply did not allow it. And where could he possibly acquire so much ancient porcelain? This was not something he could afford with his current resources. In other words, unless one were in places like the capital or Tianjin, no amount of money could procure such abundant ancient porcelain. However, what if he were to be a little more flexible? An idea floated in Li Yinchuan's mind, hinting that he might indeed be able to profit from it. Yet, this notion remained elusive, drifting away as he struggled to grasp its essence. In this state of uncertainty, he inadvertently entered a factory. By the time he realized it, he had already traversed 30 meters within. Upon closer inspection, it was not entirely surprising that he had wandered in. This was a tile factory, fairly spacious. Yet at a glance, it appeared deserted. There should have been someone in the reception area. The use of should was due to the fact that from Li Yinchuan's vantage point, only a newspaper was visible, effectively concealing the individual behind it. The presence of this person was hardly distinguishable. However, upon seeing the words tile factory, it seemed as if Li Yinchuan had seized upon something. With no one to deter him, he strolled further inside. Not long after, he overheard an intense debate. Old Wang, can't your sales department make more efforts? Go take a look in the warehouse. The tiles are piled high. The factory's tiles are not selling. What are you going to feed the workers? The factory manager retorted. Can we really be blamed? Our entire city is destitute. The government isn't constructing buildings. Who are we supposed to sell our tiles to? Even if I run around tirelessly, it won't change the fact that they aren't building homes. If you had the ability, why not persuade the mayor to erect a few more buildings using our tiles? Isn't that just quibbling? If the government isn't building, shouldn't you consider selling to the general public? Humph, the common folk. In this day and age, who among them uses tiles? Are you out of your mind? Old Wang, what kind of attitude is that? My way, this is my attitude today. If you're dissatisfied, I quit. Whoever wants the job can have it. With a loud bang, a person stormed out, slamming the door behind him. Old Wang, don't leave. The departing figure was so incensed that he brushed against Li Yinchuan's arm, casting a fierce glance at him. Upon realizing he was a stranger, he ignored him and continued on his way, leaving Li Yinchuan in a state of astonishment. Indeed, in this era of job security, one could slam the door in front of the factory manager without a hint of fear. As this individual exited, a group of people followed him out, their demeanor subdued. However, at that moment, Li Yinchuan grasped his inspiration firmly. Yes, perhaps I can discover a lucrative opportunity here. With this thought, he knocked gently on the half-open door. Ma Yue was on the verge of losing his mind. He had previously worked for the commercial bureau and had a father-in-law who was a secretary there. He had intended to spend a few years in the factory to gain some experience and enhance his prospects for advancement. However, he found himself mired in a quagmire since joining the factory. As government construction projects dwindled, the sales of their tiles steadily declined. His father-in-law had spoken to him several times, urging him to achieve some results. Otherwise, his father-in-law would soon retire, leaving him without any prospects for promotion. He was anxious. He, too, desired wealth and advancement. However, a skilled artisan finds it challenging to create without materials. The tiles simply do not sell, leaving him in despair. Even pulling out his own hair and suffering from blisters in his mouth, with no alternative solutions. Furthermore, upon his unexpected rise to power, he displaced the current deputy director, who also serves as the head of the sales department, Director Wang. Their relationship is fraught with animosity, with Wang often taking the opportunity to provoke him. And his esteemed reputation makes it impossible to dismiss him, which adds to his frustration. Today, yet again, they clashed. And despite being verbally berated by Director Wang for an extended period, he could only sulk in silence. When he heard a knock on the door, he barked out in irritation, "Who is it?" Li Yinchuan, startled, took a step back. Ahem, hello, my name is Li Yinchuan, and I would like to purchase some tiles. The moment he heard Li Yinchuan's words, Director Ma straightened up, feeling a surge of significance, with a flicker of hope igniting in his eyes, his demeanor softening considerably. "Young man, you wish to buy tiles? Which organization are you from?" "Not from an organization, it's for personal use." Upon hearing that it was for personal consumption, Director Ma's enthusiasm deflated instantly, his spirit waning, and he hunched over slightly. "How much can an individual possibly buy?" He replied brusquely, "Turn left and walk 30 meters. The sales department sells them. I am the director and do not handle tile sales." With that, he grumpily lifted his large tea mug for a sip, still simmering from earlier frustrations. Upon finishing his drink, he was astonished to find that Li Yinchuan had not moved an inch. He frowned. "Young man, did I not make myself clear? As the director, I do not handle tile sales." Li Yinchuan chuckled. "Director, I have heard that our factory's tiles are not selling well." Director Ma shot him a glare. Though he remained silent, his implied message was unmistakable. "How ungrateful of you to eavesdrop and then speak of it openly." Li Yinchuan brushed it off with a broad grin, revealing 8 gleaming teeth. "I have a proposal that might sell a significant quantity of tiles. Perhaps even clear out your entire stock. What method do you propose?" Director Ma inquired, intrigued. Li Yinchuan smiled mysteriously. "The specifics are a commercial secret." Director Ma scrutinized Li Yinchuan from top to bottom, left to right. Having not observed him closely before, he now noted the young man's appearance and age, coupled with his claim to assist in selling tiles, increasingly suspecting him of being a fraud. The thought crossed his mind that this young man might be attempting to swindle a batch of tiles. Memories of a recent scandal involving a local distillery flooded back, where a con artist had shamelessly deceived them out of 500 cases of liquor, leaving the distillery's director, old Zhang, a laughingstock in the county, too embarrassed to hold his head high. Rumor had it that the swindler was around 20 and quite presentable. Could this be the very same young man before him? Chapter 54. We have support behind us, although Li Yinchuan, having lived 2 lives, was unaware that Director Ma was contemplating reporting him to the authorities. The suspicions in his gaze revealed everything. If he were in the director's position, he would likely harbor doubts as well. After a moment of contemplation, Li Yinchuan decided to bolster his confidence with a reassuring promise. "The factory manager, a few days ago while drinking with an acquaintance, heard mention of you. He is aware of your factory's struggles with unsold tiles and suggested that I assist you if possible." "Who is your acquaintance?" "His name is Wang Jinping." The factory manager inhaled sharply. Wang Jinping, a figure of significant influence in the Bureau of Commerce, is indeed the superior of my superior. This young man cannot possibly be a fraud. However, contemplating further, it is not impossible for a con artist to know of Wang Jinping, given that many are aware of his position and name. With a flicker of insight, the factory manager casually inquired, "Ah, then we are not strangers." "It has been quite some time since I last visited Director Wang's home. His daughter Chuya must be preparing for her high school entrance exams this year." Although their ranks differed greatly, his father-in-law was allied with Wang Jinping, and thus he had some familiarity with Wang's family. Li Yinchuan glanced at Ma Yue, realizing he was testing him. Fortunately, he had met Chuya that very evening. Otherwise, he might have been exposed. With a subtle smile, he replied, "Director Ma, you truly have a forgetful nature. Chuya is in her final year of high school now, and she will be preparing for university entrance exams next year." The factory manager's expression sharpened. Such intimate knowledge of Director Wang's cherished daughter could not possibly originate from an unfamiliar source. This young man was likely indeed an acquaintance of Wang, dispelling any notion of deceit. Ma Yue pondered aloud. "Since you are a close friend of Director Wang, I shall not conceal the truth. Our factory is indeed struggling with tile sales. Here is my proposal. If you can assist us in selling these tiles, I will provide them to you at cost, with all excess profits belonging to you. What do you think?" Upon hearing this, Li Yinchuan chuckled heartily. Words alone are insufficient. "First, allow me to inspect the goods. If they meet my standards, we shall draft a contract." Sensing a glimmer of hope, the factory manager joined in his laughter. Without hesitation, he led Li Yinchuan to the warehouse. Upon entering, Li Yinchuan was taken aback. The expansive warehouse was brimming with stacks of tile boxes. Originally, the factory should not have such an excessive inventory, but earlier this year, the city had announced plans to construct a grand building, promising to procure tiles from their factory. Consequently, the factory worked tirelessly to fulfill these demands, only for the project to be abruptly halted when a new administration took over, leading to a significant backlog of tiles. Ma Yue gestured towards the boxes, stating, "This represents our entire stock. If you can sell them all, our factory will earn nothing. All profits shall be yours. We will work for you. What do you say?" Li Yinchuan did not respond immediately, but began to wander around the warehouse, inspecting boxes here and there. Soon, he formed a comprehensive understanding of the inventory. The tiles primarily fell into three categories, the first being standard non-slip square tiles, measuring 30 by 30 centimeters, with a slightly gray hue and wavy non-slip patterns. The second resembling the elongated tiles commonly found in 1990s bathrooms, available in light blue and pure white colors. The final type is mosaic tiles, which consist of numerous small pieces forming each large tile. Upon seeing this, Li Yinchuan clapped his hands in excitement, knowing that with these tiles, significant accomplishments could be achieved. After examining the tiles, it was time to discuss pricing. With Wang Jinping's endorsement, Ma Yue was quite sincere, stating that the price would be at cost, to alleviate any doubts Li Yinchuan might have. He even presented the cost ledger from the factory. The cost of anti-slip tiles was 3 cents each, bathroom tiles 2.5 cents, and mosaic tiles 3 cents. And he offered them at these prices. Li Yinchuan was very pleased. Keeping costs to a minimum would allow for greater profits. He earnestly signed a contract with factory director Ma, leaving behind the factory's telephone number. He then purchased 300 yuan worth of tiles, requesting that Director Ma deliver them to his home, utilizing the factory's tractor for transportation. As he departed, Li Yinchuan patted his chest and assured, "Rest assured, Director Ma, I will sell every single one." Director Ma smiled politely, clearly recognizing the gamble he was taking, even if these tiles could not be sold. They were merely taking up space. Selling them at cost would at least help to circulate funds, allowing him to maintain his position as director and potentially rise in the future. Moreover, he was mindful of the favor he owed Wang Jinping, considering it could be beneficial should he need to address matters later. Li Yinchuan chose not to elaborate further. As the saying goes, one should focus on results rather than advertisements. He could boast once all the tiles were sold. The tractor, laden with tiles, wobbled back to Baiyun village. Chapter 55. The beautiful new house. Everything was in place, and on a sunny day, the groundbreaking for Li Yinchuan's new house commenced. Li Yinchuan ensured the meals were delightful, consistently offering a variety of dishes. One meal featured braised pork, while the next served spare ribs stewed with kidney beans. Although the meat could not fully satiate, he guaranteed each person at least 2 generous pieces in their bowl, supplemented by steamed buns to fill their stomachs. Those who came to lend a hand were thoroughly satisfied with their meals, naturally exerting themselves diligently during work. The progress of the construction was remarkable, transforming visibly day by day. Within less than 10 days, Li Yinchuan's house took shape, allowing him to experience what is known as the speed of China. The house comprised 3 spacious tiled rooms, with red brick walls that still bore a somewhat bare appearance, resembling the typical new constructions of the era. However, this was Li Yinchuan's house, and he was determined to make it distinctive. Having purchased the tiles, it was the perfect opportunity to put them to use. Li Yinchuan gathered several tile setters and assigned them the new task of tiling the house. While the process of tiling might seem straightforward, Li Yinchuan, having been reborn, was poised to introduce something unique. Whether he could earn a modest profit this time rested on these walls. He meticulously explained the tiling process to the tile setters. The exterior of the house is adorned at its base with a layer of azure bathroom tiles, transitioning into a splendid mosaic of blue and white. Ascending further, one finds a pristine expanse of white bathroom tiles, followed by another mosaic blend of white and blue, culminating in a striking blue bathroom tile finish. This harmonious arrangement transforms the overall hue of the dwelling's facade, while the mosaic transitions ensure that the color shifts appear seamless and unobtrusive. After listening to Li Yinchuan's elucidation, the masons were left in a state of bewilderment. Such a method of tiling was unprecedented in their experience. Nevertheless, as Li Yinchuan was the one financing the endeavor, they acquiesced. With collective effort, they completed the tiling of the 3 houses in the span of a single afternoon. An additional hour was spent laying the floor tiles indoors, all before the sun dipped below the horizon. While the work appeared unremarkable in progress, upon completion, The setting sun cast a golden light upon the blue and white exterior, creating a dazzling spectacle akin to sunlight dancing upon ocean waves. Although the outcome fell short of Li Yinchuan's vision of a porcelain abode, it stood in stark contrast to the humble red brick walls of the era, resembling a palace in its beauty. Afterward, the three brothers sat together, admiring Li Yinchuan's new home. "What do you think? The effect of my house is rather impressive, isn't it?" Li Yinchuan inquired. "Brother Chuan, how does your mind work? I truly wish to peer inside and see how you conceived of this," came the enthusiastic reply. "Do you think we could establish a construction team for such work and turn a profit?" "Absolutely, it's quite feasible," exclaimed Dahu, whose business in braised meat dishes had advanced to the point where Bao could manage it independently, found his own role diminishing. With a poor reputation, he was deemed unapproachable by customers, and his clumsiness in cooking left him primarily as a porter. Each day, he felt a pang of embarrassment accepting Li Yinchuan's financial support. Li Yinchuan glanced at him and chuckled. "This endeavor is merely a small-scale venture. You are my brother, destined to earn significant profits with me in the future. Don't overthink it. For now, work alongside Bao in the braised meat business, and when the time is right, opportunities will arise for you." "All right, Brother Chuan. Whatever you say." What else could Dahu say, following Li Yinchuan, the elder brother? At that moment, the area surrounding the house was thronged with onlookers, easily numbering over 50. Word had spread, and people were eager to witness the marvel. None had anticipated such an innovative construction method. Observing the house bathed in the radiant glow of the sunset, those who had seen it could only express admiration. "Wow, it's so beautiful. Brother, you are truly amazing," exclaimed Li Qiao, returning from school, her excitement causing her to leap with joy. Upon noticing some dirt on the tiles, she rushed over with a cloth to clean the walls. What girl wouldn't dream of residing in a castle from a fairy tale? To Li Qiao, this house represented her very own castle. After watching, Zhou Suzhen wiped away her tears, never imagining that in her old age she would be able to reside in such a splendid house, all thanks to her son's generosity. Now, she felt an overwhelming urge to exclaim, "Dividing the family is truly delightful." Mrs. Bai stood amidst the crowd, her gaze fixed on the resplendent new home, her teeth nearly grinding in frustration. With a huff, she turned on her heel and stormed back home. Even while drinking water, her anger made her tremble. In a moment of carelessness, she dropped a bowl and spent a long time cursing in the courtyard. Afterward, Li Yinchuan meticulously calculated the costs. The entire house had been tiled with glossy ceramic tiles at approximately 80 yuan, a price afforded to him because he acquired the tiles at cost. Had he purchased them at retail price, the cost would have been around 160 yuan. Should this trend of renovation gain traction, the tile factory would likely sell out its stock without concern. However, Li Yinchuan's efforts were not solely to assist the tile factory. He intended to profit from this endeavor. His next step was to affix a sign at the entrance. "If you admire this wall effect and wish to renovate in a similar style, please contact Li Yinchuan." With a throng gathered, there were certainly those who expressed interest. A few idlers approached to inquire, and Li Yinchuan quoted his price, 5 yuan per square meter. The crowd gasped in astonishment. The wall area of a typical three-room house like Li Yinchuan's was approximately 200 square meters, totaling 300 yuan, which was equivalent to the price of 2 bicycles. So expensive. This was the collective reaction after everyone inquired about the price, shaking their heads as they departed. Despite the flurry of inquiries, none expressed a desire to purchase. This news swiftly reached Mrs. Bai through the wives of the elder families. Upon hearing it, her anger transformed into delight, and she chuckled. "This little rascal must be out of his mind, charging 5 yuan per square meter. Mark my words. Not a single person in Daikishan will choose him for this." Her words rang true. This ambitious young man seemed to be aiming too high. At this rate, she mused, his street food stall would not last long, and eventually, he would have to return to farming, falling further behind her sons, Yin Long and Yin Wei. Can he possibly measure up to my eldest and second grandsons? Yin Long serves the state, and Yin Wei is a university student. In every regard, they surpass him by leagues. He resembles a grasshopper in autumn, unable to leap for long. Mrs. Bai and her family eagerly anticipated the unfolding of Li Yinchuan's folly. Meanwhile, Zhou Suzhen felt disheartened, realizing that her son's business venture was being met with disdain. During dinner that evening, she observed Li Yinchuan, who seemed hesitant to speak. "My son, if you have something to say, do not hold back. Speak freely with your mother." "Mother, is the price perhaps too steep?" You noticed that no one in the village showed interest after asking around. "Why not take your mother's advice and lower the price?" Glancing at his mother, Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. Rest assured, my dear mother, your son is quite capable in his endeavors. There's no need for a price reduction. It is late, and everyone should rest for the night. We shall discuss matters tomorrow. You need not worry. I have a secret strategy that will undoubtedly ensure our business flourishes beyond measure. Dear son, what strategy might that be? Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. It's a secret. You will find out in due time. Sujin was left speechless, keeping secrets even from her mother. Yet it was a relief not to have to worry. The children had grown up. Their new home boasted 4 bedrooms, one for each family member. That night, Li Yinchuan found himself alone in his room. It was, by all accounts, the first time since his rebirth that he had the pleasure of occupying a private space, and a beautiful one at that. He anticipated drifting off to sleep immediately. But to his dismay, he lay restlessly on the bed, unable to find slumber. The emptiness around him felt overwhelming, evoking a sense of profound loneliness. Eventually, he decided to play a little before attempting to sleep again. He turned on the old radio, and a familiar voice filled the air. It was the renowned storyteller, Master Ai Lianqi, whose disciples were all exceptionally talented, with the third disciple, the renowned Kunlun hero Sheng Ying, being particularly impressive. Upon hearing the voice, Li Yinchuan recognized it as that of the esteemed Tin Tianfang. In his previous life, he had cherished listening to storytelling performances, enjoying tales such as The 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants, The Legend of the Sui and Tang Dynasties, and the biography of Yu Fei. By the time he reached 50, he had even created a flash drive filled with hundreds of these performances to listen to on his phone. Particularly, The 3 Heroes and 5 Gallants held a special place in his heart. During the years he spent as a son-in-law at Old Wang's home, burdened with despair, it was this very tale that helped divert his attention and sustain him through those challenging times. Without it, he might not have endured. A wave of nostalgia washed over Li Yinchuan as he reflected on those years. Suddenly, he heard soft footsteps approaching from the adjacent room, stopping at his door, followed by a hushed voice. Brother, are you asleep? Little brother, what are you doing? Brother, I cannot sleep. Li Yinfeng tiptoed in, clutching his bedding. It feels too empty lying alone. I thought I might come and sleep with you. Seeing his brother with his bedding, Li Yinchuan smiled. Perfect, I cannot sleep either. Let's rest together. Li Yinfeng climbed onto the bed, and the 2 brothers lay side by side. To their surprise, within minutes, they heard their sister Li Qiao's voice from outside. Brother, are you asleep? Shower, what is it? Brother, I feel a bit scared sleeping alone. May I come and sleep with you? Li Yinfeng burst into laughter at this. Hearing him, Li Qiao's eyes widened. Second brother, what are you doing in elder brother's room? I see now, you're afraid to sleep alone, aren't you? Li Yinfeng's face turned crimson. I am not. I am a man. I just wanted to chat with elder brother. I do not believe you. You are scared. I am not scared. The 2 siblings playfully bantered, while Li Yinchuan shook his head, amused. Please keep your voices down. Don't disturb your mother's sleep. If you want to come over and sleep, hurry up and lie down. If you don't settle down, I'll send you back. The 2 children ceased their chatter, and Li Qiao climbed onto the Kong with her bedding. Li Yinchuan lay flat on the Kong, and Li Qiao nestled close to him. Brother, our big house is truly wonderful. Li Yinchuan reached out to ruffle his sister's hair. As long as you enjoy it. Now, it's getting late, and you have school tomorrow. So it's best to sleep early. Strangely enough, just moments ago, they were tossing and turning, unable to fall asleep. Yet now, crammed together on one Kong. Within half a minute, all 3 siblings had drifted off into slumber. Moonlight poured in, and the restless Li Yinfeng scuttled to Li Yinchuan's feet, instinctively seizing his brother's foot while mumbling, pork trotters are delightful, they smell so good. Li Qiao rolled over, inadvertently pinning one of Li Yinchuan's arms. That night, Li Yinchuan experienced a peculiar dream. He found himself in a dense forest, confronted by a plump, black-furred wild dog that seemed fixated on him. In an alarming turn, the dog seized one of his feet, while his arm became ensnared by a branch. As the dog's saliva dripped down his foot, panic surged within him. Taking a deep breath, Li Yinchuan summoned all his strength, forcefully shaking off the branches that bound him. With a desperate kick, he sent the wild dog flying with a loud thud, achieving his freedom. Li Qiao, lost in a deep sleep, was suddenly tossed to the side by the force of Li Yinchuan's arm, and upon opening her eyes, she found her face pressed against the king's instrument. Drowsy, she quickly succumbed to sleep once more. With a thud, Li Yinfeng was hurled against the wall, remarkably remaining undisturbed. At last, Li Yinchuan was free from constraints and could sleep soundly. Unbeknownst to them, in another room, Zhou Sujing had spent the entire night tossing and turning, unable to find comfort. Do I have a strange affliction? unable to sleep in a good house. Zhou Sujing was engulfed in confusion. As the first rays of morning sunlight illuminated the room, Li Yinchuan awoke. He stretched luxuriously, sitting up, reveling in the comfort of his sleep. Instinctively, he glanced around, only to be taken aback the next moment. What was happening? In the vast expanse of the Kong, he lay solitary in the center, while his sister Li Qiao was nearly nestled into the instrument. And his brother Yifeng was half sitting against the window, his face slightly flushed and appearing somewhat swollen. Li Yinchuan approached cautiously to examine, and indeed, his brother's face bore a faint imprint of a foot. What could have transpired? Li Yinchuan surmised a troubling possibility. He inspected his own feet, which were perfectly fine, clean and unblemished. As long as his feet were unharmed, all was well. After pondering briefly, he recalled no significant incident. And since Li Yinfeng was still sleeping soundly, he reassured himself that everything was likely fine. Li Yinchuan rose from his slumber and, standing in the courtyard, refreshed himself. As he brushed his teeth, he gazed at his new home basking in the morning sun, increasingly delighted. Although it could not compare to the porcelain houses of Tianjin. In this era, it was indeed a splendid abode, marking the first milestone in his family's pursuit of a beautiful new life since their rebirth. Just as he was reveling in his joy, he noticed his mother, yawning and with slightly puffy eyes, emerging from the house. "Mother, what troubles you? Did you not sleep well last night?" Zhou Sujing glanced at her son and yawned again. "I don't know why. I simply couldn't find sleep. No matter how I tossed and turned." Li Yinchuan chuckled lightly. "Mother, I experienced the same. Did you eventually manage to fall asleep?" Later, Yinfeng and Xiaoer came to my room, and then I finally dozed off. Zhou Sujing's eyes widened in realization. Now it all made sense. Having quickly finished his breakfast, Li Yinchuan was about to step out when he vaguely heard voices emanating from his room. "Oh dear, why is my face so swollen?" A pang of anxiety gripped him, and he hastened his steps, leaving the house and heading straight for the county town. Upon arrival, guided by memory, he swiftly located his destination, the Xingsheng state-run photography studio. Unlike future times, this era boasted only one photography studio in the vast Heishui County, and it was state-owned. The studio was a quaint two-story building, adorned with a sign proclaiming Xingsheng state-run photography studio. In the display window, large, colorful wedding gown photographs and smaller black and white ones caught the eye. In the lower left corner, a handwritten advertisement proclaimed the availability of new-style wedding gowns and tuxedos specifically for capturing wedding memories. As Li Yinchuan arrived a bit early, there were few patrons in the studio. Seated near the entrance was a slender man in work attire, sporting black-rimmed glasses, sipping from a large mug while perusing a newspaper. "Hello, comrade," Li Yinchuan greeted cheerfully. The slender man glanced up, peering at Li Yinchuan over his glasses, but, unfamiliar with him, returned to his newspaper. "Hello, comrade." Undeterred, Li Yinchuan continued to engage him with a smile. After a few moments, the man reluctantly lowered his newspaper and, with a frown, inquired, "What brings you here so early?" "Comrade, I wish to have my photograph taken." The slender man frowned and, with evident impatience, replied, "Photograph? The price list is over there. Take a look and pay for what you wish to choose." He gestured with his chin towards the price list. Li Yinchuan felt a twinge of irritation. Indeed, this was a state-run studio, and the service attitude left much to be desired. Alas, such was the nature of state enterprises in this time. In fact, in state-run restaurants, it was not uncommon to find a sign reading, "Please do not assault customers." This was not a joke. It was a grim reality where instances of staff brawling with customers occasionally occurred. What was customer service? What did it mean that the customer is king? In this era, employees of state-run establishments seldom acknowledged such concepts. Taking a deep breath, Li Yinchuan resolved to remain calm. Turning to the modest price list, which was merely a piece of cardboard propped up, he noted the prices: colored 4-inch photos for 10 yuan, black and white 4-inch photos for 5 yuan, 1-inch ID photos for 4 yuan, and 2-inch ID photos for 5 yuan. The selection was limited and the prices exorbitant. Li Yinchuan glanced at the price list and then at the thin, dark man who was once again picking up his newspaper. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a box of Life Source cigarettes he had just purchased from his pocket. He tore open the packaging, took one out, and, with a smile, offered it to the man. "Comrade, would you like a smoke?" To his surprise, the unexpected occurred. "I don't smoke," the thin man replied sharply, as if Li Yinchuan owed him money. This marked the first failure of Li Yinchuan's attempts to share his cigarettes since his rebirth. Taking a deep breath to steady his emotions, he spoke softly. "Comrade, May I inquire if you provide home service? Home service? The thin man tossed the newspaper onto the table, glancing at Li Yinchuan with a sneer. You're from the countryside, aren't you? What kind of joke is this? If you want a photo, come here. The camera is too expensive to risk damage. You're so naive. Could I pay extra? Extra? Who do you think you're looking down on? This is a state-run establishment. Don't try to corrupt us with your capitalist ways. Get out of here if you're not taking pictures. He waved his hand dismissively, appearing intent on ignoring Li Yinchuan once more as he picked up the newspaper again. Li Yinchuan felt a surge of anger, his teeth clenched in frustration. He surveyed his surroundings, contemplating how he might retaliate and planned his escape. Chapter 57. A minute's change at that moment. The door swung open, and a man stepped inside. The thin man cast a quick glance, and in an instant, his demeanor transformed. He sprang from his chair, swiftly placing the newspaper back on the table. The disdain that had previously colored his expression was replaced by an eager smile, revealing 8 yellowed teeth. With hands at his sides and a slight bow, he respectfully addressed the newcomer. Leader, you've arrived. Witnessing the sycophantic behavior of the man, Li Yinchuan seethed with indignation. It was evident that he adjusted his attitude based on social standing. He resolved to discover the identity of this privileged individual and why he was treated with such deference, while others faced disdain. Today, he would not merely take a photo. He would cause a commotion at the photo studio. If he could not have his pictures taken, neither would anyone else. Casting an angry sidelong glance, Li Yinchuan was taken aback. To his astonishment, he recognized the man, none other than Wang Jinping, who had donned his banner the previous day. A spark of inspiration ignited within him. Having successfully borrowed authority once, he decided to replicate the tactic. Wang Jinping nodded in acknowledgement. Old Bai, have my daughter's photos been developed? Leader, they've been ready for some time. I was just about to deliver them when I saw you had come in person. The thin man replied, immediately retrieving a clearly pre-prepared envelope from beside the table and presenting it with both hands. As Wang Jinping accepted the envelope, he casually remarked, I'm a bit rushed. I have a meeting shortly. Good morning, Brother Wang. A voice resonated. And it was only then that Wang Jinping noticed the presence of another individual in the room. Upon closer inspection, he couldn't help but chuckle. Isn't this my old friend from Yinchuan? You've come to take photos too? Indeed, Wang Gu. I just wanted to snap a few pictures. All right. I'm quite busy at the moment. Let's catch up another day. Old Bai, this is my little brother. Please take good care of him. Rest assured, leader. I shall ensure that I capture this esteemed young man splendidly. Wang Jinping was as swift as the wind, exiting the photo studio in under a minute. However, the dark and slender old Bai's demeanor towards Li Yinchuan underwent a complete transformation, his face lighting up with a smile as he cautiously inquired, Young brother, do you know Director Wang? Li Yinchuan cast a glance in his direction and retorted sharply, Of course, we had drinks together just a couple of days ago. And I even visited his home afterward. Instantly, the slim old Bai regarded him with newfound respect. To drink with Director Wang and be invited to his residence surely indicated significant standing. He bent his waist even lower as he spoke, producing a pack of cigarettes from his pocket. Coincidentally, the brand was Life Source. He extended one toward Li Yinchuan. Brother, would you care for a smoke? Li Yinchuan glanced at the cigarette in his hand and then at the man before him, feeling a sense of deja vu from a recent encounter. Still simmering with irritation, he replied, I do not smoke. The slender man forced an awkward smile, undeterred, striving to maintain his cheerful demeanor. Brother, I apologize for my earlier rudeness. Had I known you were a friend of Director Wang, I wouldn't have uttered a word. By the way, you mentioned needing home service? What does that entail? Li Yinchuan scrutinized the gaunt old Bai, inwardly cursing his superficiality. Nevertheless, since the man had already softened his stance, he refrained from further protest. Taking a deep breath, he stated, I need to take photos at Baiyun Village. How much extra is the home service? Old Bai's smile widened, his wrinkled face resembling a blooming chrysanthemum. How could there be an additional charge for home service? It is merely part of serving the people. With the home service now complimentary, Li Yinchuan presented his final request. I have one more stipulation. Will the photos be displayed in the showcase? And could you also arrange for a similar handwritten advertisement beside them? Not a problem. Those are trivial matters. What will it cost to display them in the showcase along with the handwritten ad? Once again, I assure you that serving the people requires no payment. To suggest otherwise would be to belittle me. Very well, thank you, my friend. Thus, what initially appeared to be an insurmountable task was effortlessly accomplished. All due to Wang Jinping's fleeting minute and a single remark. Reflecting on the situation, Li Yinchuan perceived old Bai as rather unscrupulous. However, Considering his own position as a beneficiary of power, he could not deny the allure of such authority. It must be said that although the slender man from the photo studio lacked admirable character, once his attitude shifted, his service and skills proved commendable. In the morning, Li Yinchuan sought out his companion, and that very morning, he arrived at Li Yinchuan's residence, camera in hand. After capturing the photographs, he intended to leave but was persuaded by Li Yinchuan to stay until sunset, as he claimed the evening light was even more exquisite. This commitment left Li Yinchuan feeling somewhat embarrassed, leading him to question whether this enthusiastic, slender man was indeed the same individual he had met earlier that day. After completing the photographs, he promptly returned to the county town and worked tirelessly that evening to develop the images. By the following morning, Li Yinchuan was greeted with the finished product. The photographs were stunning, particularly the radiant sunbeam that illuminated the tiles during sunset, rendering them almost lifelike. Once the images were printed and enlarged to 8 inches, they were displayed in the window, accompanied by a handwritten advertisement that read, "If you admire this tile design, please contact Li Yinchuan's family in Baiyun Village, Qianjin Township." Li Yinchuan gazed at the photograph of his tiles, chuckling to himself, satisfied that the advertisement had been successfully crafted. With 2 lifetimes of experience, Li Yinchuan had developed a profound understanding of human psychology, particularly regarding when families are most willing to spend money, namely, during the time of marrying off their sons. At such moments, the family's focus narrows to a singular goal, bringing home a daughter-in-law. Even in this era, it is not uncommon for parents to deplete their resources to ensure their son can marry. This is when they are most generous with their finances. Nowadays, families with a modicum of wealth and an inclination for modernity are certain to visit photography studios for wedding portraits. Li Yinchuan was convinced that no prospective bride could resist the allure of a photograph showcasing a beautiful house. Even if they could resist, women have a natural tendency to compare themselves with others. If a peer is marrying into a lovely home while they are not, how can any woman withstand the pangs of jealousy? Of course, all of this requires practical validation. Should the advertisement in the photography studio yield unsatisfactory results? Li Yinchuan contemplated placing small ads in shops selling dragon and phoenix quilts, bicycles, tape recorders, and even televisions, confident that the brides-to-be would inevitably be drawn in. However, Li Yinchuan's concerns proved unwarranted. The allure of the photographs of the splendid new house was potent enough to attract customers the very next day. Chapter 58. Being a model comes free. Wang Xiao, a 22-year-old female employee of the Luhu Forestry Bureau, was renowned as a beauty in the surrounding villages. With fair skin, striking features, and long legs, her large, captivating eyes had enchanted countless young men from the bureau. She was not only beautiful but also fashionable, considering herself a trendsetter within the Luhu Forestry Bureau. In the pursuit of a suitable partner, she set her sights on Wang Chunlin, the second son of the bureau chief, who hailed from a family of both influence and wealth. They had prepared all the essentials for a wedding, symbolized by the phrase 3 turns and 32 legs. The 3 turns refer to a bicycle, a watch, a sewing machine, and a radio, while the 32 legs denote furniture such as wardrobes, dressing tables, writing desks, chests of drawers, sofas, and beds, amounting to a total of 32 legs. In addition, her fiancé's father, during an overseas inspection, brought back a magnificent Sony 18-inch color television for the couple, reputedly the first of its kind from the Luhu Forestry Bureau. It is no exaggeration to assert that the union of her and Wang Chunlin serves as a representation of the Luhu Forestry Bureau. Naturally, such a family, when preparing for marriage, must visit a photography studio to capture their wedding photos, and these must be in color, with several copies made to fill their grand picture frames with beautiful images. However, upon arriving at Xingxin Photography Studio, Wang Xiao was immediately drawn to a striking photo of Li Yinchuan, rather than the anticipated beautiful wedding gowns. Mesmerized by the photograph, her imagination began to wander, picturing herself living in such a house, gazing at the splendid television, using a sewing machine, and reclining on a comfortable mattress. The thought of the envious gazes from relatives and friends made her exhale deeply, and with resolute determination, she declared, "Chunlin, I want to see Baiyun Village." Observing his wife's eagerness, Wang Chunlin felt a surge of energy and affirmed, "Sure, let us go to Baiyun Village." When they arrived at Baiyun Village and found Li Yinchuan's home, the sun was setting, casting golden rays upon the tiles, creating a breathtaking display of blue and white hues that shimmered with vibrant colors. At that moment, reality surpassed the photograph in beauty, and Wang Xiao's heart was completely captivated. She clutched Wang Chunlin's arm tightly, Chunlin, I want our home to look like this. If we could have such a wedding, it would be worth a lifetime. I will follow your lead if we can achieve this. Upon hearing his wife's final words, Wang Chunlin felt an invigorating power surge through him, igniting a determination to secure their family status and uphold his dignity as a man. Soon, a cheerful young man named Li Yinchuan appeared. Noticing Wang Shou's eager gaze and Wang Chunlin's proud demeanor, Li Yinchuan smiled, recognizing the opportunity at hand. His voice was gentle, yet his terms were uncompromising. 1 flat tile for 1.5, no negotiations. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's pricing, Wang Chunlin instinctively gasped. Such a steep price. His mind raced with calculations, ultimately concluding that the 3 large tiled rooms of his home would cost around 300 yuan, equivalent to the price of 2 bicycles. He realized he needed to consult his family about the funds. However, Wang Shou clung tightly to his arm, her grip resolute. Chunlin, I want it. Faced with Wang Shou's sparkling eyes, Wang Chunlin found himself with little choice. He could only thump his chest once more and say, all right, my wife, since you desire it. Let us proceed. Li Yinchuan exchanged smiles with De Hu and Airbao. A deal was struck. Li Yinchuan had secured his first business transaction. With business secured, the workforce was readily available as the very individuals laboring for Li Yinchuan were already present. He summoned the 3 carpenter brothers, Ma Jiangwo, Ma Baohua, and Ma Zhenghua, along with the helpers working at his home, to announce the good news to everyone. I have recently taken on a job involving wall construction and seek the assistance of several skilled individuals. The 3 brothers from the Ma family are willing to work for a mere $4 a day, while others will accept $2 to $5 per day. Do you think this is a reasonable arrangement? Instantly, the atmosphere became lively. This price is exceedingly fair. Earning $4 a day translates to $120 a month, which is an exorbitant wage in this era. Even the laborers working alongside earn only $75 monthly, which is less than what is being offered here. If this is not acceptable, then nothing will be. Yinchuan, my 3 brothers have no objections. The eldest of the Ma brothers promptly expressed his family's agreement. Although the other 2 brothers remained silent, they firmly positioned themselves behind their elder, demonstrating their support. Indeed, we are also on board. Yinchuan brothers, we shall work with you. The remaining individuals echoed their enthusiasm. The air was charged with determination. These men possessed strength but lacked a platform to earn. Li Yinchuan chuckled, sensing the morale was high. Without hesitation, he decided to further ignite their enthusiasm by sweetening the deal. I have not yet finished. For every completed house, each bricklayer will receive an additional $2, while others will earn an extra $1. The men below were instantly flushed with excitement. Such good fortune was beyond their expectations. Long live Li Yinchuan. Yinchuan brother. From now on, I shall follow your lead unwaveringly. You direct me east, and I will not venture west. You command me to chase a dog, and I shall not pursue a chicken. From now on, your word shall be law. After basking in the applause of the crowd, Li Yinchuan continued, however, I must lay out a warning. The work you undertake must meet the standards of the house I have constructed. Should the homeowner express dissatisfaction with your work, not only will you receive no payment, but I will also deduct from your earnings. The youngest Ma brother, Ma Zhenghua, thumped his chest resolutely. Yinchuan brother, rest assured. If we do not perform up to par, we shall compensate. No problem, we will cover any shortcomings. A chorus of affirmations followed. Li Yinchuan grinned. The success of this venture hinged upon their efforts. At the break of dawn the following day, the 3 Ma brothers, accompanied by their crew, charged forth. By midday, they had exuberantly completed their first renovation task. Li Yinchuan regarded the first order for tile installation with great importance, personally attending the site to inspect the work, which was executed remarkably well, both swiftly and excellently. Wang Xiu and Wang Chunlin, a newlywed couple, were thoroughly satisfied. Coincidentally, Wang Xiu was scheduled to have her wedding photos taken that day, and the esteemed photographer, Old Bai from Shengsheng Photography Studio, had come to her home for the occasion. Such treatment was rare, but given the influence of the director of the Luha Forestry Bureau, Old Bai's service was exemplary. Wang Xiu even requested Old Bai to capture a series of wedding photos against the backdrop of her newly constructed courtyard wall. Given Wang Xiu's engagement to the second son of the director of the Luha Forestry Bureau, her beauty was undeniable, and Old Bai's photography was impressive. As Li Yinchuan gazed at Wang Xiu's photographs, an idea sparked within him. Comrade Wang Xiu, may we discuss a matter? Would it be possible to place a photograph of you alongside the promotional image of my home at Shengsheng Photography Studio? Wang Xiu was elated upon hearing the news. This woman had always relished the spotlight since her youth. The thought of her exquisite wedding photos prominently displayed in the window of the Shengsheng photography studio, admired by all the women in Heishui County, filled her with profound joy. All right, no problem. What about the cost? How much will it be? We will cover it, Wang Xiu declared grandly, for to her, the opportunity to be in the limelight far outweighed any financial considerations. Li Yinchuan was momentarily taken aback by Wang Xiu's response. He had intended to inquire about the fee for her modeling services, yet she was offering him money instead. A wave of emotion washed over him. How genuine. How remarkably sincere. It was a rare era indeed, where a model would pay to promote her image. However, despite his thick skin, Li Yinchuan felt too embarrassed to accept her money. Comrade Wang Xiu, your photos are so stunning. Having them displayed in the Xingxing photography studio is the greatest assistance to my tile business. How could I possibly ask you for money? In fact, I wanted to tell you that I will waive the fees. Wang Xiu beamed at this. Thank you, Master Li. You are truly generous. You have given me such a wonderful opportunity to shine, and you haven't even charged me. Li Yinchuan scratched his head, pondering whether to explore a business model where models would pay for their services. But he dismissed the thought, considering it too unseemly. After all, he prided himself on being an honorable man. Nearby, the soon-to-be groom, Wang Chenlin, exhaled in relief. He had feared he would need to ask his father for funds, but thankfully, Li Yinchuan had proven to be quite fair-minded. Thus, the wedding photos of the daughter-in-law of the Forestry Bureau chief appeared in the window of the Shengsheng photography studio without any cost, serving as an impromptu advertisement for Li Yinchuan's tile business. With these two advertisements, Li Yinchuan's tile business rapidly gained traction among the brides-to-be of Heishui County. Have you heard? The daughter-in-law of the Lua Forestry Bureau chief has tiled the exterior walls of her home, and it looks absolutely stunning. Really? How beautiful is it? You can see it right in the window of the Shengsheng photography studio. If you don't believe me, go take a look. I've seen it. It truly is gorgeous. I want the same treatment as the daughter-in-law of the Lua Forestry Bureau chief. I also want to tile the exterior of my house. A phrase began to circulate among the brides-to-be of Heishui County. Darling, I want to tile the exterior walls of our new home, or I want to marry you. Correspondingly, a saying emerged among the grooms-to-be. No problem, my dear, whatever you say. Of course, when the young men uttered these words, they often did so with tears in their eyes. This phrase symbolized the loss of two bicycles. It was hard not to cry. A wave of demand for exterior wall tiling began to sweep through the county's unmarried young women. The following evening, 3 clients arrived at Li Yinchuan's home, one from Xianrenkyo, another from the Songhe Forestry Bureau, and yet another from Choshui Township. All were brides who, after viewing Wang Xiu's wedding photos, found themselves unable to resist placing orders. 150 per square meter? No problem, but it must be done quickly. They were eager for Li Yinchuan to commence work that very night. The current dilemma has transformed into whether everyone should tackle the task individually. Given the formidable prowess of this team, it is certain they could complete one household in half a day. However, the 3 clients reside in 3 separate villages, each distanced from the others, and the roads are quite perilous. Thus, they can manage to address only one household in a day. Observing the situation, the eldest of the Ma family spoke up. Yinchuan, here is the plan. We 3 will each lead a team, and tomorrow we shall commence our work. Let a team? Is that feasible? Queried one. Are there enough laborers? Yinchuan, we will handle the meticulous tasks ourselves, while the more rudimentary work can be assigned to the laborers. As for the labor shortage, we may lack masons. But do we lack laborers? Our village may be deficient in many things, but not in manpower. Rest assured, we will gather everyone tonight and be ready to work by tomorrow. The 3 brothers of the Ma family had never felt such exuberance in their lives, and in that moment, they believed prosperity was within their grasp. Chapter 59. From paupers to sought-after individuals. Soon, Li Yinchuan witnessed the enthusiastic response from the villagers, spurred on by the promise of financial gain. By nearly 9 p.m., when the rural populace would typically be fast asleep, the Ma brothers led the charge. Knocking fervently on doors, the entire Bayun village erupted into chaos. A man, bleary-eyed, opened his door. What brings you here, Brother Ma? Come with us to tile the exterior walls for someone. It pays 5 yuan a day. If you finish a house, there's an extra reward of 1 yuan. The man's eyes widened in disbelief. His drowsiness vanished, replaced by exhilaration. Such a generous offer. I'm in. Excellent. Then come with me. As the Ma brothers advanced, more and more men gathered behind them. Within an hour, over 20 eager individuals stood before Li Yinchuan, precisely 21 in total, forming a team of 7. The eldest of the Ma family stepped forward. We have 3 teams, each comprising 7 men, all assembled. Li Yinchuan chuckled. Splendid. Everyone work hard tomorrow. I assure you. I will not shortchange you. By this time, it was already 10 o'clock at night, yet each of the 20 men brimmed with energy. During the farming off-season, they had an abundance of vigor, and as long as there was money to be earned, their enthusiasm was inexhaustible. A fiery determination burned in each of their eyes. That night, many households found it difficult to sleep, as thoughts of potentially earning substantial money the following day kept them wide awake. Before dawn, the 3 teams of men departed from Bayun village, filled with fervor, ready to tile the exterior walls. The once ubiquitous idlers in the village had vanished, and the greetings exchanged among villagers had transformed. Has your 7th brother joined Li Yinchuan's project team? He has. He left early this morning. Did your 6th brother join? Of course. It's at least 2. 5 yuan a day. I heard the Ma brothers earn at least 4 yuan a day. It seems their 3rd brother, Manhwa, is still single. Perhaps we could introduce your sister Chuyer to him? I think that's a splendid idea. With the men of the household venturing out to earn a living, the women at home found renewed vigor and light in their eyes. Life always holds a glimmer of hope, enabling individuals to thrive. The following day, the 3 construction teams collectively earned 800 yuan. That evening, the teams returned triumphantly. At 8 p.m., over 20 men gathered at the doorstep of Li Yinchuan's home, eager to engage in their most cherished activity, distributing wages. Not only were they present, but a multitude of villagers surrounded them, all keen to witness this momentous occasion, as it marked the first time such a large-scale construction team had been established in Bayun village. Li Yinchuan, a man who relished summarizing his experiences, reflected on the previous day's work. While everything else had gone smoothly, one aspect was considerably lacking. The distribution of wages was conducted in silence, which did little to uplift morale. Thus, today, Li Yinchuan resolved to conduct a grand display of financial transparency, distributing wages publicly to instill a sense of prosperity among the villagers, young and old, demonstrating that following him, Li Yinchuan, would lead to great wealth. To enhance the formality of the occasion, Li Yinchuan even prepared a small notebook, reminiscent of leaders on television. As he distributed each payment, he announced the recipient's name loudly. Ma Jiangwo, 6 yuan. Ma Jiangwo strode forward, his presence almost accompanied by an imaginary theme song, proudly accepting a 5 yuan note and a 1 yuan note from Li Yinchuan. The crowd erupted in applause, their eager gazes fixed upon him in that moment. Ma Jiangwo resembled a triumphant hero, the brightest star of Bayun village. At that moment, the nearly 6-foot-tall man felt a twinge in his eyes. Earning 6 yuan in a day was a dream he had never envisioned, yet today, Li Yinchuan helped him realize it. Ma Jinhua, 6 yuan. Ma Baoguo, 6 yuan. Wang Lalu, 3. 5 yuan. As each individual received their payment, the atmosphere reached a crescendo. This was genuine money. Even as laborers, earning 3. 5 yuan in a day meant that if work were consistent, one could earn over 100 yuan in a month, an amount akin to the monthly wages of 2 laborers in the city. They could hardly fathom that such a day of earning had arrived, bringing smiles even in their dreams. Those who received money were elated, while those who did not were consumed with envy, their eyes burning with jealousy. Some, unable to contain their bitterness, remarked, "This good fortune will only last a day. What is there to boast about? It feels like an awards ceremony, truly a display of ignorance, a bunch of rustic simpletons." One voice chimed in, "My brother earned 3. 5 yuan today, unlike some who earn nothing and can only stew in envy." Laughter erupted from the crowd. Such individuals are ubiquitous, unable to bear witnessing others' success, instantly dividing the crowd into 2 factions, one celebrating their earnings and the other pouring cold water on the festivities. Yet, those who earned felt uncertain. No one knew if such a lucrative opportunity would arise again tomorrow. Regardless, even if it was only for a day, they had indeed earned 3. 5 yuan, hadn't they? Unexpectedly, after distributing the money, Li Yinchuan spoke again, offering everyone a reassuring promise. "I also have good news to announce. Today, 5 more families have requested tile work for their exterior walls. Tomorrow, we shall continue our efforts, and you must hasten your pace." A single team cannot solely attend to one household each day. The crowd erupted into a lively chatter. This fortune not only extended into tomorrow, but Li Yinchuan also believed that they could work even more swiftly. What does this imply? It suggests that there will likely be work the day after tomorrow as well. Rest assured, Yinchuan, we will certainly strive hard. Ma Jiangwo was the first to voice his commitment on behalf of his brothers. "You can count on me, Yinchuan. I will give it my all. Yinchuan, I, as the 7th of the Ma family, have always labored without reservation. Watch my performance tomorrow." The remaining individuals also fervently expressed their enthusiasm. Observing their high morale, Li Yinchuan added, "From today onward, for every house you complete, the Ma brothers will earn 6 yuan, while the others will receive 3.5. The more you work, the more you earn." The crowd erupted into exuberance. Initially, they had thought this was a one-time deal, something to be envied briefly, but it now appeared to be a potential long-term opportunity. What's more, the daily payment of 6 yuan was no longer the limit. With the new incentive for hard work, if neighboring teams were ready to work, they could potentially complete 2 jobs in a day. This would allow the Ma brothers to earn 12 yuan daily, while ordinary laborers might earn 7 yuan. They were truly thriving. The construction crew was genuinely prospering, especially the Ma brothers, who previously relied on their skills as tilers to barely make ends meet, now found themselves in a different position. As the team leaders, they stood to gain the most. Indeed, the Ma family was flourishing, while Ma Laodao was already married. Ma Er and Ma San remained single. Should someone introduce their daughters to them? Soon, some enterprising older women and young brides began to surround Ma Er and Ma San. "Baohua, you're not getting any younger. Let me help you find a match. My cousin from my aunt's side is exceptionally beautiful, ample in figure, and well-suited for childbearing. What do you think? How about meeting her soon? Zhenghua, I've always thought highly of you. My neighbor's daughter, Xiaozue, would be a good fit. Are you interested? If so, I can introduce you." The sisters-in-law and mothers buzzed around the Ma brothers. Ma Zhenghua felt a surge of excitement, his hands trembling slightly. He received 18 marriage proposals that evening, something he had never even dared to dream of before. Now, after merely working a day for Li Yinchuan, he had transformed into a coveted bachelor. He had harbored feelings for the girl next door, but she had shown no interest, and her mother always scrutinized him closely. Today, however, she had come over to flirt with him, and her mother was nudging her closer. It was too late, now that Ma Zhenghua had gained some stature. He dismissed the idea of her, especially with that bothersome mother. He was determined to find a partner who was ample, beautiful, and charming. After all, Ma Laosan was now one of the most sought-after men in Baiyun village. Ma Baohua was indeed devoted. He had always harbored feelings for the daughter of his neighbor, Shufan. Shufan reciprocated his affections, yet her mother, concerned about their financial circumstances, had consistently opposed their union for several years. To his surprise, this evening, Shufan's mother approached him, whispering, "Baohua, I know you like Shufan. If you think it's feasible, consider finding a matchmaker in a couple of days to propose. Let us aim to formalize your relationship with Shufan this year." Beside him, his beloved gazed at him with longing, biting her lip. "Thank you, Auntie." Ma Baohua was nearly overwhelmed with joy. A dream he had cherished for years was finally within reach, and no one could hinder his union with Shufan any longer. Ma Jiangwo, the eldest son of the Ma family, typically earned meager wages. His wife, Ping Lihua, often quarreled with him, criticizing him daily. However, upon returning home that evening, Ping Lihua greeted him with a smile. "Dear, you must be tired. I've prepared chicken stew with mushrooms. Please eat." After their meal, she warmly prepared footbath water for him. And following that, she offered to massage his shoulders. Eventually, she drew near, allowing him to experience the intimate joys that had been absent for far too long, nearly overwhelming Ma Jiangwo with delight. This was life. This was the essence of living. On this day, all who had labored alongside the factory crew were treated like heroes. Those without wives were introduced to countless potential partners, while those with wives found their status at home significantly elevated, each becoming the decision-makers in their households. In a swift moment, the members of Li Yinchuan's engineering team transformed into the most sought-after figures in Baiyun village. Each resolved to work diligently under Li Yinchuan, acknowledging that all their fortunes stemmed from his efforts. Chapter 60. The new fashion of marriage. Li Yinchuan remained oblivious to Mrs. Bai, who lurked in a corner, her eyes blazing with resentment as she watched him distribute money to his workers. Had they not split from the family, all of Li Yinchuan's earnings would have belonged to her. Clutching her chest, she felt a heaviness. When had this ailment begun? She pondered, realizing it had started when this young rascal separated from the family. Since then, she had experienced countless bouts of anger, all stemming from him. How could this young rascal be so ostentatious? One moment he was earning money from selling braised dishes, the next he was building grand houses. Now, he was even profiting by tiling exterior walls for others, and remarkably, he succeeded. As the grandmother of this young rascal, she felt utterly deprived of any benefit. While the Li family's fortunes dwindled day by day, and he seemed indifferent, instead distributing money to outsiders. Why was this young rascal still thriving? Each sighting only fueled her frustration. Of course, Li Yinchuan remained unaware of her thoughts and had no desire to know. If someone were to inform him that Mrs. Bai was incensed due to these matters, he might well indulge in an extra bowl of rice. As night fell and everyone departed, Li Yinchuan contentedly calculated his earnings. Today, his gross profit amounted to 800 yuan, after deducting 230 yuan for tiles, 81 yuan for workers' wages, and transportation costs. His net profit totaled approximately 450 yuan, a substantial stack of 45 crisp bills. Not bad. At this rate, in just 23 days, one could create a proud household boasting a fortune of 10,000. My son, did you truly earn 450 yuan today? Upon hearing this, Zhou Suzhen could scarcely believe her ears. This was not mere earning. It was akin to a heist. Mother, indeed, it is 450 yuan. And it will surely increase in the future. That night, Zhou Suzhen tossed and turned, unable to sleep, not out of worry but from joy, occasionally awakening with a smile. Meanwhile, Mrs. Bai also found herself restless, having witnessed Li Yinchuan distributing wages to workers. Though she was unaware of his actual earnings, upon closing her eyes, she envisioned Li Yinchuan counting a substantial sum of money, all the while withholding a single cent from her, leaving her quite incensed. If the initial success of Li Yinchuan's venture was attributed to the advertisement of his photography studio from the second day onward, every completed project became a living advertisement for him. As more brides-to-be adorned their homes with tiles, it became a fashionable trend in Heishui County. What? You haven't tiled the exterior of your new house? How could a girl possibly wish to marry you? Perhaps in another lifetime. Numerous grooms-to-be, with tears in their eyes, begrudgingly handed over their money to Li Yinchuan. Strangely, those spending money felt utterly powerless, pleading with Li Yinchuan to expedite the tiling of their new home's exteriors. Brother, please hurry. We're eager to wed. Without the tiles, the girls were resolute in their refusal to marry. With Li Yinchuan's exterior tiling services serving as a beacon, one village followed suit, then another, and soon, every village in the Dahe mountain area was graced with his advertisements. If one claimed never to have seen a house with tiled exteriors, they must have hailed from the most remote corners of Heishui County, where few would engage in conversation with them due to their perceived rusticity. The orders Li Yinchuan received multiplied exponentially. The second day brought 3 orders, the third day 5, the fourth day 6, the fifth day 7, and by the 10th day, 13. Negotiating prices became a non-issue. A steady stream of clients awaited their turn for tiling. Some affluent households, eager to skip the line, even offered an additional 50 cents per square meter. Initially, payment was collected only after the work was satisfactorily completed. But as the number of appointments surged, the payment structure transformed. Now, one would first book an appointment, followed by a visit to measure the area, and upon completion, a 50% deposit was required. In these times, to demand half the payment before the work commenced was a mark of exceptional prowess. And Li Yinchuan achieved this with ease. Moreover, clients presented their payments with urgency, fearful of being placed at the back of the line or of delays hindering their weddings. Presently, Li Yinchuan found himself counting money to the point of cramping hands, as throngs of people flocked to him, all hoping for his team to commence their projects swiftly. After all, the sooner they worked, the sooner these hopeful grooms could marry. On the third day of resuming work, Li Yinchuan ventured into the county town, and the reason was straightforward. He needed to purchase tiles from the factory. The workload was overwhelming, and the previous batch of tiles he had bought was woefully insufficient. He had not yet entered the factory director's office when he overheard a heated argument, one that seemed oddly familiar. Old Wang, can your sales department make an effort to promote our products? If the tiles in the factory remain unsold, how will our workers feed their families? Director, can we really be blamed for this? We are genuinely trying our best, running around every day. But if the government isn't constructing buildings, who will buy our tiles? Section Chief Wang, what kind of attitude is that? Ma Yue, let me speak plainly. This is my attitude. If you are dissatisfied, I can simply resign and let whoever wants to take over do so. In that moment, Li Yinchuan felt a pang of sympathy for Director Ma, who found himself in a dire situation, constantly complaining to the sales department, yet receiving little response. The similar scenes unfolded once more, with the sales section chief storming out. However, this time, Li Yinchuan quickly sidestepped, ensuring he was not in the way. As the remaining individuals in the room streamed out, Li Yinchuan approached. He gently knocked on the half-open door. Inside, Ma Yue was sulking with his large teacup in hand. Over the past month, he had argued with the sales section chief 18 times, his tongue nearly worn out, yet not a single tile had been sold. He was beginning to wonder about the purpose of the sales department altogether. Now, dreams of promotion and wealth seemed utterly out of reach for Ma Yue. His thoughts were consumed by the potential bankruptcy of the tile factory and whether he would face liquidation, given his father-in-law's influence. Would he have a chance to return to the commercial bureau as a mere clerk? The answer was somewhat daunting, as the responsibility for the closure of a factory was not trivial. Would he end up returning home to sell sweet potatoes instead? The mere thought of it left him feeling suffocated. Upon hearing a knock at the door, Ma Yue, feeling irritable, barked, "Who is it?" Li Yinchuan chuckled softly. "Director Ma. It has been a few days since we last met. Why do you seem so irritable? Anger can lead to illness." Ma Yue looked up, recognizing the young man before him. He suddenly recalled that this was the individual who had visited a few days prior, claiming to be a friend of Director Wang. That day, they had even signed a contract for a batch of tiles. Was it possible that he was dissatisfied with the outdated designs and had come to return them? Feeling a twinge of anxiety, Ma Yue took a sip of water, carefully choosing his words. "Ah, it's you. What brings you here? By the way, have you reviewed the contract? Once our factory's tiles are sold, they cannot be returned or exchanged unless there is a quality issue." He emphasized the last phrase, fixing his gaze on Li Yinchuan with a resolute expression, as if daring him to challenge his stance. It was clear that he was determined to refuse any request for returns, having steeled himself for a confrontation with the sales department faltering. It was imperative for him as the factory director to take charge. This month, they had barely sold any tiles, and a return would jeopardize his very livelihood. For the first time in many years, Ma Yue felt the weight of responsibility on his shoulders. Despite the multitude of people, he remained undeterred. "Today, even if you were to present flowers, I could not return a single tile." Li Yinchuan was momentarily taken aback. He initially failed to comprehend the meaning behind Ma Yue's words. After a moment of reflection, he understood and chuckled. "Director Ma, where are you going with this? I did not come here to return tiles. I am here to purchase them." Ma Yue was left speechless. "Did I hear incorrectly? You are not here to return tiles, but to buy them?" The scene was surreal, far exceeding Ma Yue's expectations. "Rest assured, Director Ma, you heard correctly. I am indeed here to buy tiles. I would like to order 100,000 bathroom tiles and 50,000 mosaic tiles. As per our previous contract, let us calculate the bathroom tiles at 2.5 cents each and the mosaic tiles at 3 cents. That totals to 4,000 yuan. Director Ma, this contract is in black and white. You cannot raise the price." Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's words, Ma Yue was utterly bewildered, hardly able to believe his ears. 4,000 yuan worth of tiles? What could you possibly need with so many tiles? In these times, a worker's monthly wage barely reached 50 yuan. 4,000 yuan equated to the monthly wages of 80 individuals. While this amount was trivial for institutional procurement, for an individual, it was a significant transaction. No matter how hard he tried to imagine, Ma Yue could not fathom where these tiles would be used. Of course, they would be used for a house. Ma Yue's heart raced. He was genuinely buying tiles and planning to spend 4,000 yuan at once. He never anticipated that the largest transaction for the tile factory this year would be one he himself facilitated. Trembling slightly, he inquired, "How shall we settle this?" "I will pay in cash," Li Yinchuan replied, as he reached into his military bag and pulled out 4 bundles of cash, each containing 100 notes, amounting to a total of 4,000 yuan. In these times, a household with 10,000 yuan was a rare breed. 4,000 yuan was a significant sum, perhaps more than an ordinary person would see in their lifetime. As he gazed at the 4 bundles, Ma Yue's eyes sparkled with astonishment. Looking at Li Yinchuan, he perceived him as a figure radiating golden light, akin to a deity of wealth. The expression in Ma Yue's eyes shifted. They were now filled with warmth and affection. If possible, he would have liked to bow down before him in gratitude. The frown that had previously marred Ma Yue's brow unfurled, and a sincere smile graced his lips, turning upwards at a 60-degree angle. "Young man, you truly are impressive. Having traveled so far, you must be tired. Please, have a seat and rest. Are you thirsty? Quickly, have some water." Li Yinchuan was rendered speechless by the abrupt change in demeanor. "It's all right, Director Ma. I am neither thirsty nor tired." Ma Yue, seeking conversation, remarked. "Not thirsty or tired is good. By the way, I remember your name is Su Yinchuan, correct?" Li Yinchuan placed a hand on his forehead. Realizing the absurdity of the situation, it seemed that the gentleman before him had not even remembered his name, indicating how little weight he placed on this transaction. Su Yinchuan was a name destined to become synonymous with the future grandmaster of Chinese chess. I apologize, my name is Yinchuan, but my surname is Li. Indeed. My name is Li Yinchuan. I misspoke. I should be reprimanded. Brother Yinchuan, may I inquire how you managed to sell such a vast quantity of tiles? As he spoke, Li Yinchuan glanced at the contract. Ma Yue, perceptive as ever, quickly grasped Li Yinchuan's intent. Rest assured, Brother Yinchuan, everything will adhere to the contract. The tile prices will not increase. I am merely curious. If you could share your selling strategy, not only will there be no price hike this time, but we can also sign an addendum to ensure prices remain stable for the next 6 months. Li Yinchuan contemplated this. It seemed that the lucrative opportunities would be fleeting, as the technical barriers were not insurmountable. By next year, there could be numerous competitors, and profits might dwindle. Very well, let us proceed with the addendum. Having lived 2 lives, Li Yinchuan understood the value of caution. After finalizing the addendum, Ma Yue brewed some Monkey King jasmine tea. As they savored the tea, Li Yinchuan elaborated on his innovative strategy for selling tiles, from creatively applying them to exterior walls to utilizing photography studios to capture images of the tiled FAAs. Leveraging the purchasing power of newlywed couples, he meticulously detailed his effective approach to Ma Yue. Ma Yue listened in amazement, frequently expressing his admiration with approving gestures. Remarkable. Truly remarkable. How did you come up with such an ingenious plan, young brother? Tile manufacturers have previously attempted to market their products to the public. Yet who would have thought to apply bathroom tiles to exterior walls? Moreover, who would have predicted that the most significant consumer demographic would be young couples preparing for marriage? This young man before me has an extraordinary future ahead. No wonder Director Wang recommended you. Your capabilities are impressive. As Li Yinchuan prepared to depart, Ma Yue clasped his hand and earnestly advised, Brother, our factory will always be your home. Please visit often, even if you don't intend to purchase tiles. Li Yinchuan boarded the factory truck, which rumbled and jostled its way home. However, upon nearing his residence, he furrowed his brow, noticing a gathering of people at his doorstep. A sense of unease gripped him. What could have transpired? He leapt from the vehicle, and before he could regain his balance, the crowd recognized him. Yinchuan has returned. A chorus of voices surged forward, overwhelming him. Taken aback, he retreated a step, bewildered by the commotion. Yinchuan, does your tile crew still need workers? I've worked as a tile setter for a few days before. Yinchuan, I can endure hardship. Can I join your tile crew? Yinchuan, you once nursed from me as a child. My older brother has been idle for quite some time. Could you take him along to earn some work? A throng of people encircled Li Yinchuan, chattering excitedly. It dawned on him that the crowd had gathered due to the recent payment distribution, and they were eager to join him in pursuit of earnings. Spotting his sister, Li Qiao, peeking out, he beckoned her to fetch a notebook. After a moment's thought, he declared, Everyone, listen to me. We do not require additional workers for the exterior tile project at this time. Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's words, the crowd below displayed expressions of utter disappointment, as their aspirations of earning some money seemed entirely shattered. However, unexpectedly, Li Yinchuan shifted his tone, but do not be anxious. For this tile-laying team will undoubtedly expand in the future. Rest assured, we are all fellow villagers, and I will certainly consider everyone when good fortune arises. For now, those interested should come to me to register, and once the need arises, I shall promptly call upon you all. Instantly, the spirits of those who had plummeted to despair were rekindled with hope by Li Yinchuan's words. In a flurry, they all surged forward. Do not crowd, do not crowd. Rest assured, if there is work, I will certainly notify everyone. Make sure to call us when there is work. Amidst the myriad of earnest requests from the crowd, Li Yinchuan managed to disperse them. Upon entering the house, Zhou Suzhen encountered Li Yinchuan, her expression tinged with helplessness. Chuaner, from dawn till dusk. There have been people wanting to bring gifts to our family, yet I steadfastly refused. Had I accepted, I reckon our chicken coop would be overflowing. It is only natural. Such is human nature. From that day forth, Li Yinchuan's popularity soared within the village like a blossoming sesame seed. Those who previously enjoyed teasing them had vanished. And wherever Zhou Suzhen went, she was met with smiles and warmth. At times, Zhou Suzhen even found herself questioning whether she had given birth to the son of a county magistrate, for why else would everyone greet her with such joy? Chapter 62. Encountering an old foe as Li Yinchuan and his brothers traversed daily between the county town and Bayan village. Li Yinchuan increasingly felt the strain of carting back and forth was exhausting. With financial stability no longer a concern, he resolved to purchase a cow, an animal that could assist in hauling the cart and, during the busy farming season, could be used for plowing the fields. Without hesitation, Li Yinchuan inquired about where to procure a cow and learned that the livestock trading market was situated 5 miles from the county in Nyojia village. The market was established there not only because Nyojia village boasted the finest cattle in the county, but also due to its ample grazing land adjacent to the village, making it the preferred destination for anyone wishing to buy cattle. Early one morning, Li Yinchuan, accompanied by Dahu and Erbao, leisurely made their way to Nyojia village. In his 2 lifetimes, this was Li Yinchuan's first visit to Nyojia village. However, Erbao had accompanied his father on a couple of occasions, thus leading the way. After traversing a rugged valley adorned with peculiar rocks and navigating through a perilous gorge flanked by 2 mountains, their vision suddenly opened to a vast expanse of lush green pasture, accompanied by a small river nearby. Erbao pointed towards the riverbank in the distance, exclaiming, "That's it." Before they could approach, the unmistakable scent of livestock wafted towards them, and upon closer inspection, they beheld hundreds of animals and a bustling crowd, creating a lively atmosphere. Although this place is called Nyojia village, it sells not only cattle but also mules and donkeys, and occasionally horses. This trading market is essentially an area designated by the county for transactions, where disputes may arise. Naturally, those in the meat trade often frequent this locale. Purchasing livestock that can no longer work or sell, Li Yinchuan nodded in acknowledgement. Since they were there, it was prudent to take a stroll and observe the surroundings. Not far into their walk, they were approached by a salesman. "Brother, would you be interested in a donkey? This one is 3 years old, in its prime, strong-boned. And I'm letting it go for just 150 yuan. What do you say?" Li Yinchuan glanced at the donkey, which indeed appeared robust, tall, and well-built. It caught his eye, but alas, he was in search of a cow and thus politely declined the offer. As he meandered about, Li Yinchuan noted that there were indeed some commendable mules and donkeys, but he found the cattle lacking. This was to be expected. In these times, a good cow is the cornerstone of a family's livelihood. Cows are often regarded as family members, and who would casually sell their kin? The cows available for sale were typically those too old and destined for slaughter. He spotted a large, impressive green cow, but upon inquiry, the seller quoted an exorbitant price of 1,600 yuan, unyielding. Li Yinchuan scrutinized the seller, thinking, "Do you take me for a fool? A fair price for a cow is around 800 yuan. Your demand is outrageous." He turned away, unwilling to indulge such folly. Perhaps a donkey would suffice? He pondered, wavering in his decision. Just then, he noticed a commotion nearby. A group of people gathered, animatedly negotiating. With nothing else at hand, Li Yinchuan squeezed through the crowd to investigate. 2 men were engaged in a heated discussion. One, a man in his 40s with a sun-darkened face clad in patched clothing, was identified as Nyojia, a cattle seller. The other man, upon closer inspection, made Li Yinchuan's heart skip a beat, his old acquaintance and adversary from a past life. His former father-in-law, Wang Fuguwei. The two had been arguing for quite some time over a 6-year-old cow. From their conversation, Li Yinchuan gathered that the cow had birthed 3 healthy calves, but now had a pressing issue. It could no longer stand. Wang Fuguwei declared, "Old friend, no matter how good this cow was in her prime, capable of bearing calves or plowing fields, now she is merely a useless creature that can't even stand. I'm offering 300 yuan, which is quite generous. If you think that is insufficient, feel free to haul her to the county and sell her yourself. You can't sell a meat cow as a work cow, can you? 800 yuan? Does it grow on trees? That is simply unreasonable." Nyojia looked despondent. 300 is far too low. This cow was perfectly fine until she gave birth. I don't know why she can't stand now. Perhaps she will be back on her feet in a couple of days. Wang Fuguwei was utterly amused. "My friend," he said, "what will you do when you grow old and find yourself unable to stand? Will you simply wait a few days to rise again?" The onlookers burst into laughter. His comrade retorted, "You speak as though I am ancient. My cow is merely 6 years old and has yet to reach its twilight. Besides, I am compelled to sell it to cover the wedding expenses and dowries for my 2 sons. 300 yuan barely suffices." Upon hearing this, Wang Fuguwei's eyes widened in disbelief, his finger jabbing towards the other man's face, nearly spitting saliva in his direction. "You cannot possibly dictate the price of my cow based on your wedding costs. Am I responsible for your son's nuptials? This is utterly absurd. How about this? I will raise my offer to 320 yuan, but not a single cent more." Nyojia hesitated. Indeed, his cow could no longer stand. Could it possibly rise again in a couple of days? Deep down, he doubted it, yet he was reluctant to accept that truth. "Brother, there's no shop like this once you leave this village. If you don't believe me, venture out and see. You won't find many who are as fair-minded as Wang Fugui. If I were you, I would have sold it already. Wang Fugui continued persuading him, asserting that in these times, there were hardly any who raised cattle purely for meat. The demand for beef was ever growing, and considering the cow's relatively young age, its meat would surely be exquisite. Should he acquire it, he could profit at least 100 yuan. Thus, he was fervently pushing for the deal, sensing that success was within reach. Niuwei would tenderly caress the horns of his cow, feeling a pang of reluctance. He had raised this animal since it was a calf, and over the years, a bond had formed. Was he truly prepared to send it off to be slaughtered for his son's weddings? Yet, it was no longer of use to him if it could not stand. Perhaps selling it for 320 yuan could help him gather enough for the weddings. Just as Niuwei was about to agree, Wang Fugui's heart swelled with anticipation, ready to finalize the transaction. At that moment, Li Yinchuan approached, examining the cow closely, even squatting down to feel its physique. A good cow should possess strength, endurance, agility, and keen reflexes. In the cattle trade, there is a saying, examine the hide from above, the hooves and limbs from below, the chest from the front, and the rear from the back. The cow's skin was thin yet resilient, indicating its agility. Its hooves were well-formed and its limbs robust, suggesting speed and power. A broad chest signified ample lung capacity, indicating endurance for labor. A well-formed rear suggested strong hindquarters, indicating significant strength. The more Li Yinchuan observed, the more he appreciated the animal, exclaiming, "Brother, this cow is quite remarkable." Chapter 63. Wang Fugui's attempt to seize a bargain? Not a chance. Upon recognizing Li Yinchuan, Wang Fugui's irritation flared. Niuwei was already on the verge of agreeing to the sale, and now this fellow had appeared from nowhere. The last time he had dealt with him, he had not yet avenged himself, although Li Yinchuan had ultimately become the son-in-law of the family. The bitterness in Wang Fugui's heart remained unquenched. Today, with the intent to purchase a cow, he had brought along 4 companions. Perhaps he should consider settling the score right here. However, upon closer inspection, De Hu and Erbao stood nearby, causing his heart to sink. With these 2 youngsters present, he knew he stood no chance. They had previously bested him despite having a greater number of people on their side. Of course, this was merely a fleeting thought. There was no justification for him to confront Li Yinchuan, just as Li Yinchuan had no reason to provoke him. Yet, what was the purpose of this young man's visit today? Was he intent on disrupting his business? Wang Fugui scratched his head, pondering that he had not crossed paths with him recently. Niuwei cast a glance at Li Yinchuan and sighed deeply. "Brother, this bull is truly remarkable. If it weren't for my son's wedding expenses, I would never consider selling it." Li Yinchuan crouched and gently touched the bull's horns, scrutinizing it further before suggesting, "Why not sell it to me?" Wang Fugui, overhearing this, was immediately displeased. "Hey, Yinchuan, I haven't wronged you recently, have I? There's a term in this world called first come, first served. I arrived first, and Haven T finished discussing with this elder brother. What else with your abrupt interference? Besides you, a mere vendor of stewed dishes, what do you intend to do with a bull that can barely stand? Are you planning to make beef stew?" Li Yinchuan glanced at Wang Fugui. "Uncle Fugui, if it truly cannot stand, I wouldn't consider purchasing it. However, I believe it still has the potential to rise." Wang Fugui, upon hearing this, couldn't help but chuckle in disbelief. "Have you recently earned too much money and are burning a hole in your pocket? That bull is sprawled out there. Do you truly think it can stand again?" "Uncle Fugui, if I wish to buy it, I must believe it can rise." Niuwei interjected, filled with excitement. "Brother, can it really stand again?" Li Yinchuan nodded. "I believe it should be fine." Wang Fugui, with skepticism, scrutinized both Niuwei and Li Yinchuan. "Are you 2 conspiring to drive up the price?" "Yinchuan, we are from the same village. Such actions are rather unscrupulous." "Uncle Fugui, what are you insinuating? Why would we conspire to deceive you?" Li Yinchuan thought to himself, holding back a retort. "In my previous life, you bullied me for 8 years. This time, I will seize any opportunity to turn the tables." Today, he stepped forward, partly because he believed this was a bull worth saving, but more so to prevent this old scoundrel from profiting at his expense. Wang Fugui scoffed. "Come, everyone, gather around. I've never heard of a bull that cannot stand yet can rise again. What if I can make it stand?" Wang Fugui was growing impatient. "Kid, if you can truly make it stand, I will kneel and bow to you 3 times. No need for such theatrics. That wouldn't be of any use. By the way, my friend, how much do you intend to sell this bull for?" Niuwei scratched his head, a man of honest demeanor. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, "If this bull can stand, it should be worth 800. However, if it cannot, it can only fetch 320 as a meat cow. If you can help it stand, you will be its savior, and I will sell it to you for 500. What do you say? All right, thank you, my friend. Let's proceed with this, Uncle Wang Fuchi. If I can get this cow to stand, I will purchase it. The total cost is 500 yuan. And I request your assistance with 300 yuan. What do you think? Wang Fuchi pinched his plump hand, feeling a twinge of apprehension. This young man had been quite the phenomenon lately, seemingly successful in all his endeavors. It was rumored that he had made a considerable profit selling steamed buns. And now he had embarked on a project involving wall-mounted teams, consistently bringing in money. Could he truly manage to get this cow to rise? Wang Fuchi's gaze returned to the bovine, which appeared to be lying docilely on the ground. It seemed increasingly improbable for it to stand again. The more he looked, the less likely it appeared. Although he was not a cattle farmer, as a butcher, he had dealt with countless cows over the years. He had never heard of a cow that, once unable to stand, could regain its footing. From a practical standpoint, he found it utterly implausible that a mere lad like Li Yinchuan could be more knowledgeable than he. Moreover, he harbored a desire for retribution. After being bested by this youth once in the past, he had not received any consequences. Today presented an opportunity for payback. With that thought, Wang Fuchi chuckled. All right, if you can make this cow stand, I will cover 300 yuan of the 500 yuan purchase price. However, let me be clear, if you cannot get it to stand, you must kneel before me and bow 3 times. Li Yinchuan looked up at Wang Fuchi, jestingly remarking, Uncle Fuchi, my bows are quite valuable, you know. Each one is worth at least 100 yuan. Very well, it is settled. Wait here a moment while I fetch some medicine. I assure you, I will make it stand. Suddenly, a thought struck Wang Fuchi. By the way, how long will it take for the medicine to work? Don't tell me it will stand next year. Am I supposed to wait until then? Laughter erupted among the crowd, for Wang Fuchi's statement was indeed reasonable. Li Yinchuan chuckled. No need for that. Once I administer the medicine, it will be up in 2 hours. By the way, does anyone have a bicycle I could borrow? The round trip would be too cumbersome otherwise. One bystander, eager to witness the spectacle, readily lent his bicycle to Li Yinchuan. Knowing that Wang the butcher frequently collected cattle from this area, and recognizing that Li Yinchuan hailed from the same village, leaving him with no place to escape, Li Yinchuan hopped on the bicycle and pedaled furiously to the pharmacy canteen, seeking out Wang Danian. Brother Wang, could you assist me by procuring some medicine? What kind of medicine? Wang Danian replied. When it comes to medicine, you've come to the right person. I have access to it all. With Wang Danian's help, Li Yinchuan quickly obtained the medicine and even acquired a set of injection equipment before racing back. A miracle was about to unfold. Chapter 64. Insuo. I hope you weren't harmed by Hua's prickly beard. Upon Li Yinchuan's return, he was surprised to find that Insuo and Wang Hua had arrived. It had not been long since their last encounter, yet Insuo appeared noticeably thinner, his once fair complexion now gaunt, his rounded chin transforming into a sharp one. At such a young age, dark circles had begun to form under his eyes. In contrast, Wang Hua appeared plump and radiant. Clearly unaware of the extensive hours Insuo must have been working each night. Life had not been easy for him. In a moment, Li Yinchuan found himself engulfed in a whirlwind of emotions. In his previous life, Li Yinchuan had ridiculed him incessantly, to the point where he wished nothing more than to end his life. However, now that he stood before Li Yinchuan, all animosity dissipated, replaced by a flicker of sympathy. He was acutely aware of the hardships he himself had endured in his past existence. How he longed to utter a simple phrase to him. Yinchuan, you have endured much. Facing the delicate yet formidable Wang Ruhua at night is no small feat. I hope you have not been pricked by her bristles. Upon seeing Li Yinchuan, Li Yinchuan's expression mirrored the complexity of his own feelings. Once, he had been a mere follower of Li Yinlong and Li Yinhui, joining them in tormenting Li Yinchuan. Back then, he perceived Li Yinchuan as utterly inept, believing that aligning himself with Li Yinlong and Li Yinhui was a far superior choice. He had felt himself to be vastly superior in comparison to Li Yinchuan. Yet, who could have anticipated the dramatic upheaval that would transpire in just a few short months? The once dominant Li Yinlong had been soundly defeated by Li Yinchuan, using the hand of Wang the butcher, while the academically successful Li Yinhui had been humiliated by Li Yinchuan's command of foreign languages. Those who once seemed unattainable to Li Yinchuan had now become mere vanquished foes. Moreover, it was rumored that Li Yinchuan had recently amassed considerable wealth through his ventures in selling braised dishes and constructing facades in the village. Whenever Li Yinchuan's name was mentioned, it was invariably accompanied by enthusiastic thumbs up and praises, for who could deny that he was indeed a remarkable young man? Ironically, the very position that was once destined for Li Yinchuan had now been filled by himself, transforming from a tormentor to the son-in-law of Wang the Butcher. In comparison to the current Li Yinchuan, he felt woefully inadequate, now forced to look up to him, reflecting on the trials he had faced in recent months. And the pain of the bristles that had pierced him, Li Yinchuan was suddenly overwhelmed with a profound sense of sorrow. Gazing at the radiant Li Yinchuan, he could barely muster the strength to call out softly, "Brother Chuan." Li Yinchuan responded with a calm demeanor, "Is that you, Yinchuan? It has been quite some time." Nearby, Wang Ruhua observed the warmth of Li Yinchuan's greeting and, interpreting it as an invitation for kindness, smiled sweetly. "Ah, Brother Chuan, it has indeed been a while." However, the mere sight of Wang Ruhua elicited a visceral reaction from Li Yinchuan, an involuntary retching. Reflecting on his past life, he found it remarkable that he had endured such nausea daily without succumbing to esophageal cancer. Wang Ruhua's warm welcome was met with repulsion, and her expression soured. Wang Fuguei, noticing Li Yinchuan's return, grinned and said, "Li Yinchuan, you have finally returned. Enough of the delays. Hurry up. We are eagerly awaiting your expertise on the cattle. If you cannot remedy them, just let me know. Perhaps Uncle Fuguei may even spare you from bowing in apology. Fear not. If I cannot heal the cattle, I shall simply bow thrice to Uncle Fuguei. After all, you are my elder and also Yinchua's father-in-law. We are indeed family." Wang Fuguei found discomfort in Li Yinchuan's words, feeling as though he were at a disadvantage. The prospect of having to bow thrice without gaining much advantage gnawed at him, especially since he would still be responsible for the 300 yuan should the cattle be cured. "Very well, I shall commence the treatment." Li Yinchuan retrieved a large syringe from his pocket, affixing a needle as thick as a child's arm, before loading it with medication. Regardless of its therapeutic efficacy, the sight was undeniably intimidating. He then aimed at the cow's hindquarters and plunged it in resolutely. The cow let out a low moo, likely startled by the unexpected pain inflicted by Li Yinchuan's forceful approach. With a fleeting glance at the creature, he thought to himself that it would have to endure. After all, this was his inaugural attempt. Rising to his feet, he stowed away the sizable syringe and dusted off his hands, proclaiming, "All right, start the countdown. Within 2 hours, this cow should be able to rise." All eyes were now fixated on the fallen animal. Could Li Yinchuan truly perform a miracle and restore the incapacitated cow to its feet? Observing Li Yinchuan's confident demeanor, Wang Fuguei felt an unsettling doubt creeping into his heart. As time ticked by, Wang Fuguei supported his chin with his hand, gazing intently at the cow, which remained obediently sprawled on the ground. He pondered anxiously whether the cow would indeed stand again. If it were anyone else making such claims, he would be certain it could not rise. Yet, the peculiar nature of Li Yinchuan made him wonder if it were possible. The hours dragged on, the passage of time feeling particularly slow that day. After 1 hour and 50 minutes, there was still no sign of change. A weight lifted from Wang Fuguei's chest as he realized that 10 minutes remained. Could a miracle truly occur in that brief span? Why did he find it so hard to believe? It was often said that a petty person, once granted success, became arrogant. Recently, Li Yinchuan had experienced nothing but smooth sailing, achieving success at every turn. It was clear he was becoming overconfident. Today, he seemed destined to face a significant setback. "Yinchuan," Wang Fuguei called out, "the time is nearly up, and the cow is yet to stand. Perhaps it is time for you to fulfill your promise?" Li Yinchuan glanced at him and smiled. "Uncle Fuguei, do you really covet my 3 cows that much?" Wang Fuguei grinned menacingly, licking his lips as he replied, "Indeed, I do. I have no other hobbies. I simply relish the sight of the younger generation bowing before me." Calm and composed, Li Yinchuan responded, "Uncle Fuguei, we agreed on 2 hours, and the time has not yet elapsed. Rest assured, if the 2 hours pass and the cow remains down, I shall certainly bow to you." Nearby, Wang Ruohua and Li Yinsuo began to murmur quietly as they watched the cow. "Yinsuo, do you think this cow can stand again? How could it? When have you ever seen a fallen beast rise again?" "I believe it will." "And why is that?" "Because Brother Chuan has said it will, and if he says so, it must be true." Fortunately, Li Yinchuan did not overhear Wang Ruohua's words. Otherwise, he would have been compelled to retch at the thought of having such an infatuated admirer. Wang Ruohua was indeed a peculiar woman. In a past life, she had bullied Li Yinchuan and saw no merit in him. But now, having not won his affection in this life, she found him admirable in every regard. As the seconds dwindled towards the 2 hour mark, it was now 1 hour and 59 minutes. The gathered crowd largely resigned themselves to the outcome, pondering whether a miracle could possibly unfold in this final minute. Wang Fugui gazed at Li Yinchuan with a smile that was neither fully a smile nor entirely devoid of one. Li Yinchuan reciprocated with a similar expression before turning his attention to the cow. Upon closer inspection, he noticed the animal's legs shifting. There was hope. Li Yinchuan approached and dramatically declared, "Rise," striking a pose as if to lift it. In an instant, a miracle unfolded. The cow, which had been lying on the ground, let out a resounding moo and, with great effort, began to lift itself. It was evident that the effort to stand was arduous. It stumbled slightly yet resolutely continued its endeavor. The onlookers erupted in excitement. "Look, the cow is truly standing. This lad possesses remarkable skills. Incredible, the cow has indeed risen." Wang Fugui's eyes widened in disbelief, his mouth agape as if a fist could fit inside. He was astonished by the spectacle before him. This defied all logic. How is this even possible? Nothing is impossible. Li Yinchuan replied nonchalantly, hands clasped behind his back. Yet, unbeknownst to others, his palms were slick with sweat. Today's FAAD had not been as seamless as intended, and he had nearly buried himself in the process. Li Yinchuan had not meant to pretend. He was compelled to put on an act due to Wang Fugui's unexpected challenge. Interestingly, in a previous life, Li Yinchuan had encountered a similar scenario with a cow that could not rise, exhibiting identical symptoms. This condition was known as bovine recumbency syndrome, primarily caused by calcium deficiency. The remedy was straightforward, a calcium supplement. He had witnessed someone administer a 400 milliliter injection of 10 calcium gluconate solution to a fallen cow, which stood up 2 hours later. In his current wager with Wang Fugui, Li Yinchuan decided to double the dosage, administering a full 800 milliliters to the cow, believing it would surely rise within an hour. Yet, surprisingly, it too took 2 hours to stand, nearly causing Li Yinchuan to lose the bet. In those final 10 minutes, it was disingenuous for Li Yinchuan to claim he was unfazed. He was on the verge of rushing over to hoist the cow to its feet. Although he spoke of being indifferent to bowing to Wang the butcher, in his heart, he could not help but care. This was a nemesis from his past life. And to bow to him again would be utterly humiliating. Li Yinchuan vowed to be more cautious in future wagers, steering clear of such precarious situations. Now victorious, it was time for Li Yinchuan to reap the rewards of his triumph. With a mischievous grin, he extended his hand. "Uncle Fugui, I believe this 300 yuan is now due to you." Wang Fugui's expression faltered momentarily, instinctively attempting to retort, "Yinchuan, Uncle Fugui was merely jesting. It couldn't be that serious." Li Yinchuan smirked. "Uncle Fugui, as a man, you must stand by your word. Don't let the younger folks look down on you." Wang Fugui took a deep breath. 300 yuan was no trifling sum. In these times, it could nearly purchase 2 bicycles. His heart bled at the thought. Yet glancing around, he noticed everyone's eager eyes fixed upon him. If he were to go back on his word, how could he ever show his face here again? Sighing in resignation, Wang Fugui reluctantly reached into his pocket, painstakingly pulling out 30 bills, his teeth gritting audibly, veins on his hands bulging with effort. Li Yinchuan snatched the money from him. "Uncle Fugui, it's getting late. Let us settle this and head home." Ignoring Wang Fugui's grim expression, he handed the money to Nyo Weigua and then pulled out another 20 bills to offer. "Brother, be serious now. If I leave and you find yourself short, I want to take responsibility." Nyo Weigua counted the bills thrice to ensure their authenticity, gratefully accepting the money. Had it not been for Li Yinchuan today, he would have sold his cow for a mere 320 yuan instead of the 500 yuan he ultimately received. "Brother, you truly are magnanimous." Watching Nyo Weigua lavish praise on Li Yinchuan after having forked out 300 yuan himself, Wang Fugui felt a surge of resentment. He had parted with 300 yuan and gained nothing in return. Li Yinchuan further provoked him with a grin, saying, "Thank you for your generous support, Uncle Fugui. I wouldn't have been able to afford such an expensive cow otherwise." Wang Fugui felt as if he could hardly catch his breath, nearly choking on his indignation, and could only huff, "Let us go home," turning away with his family. Unexpectedly, Li Yinsuo, lacking any sense of propriety, greeted Li Yinchuan as they departed. This lad was a born sycophant. Throughout his life, he had always sought to curry favor with those better off, while looking down upon those less fortunate. Unfortunately, Wang Fugui witnessed this scene, nearly grinding his teeth in fury. Once they rounded a corner, Wang Fugui seized his opportunity, kicking Li Yinsuo from behind and launching into a furious beating, shouting, "I told you not to greet him." The unfortunate Li Yinsuo received a thorough thrashing. Unaware that Li Yinchuan would have merely spectated with a bucket of popcorn had he known. Defending Li Yinsuo? Absolutely not. In both of his lives, Li Yinchuan had harbored a deep disdain for the term saintly. A true man must distinguish between kindness and enmity. How could one repay virtue with virtue? Leading the cow home, Li Yinchuan was greeted by Zhou Suzhen's beaming smile upon his arrival. Those who have never farmed could never comprehend the profound affection a farmer holds for his ox. Just look at this splendid creature. Its coat gleaming, limbs sturdy, chest broad, and rear well-formed. How on earth did you acquire such a fine beast? Luck, pure luck. After listening to Li Yinchuan's account, Zhou Suzhen could hardly contain her delight, astonished that the butcher had suffered such a significant loss. However, for those who had encountered his son, Zhou Suzhen's response was quite straightforward. He deserved it. Let him be arrogant. Over the past few days, Li Yinchuan had been pondering a question. He had, on 2 occasions, taken advantage of Wang Jinping's connections to bolster his own status. Although Wang Jinping was unaware, Li Yinchuan believed that one should always express gratitude and felt compelled to present Wang Jinping with a token of appreciation. The art of gift-giving is indeed a nuanced endeavor. Ideally, one should offer something that the recipient truly needs. It is also distinctive, leaving a lasting impression. As a bureau chief, Wang Jinping was not lacking in fine cigarettes or premium liquor. His household was well-stocked, making the selection of an appropriate gift a conundrum. After much deliberation, Li Yinchuan recalled visiting Wang Jinping's home and noticing that the woodpile appeared significantly diminished. With September approaching, he thought to bring some firewood as a gift. Without hesitation, he borrowed a chainsaw and a large axe from the village chief and, accompanied by Dahu, ascended the mountain. In these times, there was little oversight, and the two managed to return with a cartload of firewood in a single day. This firewood was of the typical household variety, about the width of a bowl and over a foot long, easily split in half. However, knowing he was presenting a gift, Li Yinchuan was determined to make it special. Surely, a prominent bureau chief would not be in want of firewood, as he could easily summon as much as he desired with a mere phone call. Li Yinchuan sought to be distinctive. He approached Ergo and his brothers with the proposition, I need you to prepare this firewood in a certain manner. I can offer 5 yuan per person for a day's work, and within 3 days, I need the cartload ready. Is that agreeable? Upon hearing the wage, Ergo and his brother's eyes sparkled with enthusiasm, and they confidently assured him, absolutely, Brother Chuan. Rest assured, we will have it ready for you in 3 days. 3 days later, Li Yinchuan drove his newly acquired cart, laden with firewood, to Wang Jinping's home. Unfortunately, fate was not on his side. For Wang Jinping was away conducting research in the countryside, leaving only his wife, Li Kaiwa, at home. Initially unimpressed by the arrival of a cartload of firewood, she thought it was an ordinary offering. After all, even she could easily have a cart of firewood delivered with a simple phone call. Moreover, the family of a leader was discerning about the gifts they accepted. Had she not known of Wang Jinping's high regard for Li Yinchuan, she would have deemed the firewood unworthy of entry into her home. With an indifferent tone, Li Kaiwa instructed, Yinchuan, just unload it by the woodpile. However, as Li Yinchuan began to unload the firewood, Li Kaiwa suddenly sensed something amiss. Curiosity piqued, she approached for a closer look, and a smile of undeniable delight spread across her face. Indeed, while Li Yinchuan had gifted firewood, it was not merely any firewood. The wood had been meticulously cut into 15-centimeter long, thumb-width strips, neatly bundled with string into a manageable size for single use. It was evident that this bundle was designed for immediate consumption. In the frigid winters of northeast China, the necessity of burning firewood becomes apparent. Typically, it is the men who undertake the task of chopping wood during this season. However, the household of old Wang is an exception. Due to the overwhelming demands on Wang Jinping, the bureau chief, it falls upon Li Kaiwa to wield the axe in the biting cold of winter. Imagine, if you will, a woman braving temperatures plummeting to 30 degrees below zero, struggling with an axe and firewood in such harsh conditions. This is hardly a task befitting her. It is no exaggeration to assert that chopping firewood is the one activity Li Kaiwa abhors most in her life, without exception. The mere thought of it sends waves of anxiety through her, leading to countless arguments with Wang Jinping. Yet, she understands the reality of his commitments. There is no one to rely upon, and once the wood is chopped, it is always Li Kaiwa who must resume this arduous task. Today, however, the delivery of firewood by Li Yinchuan has splendidly resolved this predicament. All she needs to do now is effortlessly place a bundle into the stove and embrace her role as a serene and graceful lady. Li Kaiwa cast a deep glance at Li Yinchuan, fully aware of her husband's lofty standards and the scarce few he deems worthy. The special regard her husband has for Li Yinchuan initially struck her as mere coincidence, but today she has come to realize that this young man possesses remarkable qualities. Such thoughtfulness is indeed rare among the common populace. Yinchuan, thank you, dear brother-in-law. You have no idea how exhaustingly busy Wang is every day. Chopping firewood has always been my burden, and your delivery has truly alleviated my troubles. Sister-in-law, I'm glad you appreciate it. Should you ever find yourself short on firewood, do not hesitate to let me know. I will bring more. All right, I must express my gratitude, Yinchuan. Come inside for a cup of tea. No. My brother isn't home, so I shall return another day. Do come in for tea. Really, sister-in-law, it's getting late, and I must hurry home. I promised to return for tea brewed by you. Very well, just a moment, please. Seeing that Li Yinchuan was determined to leave, Li Kaiwa quickly went to the storeroom and emerged with a cloth bag. Yinchuan, we have little else. Take these few bottles of liquor back with you. Your brother drinks excessively when he is out, so let us hope he indulges less at home. Sister-in-law, it's unnecessary. We have our own liquor. Are we strangers? If you take this firewood, I shall refuse to accept it. Please, sister-in-law, I can't possibly return empty-handed. Very well, I won't insist any longer. The day is drawing to a close. You should head back. As Li Yinchuan stepped outside and opened the bag, he was astonished to find it contained 4 bottles of national liquor. Although touted as national liquor at a price of 10 yuan per bottle, acquiring it necessitates a coupon, which costs around 100 yuan each. Therefore, these 4 bottles equate to over 400 yuan, while the firewood he delivered was worth but a pittance. What a generous gift, indeed. In the days that followed, Ma Yue found himself waking with laughter in his dreams. For the influx of funds into the tile factory had surged dramatically, thanks to Li Yinchuan. Ma Yue also received commendations from Wang Jinping, the director of the commercial bureau. Old Ma, well done. His father-in-law, who usually held him in little regard, clapped him on the shoulder, remarking that this son-in-law was quite commendable and that if he continued this way, a promotion would be inevitable. Old Ma, could you share the recent measures you've implemented to significantly reduce inventory and reclaim funds? Director, it is entirely thanks to you. Thanks to me? Wang Jinping felt a hint of displeasure. While everyone enjoys flattery, this was a bit too overt. He could surmise that Ma Yue would soon attribute the success to his wise leadership. Nevertheless, Wang Jinping sought genuine accomplishments, and Ma's approach seemed inappropriate. To his surprise, Ma's subsequent comments astonished him. Director, it truly is thanks to you. It was your introduction of Shaoli that led to our tile factory successfully eliminating a substantial amount of inventory. Shaoli? Which Shaoli? Noticing Wang Jinping's astonishment, Ma Yue sensed something was amiss. That would be Li Yinchuan, the one you recommended, right? Oh, Yinchuan, what has he done? Ma Yue exhaled in relief, realizing they indeed knew each other. Li Yinchuan is truly remarkable. He has successfully advertised himself through a photography studio, cleverly utilized the competitive psychology of his soon-to-be wife to promote wall coverings, and organized a work crew to earn money while simultaneously aiding the tile factory in reducing inventory. As he narrated the series of events, Wang Jinping's heart surged with excitement. He hadn't anticipated that in such a short time, Li Yinchuan would achieve so much. This young man was indeed a talent. Reflecting on how Li Yinchuan had delivered firewood to his home just days prior, and how his wife had been praising him incessantly, Wang Jinping felt an urge to cultivate a friendship with Li Yinchuan. Clearly, it was essential to share a few drinks with him to strengthen their bond. The following day, the phone at the Baiyun village team office rang, and upon answering, they were seeking Li Yinchuan. When Li Yinchuan arrived, he discovered it was Wang Jinping inviting him for drinks over the weekend. This was splendid news. For Li Yinchuan's delivery of firewood was not only a gesture of gratitude, but also a means to grow closer to Wang Jinping. Thus, the two parties, eager to establish camaraderie, enjoyed drinks together over the weekend. The meal was simple, consisting of a single dish, yet it was far from ordinary: potatoes stewed with frogs. This delicacy was exceptionally delicious, albeit rather costly. The frogs, known locally as hashima, are referred to as male dogs for the males and female for the females. The females carry 2 large ovate masses, renowned as the fabled frog oil, which is highly nutritious. Today, Wang Jinping had treated Li Yinchuan to a sumptuous serving of potatoes stewed with frogs, each female being the size of a palm, impossible to find in the market. With each bite, the flavors enveloped Li Yinchuan's palate, truly satisfying his cravings. As they dined, Wang Jinping broached a matter. Brother, I wish to ask you for a favor. Brother, feel free to speak. What do we need to ask of each other? Yinchuan, I've noticed your English is quite good, and I would like you to tutor Kibya. With college entrance exams approaching, her English has always been lacking, and I am genuinely anxious about it. Despite Wang Jinping's esteemed position, When it comes to his daughter's education, he is no different from an ordinary father. This very reason serves to bring him and Li Yinchuan even closer. Chiyoya? Li Yinchuan recalled the girl he had not seen in a long time, with her cool hands, ponytail, and bright, kind eyes. Brother Wang, it's not that I am unwilling to assist you. My English is self-taught, and I am hardly a teacher. What does it matter how it was learned? A good cat, whether black or white, is one that catches mice. All I know is that you can converse fluently with Thomas, and there is no one else in the county who can match that. Wang Jinping's gaze was earnest. It was the first time he had ever asked Li Yinchuan for help in their lengthy acquaintance, considering their relationship and the memory of that cool little hand. Li Yinchuan readily agreed. Very well, I shall do my best. Upon returning home, Li Yinchuan pondered for a while. Being a teacher requires imparting knowledge, otherwise he would become a laughingstock. Fortunately, in his previous life, he had frequent exposure to various lectures on a popular platform, and he had acquired numerous learning tips. This minor task would pose no challenge for him. On the agreed Saturday morning, Li Yinchuan rose early. After inspecting his reflection and noticing his somewhat greasy hair, he quickly boiled some water, washed his hair, dressed in a shirt paired with a Zhongshan suit, and stood before the mirror. Boyle, a remarkably handsome young man, had emerged. Everything was in order. He was ready to set off. For Wang Qiuya to gain admission to university, it was his duty to assist. Yinchuan is here? Upon seeing Li Yinchuan, Li Kaiwa greeted him warmly, engaging him in conversation for a moment before fetching a plate of apples and pear apples to bring into the girls' room, then withdrew. The pear apple, a rare fruit in later times, is often referred to as the ugly pear due to its unsightly appearance, originally cultivated in Yinbian. Li Yinchuan had not tasted one until this moment. Taking a bite, he found it to be surprisingly delightful, crisp, sweet, and juicy. As Wang Qiuya watched her mother leave, she suddenly felt a twinge of nervousness, lowering her head to grip the corner of her cotton coat, scrutinizing it as if it were adorned with flowers. Li Yinchuan, observing her demeanor, felt an inexplicable nervousness himself. However, having lived through 2 lifetimes, he was no stranger to life's tempests. It was inconceivable that he would falter in the presence of a young girl. Ahem, I heard your father mention that your English is not particularly strong. Although my own grasp is modest, I do possess some experience in learning the language. Allow me to share my study methods with you. As Li Yinchuan broached the subject of English, Wang Qiuya's tension dissipated rapidly. She lifted her gaze to meet his, curiosity piqued. Her father had mentioned that the man across from her had only completed middle school, yet he spoke English fluently, an astonishing feat in this era. First and foremost, do not fear during your examinations. The current level of our English tests corresponds to that of elementary school students in Great Britain. Thus, you must have faith in your abilities. If you perceive the material as overly daunting, you may end up with incorrect answers. Li Yinchuan's insight stems from a popular science article on a certain platform. In retrospect, the English language of 1983 appears astonishingly simple after 4 decades. Without delving into other aspects, one can simply observe the types of questions that were posed, which include phonetic recognition, spelling, word definitions, sentence transformations, and multiple-choice fill-ins. If future generations were to be tested on such formats, they would surely awaken from their dreams with laughter. Wang Qiuya pondered this and realized that she might have indeed overcomplicated her approach to English. It was evident that Li Yinchuan possessed a distinctive methodology for learning the language. With her large, glistening eyes, Wang Qiuya gazed at Li Yinchuan, as if to convey her admiration for his prowess. Feeling a warmth rise within him under her gaze, Li Yinchuan hastily composed himself and cleared his throat before continuing. Furthermore, it is beneficial to memorize exemplary essays. I have practically memorized all the English texts. Yet the results have been less than impactful. If the effect of model essays is not significant, one should resort to memorizing a dictionary, which contains corresponding English sentences. The more one commits to memory, the stronger their linguistic intuition becomes. Eventually, her performance in English will be inconceivable. This was yet another novel learning method unfamiliar to her generation, and Wang Qiuya nodded vigorously, convinced that the words of an English expert could not be erroneous. All right. I shall give it a try. Lastly, one could prepare a notebook, specifically a collection of erroneous answers. This term was entirely new to Wang Qiuya, and she inquired with uncertainty, what exactly is a collection of erroneous answers? It entails transcribing all the questions you answered incorrectly and periodically reviewing your mistakes. This way, when you encounter similar problems again, you will not err a second time. Is that truly possible? Wang Qiuya rose and paced the room, as Li Yinchuan's words seemed to unlock a new realm of understanding for her. Not only English, but also Chinese, mathematics, politics, and history could benefit from such a method. How had she never considered this approach before? Her gaze towards Li Yinchuan transformed. What once resembled a youthful infatuation now held an aura of mystery and wisdom. How could a man, merely a middle school graduate, possess such knowledge of things she had yet to learn? In the admiration of Wang Qiyar's eyes, Li Yinchuan felt a sense of comfort. Impressive, isn't it? I have gleaned this knowledge from daily exploration on that platform, making it difficult for someone from the ADS like you not to be impressed. After sharing 3 significant secrets, Li Yinchuan attempted to engage Wang Qiyar in conversation in English, albeit with simpler topics. Once again, his formidable spoken English captivated her. Now, as Wang Qiyar glanced at Li Yinchuan, he appeared exceptionally handsome, and upon further inspection, undeniably impressive. How could this man be so remarkable? Her father mentioned that he was currently thriving in business and earning substantial profits. Truly, the epitome of perfection. August 24th, an unremarkable day, held no particular significance in terms of business. However, for Dehu, today was extraordinary. It was his birthday. In his childhood, Dehu eagerly anticipated his birthday. For on that day, his mother would lovingly prepare a bowl of noodles, topped with a fried egg and a few drops of sesame oil. This, to him, was the pinnacle of culinary delight. It constituted his fondest childhood memory. After the passing of his parents, every birthday he celebrated alongside Li Yinchuan and Bai Erbao. Typically, on this day, Li Yinchuan and the others would venture to the river to catch some fish or ascend the mountains to hunt small game, ensuring that Dehu felt a touch of warmth from his brothers on this special occasion. This year marked Dehu's first birthday celebrated in the county, and to honor him, Li Yinchuan and the others closed their stalls early. They intended to head straight to a restaurant, but upon turning the corner, Li Yinchuan unexpectedly discovered a newly opened cake shop, the first of its kind in Heishui County, established earlier this year. Recognizing the significance of the occasion, they decided to procure a birthday cake for Dehu. From a perspective 40 years hence, the cake appeared quite ordinary, round and white, adorned with simple decorations and inscribed with Happy Birthday in red frosting. However, in this era, such a cake was a rare delight. Is this for me? Dehu asked in disbelief. Indeed, it is said that people in foreign lands celebrate birthdays with this, so today, we shall partake as well. All right. Under Li Yinchuan's direction, they arrived at the restaurant, lit the candles, and sang the birthday song. To the 2 younger brothers, Li Yinchuan seemed capable of anything, and they found no surprise in this new tradition of singing birthday songs. After extinguishing the candles, they cut the cake and made wishes. Dehu earnestly wished for something. What did you wish for, Dehu? Erbao asked teasingly. I won't tell you. It won't come true if I do. It wouldn't be about finding a wife next year. Would it? Sha, I would never wish for something so distasteful. They laughed and playfully jostled each other. In Dehu's heart, the wish he had just made was simple. He hoped to continue enjoying birthday cakes in the coming year, with his 2 good brothers by his side. With the cake in hand, Dehu eagerly took a bite. It was sweet, a sweetness that resonated deep within his heart. For the 3 young men, the modest-sized birthday cake merely served as a light appetizer, not impeding their main meal in the slightest. Since it was Dehu's birthday, they had to order several hearty dishes: chicken stewed with mushrooms, a farmer's stew, braised pork, crispy white meat, braised pork knuckles, red braised carp, sweet and sour ribs, no fewer than 8 substantial dishes. Aside from the farmer's stew and the chicken dish, which contained a modicum of non-meat ingredients, the rest were all meat. Today was all about enjoying meat. They opted for locally brewed sorghum liquor, known for its delightful taste without the harsh after-effects. In such good times, sharing delicious food and fine liquor with good friends only heightened their joy. Remarkably, in this era, these 3 strapping young men could consume 8 meat dishes, with the meat diminishing at an observable rate. As they drank, Erbao suddenly recalled something and, with a slurred tongue, declared, Chuan Gu, I'll take you to an exciting place soon. This statement left Li Yinchuan momentarily stunned. An exciting place? Erbao, with an air of mystery, glanced at Li Yinchuan and Dehu and whispered, yes, a particularly fun place. Chapter 68, The Dark Lantern Dance Party. What makes it so entertaining? Don't ask. You'll find out when we get there. Erbao presented a rather mischievous demeanor, despite the relentless pressure from Li Yinchuan and Dong Dahu. He steadfastly refused to divulge any information, insisting that they would learn more upon arrival at their destination. The anticipation of discovering an exceptionally entertaining locale left everyone restless, rendering their drinks somewhat tasteless. As the dishes were nearly cleared, the trio raised their glasses in a toast, and, after savoring the last remnants of their beverages, emerged from the restaurant, leisurely following Airbao towards the reputedly delightful location. This intriguing sight was quite a distance from their drinking establishment. After meandering through the streets for approximately 10 minutes, they traversed a lengthy alley, just as Li Yinchuan began to feel fatigued. "It's just ahead," Airbao exclaimed. Pointing ahead, before them lay a spacious courtyard, a striking sight amidst a landscape dominated by wooden structures. This establishment boasted brick walls and a grand iron gate adorned with two beast-head knockers, exuding an air of magnificence. "How do you find this place?" Airbao inquired, his playful demeanor hinting at a desire for some light-hearted teasing. Approaching the door, he knocked assertively. "Who is there?" came a cautious voice from within. "I, by Airbao, have brought my two brothers to support brothered along." With a creak, the door swung open, revealing a small man with a prominent black mole, who peered out to scrutinize Airbao and his companions. Upon noticing Dong Dahu, he cast a longer glance. "Have you been here before? Are you aware of the rules? This is your second visit, so you should know the drill." The small man hesitated, eyeing Dong Dahu, perhaps sensing his intimidating presence. After glancing around and confirming they were alone, he finally said, "Come in quickly." Once inside, the little man promptly shut the door, as if engaged in covert dealings. Li Yinchuan and Dong Dahu felt increasingly bewildered. What kind of escapade awaited them? The atmosphere felt reminiscent of clandestine meetings among underground factions, sending a chill down Li Yinchuan's spine. If this were 40 years later, it would surely hint at illicit activities. However, having ventured this far, turning back felt unwise. So they decided to follow along and observe. Upon entering, they found themselves in a spacious courtyard, at least 200 square meters in area, dominated by 5 large tiled houses. Yet, curiously, all the windows facing them were obscured by curtains, lending an air of secrecy. Unable to contain his curiosity any longer, Dong Dahu asked, "Airbao, what exactly are we here for? What is so entertaining about this place?" Airbao replied with an enigmatic smile, "You'll find out once we go in. Patience." His cryptic response only heightened Li Yinchuan and Dong Dahu's anticipation. Meanwhile, the small man leading them was quite talkative. "What else would we be doing but dancing?" Dong Dahu scratched his head and replied with a gruff tone, "Dancing? What is the appeal in that? This seems pointless. Let us leave." The small man glanced back at Dong Dahu with a mischievous grin. "You may not comprehend this, but dancing alone lacks significance. However, if one were to draw the curtains, extinguish the lights, and embrace a beautiful maiden while dancing, that would indeed be captivating." Upon uttering this, he licked his lips, his eyes shimmering with longing. "A blacklight dance party?" Li Yinchuan involuntarily blurted out the phrase. The boy with a birthmark cast a surprised glance at Li Yinchuan. "Brother, impressive. You seem to be quite knowledgeable. That is what they call it in the big cities." For some reason, upon mentioning the term blacklight dance party, Li Yinchuan felt a sudden quickening of his breath, as if he had forgotten something significant, yet no matter how hard he tried, he could not recall it. "What does a blacklight dance party mean?" The novice Dahu couldn't help but inquire. The boy with the birthmark turned to Dahu and chuckled. "It's quite literal, I assent it. In a dimly lit dance floor, when the lights go out, you are close to her, and she is close to you. Haha," he concluded with a lewd grin that any man would understand. Dahu scratched his head, still bewildered, but felt too shy to ask further. Soon, the boy with the birthmark led them to the entrance. Just as he was about to push the door open, he paused, recalling something. "Oh, by the way, there is an entrance fee of 1 yuan per person." "Well, that is pricey," Airbao murmured, producing 3 yuan to pay the fee, allowing the boy with the birthmark to finally open the door. In the next moment, a different world unfolded before Li Yinchuan and his companions. The interior, where 3 rooms had been merged into a single hall, boasted a spacious area of approximately 80 square meters. A grand chandelier adorned the center of the room, featuring 6 substantial bulbs, with ribbons draping from the beams above. Chairs surrounded the periphery, and in one corner stood several large thermoses, alongside a few enamel jars marked with the character for joy, each holding around 500 milliliters. A white paper affixed to the thermoses indicated that draft beer was available for 30 cents a cup. Adjacent to this was a glass jar filled with various spirits. A glance revealed goji berries, ginseng, schisandra, and gastrodia. A similar white paper on the jar stated that loose white spirits were priced at 10 cents per tael. Next to this jar was a shelf displaying an assortment of snacks, where a couple was closely huddled together, selecting food. At the payment station sat a young girl in her early 20s. Her features were obscured beneath a thick layer of makeup, her lips painted a vivid red. and she donned a miniskirt that left little to the imagination, evoking thoughts of moral decay. The establishment was well-equipped, though it must be noted that it was rather dim. For example, the draft beer at 30 cents for 500 milliliters was approximately double the market price. At this juncture, around 20 individuals occupied the room, about half of whom were women. Given the unique circumstances of the era, their attire tended to be relatively conservative. Thus, it was easy to spot the man standing in the center of the room. He sported sunglasses, a white shirt, and flared trousers. Clearly the epitome of trendiness within this venue. In this time period, there existed a specific term to describe such a fashionable young man: Big Brother Long. Upon noticing the fashionable young man sporting sunglasses before him, Erbao stepped forward with enthusiasm to greet him. The stylish youth, upon spotting Erbao and his companions, enthusiastically called out from a distance, "Erbao, Big Brother Dalong, let me introduce you to my friends Yinchuan and Dahua, who have come to experience your wisdom today. I am Wan Bilong, but you may call me Big Brother Dalong. Erbao's brothers are my brothers. Feel free to enjoy yourselves." Despite wearing sunglasses indoors, Big Brother Dalong spoke with remarkable candor. How can he see anyone clearly with those dark glasses on, especially with the curtains drawn? Dahua whispered beside him. It was evident that Wan Binlong stiffened slightly upon hearing Dahua's inquiry. Unbeknownst to him, when Li Yinchuan heard the name Wan Binlong, he too noticeably tensed up. Chapter 69. Competing with Li Yinlong in drinking. At that moment, an annoyingly familiar voice broke the air. "Yinchuan, what brings you here?" Li Yinchuan furrowed his brows and turned towards the voice. A somewhat pale figure, standing at about 1.7 meters tall, was looking at him with a provocative glare. It was none other than his dearly beloved cousin, Li Yinlong. This place served as a refuge for Li Yinlong after his quarrel with Duan Shuyan. Li Yinlong held a deep disdain for this cousin who refused to become a son-in-law to help him find a wife. Especially upon hearing that this young man had recently earned a considerable sum yet would not share any with him, which irked him to no end. He was not alone. Beside him sat a woman, heavily made up and seemingly in her 30s, clad in a qipao that flirtatiously split almost to her chest. With her dazzling features and voluminous hair, she certainly drew attention in this remote town. Countless men in the room stole glances her way. At that moment, Li Yinlong's left hand rested suggestively on the woman's delicate hand, indicating a romantic entanglement between them. However, it appeared that this woman was at least 7 or 8 years his senior, indicating that the young man had quite a peculiar taste. Li Yinchuan smirked slightly. "I came here to hang out with friends. Is there a problem?" The voluptuous woman interjected. "Wow, Yinlong, this lad is rather handsome. Who is he to you?" The term handsome clearly struck a nerve with Li Yinlong. "Handsome, my foot. He is just a boy who hasn't even matured yet. He is my unaccomplished cousin. Look at you, getting jealous over a child. What is wrong with that? I take pleasure in it." As he spoke, Li Yinlong playfully groped the voluptuous woman's thigh and then defiantly glanced at Li Yinchuan. "No, I have no interest in older women. You may continue." This remark stirred up a hornet's nest. The voluptuous woman was incensed, twisting her body and flashing her assets at Li Yinlong. "Yinlong, look at how he speaks. You must stand up for me." In front of his woman, Li Yinlong forcefully slapped the chair and stood up. "Li Yinchuan, can you not speak properly?" Extending his hand, he unexpectedly attempted to strike Li Yinchuan. Amused, Li Yinchuan thought to himself, "Indeed, a knife lies above the character of lust, with such a physique. This fellow dares to spar with me?" Just as he was about to teach him a lesson, unexpectedly, Wan Binlong stepped forward. "Gentlemen, we are all friends here. Let us quell our tempers. You are both aware of the house rules. Fighting is strictly prohibited within these walls. If there are grievances, we may engage in a drinking contest or a dance-off, but fighting is not permitted, as you well know. Erbao?" Erbao hastily approached Li Yinchuan. "Brother Chuan, the rules here indeed allow for drinking and dancing, but fighting is out of the question. We are here for enjoyment. Why not let it go? We can settle it outside later." "No way, I won't wait until we go outside. I cannot dance, and as for drinking, I am determined to challenge him today." Upon hearing Li Yinchuan's words, Erbao cast a puzzled glance at him. Knowing Brother Chuan as he did, he found it unusual for him to be so impulsive. Even the verbal sparring with Li Yinchuan was a rarity. However, considering they had indulged in some drinks earlier, perhaps the liquor had emboldened him? On the opposite side, with Li Yinchuan's female companion present, retreat was not an option. "Yinchuan, you seem spirited today. Very well, I shall join you. Let us engage in a drinking contest." It appeared this venue frequently hosted drinking competitions, as everything was readily prepared. Li Yinchuan couldn't help but suspect that they might even encourage such contests. Within a minute, A table was set up in the center of the room. Wan Binlong stepped beside the table and clapped his hands. Everyone, quiet down. These two brothers are about to compete in a drinking challenge. The rules are simple. Whoever drinks faster will win, and the loser shall pay for the drinks. Shall we cheer them on? Everyone was there for entertainment, and watching a drinking contest was indeed amusing. Soon, a young woman with exposed thighs brought over a large mug of beer. With Wan Binlong shout, "Ready, set, go." Li Yinchuan tilted his head back and began to down the beer. Having traversed both lives and many drinking establishments, his prowess in drinking was unrivaled. And by the time he revealed the bottom of his cup, Li Yinchuan had finished while Li Yinchuan had barely downed half. Li Yinchuan, you are lacking. After finally finishing what remained in his mug, Li Yinchuan stubbornly retorted, I usually do not drink beer. If you have the guts, let us drink spirits. Do you dare? Upon hearing this challenge, Li Yinchuan's expression faltered momentarily. Li Yinchuan's eyes brightened, quickly grasping the implication and becoming even more invigorated. If you cannot do it, then what are you waiting for? Bao could no longer contain himself. Brother Chuan, give it to him. Today, he sensed something was off about Brother Chuan. While others may be oblivious, he knew well that having spent much time with Li Yinchuan, his capacity for liquor was practically limitless. He believed Li Yinchuan could easily handle 2 gin of spirits without a care, yet today he seemed uncharacteristically hesitant. Of course, to outsiders, Li Yinchuan appeared quite anxious. But being called out by Li Yinchuan in front of everyone seemed to push him over the edge. With a firm resolve, he stamped his foot. Spirits it is. This time, we shall see who drinks faster. Li Yinchuan glanced at his partner, who smirked and patted her chest. The big wave was particularly gracious, casting a flirtatious glance in his direction. This only invigorated Li Yinlong further. Naturally, one could not indulge in white liquor using that hefty 500 milliliter teacup. Taking a mouthful of a pound of raw liquor would be akin to courting disaster. This time, a cup measuring 3 taels was employed. Instead of Wan Binlong calling the start, it was the big wave who took the lead. Xiaoyan, you help us call the start. Upon hearing this name, Li Yinchuan couldn't help but smirk. His fiancée was named Xiaoyan, and the woman he had come out with was Xiaoyan. It was evident that he had a peculiar preference for names with the character yen. Begin, with the big wave's playful exclamation. The second round of the white liquor battle between Li Yinchuan and Li Yinlong commenced. The raw liquor, over 60 degrees, infused with various herbal ingredients, surged down like a blazing line from their mouths to their stomachs, a sensation both tart and exhilarating. Li Yinchuan first took a sip, finishing half the cup, then exerted himself to down the remaining half. In contrast, encouraged by the big wave's spirited shouts, Li Yinlong downed the full 3-tael cup in one breath. However, since Li Yinchuan had consumed his half cup more rapidly, their final speeds were not too dissimilar. Yinlong, have another cup. The big wave called out with a playful tone. Li Yinlong, fueled by excitement, echoed her challenge. Dare you to come for another. If you don't, you're a coward. Amidst the cheers of the crowd, both men seized a cup of white liquor to drink again. Yinlong, go for it. You're the best. Yinlong, I love you. With the big waves nearly roof-shattering cheers, Li Yinlong once again polished off a full cup of white liquor. Meanwhile, Li Yinchuan's performance faltered. After taking a large sip of half a cup, he struggled to finish the rest, ultimately losing control and splattering the liquor onto the ground with a loud puff. Laughter erupted throughout the venue. It was evident that Li Yinchuan had been thoroughly defeated. Beside them, Bao and Dahu exchanged awkward glances. Brother Chuan, did you perhaps drink too much before we arrived, making this little bit of liquor too much to handle? Bao attempted to offer an explanation. Li Yinlong scoffed derisively. If you can't handle it, then don't make excuses for him. Clearly, Li Yinchuan was provoked by this remark, his face reddening as he retorted, Let us go. We're not playing here anymore. Don't. Brother, our guests are here. Let us enjoy a bit longer. Wan Binlong clearly did not wish for them to leave, as their presence meant potential consumption. Unexpectedly, Li Yinchuan, flustered, declared, What are we playing for? Brothers, come with me. The drinking money is on me. With that, he tossed 5 yuan onto the table. His demeanor stubborn and morose as he headed for the exit. Bao and Dahu exchanged puzzled looks, both wearing expressions of confusion. Given Brother Chuan's usual capacity for liquor, today was unexpected. However, seeing his current state, they could only follow Li Yinchuan out. Chapter 70. Li Yinchuan and his companions are off to see a show. Li Yinchuan, you truly cannot handle defeat, haha. Li Yinlong was mocking Li Yinchuan when a wave of excitement suddenly surged forth, delivering a swift kiss that drew forth a chorus of whistles from the room. In that moment, Li Yinlong felt an unparalleled joy, nearly overwhelmed by emotion. The three of them exited the courtyard. Bao glanced at Li Yinchuan and, with a hint of exasperation, inquired, "Brother Chuan, where shall we go now?" Unexpectedly, at that moment, Li Yinchuan shook his head, a glimmer of drunkenness still lingering in his expression. "Nowhere. Just follow me. We're going to watch a show." "A show?" Both Bao and Da Hu looked bewildered. What was Brother Chuan plotting today? They walked approximately 50 meters to a private little restaurant, where Li Yinchuan beckoned them to sit down, ordered several dishes, and opened a bottle of beer for them to enjoy as they ate. "Brother Chuan, what kind of show is this?" "A grand performance." "Where's the show?" Li Yinchuan smiled mysteriously. "What's the rush? It will unfold soon enough." Time flew by, and an hour passed in a heartbeat. Bao and Da Hu, now thoroughly perplexed, accompanied Li Yinchuan, eating and drinking, increasingly baffled by the day's events. "Brother Chuan, when does the show start?" "Soon, soon." Despite Bao's repeated inquiries, Li Yinchuan responded with the same enigmatic smile. He too felt somewhat helpless, not expecting such a lengthy wait for the anticipated performance. During that hour, many people entered the courtyard they had just vacated, and Li Yinchuan estimated that at least 30 individuals were now inside. Meanwhile, Li Yinlong reveled in his triumph over Li Yinchuan. Xiao Chui, who usually only allowed him to hold her hand, was particularly exuberant that evening, their hands exploring each other in the dance hall. Every contour of her figure, from the rolling hills of her curves to her soft, plump lips, captivated Li Yinlong, especially during the final slow dance. In that dimly lit room, he relied on touch alone, discovering an ecstasy he had never experienced before. Yin Zi was equally proactive, providing him with unparalleled service that made him feel as if he were floating on air. Her warm lips and smooth hands, combined with the intoxicating effects of alcohol and femininity, sent Li Yinlong into a euphoric state. If you were to ask him at that moment, "Are you happy?" he would undoubtedly reply, "I am immensely happy." And if you were to add a time frame, he would declare, "For 1,000 years." As Li Yinlong's breath quickened, he approached the apex of his bliss. Strangely, amidst this overwhelming pleasure, his thoughts drifted to Li Yinchuan. That fellow is truly useless, inept at work, poor at studies, and incapable of holding his liquor. He deserves to be poor. Meanwhile, Li Yinchuan, sitting in the little restaurant, began to feel a twinge of impatience. Yet he maintained his mysterious demeanor, unable to share with his friends that he too was growing anxious. Just then, 4 jeeps and 2 motorcycles sped past the restaurant, and Li Yinchuan realized that the awaited show was finally upon them. "Look, the grand performance is about to begin. Where's the show?" The two companions, Bao and Da Hu, wore expressions of bewilderment. However, it did not take long for them to grasp the unfolding scene. 4 jeeps and 2 sidecars came to a synchronized halt before the very door they had just exited. Swiftly, nearly 20 individuals disembarked from the vehicles, scattering in all directions to encircle the small courtyard, rendering it impenetrable. A group of imposing men surged forward, and the leader delivered a powerful kick, shattering the heavy iron gate, and stormed inside. "Run! The police are here!" A piercing cry echoed through the air. If Li Yinchuan's ears did not deceive him, it was indeed the voice of the diminutive figure with the dark mole, who, despite the chaos, had the audacity to issue a warning. Naturally, he soon learned the price of his alert. With a resounding thud, the mole was knocked to the ground, instantly overwhelmed by several burly men. Evidently, his warning had achieved its intended effect. The once joyous blacklight dance party was abruptly disrupted, as a chill shot from Li Yinchuan's tailbone to the crown of his head, nearly rendering him breathless. Yet, at that moment, he could not afford to dwell on such thoughts. Hastily pulling up his trousers, he seized Dabo Lang's hand and fled. It was not yet the time for self-preservation at the expense of others. Prior to this day, any mishap at the blacklight dance would merely result in a few days of detention. Just moments earlier, the two had been entangled in an intimate embrace, and Li Yinchuan could not bear to be so heartless. The police's entrance was remarkably timed. They burst in while the attendees were engaged in a completely dark, slow dance, with not a glimmer of light in the room, which favored their escape. Each individual was propelled by an adrenaline-fueled instinct, summoning all their strength to flee. Chapter 71. The capture of Li Yinchuan, though apprehension would only lead to a brief stint behind bars. The prospect of experiencing the heavy hand of the law was far from appealing. It is widely acknowledged that capturing a single individual might require only 1 officer. However, without the use of firearms, 10 officers would struggle to apprehend 10 people. Often, the key to evading capture lies not in running particularly fast, but in simply outrunning one's companions. Despite having consumed alcohol and nearly being frightened into submission moments earlier, Li Yinchuan's mind remained remarkably clear during this critical juncture. He pulled Dabo Lang towards the rear wall. Just as they were about to reach the base of the wall, a crouching officer emerged, presenting the first obstacle in their escape. In a moment of quick thinking, Li Yinchuan pushed a friend forward, distracting the officer and alleviating the immediate danger. He then urged Dabo Lang towards the wall, straining to hoist her ample form upwards. Xiaoyan, hurry. Dabo Lang exerted every ounce of strength to climb atop the wall. Following her lead, Li Yinchuan took a step back before lunging forward, prepared to leap over. It seemed a comedic scene of heroism and escape was about to unfold. Alas, the world is often rife with unexpected twists. Li Yinlong generally maintained good health, and the low wall was hardly a challenge for him. However, at a critical moment, the effects of the 6 taels of liquor he had consumed with Li Yinchuan surged within him. Blood had been pooling toward his core, leaving his limbs somewhat deprived of circulation. As he lunged forward, a gust of wind struck him, the alcohol's potency overwhelming him, causing his legs to buckle. Alas, he fell just short of scaling the wall, crashing against it instead and landing painfully on his backside. What was meant to be a comedic escape turned tragic. A mere half-step away from freedom. In the blink of an eye, a police officer had already sprinted to his side. "Don't move," the officer shouted, extending his hand toward Li Yinlong. Just as he managed to rise, Li Yinlong turned to see the officer and felt a surge of panic. He attempted to flee, but as he stood, a sudden gust of wind hit him, an overwhelming nausea rising within. Unable to suppress it, he vomited, the remnants of the liquor and some snacks splattering all over the officer. There stood Li Yinlong, bewildered and disoriented from his own actions, while the officer, now covered in vomit, stared back in shock. Unable to contain his frustration, the officer lunged forward, pinning him to the ground and delivering a flurry of blows. "How dare you?" he exclaimed, feeling humiliated as a police officer for having been vomited on. After beating Li Yinlong until he bore bruises, he finally cuffed him. For the incident had cost the officer at least one potential suspect who had escaped. As Li Yinlong was apprehended, Dabo Lang, witnessing his capture, initially hesitated to leap from the wall in fear. However, desperation overcame caution, and she bit her lip, jumping down without a second thought. With a splashing thud, she tumbled but quickly regained her footing, scampering away with determination. It was now every person for themselves. The organizer, Wan Binlong, was particularly cunning. At the first sight of the approaching police, he swiftly jumped into a neighboring yard and made his escape through a side gate. Unfortunately, fate had other plans. As he sprinted away, a young officer spotted him. "Halt!" the officer bellowed, pursuing him relentlessly. In such dire circumstances, stopping was not an option. Wan Binlong summoned every ounce of strength, fueled by the desire for freedom and the urgency of his task. As he ran faster, the distance between him and the officer widened. Just as he was about to turn into a narrow alley and secure his escape, an empty bottle suddenly soared through the air, striking the ground right in front of him. In a moment of misfortune, Wan Binlong, caught off guard, stepped on the bottle. "Damn it," he muttered, losing his balance and crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. The fall was severe. Propelled by his frantic momentum, he hit the ground hard, resulting in a split lip and the loss of 2 front teeth. As the diligent young officer raced towards his duty, he seized the opportunity to pin Wan Binlong to the ground. Wan Binlong felt dizzy from the fall, but at that moment, his anger was not directed at the officer but rather at the individual who had thrown the bottle. Who could be so vile? "Just wait until I get out in a few days. I'll settle the score," he muttered, raising his head to see 3 men seated at the entrance of a small eatery, one of whom was Li Yinchuan, who was currently reprimanding Erbao. "Erbao, how can you be so clumsy as to drop a bottle and trip someone? Look at the state of his teeth. How tragic." Erbao and Dahu listened in bewilderment to Li Yinchuan's scolding. They had both clearly witnessed that it was Li Yinchuan who had thrown the bottle. So why was he now admonishing Erbao? In the end, Li Yinchuan turned to Wan Binlong and offered a slight smile. "My apologies. My brother here fumbled the bottle and inadvertently caused you trouble." Wan Binlong's eyes blazed with anger. He recognized the young man before him as Li Yinchuan. "Li Yinchuan, you scoundrel. Just wait until I get out. I will make you pay." Li Yinchuan's expression shifted dramatically, the earlier joviality replaced by a cold demeanor. "Let us see if you can even get out," he retorted. At that moment, the young officer gave Wan Binlong a sharp tap on the head. "What is this? This comrade has assisted me in apprehending you, a criminal. Are you still contemplating revenge?" Li Yinchuan chimed in. "Yes, Wan Binlong. I am looking out for your best interests. It's time for you to find your way back to the right path." Wan Binlong was nearly incensed to the point of explosion. Yet he understood the necessity of humility in such circumstances. Realizing that any further outbursts would only invite more reprimand from the young officer, he gritted his teeth and replied, "I am not seeking revenge. I merely inquired about the situation." "Good to hear. If you dare to retaliate against this officer upon your release, I will ensure you face severe consequences." "Thank you, comrade." "No need for thanks. Assisting the police in capturing criminals is our civic duty." The exchange between Li Yinchuan and the young officer radiated positivity. Wan Binlong was led away in handcuffs, and though he verbally expressed compliance, the hatred in his eyes suggested that he would undoubtedly seek vengeance against Li Yinchuan upon his release. Meanwhile, Erbao and Dahu were left utterly perplexed. What on earth had transpired today? Chapter 72. Selling a granddaughter for money? As Wan Binlong was taken away, Li Yinchuan wore a triumphant smile. His mind was clear. He did not engage in petty schemes without reason. The trap set for Wan Binlong was deliberate. When Wan Binlong had introduced himself earlier, Li Yinchuan had momentarily frozen. Recalling that Dahu had previously been sentenced to 8 years in prison after being arrested at a dance party following his birthday. Under normal circumstances, a dance would not lead to such dire consequences, but regrettably, today was August 24th, 1983. And tomorrow would mark the notorious August 25th, a day that would instill fear in all criminals, making them acutely aware of the mercilessness of the law. In ordinary circumstances, those who are detained may find themselves laboring at a sewing machine for several years, and those who have spent years at such machines may ultimately lose their lives. In his previous life, Dahu found himself ensnared in a fortuitous yet unfortunate situation. Li Yinchuan recalls visiting Dahu after his release. At that time, Dahu spoke through gritted teeth about the scoundrel Wan Binlong, who, after being apprehended at a dance, falsely accused Dahu of being the organizer of the event. Thanks to his connections, resulting in Dahu receiving the harshest sentence. Erbao was also present back then, but he managed to escape swiftly to another city, thus evading any repercussions. By that point in his previous life, Li Yinchuan had already become a son-in-law and had no intention of experiencing such a life. Little did he anticipate that in this rebirth, by a twist of fate, he would once again find himself at this clandestine dance. At that moment, a chill gripped Li Yinchuan. The thought of being reincarnated only to be imprisoned for attending a dance seemed like a colossal joke. However, he could not simply shout that the police were coming and drag Dahu and Erbao away in a mad dash, for that would undoubtedly lead others to think him deranged. Moreover, after all, Wan Binlong had previously betrayed Dahu. How could he be allowed to escape unscathed? Li Yinchuan felt a sense of injustice brewing within him. Just then, his cousin Li Yilong stepped forward, brimming with bravado. Seizing the opportunity, Li Yinchuan cleverly leveraged their drinking contest to mask their escape, driven by a mix of embarrassment and fury. If it were a contest of drinking, Li Yilong would suffer an inevitable defeat. Before his rebirth, Li Yinchuan had traversed countless drinking establishments, especially during his business dealings with Russians, where he consumed vodka to the point that even the Russians bowed to him in admiration. His tolerance for strong liquor was renowned, managing to withstand 6 gin of high-proof liquor without faltering, and he could casually drink 38-degree spirits. Thus, dealing with Li Yilong was merely child's play. Of course, it was not Li Yinchuan's intent for Li Yilong to be captured after drinking excessively. After all, how could one falter after just 6 liang of baijiu? Had it been Li Yinchuan, he could have downed 2 jin and still moved with agility. Therefore, Li Yilong's capture bore no relation to Li Yinchuan. How could he possibly orchestrate Li Yilong's downfall? As for Li Yilong's inability to marry after being imprisoned, that could not be blamed on Li Yinchuan either. He had merely lost a drinking contest. When the elderly matriarch, by Manhwa, learned of her eldest grandson Li Yilong's arrest, she received the news slightly later than Li Yinchuan. Upon hearing this shocking revelation, a surge of blood rushed to her head, and she fainted with a cry. Her dutiful grandchildren quickly attended to her, patting her chest and rubbing her back until, after a while, she regained consciousness. "Oh, my dear grandson, who is the wretch that has wronged you? How could such a good child be apprehended by the police? If I find out who it is, I shall surely avenge you." The elderly lady scolded vehemently for a long while. "Mother, we must find a way to rescue Yilong." Her eldest daughter-in-law, Wang Yuzhen, urged anxiously. "It is quite unfortunate, as the university commences on September 1st, yet the journey proves to be exceedingly inconvenient." Thus, yesterday, the elderly woman's eldest son, Li Changfu, escorted Li Yinhui to university, leaving only the 2 women at home to deliberate their predicament. Eldest daughter-in-law, do you possess any solutions? The second cousin, who works at the county police station, could potentially assist, but it may require some financial compensation. How much? From what I've gathered, it could be around 300 yuan. 300 yuan? Why doesn't he just resort to robbery? The extortionists these days are becoming increasingly audacious. Mother, that's simply the reality of the situation. It's impossible to seek help without incurring costs. The 300 yuan is likely due to my cousin's involvement. Otherwise, it would not be enough. The elderly matriarch, by Manhwa, lamented. Money? Where would I procure such funds? Li Yinhui has taken all the household money for his university expenses, leaving me with nothing. She was truly generous towards her grandsons. She had sold her grandson for a total of 400 yuan, spent 170 on her eldest grandson's bride price, and the remaining 230 was allocated for the second grandson's university tuition. Mother, do you have any other money in your house? The eldest daughter-in-law clearly expressed her disbelief. Bai Lanhua's expression twitched. Of course, there is money, but it constitutes my funeral savings. I cannot touch it unless absolutely necessary. We are a large family. With so many mouths to feed, how could we possibly have any spare change left? For her, the notion of parting with her meager savings was unthinkable as long as she remained alive. Her funeral funds were sacrosanct. Mother, I have heard that the consequences of dancing can vary significantly. A minor infraction may result in a mere release the next day, while a serious one could lead to detention or even imprisonment. If Yinlong were to be sentenced, his job at the fertilizer factory would likely vanish, and his life would be irrevocably altered. Furthermore, he has already paid the 170 yuan bride price. It is imperative to rescue him post-haste, ensuring the other party remains unaware. This way, he can retain his job, marry properly, and not lose the bride price. Bai Lanhua's eyes twitched. She faced a dilemma between her beloved grandson and her funeral savings, both of equal importance and equally dear to her. Moreover, she had not been mistaken earlier. The entire family had struggled to accumulate any savings over the years, and her funeral funds amounted to a mere 500 yuan, now diminished significantly. What would she do in the event of illness or disaster? And what if, after all this, her grandson was not saved? She would be left with neither money nor family. After much contemplation, Bai Lanhua finally conceded, there truly is no money left in the house. Wang Yuzhen cast a glance at the elderly woman, inwardly cursing. At such a time, she is still clinging to her savings. Why won't she just pass on? Yet, it was evident that now was not the moment to sever ties. Wang Yuzhen was indeed shrewd. With a flicker of inspiration, she declared, Mother, I have a plan that could save Yinlong. What plan? Speak quickly. I have noticed that Bixia from the third family is of marriageable age. Why don't we marry her off and collect some bride price? That would solve our financial woes. Chapter 73. Marrying off my granddaughter to a fool? Upon hearing the suggestion put forth by Wang Yuzhen, the elderly lady's eyes brightened momentarily, recognizing it as a clever plan. However, her expression quickly dimmed as she scratched her head and remarked, Alas, the bride price for my eldest grandson is insufficient. Old Mrs. Bai Lanhua was well aware of the current situation. In these times, a conventional bride price amounted to merely a bicycle, roughly 200 yuan. Aside from suitors like Li Yinshua, who could fetch 400 yuan as a son-in-law, such sums were virtually unattainable. Just moments ago, the eldest daughter-in-law had demanded 300 yuan outright, making it clear that the bride price for Bai Xian's prospective match would undoubtedly fall short. Wang Yuzhen cast a glance at the old lady, a sly smile gracing her lips as she whispered, Grandma-in-law, does it not matter who she marries? Just the other day, I heard that the village chief's second son is seeking a bride, and he is prepared to offer 400 yuan. 400 yuan. You say? What do you think? That extra 100 can be yours to keep. Is it the village chief's second son, Gosheng? Old Mrs. Bai Lanhua murmured. In this day and age, it was remarkable for an ordinary family to secure a bride with a mere bicycle. So how could the village chief's son afford such a generous bride price? The answer was simple. Gosheng had been somewhat slow-witted since childhood, often drooling, and, while not entirely foolish, he was far from normal. Hence, the village chief was compelled to offer a substantial sum. Upon hearing the prospect of an additional 100 yuan, old Mrs. Bai Lanhua felt a surge of joy. Yet, upon reflecting on Gosheng's appearance, she instinctively expressed her distaste. Would this be suitable for Bai Xian? Wang Yuzhen rolled her eyes discreetly, immediately grasping the old lady's hesitation. It was evident that she wished to avoid being the villain in this scenario, wanting to appear supportive of her granddaughter. The role of the villain would have to fall to Wang Yuzhen. She silently cursed this old hag. Nevertheless, given the urgency of her eldest son's financial plight, she resolved to press on. Grandma-in-law, what is there to disapprove of? Our family is impoverished, merely scraping by with meager meals. Marrying Bai Xian off to the village chief's family would be a stroke of fortune for her, and she would surely be grateful to us in the future. Furthermore, with the village chief as a relative, he would look after us in times of need. In Baiyun village, we would wield considerable influence. Wang Yuzhen fervently urged the elderly lady, convinced that once Li Bixian was wed, their branch of the family would reap only benefits. Old Mrs. Bai Lanhua sought reason, and Wang Yuzhen provided it, leading the elderly matriarch to nod in satisfaction. Yet, despite the logic, she pondered whether the village chief would agree to this arrangement. Casting a glance toward Wang Yuzhen, she seemed uncertain. Internally, Wang Yuzhen scolded her for wanting to reap rewards without contributing effort, but with her eldest son's life at stake, she could only acquiesce. Rest assured, Grandma-in-law, I have a close relationship with the village chief's eldest daughter-in-law, Mylan. I am confident that a few words from me will ensure a favorable outcome. Only then did old Mrs. Bai Lanhua's expression lighten. All right, let us settle this matter. You will go and speak to Mylan shortly, and we shall arrange for Bixiao to marry Dogxing, urging his family to hasten the payment of the bride price. Inform them that this opportunity will not linger. If Yin Long is free from troubles, I would be loath to give my precious granddaughter Bixiao to their son Dogxing. Upon hearing old Mrs. Bai refer to Li Bixiao as her precious granddaughter, Wang Yuzhen nearly retched, but had no choice but to suppress her disgust and reply, All right, mother. I shall approach the village chief, but could you discuss this with the family of Lao San? This was Wang Yuzhen's true intention. Without the pressure of old lady Bai Lanhua, she sought to wed Lao San's daughter to the village chief, knowing that Ma Guilian would fiercely resist. Old lady Bai Lanhua had confidence in managing Lao San's household. The eldest family will not encounter issues from Lao San's side. Just watch me. With that, she set off, having received old Mrs. Bai's approval. After a moment of contemplation, old lady Bai Lanhua, with hands clasped behind her back, made her way to her third son's home. In her mind, she was the matriarch of this household, her word law. Once she made a decision, it was to be executed, particularly regarding her eldest son, Li Changshou, who was relatively obedient. She was certain he would subdue his wife and offer their daughter Bixiao for marriage. Then, with Bixiao wed to the village chief, they would secure the 400 yuan bride price, saving Yin Long while also pocketing an additional 100, an unexpected windfall from calamity. Upon entering Lao San's home, old lady Bai Lanhua conveyed her decision to her third son's family. To her astonishment, the announcement ignited an uproar. What? Marry her to that foolish Dogxing from the village chief's family? Upon imagining marrying the drooling simpleton, Li Bixiao felt as though her entire world had crumbled. Tears streamed down her face. She was an 18-year-old flower of youth. How could she be wed to that fool? Mother, I refuse to marry. I will not marry Dogxing. Ma Guilian, upon hearing of the proposal for her beloved daughter to wed Dogxing, turned pale with fury. Instinctively, she glanced at her husband, Li Changshou. Her heart sank as she saw him merely cast a timid glance at his mother, followed by a long, resigned sigh as he squatted down, beginning to smoke. It was clear he could not prevent this. If matters continued in this direction, their daughter would surely be led into the fire pit. An inferno of anger ignited within Ma Guilian. Years of being oppressed in this household surged forth. She had previously overlooked old lady Bai Lanhua bullying the family of Lao Heir, often fanning the flames, but now that the old matriarch was targeting her, the pain was palpable, and she could no longer endure it. In that moment, she recalled the words spoken by Li Yinchuan during the division of the family. Humph. Little aunt, you should remember what you say today. If this family can no longer accommodate you in the future, do not speak of separation. Now, she truly comprehended the necessity of separation, disregarding her vows. Ma Guilian sprang up with a cry, pointing an accusatory finger at old lady Bai, unrelentingly rebuking her. Old hag. Have you lost your mind? You biased old crone. I have been married into your family for 20 years, yet I have never encountered such blatant favoritism. The eldest son of the family wishes to marry and attend university, and my eldest son is expected to become a live-in son-in-law. The eldest son gallivants around and gets caught, and now my second daughter is to marry a fool. If further calamities arise, am I to have my youngest son serve as another live-in son-in-law? I am not yet 50. Should I remarry and secure funds to buy you a coffin? Have we incurred debts to you? Do you presume us to be ignorant and easily bullied? Who has indulged your caprices? I shall no longer remain in this household. Whoever wishes to stay may do so. Let us separate now. Li Changsho, you scoundrel, if you do not agree to this separation, you may as well go live with that old hag. Ma Guilian's furious tirade left old lady by Lanhua's eyes wide with disbelief. She had always regarded this woman as somewhat cultured, yet today she had transformed into a tempestuous creature. However, old lady by Lanhua was no pushover in her lifetime. She had never feared anyone. She flung herself onto the ground, wailing, "This household is unbearable. Li Changsho, you wretched scoundrel, forsaking your mother for your wife. Look how this woman bullies your mother. You just stand there, and if I had known I would bear such a scoundrel, I would have suffocated you in your infancy to spare myself this torment. Everything I have done has been for this family. Li Changsho, you just watch as outsiders mistreat your mother." Chapter 74. Daring to marry you to a fool, I shall fight to the death. Old lady by Lanhua lay on the ground, throwing a tantrum, while Ma Guilian stood in a frenzy. Only Li Changsho remained, dumbfounded and uncertain of how to proceed. He had thought everything was settled, yet today, his typically soft-spoken wife had unleashed a ferocious roar. As he observed his wife bouncing and cursing, and his mother rolling on the ground in a fit, Li Changsho mustered the courage to utter a single phrase. "Why, you two? Please stop arguing." To his surprise, this statement successfully diverted the ire of the two formidable women. "Silence, you infilial wretch. Be quiet, you useless one." Both women chastised him in unison. Li Changsho glanced at his mother and then at his wife, realizing he could not contend with either. With a resigned sigh, he squatted down to smoke a cigarette. "After all, I am but a useless man. You may handle this as you see fit." Old lady by Lanhua continued her tantrum. Under normal circumstances, she would have prevailed. However, she underestimated Ma Guilian's determination today. Her plan to marry Ma Guilian's precious daughter to a fool had undoubtedly struck a nerve. And Ma Guilian was resolute. Nothing could deter her. She was no meek character herself. After a moment of cursing and frustration, she charged into the kitchen, seizing a gleaming kitchen knife and emerging with it in hand. "Madam Oldby, today I shall contest you fiercely." Wielding a kitchen knife, I am determined to strike by Lanhua. But is by Lanhua easily intimidated? Upon witnessing Ma Guilian's fearless approach with the knife, she defiantly thrust her head forward, nearly colliding with the blade, and bellows, "Go on, strike. Aim for the center of my head. Oh heavens, oh earth." A daughter-in-law striking her mother-in-law ought to be struck by lightning. I shall not live through this day. Let us see if you can slay me and whether the heavens will claim you. The two engage in a fierce struggle, one intent on striking while the other dares her to do so, as the gleaming kitchen knife sways perilously near Madame Oldby's head. This chaotic scene sends Li Changsho into a state of terror, compelling him to tightly embrace his wife. "Darling, do not act impulsively. Refrain from this madness." "That is my mother." Ma Guilian, gritting her teeth in defiance, retorts, "What of your mother? If she touches my daughter, I shall strike her down. If it comes to it, I shall give my life for hers. Today, she will witness blood and know that I am not to be trifled with. Please, please. If you must strike, let it be me. Do not harm my mother." The humble man makes a final desperate plea. "Do you truly believe I would hesitate to strike you? If you continue to impede me, I shall turn my blade upon you." The three become engulfed in a cacophony of shouts, the knife oscillating dangerously between them, now hovering near Madame Oldby's head, now brushing against Li Changsho's face. In a moment of chaos, Ma Guilian's foot slips, causing her to lose her grip on the knife, which inadvertently plunges into Li Changsho's shoulder. "Oh no!" He cries in agony, blood gushing from his wound. Gazing at his blood-soaked side, Li Changsho, pale-faced, manages to utter, "Stop, please, do not fight," before collapsing to the ground. For the villagers of Bayun village, this day is unlike any other. The usually tranquil hamlet is filled with tumultuous cries. Even the pigeons, typically cooing on the eaves, dare not descend, as if a malevolent aura envelopes Bayun village. Soon, word spreads of the particularly scandalous event at the Oldly household. The daughter-in-law of the third family attempted to strike Madame Oldby, only to injure her own husband instead. Rumor has it that the eldest son's reckless behavior in the county led to his arrest, necessitating funds for his release. Consequently, the eldest daughter-in-law intended to marry the third family's daughter off to the village chief's second son, Dog Shenger. The third daughter-in-law vehemently opposed this, prompting Madame Oldby to coerce her into compliance, ultimately resulting in a disastrous mishap where the third nearly lost her life. This series of outrageous events has left the villagers of Bayun village in a state of inexplicable excitement. Groups of 3 or 5 gather in the streets, beneath trees, and by ancient wells, recounting the happenings of the Oldly family. Madame Oldby is quite biased, first coercing Yinchuan from the second family to become a son-in-law, then compelling the third family's daughter to wed a fool. How wicked she is. Indeed. And poor Insua from the third family was forced to become Wang Fugue's son-in-law. Madame Oldby's heart must be filled with darkness. Absolutely. I have heard that Insua's life as a son-in-law has been dreadful, living next to Wang the butcher. Unable to find rest as Wang Ruhua keeps him from sleeping. Preventing sleep? For what purpose? Engaging in such matters. One can often hear Wang Ruhua's cries echoing through the night. Even through the walls, one can perceive the tremors of her bed. In just a few days, Insua has noticeably lost weight, his darkened eyes betraying his exhaustion. Wang Ruhua truly demonstrates a lack of appreciation for her man. After years of effort, she has finally secured a partner, and yet she fails to cherish him. One cannot help but wonder how long Insua can endure this. Can he truly satisfy Wang Ruhua's desires? He is still young, and in his past, he could withstand much. Perhaps he can hold out for a while longer. However, I suspect it won't be for long, considering that Wang Ruhua's vigorous nature can be rather abrasive. A group of women erupted in laughter, their minds swirling with thoughts of the intimate encounters between Wang Ruhua and Insua. Mrs. Bai, who has always held the motto of unity and high regard for the Li family, remains blissfully unaware that her household has become the subject of ridicule throughout the village. She perceives herself as a competent matriarch, yet others candidly label her as biased and venomous. Should Mrs. Bai learn of this, she would likely be overwhelmed with indignation. Naturally, discussions about the peculiar events at Mrs. Bai's home have reached the Li Yinchuans. Mom, if we hadn't separated, would I have been the one to be married off? Li Qiao remarked with immense relief. She was well aware of the nature of the village head's son, Goxing, who always had a runny nose in the bitter cold and appeared rather foolish. Who would believe he was anything but a simpleton? Surely not. You are too young. Even if he were ruthless, he wouldn't force you to marry Goxing, Zhou Suzhen reassured her. Though she herself harbored doubts about the possibility of marrying her daughter off to such a character. Youthful age? The dowry could be settled, allowing for years of waiting. Would that old crone truly let go of her family? Reflecting on the matriarch's prior attitude before their separation, Zhou Suzhen felt skeptical. Back then, the eldest son's family received preferential treatment, while the third branch was treated ordinarily and her own second branch was consistently discriminated against. The reasons for this bias remained obscure. Perhaps it was due to the favoritism shown to the eldest grandson and son, or perhaps it stemmed from resentment towards her own lineage due to a male relative's imprisonment. Another possibility suggested that the matriarch had consulted a local fortune teller, who proclaimed that the second branch's fate clashed with hers, leading to her family's misfortunes. Though this theory remains unverified, Zhou Suzhen has always suspected its truth. Imagining her beloved daughter being sent to the village head's home to be with Goxing sent a chill down Zhou Suzhen's spine, prompting her to dismiss such frightening thoughts. No wonder the third branch's wife was fiercely protective. If it were her, she would fight tooth and nail. Receiving no definitive answer from her mother, Li Qiao turned to her brother, Li Yinchuan, who had just returned, washing himself with a basin of water. Brother, do you think if we hadn't separated, Grandma would have married me off to that fool, Goxing? Li Yinchuan paused upon hearing his sister's question, contemplating before responding. Perhaps she would, perhaps she wouldn't. However, believe this, regardless of whether we remain united or not, anyone who dares to marry you off to a fool will have to contend with me. Brother, you are so wonderful. Li Qiao received the answer she had long desired, her smile radiating sweetness. Ever since her father was imprisoned, their family branch had always felt neglected by their uncle and unloved by their grandmother. Each day, they lived with an unsettling sense of insecurity. However, inexplicably, since the day of the division, as long as the eldest brother was present, they felt a profound sense of stability, convinced that no one would dare to harm them, enveloped in a comforting sense of safety. Mother, shall we visit grandmother's house and see how things are now? A glance exchanged among the siblings revealed that they were all quite intrigued by the suggestion. The melons from Mrs. Bai's home always tasted exceptionally sweet. Zhou Suzhen hesitated for a moment, initially reluctant to partake in the commotion. Yet, seeing the eager expressions on her children's faces, coupled with her own curiosity, she finally said, "Let us go and take a look. Long live our mother." Under her guidance, Li Yinchuan and the others headed towards Mrs. Bai's home. Upon arrival, they were taken aback. The scene outside Mrs. Bai's house resembled a bustling temple fair, with layers of people encircling it. It was impossible to count how many had gathered. It seemed that none from Baiyun village were asleep that night. All had flocked to this gathering. Those who lived nearby or held higher status stood at the front, while others, less fortunate in rank, resorted to various means to get a glimpse inside. Some craned their necks to peer in, others stood on bricks to catch a view, and the younger ones even climbed trees for a better vantage point. Regardless of their methods, their singular aim was to witness firsthand the unfolding events at Mrs. Bai's home, eager to savor the juiciest gossip in Baiyun village. Inside the courtyard, village chief Li Baowo was currently mediating the situation at Mrs. Bai's house. He was quite distressed. Li Changshuo's injury was not severe. Although the wound looked alarming, staining his vest crimson, it was merely a superficial cut from a slipped kitchen knife, which would soon heal with a bit of antiseptic. What troubled him were the women in the household, whose voices were raised to a level that could lift the roof. Ma Gui Lian, I curse your ancestors, shouted the elderly Bai Lanhua. Old hag, I curse your entire family, retorted Ma Gui Lian. Wang Yuzhen interjected, Old third, how can you speak to your mother like that? Ma Gui Lian turned her ire towards Wang Yuzhen. Wang Yuzhen, what are you pretending to be a good person for? It was you who incited the sale of my family as Silverlock, and now you want to persuade me to sell my daughter to save your son. What are you really up to? Do you think we are blind? Get lost. Old third, how can you speak like that? Isn't this all for the sake of the family? Wang Yuzhen, you should leave. This isn't for the family. It's for yours. We were all raised by a stepmother, and you want to marry my daughter off to that foolish boy? Dream on. Let us split the family. The village chief is here. Today we shall divide. Village chief Li Baowa's face turned crimson. Old third, how can you speak like that? My second son is just a bit slow in his reactions. How has he become a foolish boy in your words? Ma Gui Lian, now at odds with everyone, turned to scold the village chief, but, realizing he was there to mediate, thought better of it for the moment. Humph. Although nothing was explicitly stated. The disdain in Ma Gui Lian's tone was evident to all, particularly regarding the village chief's simple-minded son. Village chief Li Baowo felt a pang of distress. It was fortunate that this marriage proposal had fallen through, for otherwise, it would have been an ongoing embarrassment. This woman was nothing short of a shrew. Outside, the villagers were thoroughly entertained, glad they had stayed awake that night, as the spectacle far surpassed any theatrical performance, and it cost them nothing. It was a pity that the village chief was present. Otherwise, the women could have turned it into a full-blown brawl, which would have been even more amusing. Nonetheless, the current scene was sufficient to fuel gossip for months, truly an eye-opener. The tumultuous argument inside led to a flurry of discussions outside. Ma Gui Lian, who usually spoke in a gentle demeanor, was surprisingly fierce today. This indicated her desperation. She seemed intent on selling off her son before resorting to selling her daughter. Old Madame Bai was clearly overstepping her bounds. If Ma Gui Lian did not fight back, she would soon find herself sold out. Indeed, old Madame Bai was no virtuous character. In my view, Wang Yuzhen was equally unsavory. You are aware of one side of the story but not the other. Ma Gui Lian is no pushover either. You are unaware that when the second branch of the family had not yet separated, she and those two women tormented Zhou Sujing from the second household terribly. This was merely karma. They had driven Zhou's family to split, and now old Madame Bai had her sights set on them. When it was someone else's family, she was quick to incite trouble, but now that it was her turn, she was frantic. Initially, she had supported sending such a fine boy from Yinchuan to become a son-in-law. Yes, Zhou Sujing from the second household had indeed suffered. She was overburdened with endless chores and bullied by these women. Now, Zhou had moved on, and they were at odds with one another, truly despicable. Yes, none of them were good people. It was a case of dogs fighting each other. I say, let them beat each other until one is left standing. These women are the disgrace of Baiyun village, and it would be better if they were all eliminated. The villagers outside were buzzing with various opinions. Yet they all knew the nature of the women from old Madame Bai's household. There were indeed no virtuous individuals among them. Chapter 75. The Innocent Zhou Sujing. Seeking 5-star reviews. Village chief Li Baowo felt as though his head would explode from the incessant clamor of these women. Seeing that they showed no signs of calming down, they began to roll up their sleeves, preparing for another round of chaos. Wang Yuzhen assumed a stance ready to scratch, her long nails glinting ominously. Ma Gui Lian began to look around frantically, as if searching for a kitchen knife. Old Madame Bai bared her sharp teeth, perhaps intending to bite. Finally, Li Baowo could no longer tolerate the uproar and shouted, Enough! Can you cease this noise? While everyone is present, let's divide the households and return home to sleep. Is it truly fitting to create such a spectacle before the entire village? Have you no sense of propriety? Why are you shouting so loudly, Chief? Do you think I wish to argue? If it weren't for the relentless bullying from the old women, would I be engaging with them? Indeed. Do you wish to frighten the old lady to death? I confided in you about my ailing heart. Yet you refuse to take charge of this unfilial daughter-in-law who raises her voice at me. Is there no sense of justice left in this world? Indeed, village chief. Magualian has even attacked her husband. How can you allow her to go unchecked? In the old society, women like her would have been punished severely. Look at these women. Li Baoguo is on the verge of madness. Their incessant bickering is utterly exasperating. Hurry, I propose we divide the family assets now. Once that is done, if you wish to quarrel, you may continue, but if you argue now, I shall simply return home. Look at the current officials. They exhibit no patience whatsoever. Truly, they lack a modicum of tolerance for the elderly. The women murmured amongst themselves, but upon witnessing Li Baoguo's intention to leave, they hastily blocked his path. If he departs, the division cannot proceed. Thus, under the auspices of village chief Li Baoguo, the second division of the old Li family for this year commenced. In contrast to the first division, this one proved to be arduous. Dividing the houses was straightforward. The third family simply took the 2 rooms they occupied, as they all resided in the same courtyard. However, post-division, the third family intended to create a door at the rear of the house and erect a barrier, effectively separating the 2 households. The elderly matriarch raised no objections, as the value of the property had diminished significantly. The third family's fierce matron was indeed formidable, and Mrs. Bai decided to relinquish her claim to the house. When discussions turned to finances, a fierce argument erupted, nearly escalating into violence. Mrs. Bai, with her neck stiffened, declared, "Divide the money? There is none. After all these years. With this large family, it is a miracle we are not in debt. How could we possibly have any money? Oh, Mrs. Lau, you truly are blind to the facts. The earnings from our family over the years have been entrusted to you. It is inconceivable that you possess nothing after all this time. Just recently, you sold my son for 400 yuan. Who would believe your claims of poverty? Humph, that 400 yuan was never in my hands. The wedding gifts for Silver Dragon and the expenses for Silver Tiger's university, these require funds, all of which have been spent. Their expenditures bear no relation to my family. They belong to the elder branch, so why should they spend the money earned from my son's labor? I am not demanding much. Let me make myself clear. If I do not receive 300 yuan today, I will fight you." Ma Guilian, as she spoke, rolled up her sleeves and rushed into the kitchen to retrieve the knife she had once let slip. "No money? Not even a penny? I declare today. If you have no money, then I shall take a life. After all, you've already harmed our third family. Come, strike me down." Mrs. Bai pointed to her throat, leaning forward. Utterly unafraid of death, the 2 women appeared ready to reenact a theatrical brawl. Meanwhile, Wang Yuzhen interjected with sarcasm. "Some individuals do not treat this household as a family at all. Look, Silver Dragon's grandmother is ready to wield a knife against you, and she fears not the wrath of heaven. Ah, you, Wang Yuzhen, once again flaunting your arrogance. Today, I shall strike you down first, then deal with that old hag. I shall not live to see another day. Enough. This is quite enough." Village Chief Li Baoguo was genuinely enraged. None of the women in this household were easy to manage. In the household of old Mrs. Bai, the women were notoriously unpopular within the village. Observing them wielding kitchen knives, the villagers merely looked on, offering no assistance. The village head, Li Baoguo, along with several local officials, had to exert considerable effort to separate the feuding parties. After a lengthy and earnest discussion, both sides reluctantly agreed to retreat. Old Mrs. Bailanhua handed over 200 yuan to Ma Guilian, thus bringing the matter to a close. However, neither party was particularly satisfied with the outcome. Ma Guilian, upon receiving the 200 yuan, was reminded that this was her son's selling price, which only fueled her anger. Meanwhile, old Mrs. Bailanhua felt the loss acutely. As if a piece of her flesh had been severed, her coffin fund had been reduced from 500 yuan to a mere 300 yuan. Following the monetary division, the squabble over family possessions ensued. The Bai family had no pigs, but originally possessed 4 large geese, of which 2 were taken by Li Yinchuan during the division of property, and Ma Guilian managed to reclaim 1. Out of 10 chickens, Ma Guilian took 3 back, representing the entirety of their poultry. Yet, the disputes did not cease there. The 2 women argued incessantly, quarreling over even the smallest details. The confrontation dragging on for nearly 2 hours before it finally concluded. As the division reached its end, Village head Li Baoguo let out a sigh of relief. The ordeal was finally over, and his back was drenched in sweat. Dividing property for others was one thing, but doing so for one's own family was excruciating. While moving the divided belongings from the communal storage to her home, Ma Guilin spotted Zhou Suzhen and hurried over, wiping away her tears as she grasped Zhou Suzhen's hand. "Sister, I used to be timid, watching you suffer under that old hag's tyranny without daring to speak up. Now, she has bullied you and turned her malice against me. She truly lacks humanity. Let us strengthen our bond henceforth." Zhou Suzhen, with her honest disposition, was deeply touched by Ma Guilin's words. "Yes, dear sister, you have endured much. Let us indeed see more of each other." From a distance, old Mrs. Bai Lanhua observed this exchange and spat vehemently onto the ground. Bah, those two wretched women. Not a single one of them is virtuous. Once the division was concluded, everyone dispersed, returning to their respective homes. On the way back, Zhou Suzhen continued to lament. "Oh, Chuaner, your third aunt is indeed a pitiable soul. Her son has been compelled to become a son-in-law, and her daughter was almost forced to marry a fool. Even the meek can be driven to desperation." Hearing his mother's remarks, Li Yinchuan chuckled and shook his head. "Mother, you are far too naive. Have you not seen what kind of person my third aunt is over the years? Is her behavior truly a sign of weakness? I believe it reflects a troubled conscience. In this household, did she ever offer you a kind word for your tireless labor from dawn till dusk? When old Mrs. Bai scolded you, did she ever come to your defense? Did she assist you when the old lady bullied you? Did she ever consider you while secretly indulging in delicacies? Day after day, she merely wagged her tongue alongside the others to torment you. Have you forgotten all of this?" Zhou Suzhen scratched her head, pondering for a long time, and seemed to have no clear recollection, finally uncertainly responding, "Surely it cannot be that severe. My dear mother, had it not been for your son leading the separation from that household, it would have been your son who became the son-in-law. Don't you think her demeanor at that time was revealing? Did she ever utter a word on your behalf? Do you recall what she said when we parted ways? 'Such a large family cannot accommodate you. We must separate.' Those were her exact words. Therefore, do not be swayed by her feigned kindness. She is not a virtuous person." "Truly? Indeed, my dear mother, it is only you who still places your trust in her." "Yes, mother, Sanan is not a good person. She used to scold me." "Right. Sanan always followed behind and berated you along with the aunt. Li Feng and Li Qiao both attested to this." Thus, Zhou Suzhen remained somewhat skeptical. Could it be? Li Yinchuan shook his head. His own mother was honest, yet such people have their merits. For they harbor no ill intentions towards others and consequently sleep soundly, which is quite commendable. Chapter 76. The Coffin Fund, Seeking 5-Star Reviews. Humph. Old Lady Bai Lanhua reclined on the Kong, muttering to herself in exasperation. Today had truly infuriated her. The daughter-in-law of the third family was indeed a wretched individual. She felt a tightening in her chest. Her entire body ached from head to toe. Was it merely a request for their family to marry their daughter to the second son of the village chief? Just look at the audacity of the third family. They nearly lunged at her. After all her sacrifices for this family, is this how they repay her? The more Old Lady Bai contemplated, the angrier she became, her teeth itching with resentment. Yinlong's grandmother. Yinlong's grandmother. What is it? I am not deaf. Are you summoning my spirit? Old Lady Bai, with her anger nowhere to be directed, wondered why the eldest family was bothering her at this moment. Wang Yuzhen observed the fierce expression on Old Lady Bai's face and swallowed hard, steeling herself to speak. Yinlong's grandmother. Yinlong is still waiting for money to save his life. What shall we do about that 300 yuan? Upon hearing her eldest daughter-in-law discussing money, Old Lady Bai's displeasure heightened. I have no money left. If you need funds, go ask that woman. She took a full 200 yuan from me, my hard-earned money. Just the thought of that 200 yuan being given to that woman made Old Lady Bai feel a sharp pain in her chest. Wang Yuzhen recognized that now was not the time to bring this up, but her son was in desperate need of funds. Reluctantly, she pressed on. Yinlong's grandmother. This is not the time to be stubborn. We must acquire the money. If we do not provide the funds, Yinlong may end up sentenced, losing his job, his wife, and his entire future. Let me think it over. Old Lady Bai Lanhua lay on the Kong, now not only feeling the tightness in her chest, but also a throbbing headache. She was truly at a loss. It was not an option to sell her eldest daughter-in-law. Wang Yuzhen, as a bride at her age, was there even anyone who would want her? What if someone did? Old Lady Bai's gaze turned towards her eldest daughter-in-law, causing Wang Yuzhen to instinctively take a step back, sensing that the old lady was contemplating something nefarious. After observing her eldest daughter-in-law for quite some time, Mrs. Bai shook her head in resignation. It was simply impossible. In her current state, no one would desire her. If I were a man, I too would not choose her. If the eldest daughter-in-law cannot be sold, then who could be? As she pondered, a sudden spark of inspiration illuminated Mrs. Bai's mind, and she excitedly exclaimed, I have an idea. Why not betroth your daughter Xiaoer to the village chief's son, Goshen? Upon hearing this, Wang Yuzhen became frantic, her eyes brimming with tears. Mother, Xiaoer is your own granddaughter. We cannot sacrifice her for the sake of saving Yinlong, can we? Mrs. Bai Lanhua retorted, but the youngest daughter is also my granddaughter. Did you not encourage me to marry her off to Goshen? The marriage of the younger's daughter to Goshen was deemed a blessing, while it was a descent into the abyss for your girl. However, since the second and third families had already separated from her, only this one remained. Making it unwise to pressure her too much. If she were to become angry, would the family be left with only herself? Moreover, Xiaoer was the beloved sister of her cherished grandsons, Yinlong and Yinwei. If she were to marry a fool, it would indeed be difficult to explain to them. Yet, without marrying off her granddaughter to a fool, how could she procure the 300 yuan? Mrs. Bai Lanhua felt an increasing headache. Mother, this is a critical moment, please. Just take out some money. Consider this. If Yinlong were to recover, he would still be an employee at the fertilizer factory, earning over 50 yuan a month. Then he would honor you daily. Can you bear to watch your own grandson toil away at a sewing machine? Seeing that Mrs. Bai remained tight-lipped, Wang Yuzhen inwardly cursed her miserly mother-in-law and continued persuading. Just think, if Yinlong recovers and marries in a couple of years, he could have 2 robust sons calling you great-grandmother. How wonderful would that life be? If you do not save him, you may never become a great-grandmother. This final sentiment deeply moved Bai Lanhua. In her mind, she could almost hear 2 chubby little boys surrounding her, calling her great-grandmother. Mrs. Bai was unable to resist any longer. The prospect was simply too enticing. With a determined bite of her lip and a firm stamp of her foot, she declared, Very well, I will take the plunge today. But I must make it clear, this is my life savings. Once spent, it cannot be regained, so be frugal. Recalling her grandmother's old chest, Mrs. Bai Lanhua trembled as she opened the cabinet door. Her hands shook not from fear, but from the pain of parting. She reached into the corner against the wall, slowly retrieving a paper package, carefully unwrapping layer after layer. Inside, there were various denominations, a bundle of notes, and some 5 yuan bills. After counting, it amounted to exactly 300 yuan. Mrs. Bai Lanhua handled the money repeatedly, sighing deeply, alas. This is all we have left at home. Here, take it, eldest daughter-in-law. With great reluctance, she handed it over to Wang Yuzhen. When Wang Yuzhen tugged at it, Mrs. Bai did not let go. Again, as Wang Yuzhen pulled, Mrs. Bai instinctively held on tighter. Yinlong's grandmother. The elderly lady gritted her teeth and finally released her grip. Feeling an immense reluctance, Wang Yuzhen clutched the money tightly, as if holding on to her son's life, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Thank you, Mom. Thank you, Mom. It was already midnight, and any plans would have to wait until the morrow. Wang Yuzhen hardly slept that night. Every time she closed her eyes, the image of her son, bruised and battered, haunted her. At the crack of dawn, as the sky began to lighten, she rose, oblivious to her hunger, and took a few sips of water before making her way to the county town with 300 yuan in hand. She sought out her cousin, Manhwa, and handed him the money. Cousin, you are the only hope for Yinlong. Being his uncle, you must help rescue him. Manhwa patted his chest confidently, assuring her. Don't worry, cousin. Yinlong is like a son to me. I will take care of this matter thoroughly. You just wait at home for your son's return. Thank you so much, cousin. I truly appreciate your help. Once Yinlong is out, I will make sure he visits you every holiday. With heartfelt gratitude, Wang Yuzhen departed. Little did she know that today marked the beginning of the storm of 83. Following a high-level meeting, the tide would turn, and her son would not be returning anytime soon. While the Li family was in motion, Duan Qiuyin learned that her future husband, Li Yinlong, had been arrested. A wave of darkness washed over her. Realizing that calamity had struck unexpectedly, after sipping her tea to compose herself, she hastily grabbed her bag and rushed out of the library. He was the man she had chosen, and despite their recent quarrels and her lack of affection for him, she could not stand idly by while he was in peril. It was time for her father to step in. She immediately went to the prosecutor's office to find her father, Duan Donghong, and urgently exclaimed, Dad, I heard that Yinlong has been arrested. You must save him. I cannot live without him. Duan Donghong frowned, his face clouded with anger. Li Yinlong has been arrested? Who dares to apprehend my future son-in-law in Heishui County? Daughter, do not worry. I will look into this matter. After making a series of phone calls, he returned, visibly enraged. Duan Shuyan quickly stood up, asking, Dad, what is the matter? Why was Yin Long arrested? Don't they know he is your future son-in-law? Duan Dongong's expression darkened as he sat heavily in his chair, glancing at his daughter with a tone of resentment. Do not mention this person to me again. Fortunately, you are not yet married. From this day forth, we shall no longer associate with the Li family. Dad, what is going on? He is still my man. And we are set to marry. How can you turn your back on him in his time of need? Humph, your man? I doubt he thinks of himself that way. I regret making those calls. I feel embarrassed for him. That little scoundrel was caught at a dark dance party, and frankly, he deserves what he got. A dark dance party? What is that? It's one of those events where the lights go out, and people embrace one another in the dark. A chaotic affair where not a single respectable individual attends. It cannot be, for Yin Long is not that kind of person. Is he not? When the police officer apprehended him, he witnessed him escaping while embracing a woman, ultimately lifting her to facilitate her escape. If it weren't for that woman, Li Yin Long would not have been captured. What purpose does such a man serve? The Duan family cannot afford to lose face over this individual. Let this matter be laid to rest. Upon hearing this, Duan Shuyan sank onto the sofa, left in a daze. Thus, the rescue effort from the distinguished Duan family came to an inconclusive end. Chapter 77, The Adventures of Li Yin Long seeking 5-star reviews, on August 24, 1983. A seemingly ordinary day, yet for Li Yin Long, it would become a profoundly unforgettable one. In the morning, he was the prospective son-in-law of the chief prosecutor of Heishui County, comfortably employed at the fertilizer plant, and the charming prince of the nightlife scene. By evening, he had transformed into a prisoner. The case was astonishingly straightforward. Apart from the principal offender, Wan Bin Long, the others had merely gone out dancing. Once everyone identified Wan Bin Long as the main culprit, brief statements were taken, and while Wan Bin Long was subjected to further scrutiny, the others were temporarily left at ease, awaiting resolution. Due to having spat on the police officer, Zhao Qianjin, who had arrested him, Li Yin Long was treated differently. While Wan Bin Long and his associates could at least sit on chairs, he found himself handcuffed to a radiator, unable to stand or sit, forced merely to crouch. After an hour of this torment, Li Yin Long felt utterly exhausted. In his moment of desperation, a thought struck him, and he called out, Leader, leader? Who permitted you to speak? Zhao Qianjin rushed over and kicked him. It was indeed an unfortunate day. Despite being on duty, he had been spat upon by this youth, and nothing about him seemed agreeable. Though the kick was painful, Li Yin Long could not afford to concern himself with that. He stifled a laugh and said, Leader, it's all a misunderstanding. I wish to mention someone you surely know, Manhwa. He is my uncle. Manhwa. Zhao Qianjin's expression changed upon hearing the name. Realizing he had struck a chord, Li Yin Long felt a glimmer of hope. However, to his astonishment, Zhao Qianjin lunged at him again, delivering another fierce kick. Manhwa is right here, and I will ensure you receive a thorough lesson. With that, he kicked Li Yin Long twice more. Li Yin Long was bewildered. He never anticipated that mentioning Manhwa would result in further punishment. Had Manhwa been present, he would have explained that last year, Zhao Qianjin's cousin had fallen into his hands, and he had not shown Zhao Qianjin the courtesy he expected. This grudge was now being exacted upon Li Yin Long. While others were offered a morsel to eat that night, Li Yin Long went hungry, deprived even of water. After enduring an entire night in such conditions, by dawn, he was in excruciating pain, longing to escape his predicament. Anywhere would be preferable to being shackled to the radiator. He was then pushed into a police vehicle, with a placard placed over his head, and the officers admonished him, You are not permitted to speak during the journey. A wave of inexplicable dread washed over Li Yin Long, plunging him into darkness. In the police car, silence reigned, save for the sound of anxious breaths. Where were they headed? What fate awaited him? A sense of panic began to envelop Li Yin Long. When his hood was finally removed, he found himself in a heavily guarded location, a vast courtyard surrounded by barbed wire. After undergoing a series of stringent physical examinations, he was ushered into a room. This space, approximately 40 square meters, featured a large bed on the south side and another on the north. The southern bed was slightly smaller, while the northern one was more spacious, equipped with a pit latrine at one end and a wash basin beside the southern bed. Between the two beds lay a narrow passage, just 5 meters wide. Yet nearly 30 individuals were crammed into this modest room. At least 20 people occupied the larger northern bed, resembling sardines in a can. while 5 others sat on the smaller southern bed. A common trait among the more than 20 occupants was their brutish visages, adorned with tattoos, suggesting they were not to be trifled with. Li Yinlong felt like a lamb unwittingly wandering into a den of wolves. "Kid, what is your name?" A voice called out from the far end of the southern bed, belonging to a man who sat alone. Standing, this man towered at nearly 1.9 meters. His face was a canvas of rugged features, marred by a long, gruesome scar that ran from the corner of his left eye to his mouth, a testament to a near-fatal encounter from years past. Coupled with his bald head and the tattoo of a descending tiger on his left arm, he appeared even more menacing. The man held a solitary cigarette, the only one in the room, clearly a luxurious item in this grim setting. His position indicated unequivocally that he was the leader among these men. Upon sighting him, Li Yinlong's mind buzzed with disbelief. How could it be him? This man, whom he had seen from afar, was Chun Yuren, the third son of the notorious Chun family, infamous throughout the county for their nefarious deeds. The last time Li Yinlong had seen him, he had been wielding a watermelon knife in pursuit of 3 fleeing individuals, a sight that had nearly terrified him into submission. To his astonishment, fate had led him here today. Li Yinlong stammered in the presence of such a formidable figure. A burly man with a dark complexion seated in the middle of the southern bed stood up and delivered a resounding slap to Li Yinlong's face. "Third brother is asking you a question. What is your name?" Li Yinlong faltered. "How dare you strike me?" he exclaimed, covering his face in shock. The dark-faced man glanced at the newcomer and chuckled before delivering another sharp slap. "In here, I set the rules. Speak out of turn again, and you'll be sorry. Now, I'll ask you once more, what is your name?" As he spoke, he raised his hand once more. Quick to respond this time, Li Yinlong declared, "My name is Li Yinlong." Laughter erupted around him. "Ninth brother, this kid is just asking for a beating." The dark-faced ninth brother chuckled. "Indeed. The palm proves to be quite effective. What is your profession?" "I work at a fertilizer factory." "What brought you here?" "Dancing." "Dancing? Nonsense. Do the officers truly have the time to deal with such trivial matters?" "Ha ha." Laughter erupted in the room. It was indeed dancing. Li Yinlong wore a look of grievance, unable to comprehend why he was apprehended for merely dancing. What kind of dance? The kind where one strips down? No, how could that be? The stern-faced old Jew struck him again. "I can tell you're not honest. Go sit over there." Upon seeing where old Jew pointed, Li Yinlong realized it was the front of the northern Kong, mere half a meter from the squat toilet, another place meant for sitting. Yet, under the scrutinizing gaze of these men, he reluctantly walked over and sat cross-legged. In the next moment, a foul stench assaulted him. Ugh! Li Yinlong felt nauseous. The conditions here were abysmal, and it was evident that the people around him were not of good character. Would he be bullied? What he did not anticipate was how swiftly he would face bullying upon sitting down. "Move forward, you're crowding me," a burly youth nicknamed Wintermelon said to Li Yinlong. Turning to look, Li Yinlong saw that Wintermelon was at least half a foot away. How was he encroaching on him? However, the situation was overwhelming, and seeing the malice in Wintermelon's eyes, Li Yinlong begrudgingly inched forward. Now mere 10 centimeters from the squat toilet. Laughter erupted again. "This kid clearly seems soft. He is just like a woman. This is sure to be entertaining." Malicious voices echoed around him, and Li Yinlong's back instinctively stiffened, sweat trickling down. How would he survive here? Old Gio, arms crossed, glanced over with a smile. "This is how it goes here, bullying newcomers, the law of the jungle. This kid is both weak and new. Who else would they bully if not him?" After enduring for over 2 hours, it was finally time for lunch, and Li Yinlong experienced the culinary offerings here for the first time. What kind of meal was this? Each person received 2 cornbreads, which looked as if they could kill if thrown, accompanied by a bit of pickled vegetables, and a bowl of broth so clear one could see the bottom. It was utterly unappetizing. Li Yinlong's initial reaction was to refuse. Even dogs would not consume such food. Yet, his growling stomach reminded him he had tea eaten since last night. "I'll endure it. I must eat." With this thought, Li Yinlong reached for the cornbread. Suddenly, someone struck him hard on the head from behind. "What are you doing?" Li Yinlong clutched his head, surprised and furious, turning to see none other than Wintermelon, the one who had bullied him before. "What do you want?" "That pickled vegetable is not for you. Give it to me." "How can I eat the cornbread without it?" Li Yinlong argued reasonably. "That is not my concern. Do you want to get beaten?" As Wintermelon raised his hand, Li Yinlong could only grit his teeth and, with tears in his eyes, relinquish the scant pickled vegetables he had. "Give me that bowl of broth." The fellow known as Potato, standing beside the Wintermelon, spoke with a mischievous grin on his face. He had no desire for the bowl of soup, rather. He relished the thought of watching Li Yinlong struggle to eat his cornbread without it. Li Yinlong gritted his teeth and relinquished the bowl of soup to Potato, leaving him with only 2 cornbreads as hard as iron. The cornbread was so tough that swallowing it felt like a struggle, especially without any soup to accompany it. Each bite filled Li Yinlong with the sensation of constipation, and tears of frustration welled up in his eyes. Thus, he endured an entire day in this manner. As dinner approached, a supervisor entered, knocking on the door. Chen Yoli? Yes, leader, I am here. Chen Yoli hurriedly jumped down from the bed. Usually fierce as a lion with the others in the room, he now smiled like a lapdog in front of the supervisor. Come out. Yes, leader. The supervisor opened the door, placed handcuffs on Chen Yoli, and led him away. Less than 10 minutes later, Chen Yoli returned. Upon entering, he heard Winter Melon's voice. You're crowding me, move away. Hey. Li Yinlong was forced a few inches closer to the latrine, and if someone were to squat there now, they would be uncomfortably close. Having been bullied all day, Li Yinlong hung his head, listless and lost in thought. Behind him, Winter Melon quietly lifted his foot, plotting to kick him into the latrine for what would be the day's greatest amusement. Potato beside him was eager to lend a hand. The others in the room remained silent, their eyes fixed intently on Li Yinlong, unwilling to miss this spectacle. Upon seeing his brother enter, Winter Melon winked at Chen Yoli, signaling him to witness the impending drama. Typically, Chen Laosan adored such entertainment, but upon his return, he was taken aback by the scene. What the hell? He shouted. Winter Melon, how dare you bully my brother? Before he could finish, he charged forward, seizing Winter Melon in a fierce grip. The sound of the slap echoed loudly, and Winter Melon's face began to swell at a visible rate, but the pain paled in comparison to his shock. Me, brother, when did I ever bully your brother? Chen Yoli glared at him, saying, Li Yinlong is my brother. Whoever bullies him is bullying me. The room fell silent in astonishment, including Li Yinlong. What is happening? But the others, seasoned in their rough lives, quickly grasped the situation. Chen Yoli had gone out, and upon his return, he had changed. It was clear that he had sought help from Li Yinlong's family. Yinlong, from now on, consider this your home. You are my true brother. If anyone dares to bully you, tell me, and I will deal with them. Thank you, Brother Chen. Don't call me Brother Chen. Call me Third Brother. Oh, Third Brother. Come, let us sit on the southern Kong. This place is too foul for a person to dwell. Winter Melon, since you dared to bully my brother, you will sit in his spot for the entire night. Winter Melon, on the verge of tears, could do nothing but take the seat previously occupied by Li Yinlong. Chen Yoli embraced Li Yinlong, seated in the far corner, whispering into his ear, the instructor just informed me that the horse team is your uncle. Why didn't you mention it sooner? Rest assured, you have my protection here. Li Yinlong felt a sense of reassurance. During dinner that evening, only 6 eggs were shared among the occupants of the room. Originally, there were 5 individuals on the southern Kong, each expected to receive one. However, Chen Laosan claimed 2 for himself. Yet, on this occasion, he consumed only 1, allowing Li Yinlong to partake as well. From that day forth, Li Yinlong's worries began to dissipate. With an uncle in the mix, it seemed that his confinement would only last a few days. Although uncomfortable, life was bearable. Little did he know that such good fortune would soon come to an end. Chapter 78. Mrs. by demands money cousin, you cannot handle matters this way. Yinlong is still just a child. If he is incarcerated, his future, his marriage, his entire life will be ruined. In a modest dwelling within the county, Wang Yuzhen wept sorrowfully. 3 individuals occupied the room. On the sofa sat a man of modest height, yet imposing demeanor, Manhwa, Wang Yuzhen's cousin who served in the county police force. His countenance was grim. What more could I have done? I did everything within my power to assist you. Nearly to the point of kneeling before them. What can I say? Your Yinlong is just unfortunate. What options do I have? Beside him, his wife, Zhang Yinhua, attempted to console Wang Yuzhen. Yuzhen, I have been observing. Your cousin has exerted tremendous effort to save Yinlong. Initially, those in authority accepted the bribes and assured us there would be no issues, just as we were on the verge of his release. The higher-ups issued a directive. All criminals must be dealt with severely and swiftly. What can your cousin do? We cannot contend with their power. We must accept this fate. Upon hearing Zhang Yinhua's words, Wang Yuzhen's wails grew even more sorrowful. As a rural woman, she struggled to comprehend how her son's simple misstep could escalate to such severe consequences. Was this truly a matter of significant gravity? Did the higher authorities truly consider his actions deserving of such harsh treatment? It seemed evident that her cousin would be unable to assist in this situation. and the blame rested squarely on those in power. However, a critical question lingered. After regaining her composure, Wang Yuzhen inquired, "Sister-in-law, since this matter has not been resolved, why has the 300 yuan I provided turned into only 200? What does this signify?" "Yuzhen, you are not familiar with these affairs, so you may not understand. In order to aid Yinlong, your cousin leveraged countless connections, extending numerous favors, and distributing a plethora of gifts and money. They did assist in the process. Under normal circumstances, he would have been released. However, with the sudden directive from above, proceedings were halted. While some funds may be refunded, what are the gifts? Future relations demand preservation. Your cousin cannot simply demand cash back. A loss is a loss. At least you have recovered 200 yuan. Recovering only 200 yuan? I have lost not only my son, but also 100 yuan. How am I to survive this? How do I explain this at home? There is little that can be done, and what can be said? You urge me to provide an explanation, yet I too seek someone to account for this situation. In pursuit of your affairs, I have extended numerous favors, all of which will inevitably require repayment." Manhwa felt increasingly frustrated. The handling of this matter was utterly humiliating. Simultaneously, he reminded himself to refrain from assisting relatives in the future, especially when it involves such emotional debts. The thought of not only failing to accomplish the task, but also being expected to return gifts was disheartening, leaving him feeling utterly defeated. How many years will Yinlong ultimately be sentenced to? It remains uncertain. The higher authorities insist on handling matters on-site. I shall endeavor to find someone who might advocate for a lighter sentence, but any hope of immediate release seems futile. Alas, this situation is truly vexing. Given the current context, Wang Yuzhen understood that her second cousin had exerted his utmost effort, despite her reluctance. She had no choice but to return home with a mere 200 yuan, tears brimming in her eyes. "What? You say my grandson will not return?" Upon hearing the news, the elderly Bai Lanhua felt her legs weaken, nearly collapsing to the ground, her vision clouded with stars. Only 200 yuan could be retrieved? Upon receiving the second piece of news, she felt a heavy weight on her chest, nearly choking on her despair. Is there no justice left in this world? How could Yinlong be sentenced for merely attending a dance? Furthermore, after handing over 300 yuan, only to reclaim 200, what are these people up to? Is there no semblance of law? I must retrieve my money. Mother, please do not go. The money cannot be reclaimed. My second cousin has stated that the remaining funds have been spent on gifts, and it is simply impossible to recover them. I do not care. Since my grandson will not be returning, I am determined to reclaim this money today, and you will accompany me. Mother, do not go. If you confront them in this manner, how will I face my second cousin afterward? What does it matter if they cannot manage their responsibilities? Why should we allow them to keep our money? Come with me. The elderly Lady Bai was furious, her eyes wide with indignation. Wang Yuzhen, compelled by her grandmother's insistence, reluctantly accompanied her from Baiyun village to the county. In late August, the heat was oppressive, and Lady Bai was drenched in sweat, panting heavily. Yet, her focus remained unwavering. She was determined to retrieve her 100 yuan funeral fund. Wang Yuzhen was utterly exhausted. After a morning journey to the county, she managed to catch a ride on an ox cart for the return trip, only to have her grandmother insist on making yet another journey in this sweltering heat. Upon arriving at Manhwa's residence, he was in the midst of dinner when he was taken aback by Wang Yuzhen's entrance. Before he could utter a word, Lady Bai erupted with a lament. "Oh dear heavens! The elderly do not wish to live any longer. Even my funeral fund is being coveted. Is there no justice in this world? 300 yuan was given, and nothing was accomplished, yet only 200 yuan is returned. The elderly have no will to live." With that, Lady Bai collapsed onto the ground, throwing a tantrum. Manhwa quickly stepped forward, extending his hands to assist her. "Auntie, please rise. This is no way to behave. What will the neighbors think if they hear you?" Beside him resided numerous colleagues, and should his voice be heard, his career would be in jeopardy. "No, unless you provide me with 100 yuan, I refuse to rise. After all, my grandson is not returning, and I have no desire to live any longer. I shall perish in your household." The elderly lady had resorted to sheer obstinacy. "Please, get up. Must you wail? Can we not discuss this amicably?" "No. I demand my 100 yuan. Did I not inform Yuzhen? The intermediaries have already received their gifts, and that 100 yuan is simply irretrievable. I have extended considerable goodwill as well. I am indifferent to that. The matter remains unresolved, and you must return my money. If I do not receive my 100 yuan today, I shall create a scene in your home, and if by tomorrow I am still without my funds, I will raise a ruckus at your workplace." Upon hearing the elderly matron Bai Lanhua's words, Manhwa nearly spat blood in frustration. This was truly an instance of being cornered. His wife, Inhwa, interjected, "Madam, this is rather unreasonable. My husband has tirelessly assisted your family due to his genuine kinship with Yushin. The failure of this matter is not his fault. Not only has he exerted himself, but he has also extended significant favors to assist you. It is utterly unreasonable for us to bear the costs of the gifts. I do not care. Unless I receive my 100 yuan, I shall not leave. Do not compel me to create a disturbance at your workplace." No matter the pleas or reasoning, the elderly lady by Manhwa was resolute in her demand for repayment, threatening to escalate the situation until the entire county was aware. At that moment, Manhwa's neighbor, Zhang Wei, shouted from the other side of the wall, "Brother Ma, is everything all right over there? It sounds as if someone is wailing. If there is an issue, speak up." Manhwa shot a fierce glare at the old lady. "Do not shout. I will handle it upon my return." Old by Manhwa, displaying some awareness, momentarily silenced herself as Manhwa hurried into the yard. "Old Zhang, everything is fine. I was merely discussing matters with a relative from the countryside. Her grandson has encountered some troubles, and the elderly lady is somewhat distraught. As long as everything is well, I shall return to my tasks." After dismissing Zhang Wei, Ma re-entered the house, regarding the old lady with a deep breath of distaste, pinching his nose as he remarked, "Very well. I shall provide you with the 100 yuan. Wang Yuzhen, let it be known that our family shall no longer associate." Wang Yuzhen, feeling aggrieved, called out, "Second cousin." Manhwa responded coldly with a smirk, "Do not refer to me as second cousin. I cannot bear that title. From this day forth, I no longer acknowledge you as my cousin." Gritting his teeth, Manhwa handed the elderly lady 10 large notes of unity. This was his own money, and his heart ached with each transaction, harboring deep resentment toward her. With the money in hand, the elderly lady returned home, while Manhwa seethed in his abode. At that moment, his wife offered a suggestion. "Dear, given the current situation, we may not be able to rescue him, but if he is incarcerated, perhaps we can ensure he experiences some discomfort?" Manhwa's eyes lit up. "Indeed, she may celebrate the new year while I shall observe the Lantern Festival. Let us see how your grandson fares in confinement." The next day, Manhwa sought the assistance of 2 friends in one go. One was a friend skilled in operating a sewing machine. "Please kindly remind him that a certain Li Long will be arriving soon. Make sure to attend to him properly, and, once settled, invite him for a drink." His friend readily agreed, assuring, "Rest assured, Brother Ma, this territory is ours to command. If this lad dares to offend you, I shall ensure he regrets it." Little did the unfortunate Li Long know that even before he set foot on the sewing machine, a group of formidable men awaited him. There, he would endure daily beatings, find his meals insufficient, and sleep uncomfortably, unable even to bend down to pick up a bar of soap. As for the friend currently overseeing Li Long, he stated, "Brother, all previous tasks I assigned to you are now null and void. His family has offended me. Please ensure he receives proper attention." Chapter 79. Li Long becomes a punching bag. At 8 p.m., everyone in the room sat on the heated calm. Those on the northern side sat stiffly, while a few on the southern side lounged casually. Li Long had visibly lost weight over the past few days, primarily due to the poor diet. However, under the protection of Manhwa, his status in this room was second only to Chun Laosan, which afforded him a relatively comfortable position. Typically, he would join Chun Laosan and the others in bullying the smaller ones, experiencing a joy he had never known before. In particular, he had introduced them to the delights of winter melon and potatoes, allowing them to partake in the delightful experience of not drinking soup, not eating pickles, and gnawing on cornbread by the latrine, teaching them that Brother Long was not someone to be trifled with. Of course, winter melon and potatoes were fair game for bullying. The first day, when he was beaten by the dark-faced Lao Jiao, he was somewhat notorious on the streets. Under Chun Laosan's prompting, Lao Jiao took the initiative to admit his wrongdoing, and Brother Long could only smile and let bygones be bygones. With Lao Jiao's overture of friendship, the novice Li Long forgave past grievances and became good brothers with him. "Brother Long, is the dance hall fun?" "Oh, the dance hall is incredibly enjoyable." "What? Haven't you ever been?" "Don't mention it. I've been locked up for 2 years. Back then, such places didn't even exist, so of course, I never had the chance." "Brother Long, do tell me more about that place. What makes it so enjoyable?" Li Long chuckled, for this question scratched an itch within him, and he began to elaborate. "Just imagine going there with a beautiful lady. When the lights go out, nothing is visible, and you can hold her, touching wherever you please. That sensation of exploring in the dark is simply exhilarating." A collective sound of saliva being swallowed echoed through the room. Dark-faced Lao Jiao wore an expression of envy. At that moment, Li Yinlong felt discomfort in his shoulders from sitting too long in spotted Wintermelon. He called out, "Wintermelon, come over here." Having been reprimanded by him several times over the past few days, Wintermelon approached cautiously upon hearing Brother Long's summons. He was genuinely afraid of Li Yinlong. Although he appeared ineffectual, he had formidable backing. "Brother Long, is there something you need?" Li Yinlong sneered. "Do you think I called you over for no reason?" "Of course not. What do you need?" "Come here and give me a shoulder massage. My arm is feeling a bit uncomfortable." "Hurry up." "All right, Brother Long. I'll get right on it." The Wintermelon scampered over to give Li Yinlong a shoulder massage. To be honest, this Wintermelon truly has a knack for massage. It was quite pleasant. Not bad. Keep it up. He failed to notice the flicker of disdain in Shen Laosan's eyes. Relying on others for favors would inevitably invite scorn, especially coming from someone as inept as Li Yinlong. Without the support of Manhwa, he would amount to nothing. However, there was no choice. Manhwa's influence was invaluable here, so one must cater to it. Nearby, Pei Li and Lao Jiao also looked down on Li Yinlong's behavior. Yet being in the same circle, he understood the necessity of appeasing him for now. With a grin, Pei Li and Lao Jiao leaned closer to Li Yinlong and inquired, "By the way, Dragon Brother, tell us about that girl Xiaoyan you met in the dance hall." "She is my woman. What is there to discuss?" "Just share some details." "What details?" Pei Li and Lao Jiao blinked. "Is Xiaoyan well endowed?" "Remarkably so. One cannot contain her." "Are her hands delicate?" "Soft and smooth." As the conversation reached its climax, everyone in the room salivated at the imagery. At that moment, a guard approached and knocked on the door. "Chen Yuli?" "Leader." "I'm here." Chen Yuli quickly descended from the comm. "Step outside." "Understood, leader." The guard opened the door, adorned Chen Yuli with a silver bracelet, and let him out. Once they reached a secluded area, the guard produced a pack of cigarettes and handed one to Chen Yuli, who promptly accepted it with utmost respect. Had it not been for the inconvenience of the silver bracelet, he would have lit it for the leader first. They began to smoke. Chen Yuli made a salute. "Leader, as per your instructions, Li Yinlong has been doing quite well in my quarters. Just earlier, he was already commanding the younger ones to massage him." The guard frowned. "He has people massage him? I haven't even reached that level yet, and this kid knows how to indulge himself. By the way, Lao San, what I wanted to discuss today is precisely about Li Yinlong." "What is it? Should I take better care of him? If I do that, I might as well massage him myself." The guard chuckled. "It's not about taking care of him. It's about making him feel the pressure." "What?" Chen Yuli's eyes widened, and after a moment of contemplation, he cautiously asked, "Leader, are you joking? Didn't you say he is related to the Ma team?" The guard scratched his head, equally perplexed. "Don't delve too deeply into the specifics. Just know that the instructions to handle him come from the Ma team." For a moment, Chen Yuli's mind struggled to comprehend. One moment he was to protect him under the auspices of the Ma team, and the next, he was to intimidate him. What was the meaning of this contradiction? Yet, under the circumstances, one must bow to the prevailing winds. He was here and must adhere to the directives from above. After finishing his cigarette in silence, Chen Yuli resolutely thumped his chest and vowed, "Leader, rest assured, I will accomplish the task. From today onward, Li Yinlong will find it impossible to enjoy a peaceful night." Upon returning to the room, he saw Li Yinlong seated in his designated spot, boasting to He Li and Lao Jiao, "Allow me to recount an incident that transpired one fateful day. As I was pursued by the constables, I seized Xiaoyan's hand, urging her to flee with me. Upon reaching the base of a wall, Xiaoyan found herself unable to scale it. With a swift motion, I lifted her and hoisted her over, fearing that the officers might catch up. I chose to remain behind, confronting 8 constables and managing to overthrow 4 of them, thus ensuring Xiaoyan's escape from capture. Dragon Brother is indeed a man of valor." The room erupted with sycophantic praise. Yet, beneath the surface, derision flickered in the eyes of the onlookers. Could they not see the feeble physique of the lad? To claim he had subdued 4 officers single-handedly? We surmised that a single constable could easily best him multiple times over. Chen Yuli, upon noticing Li Yinlong's perplexed expression, bellowed, "Li Yinlong, who permitted you to sit there?" Taken aback, Li Yinlong recalled how Chun had regarded him with familiarity akin to that of a long-lost father in recent days. What had changed? He struggled to comprehend the sudden shift. "Third brother, what do you mean? Am I not to sit here?" Chen Yuli sneered. "What do you mean? Is that spot yours?" He stormed over, seizing Li Yinlong and delivering a harsh reprimand, gesturing towards the spot occupied by Tado. "Get up. Move over there." The seasoned veterans in the room exchanged knowing glances, having witnessed a similar transformation in Chen Yoli's demeanor towards Li Yinlong after a previous outing. It was clear that the young man's support had waned. With a sigh, Li Yinlong covered his face, reluctantly moving to the designated spot. Despite his relatively short tenure in this world, he was still bewildered by the unfolding events, pushing Tudou aside. Get out of the way. Recently, Tudou had been an easy target, submissively enduring all manner of abuse from him. To his surprise, Tudou suddenly exhibited a newfound boldness. Casting a glance at Li Yinlong and retorting, "Who are you calling a little brat?" "Ah, feeling bold, are we? Beware, or I shall teach you a lesson." Incensed by Tudou's audacity, Li Yinlong raised his hand, intending to retaliate. Yet, in a shocking turn of events, Tudou sprang to his feet and delivered a swift kick, striking Li Yinlong squarely on the shoulder with such ferocity that he was sent crashing against the wall, only to rebound and collapse beside the latrine. "Ouch!" Li Yinlong cried out in pain. In that moment, Tudou refrained from pursuing him further, instead glancing back at Chen Yoli, who nodded approvingly, confirming that his actions were warranted. Energized by this affirmation, Tudou leapt down from the platform, unleashing a flurry of punches and kicks upon Li Yinlong. Even the previously docile Tudou joined in, delivering a combined assault. "Stop, brothers. Please, have mercy." At this juncture, Li Yinlong realized the gravity of his situation. It was likely that troubles had arisen from his uncle's side. He hastily begged for clemency. However, it was too late. The torment he had inflicted upon Donghua and Tudou in recent days, bolstered by Chen Yoli's support, had left him vulnerable now that no one was there to shield him. Thus, he was destined to receive a thorough reckoning. Not only the winter melon and potatoes, but also the 20 or so tattooed men remaining in the house all took their turns, turning Li Yinlong into their punching bag. In the days that followed, the unfortunate Li Yinlong endured minor beatings thrice a day and a major one every 3 days, leading a life of utter despair. Chapter 80. Li Yinlong was terrified into submission one evening, while Li Yinchuan and others were dining in the county town. They heard the loudspeaker mounted on the utility pole making announcements. Tomorrow at 9 o'clock, the public trial will officially be held at the stadium. All units are requested to organize personnel to attend. The announcement was repeated incessantly. "Brother, what is a public trial?" "A public trial?" Li Yinchuan fell into reminiscence, as he hadn't encountered that term in years. A public trial is when the court openly hears cases in public, allowing any citizen to participate. We had a grand time playing cards during our childhood, utilizing this very concept. The scenes were quite spectacular. "It sounds interesting. Let us go take a look tomorrow." "Sure. Let's go see it. It will at least be entertaining." That evening, upon returning to the village, Li Yinchuan heard an explosive piece of news from his mother. At the public trial tomorrow, Li Yinlong was to be sentenced on the spot. This news had already reached the old Li family in Baiyun village by the afternoon, and it was said that Mrs. Bai had fainted on the spot, and his aunt had collapsed onto the ground, causing chaos throughout the household. Li Yinchuan scratched his head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. After all, he had merely shared a few drinks with Li Yinlong, yet he had ended up sentenced. What a poignant turn of events. However, if given another chance, he would certainly do it again. Li Yinchuan firmly believed in the adage, repay kindness with kindness, and repay resentment with justice. As long as there was an opportunity, he would ensure the old Li family, including the first and third households and Mrs. Bai, experienced joy. Of course, engaging in direct confrontation was out of the question. After all, they were civilized individuals. Unfortunately, Mrs. Bai did not practice any nefarious arts, nor was she an enemy agent. Otherwise, how delightful it would have been to report her, allowing her and her eldest grandson to reunite behind bars. Early the next morning, Li Yinchuan rose with the dawn, washed his hair, and applied some hair wax he had purchased from the county department store, ensuring that even a fly could land without slipping off. Today was a significant day for Li Yinlong, recalling the arrogant demeanor he had displayed before him in his previous life. And remembering how he had bullied their family with such glee, he intended to send him off with flair, ensuring he departed this world in a dignified manner. After a hearty breakfast, he called upon Dahu and Bao, and they set off. The sun shone brightly that day, and a few birds chirped cheerfully in the sky. As they walked, they even spotted a spotted deer leaping out from the forest. Upon seeing Li Yinchuan, it did not flee but tilted its head in curiosity, seemingly puzzled by why the gentleman with the splendid slicked-back hair appeared so radiant. In high spirits, Li Yinchuan found the little deer endearing, particularly wishing to pet it. However, upon noticing the mischievous grin on his face, the deer sensed something amiss, turned, and dashed away, leaving Li Yinchuan regretting his missed opportunity to touch it. Having lived two lives, this was Li Yinchuan's first encounter with a public trial. In this era, such a remarkable spectacle is seldom witnessed. It can be said that Li Yinchuan and his companions arrived quite early. Even before 8 o'clock, the area outside the stadium was already teeming with people. During this time, cultural and recreational activities were scarce, and this public trial naturally captivated the public's attention, as everyone was eager to witness something extraordinary. Many were seen carrying bags, selling sunflower seeds and peanuts. However, none dared to be ostentatious with pushcarts in such a setting. Li Yinchuan casually purchased a packet of sunflower seeds, and the three brothers began to crack the seeds while they waited. Goodness, Brother Chuan, is this a public trial or a bustling market? I've never seen so many people. One exclaimed. Just wait a while, and you will witness even more. Li Yinchuan shook his head. As a reincarnated individual, he was acutely aware that this was merely the beginning. The events of the 1983 sports meeting would escalate with time, and countless criminals would find themselves forced into labor, with those who might have avoided it likely facing dire consequences. In such times, if one had not been subjected to forced labor, how could they shamelessly claim to be a leader? In the forthcoming year, the locations for forced labor would be overflowings, and it was uncertain how many more such gatherings would occur. After a brief wait, a convoy of military vehicles appeared in the distance. Upon halting, fully armed soldiers disembarked from the trucks, forming a line, a considerable number, perhaps over 100. This imposing presence reduced the volume of conversations around, as civilians, unaccustomed to such spectacles in peacetime, feared that speaking too loudly might draw unwanted attention. Moments later, several jeeps approached, heralding the arrival of the police. Li Yinchuan suspected that nearly the entire police force of the county had mobilized, with roughly 200 officers now present at the scene. With both soldiers and police officers in attendance, a sense of security permeated the atmosphere. A figure wearing an armband and wielding a loudspeaker appeared at the entrance of the stadium. Following his directives, the crowd began to enter. Typically, the movement of over 10,000 individuals would create a cacophony, but due to the presence of soldiers and police, the atmosphere was markedly subdued, while not entirely silent. The overall volume was significantly lowered. Before long, the vast stands and field of the stadium were filled to capacity, with more and more individuals streaming in as time progressed. At the western side of the platform, a banner announcing the public trial of Heishui County stood out prominently. Along the inner edge of the track, police officers were stationed every 5 meters, while soldiers lined the outer edge at the same intervals. Additionally, small mobile units, each consisting of around 5 members accompanied by a police dog, patrolled the area, ensuring that the stadium was fortified and impenetrable. Li Yinchuan and his brothers were fortunate to have a vantage point with an excellent view, enabling them to see the defendants clearly. After waiting for about half an hour, vehicles escorting the prisoners entered through the southern gate of the stadium. The first 3 vehicles, each carrying 1 death row inmate accompanied by 4 police officers, were unmistakably transporting the condemned. Following them were vehicles that contained multiple prisoners each. Behold, Wan Binlong and Li Yinlong have arrived. Standing at the left front of the 7th vehicle, the keen-eyed Bai Erbao immediately spotted Wan Binlong, with Li Yinlong beside him. After a prolonged absence, Li Yinlong appeared gaunter and darker, almost unrecognizable to those unfamiliar with him. Gazing at his countenance, Li Yinchuan reminisced about how, in his former life, Li Yinlong always exuded an air of arrogance. He felt a pang of nostalgia, pondering how he would look upon his eventual release in a few years, likely even darker and thinner than today. The convoy majestically traversed the expanse of the venue, ultimately halting before the podium. With everything set, the trial officially commenced. The county magistrate took to the stage, earnestly conveying the directives from the higher authorities, while the gathered populace, whether comprehending or not, feigned seriousness. Following this, the judges from the county court sequentially declared the charges. As the judges read aloud, murmurs rippled through the crowd. Goodness, this is outrageous. All for a mere 5 yuan, they left the couple disabled. Who else deserves execution if not such a fiend? Another voice chimed in. This is equally heinous. In broad daylight, he dragged a girl into the cornfield to violate her. Such arrogance warrants the death penalty. These perpetrators, ferocious in their misdeeds, displayed abject cowardice when confronted with their own impending sentences. The youth who had crippled the couple in pursuit of 5 yuan, upon hearing of his death sentence, collapsed in terror, a puddle forming beneath him. One could not help but remark on his cowardice. Meanwhile, the other miscreant, who had assaulted the girl, attempted to shout upon hearing his sentence, but was silenced by a swift tug on the rope by his comrades. It was unfortunate for him. Under normal circumstances, such cases would elicit a sentence of 7 or 8 years, yet he found himself ensnared in the tumultuous year of 1983. After a while, the reading reached Wan Binlong, and when it was announced that Li Yinlong was sentenced to 8 years for his crimes, Li Yinchuan observed Wan Binlong stagger slightly, clearly taken aback by this unexpected outcome. Who could have anticipated that a mere dance in the dark would result in an 8-year sentence? Nevertheless, this young man was resolute, raising his head and surveying his surroundings. Upon spotting Li Yinchuan, a predatory glint sparkled in his eyes. Before Li could utter a threatening remark, his comrades swiftly curtailed his words. Yet, he defiantly lifted his chin, although he refrained from speaking. His gaze conveyed a message to Li Yinchuan. This matter was far from over. Li Yinchuan responded with a subtle smile. From this day forward, each moment would bring Wan Binlong closer to him, but as time passed, their disparities would only widen. Should Wan Binlong emerge after 8 years, still consumed by vengeful fervor, Li Yinchuan would not hesitate to remind him of the reason behind the bloom of the flowers. In this lifetime, while he had not betrayed De Hu, the memory of past transgression sufficed. Li Yinchuan was determined to avenge his brother. Meanwhile, upon hearing his own 6-year sentence, Li Yinlong succumbed to tears, his sorrow evident as he wept. In an instant, he lost his youth, his career, and his wife. He could no longer look down upon Li Yinchuan with the same arrogance as in his previous life. Moreover, Li Yinchuan firmly believed that with the aura of rebirth, he would inevitably distance himself further from him. Yet, Li Yinlong's immediate concern was how to endure the 6 arduous years of working on a sewing machine. It was said that one would endure daily beatings, struggle to find enough food, and be unable to bend down to pick up a fallen soap. For someone like Li Yinlong, who had never faced hardship, the experience would be overwhelming. Had he known that his grandmother had offended Manhwa, who had already made arrangements to ensure he was treated well inside, he would have despaired. Yinlong, a voice called out. Following the sound, Li Yinchuan saw the elderly matriarch, Bai Lanhua, crying out in despair not far away. Beside her, his uncle Li Changfu, Aunt Wang Yuzhen, and Li Xiu were also in tears. They were genuinely heartbroken, as the one being taken away was their true kin, Li Yinlong. The elderly matriarch, Bai Lanhua, wept while desperately trying to rush forward. She was determined to share a few comforting words with her eldest grandson before he was taken to work on the sewing machines. However, a soldier brandishing a rifle blocked her path, barking an order. "Old lady, what are you doing?" It became evident that the normally boisterous matriarch, upon encountering the rifle, was struck with fear. Her cries ceased abruptly, and she recoiled, falling silent. The others, Li Changfu, Wang Yuzhen, and Li Xiu, huddled together, trembling like a group of pitiful quails. Li Yinchuan shook his head at the sight. When the time came for action, they truly faltered. After the sentencing, the ordeal was far from over. Next came the public parade. Whether facing execution or forced labor, all prisoners were reloaded onto vehicles, which then slowly traversed the streets and alleys of the county. The purpose was clear, to show the public that those who commit crimes face dire consequences, instilling a sense of deterrence against unlawful actions. The vehicles moved at a leisurely pace, allowing pedestrians to keep up. After completing the circuit of the town, the parade concluded. Typically, those sentenced to death would be taken directly to their execution, while those sentenced to labor would be escorted to serve their time. However, on this day, in an effort to instill a stronger sense of deterrence, the authorities of Heishui County decided to bring all prisoners to the execution site. In a desolate clearing, several death row inmates were brought forth for execution. The remaining prisoners stood in the vehicles, required to keep their eyes wide open and observe closely. Bang! A gunshot rang out, and a robber who had injured others fell lifelessly to the ground. As the body crumpled, Li Yinchuan and the others were filled with reflection. The movement of 83 had indeed imparted a formidable deterrent to criminals. Those who witnessed the public trial would surely tread more carefully in future encounters, for the threat of execution was all too real. However, they merely expressed their sentiments, while Li Yinlong, standing on the vehicle, felt his legs weaken at the sound of the gunshot. Had it not been for the police officer behind him holding him up, he would have collapsed onto the ground. That gunshot seemed to resonate within his very heart. He felt darkness enveloping his vision, his entire body trembling uncontrollably. At that moment, the young man sentenced to death for the ruin of the girl was pushed forward once more. Bang! A second gunshot rang out, and another life was extinguished. Li Yinlong, already quaking in fear, felt a sudden chill in his lower body. He had been so frightened that he lost control.